Chapter 1. The Other World. Goodness, how can this tree be so enormous? Lu Bai stood before a colossal tree with a diameter of 5 or 6 meters, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground in astonishment. I've been hunting in these mountains for nearly a year, and how come I've never encountered this place before? Just moments ago, he had set his sights on a wild rabbit, lost in reverie about whether to have spicy rabbit or cold rabbit for dinner, when suddenly the rabbit vanished right before his eyes. Curiosity piqued, Lu Bai approached for a closer look, only to be struck by a wave of dizziness. When he regained his senses, he found himself in this bewildering scene. Lu Bai gazed up at the massive tree, which was laden with blue-green fruits he was certain he had never seen before. What on earth is this place? He pondered, feeling as though he had stumbled into a magnified version of his previous environment at least 10 times larger. Gurgle. His stomach protested, expressing its dissatisfaction. What are you complaining about? Who knows if these things are even edible? Lu Bai grumbled in response to his bellish outcry. Gurgle. Seeing that his protests had gone unheard, he decided to taste one of the fruits. As an experienced hunter, he assumed it was likely safe to eat, mostly due to his hunger. He plucked a few fruits, disregarding any cleanliness, and stuffed them into his mouth. Ugh! The moment he bit down, tears streamed down his face as the sourness overwhelmed his senses. After a while, the sharp taste began to wane. Good heavens, not only does it look unappealing, but it also tastes dreadful. Wiping his tears, Lu Bai glanced at the half-eaten fruit in his hand and resolved that he would rather starve than consume another. In a fit of disgust, he tossed the remaining fruit away. Whoosh! A shadow darted past before the fruit could hit the ground. It was snatched away. Lu Bai was startled by this sudden turn of events, instinctively leaping into the air. What in the world? A monster? Behind him appeared a gigantic, snow-white dog, its size comparable to that of a cow. Awoo! The dog howled, sending a jolt of fear through Lu Bai, compelling him to scramble up the tree. After climbing several branches, he peered down, still feeling unsettled, and ascended further for good measure. Finally, he mustered the courage to scrutinize the creature below. This dog was adorned with a luxurious white coat that shimmered softly in the sunlight, and it possessed a comically adorable face, its mouth clamped around the very fruit it had. Snatched away, drool pooling at its feet. Lu Bai looked at his hunting rifle on the ground, and then back at the massive dog. His heart racing with trepidation, he lacked the courage to descend and retrieve it. A single bite from this creature could result in a barrage of rabies shots. Swallowing hard, Lu Bai summoned his courage and tentatively suggested, Hey there, big dog. How about we strike a deal? Just let me go, all right? You call me a dog? You're the dog here. Have you ever seen such a majestic creature? You lack the wit to recognize the illustrious howling moon wolf, the large dog thought, its gaze unwaveringly fixed on Lu Bai. How is it that you've grown this large without even understanding human speech? Lu Bai was now almost certain that he had been transported to an entirely different world. However, unlike others who traversed realms with some extraordinary advantage, he found himself grappling with the most basic challenge of communication. If you don't leave, I might be forced to take action. Lu Bai plucked a fruit and brandished it as if to throw at the dog. Awoo! The dog suddenly howled again, its voice resonating through the air, ringing in Lu Bai's ears. Lu Bai, startled, clutched the branch in his arms, his heart racing. That all you've got? Go ahead and try something. The howling moon wolf scoffed at Lu Bai. Observing the stubborn canine, Lu Bai felt a wave of despair wash over him. Hours passed, and the stalemate between man and beast continued, neither willing to concede. Gurgle. Lu Bai's stomach protested once more. Gazing at the fruits above, he felt a strong aversion to trying another, but he reasoned it was better than starving to death. Hey, what's this human doing? Trying to steal my food? The howling moon wolf thought, barking at Lu Bai. Lu Bai glanced at the dog, noticing it pacing back and forth, its eyes locked on the fruit in his hand. Suddenly, he realized that the dog was merely interested in the fruit. You like fruits too, huh? Is it that your legs are too short to climb up here? How about I gather some for you, and you let me go? Lu Bai proposed tentatively. You're the one with short legs. This fruit was mine to begin with. You bandit, hurry down and scram. If you take all the fruits, what will I eat later? The dog seemed incensed, shaking its head vigorously. Lu Bai was taken aback by the dog's animated gestures. Was it truly capable of understanding him? You can comprehend what I'm saying? Lu Bai gasped in disbelief, The dog nodded slightly. "Oh, my monster! Stay away from me!" Lu Bai gasped, scrambling up the tree further. "I'm a descendant of divine beasts. Is it so surprising I can understand you, while you're merely a dog?" The howling moon wolf thought indignantly, though it refrained from voicing its thoughts. After a moment, Lu Bai timidly asked, "Do you want to eat some fruit?" The dog nodded again. "I'll pick more for you if you let me go." "Okay. More? This tree only bears so much fruit each year. If you take too many, what will I eat? If I let you go, how long do you think you'll survive outside my territory?" The dog thought, shaking its head in refusal. Lu Bai observed the dog's continual head shaking and gesturing, realizing it had no intention of letting him go. How did I, a hunter, end up intimidated by a mere dog? Perhaps it's time to fight back? He mused, though the sight of the dog, nearly as large as a cow, made his heart quail. With a forced smile, he said, "Brother dog, let's reconsider our options. I'm quite lean and have hardly any meat on me." Crash! Before he could finish his sentence, the dog suddenly lunged forward, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. What's the meaning of this? Lu Bai was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. However, the howling moon wolf ignored him and turned its attention toward the forest. Following its gaze, Lu Bai spotted a bear, roughly the same size as the dog, lumbering into view. The bear wore a smug grin, its eyes gleaming with mischief as it regarded the wolf, nearly bursting with laughter. "Oh no, another bear monster. What sort of place is this?" Standing atop the tree, Lu Bai surveyed the endless expanse of forest, which appeared to stretch into infinity. As he pondered, the bear provocatively clapped its paws at the wolf, swaying its hips in a taunting manner. "You filthy bear, are you here to bully me again? You have your parents to hunt for food, yet you come to steal my sour fruit. It's one thing to pick on me, but today I finally have a human to showcase my might. I cannot tolerate this. I shall fight you." The howling moon wolf was incensed, roaring as it charged toward the bear. Crash! The wolf barely took a few steps before colliding with an invisible barrier, yelping in pain. Lu Bai was left agape. What in the world? Does this creature possess magic? Using its innate abilities to torment me again. The wolf's head spun in confusion, but it quickly regained its composure and continued its charge toward the bear. "Don't let me get close. If I do, I will bite you to death." The howling moon wolf vowed, its eyes glinting with ferocity. After the initial shock, Lu Bai realized that the wolf did not seem to be adept at climbing trees, and the bear was entirely focused on the wolf, which momentarily eased his anxiety. Let them fight. Hopefully, they'll both be injured, and I might just benefit from the situation, he thought, watching the spectacle from his perch. "Wow, look at the wolf's speed and agility. It's impressive," Lu Bai commented, his excitement growing. This bear is in for a rough time with a dog this size. A single bite could be devastating. Reality, however, dealt Lu Bai a resounding slap. Just as the husky was about to bite the brown bear, a sudden spike of earth shot up from the ground, obstructing its path. The husky, unable to evade in time, tumbled forward into the bear's presence, its face in the dirt. The brown bear, seemingly clumsy, was in fact remarkably agile. Seizing the opportunity, it flipped over and mounted the husky. "Oh, woo!" The husky let out a mournful cry. Almost instantly, massive fists rained down upon it like a torrential downpour, leaving it helpless and howling in agony. Charging in with such bravado, only to end up on the ground being pummeled, Lu Bai stared in disbelief, utterly unprepared for such an outcome. "Dog bro, do you need assistance? I can help you. And in return, you let me go. How about that?" Lu Bai shouted from his perch in the tree. The brown bear cast a disdainful glance at Lu Bai, completely dismissing him. He couldn't believe he was being looked down upon by a bear. The more Lu Bai thought about it, the angrier he became, stealthily inching down the tree. I could see that moment. The howling moon wolf was filled with regret. Why did I act like such a big shot? I should have just run away earlier. After all, it wouldn't have caught up with me. Thud, thud, thud. Oh woo, my wolf life is over. The husky, battered and without the means to defend itself, could only wail in despair. Boom. Just when the husky thought it was doomed, a sudden muffled sound echoed. The wolf, resigned to its fate, suddenly felt a weight lift from its back as the brown bear ceased its assault. Cautiously opening its eyes, it beheld the bear with several blood-soaked wounds on its head, blood gushing forth, lifeless. Turning its head, the howling moon wolf saw Lu Bai holding a hunting rifle, blowing the smoke from the barrel, striking what it believed to be a heroic pose. "See? I told you I could save you," Lubai remarked with a self-satisfied grin at the husky, which was now struggling to move. The howling moon wolf looked at Lubai, who was sporting a mischievous grin, attempting to rise. However, as soon as it moved, a sharp pain shot through it, causing it to grimace. "What are you doing? I just saved your life, and you want to bite me?" Lubai said, eyeing the husky warily, gripping the rifle tightly. Having just fired a shot, he had not yet had the chance to reload, and if the husky were to bite him now, it would spell disaster. The howling moon wolf rolled its eyes, muttering, "I'm too beaten to even get up. Why would I bite you? My pride as the howling moon wolf is in shambles." With that thought, it simply closed its eyes, choosing not to see. Noticing that the husky had no intention of attacking him, Liu Bei's courage began to swell, and he slowly approached it. Upon closer inspection, he poked the large dog with his gun, laughing heartily at the indifferent husky before him. "Big dog, you took quite a beating. Not only is your head all bloodied, but your legs are broken too. You're the dog, your entire family are dogs," the howling moon wolf thought regretfully, wishing it had not acted impulsively. Impulsiveness truly is the devil. "Big dog, don't move, let me fix your leg," Liu Bei offered, beginning to tend to the husky's wounds. Though reluctant, the husky had no choice but to submit to Liu Bei's ministrations. Liu Bei carefully set the husky's leg, admiring its pristine white fur, particularly enjoying the softness of its head. The howling moon wolf, however, shook its head in disdain, clearly avoiding Liu Bei's touch. After tiring of the husky, Liu Bei rummaged through his bag and produced a dagger, beginning to dissect the nearby brown bear. Bear paws, a delicacy, so plump they will surely taste divine when roasted. He quickly tied 2 bear paws to himself, set up a fire, and began to roast the remaining 2. Before long, a delicious aroma wafted through the air. "Ah, delightful!" The howling moon wolf opened its eyes, sniffing eagerly. "Is this human planning to eat the bear's cub? Isn't that akin to swimming in a cesspool seeking death? Dog bro, you're awake. Come and have a bite, it's a real treat. A nourishing feast." The howling moon wolf, unwilling to engage with Liu Bei, turned away, dragging its battered form forward, determined to avoid any further entanglements with this troublesome human. "Dog brother, don't go. It's all ready, come have some," Liu Bei insisted, placing a roasted bear paw near the husky's mouth. The howling moon wolf wrestled internally. "It smells so good. Should I eat? I didn't kill this bear, but consuming its meat would tie me to this human. Ah, forget it'll eat first and worry later." Ultimately, it succumbed to the allure of the food and began to devour it ravenously. Liu Bei observed the husky devouring its meal and chuckled. "Such a good dog. Not picky at all. At this rate, it seems you won't leave a single bone behind." "Fool, the bones are the essence. You don't even know that." After satisfying his hunger and taking a sip of water, Liu Bei noticed the husky still gnawing on the bones, and before he realized it, dozed off atop it. Meanwhile, the howling moon wolf, content, wiped its mouth with a paw. Although its snout was bruised, it still relished the meal. Its time to flee the brown bear will soon come looking for its cub, and that would spell disaster. As the howling moon wolf contemplated its escape, it suddenly realized it couldn't move. "What is this? Why can't I get up? You're sleeping on my broken leg. If it weren't for you saving me, I would have bitten you to death. No, wait, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have fought the bear, and thus wouldn't have been beaten up. We're even." The howling moon wolf simmered with anger, but was powerless to act. "You can remain here and wait for death. I'm leaving." With that thought, the wolf strained its foot, finally managing to free itself. Liu Bei, half asleep, murmured, "Don't move, sleep a bit longer. You're badly injured, rest before moving." "You know I'm injured, yet you're sleeping on my broken leg." The howling moon wolf shot Liu Bei a glare, silently cursing him. The howling moon wolf struggled free, clenching the bear's corpse in its jaws, placing it on its broken leg, signaling Liu Bei to continue sleeping, and then limped toward the forest. This dog has been suspicious from the start. Injured so badly, yet still moving, I must follow to see if it can lead me out. Liu Bei dared not truly sleep, keeping a makeshift weapon at the ready, believing that having a sentient wolf by his side might help him find a way out. "Sleep on, you fool. When the brown bear comes looking for its cub, it will save me the trouble of running away." "How clever of me," the howling moon wolf thought, quickening its pace. "This dog has remarkable stamina despite its severe injuries. It has been walking for nearly 2 hours, and it's still going strong. I'm truly impressed. Lubai mused while trailing behind. I'm exhausted. We've come so far, we should rest. It shouldn't catch up too quickly. The howling moon wolf, unable to continue, found a spot to hide and rest. Oh, what a worry. I finally deceived a physically capable creature into aiding me, and now it's all gone. How will I survive without my talents? The howling moon wolf sighed at its predicament. Now, there's no safe haven for me within 1,000 miles. I've heard from my kin that in the far west, there are celestial phenomena. I have nowhere else to go, so I might as well try my luck there. However, with this wolf body, it'll take it one step at a time after all. Staying here is just waiting for death. The howling moon wolf contemplated, preparing to venture westward in search of fortune. Lubai, noticing the husky sprawled on the ground, quickened his pace and darted past the trees. Ha, dog brother, I thought you would find a dog sister. Why are you sleeping here? Truly lacking ambition, Lubai teased with a laugh. Why is this guy following me? The howling moon wolf thought in frustration. Oh, woo. Lubai, seeing the husky's displeasure, grinned and said, Dog, you can understand human speech. We're quite familiar now, and I saved your life. Can you help me find a way out of this forest? He flashed a charming smile at the husky. This human is delusional. He thinks he can escape. If he could walk 100 miles, that would be impressive. Yet, it was soon astonished at how Lubai had entered the illusory forest in the first place. While observing the husky's puzzled expression, Lubai assumed it hadn't comprehended and was about to attempt further communication when, suddenly, 2 howls echoed from afar. The howling moon wolf quickly gestured with its paw for Lubai to be silent. Chapter 2. The Deadly Jungle Adventure of the Divine Wolf and the Boy. Lubai gazed at the canine demon with a perplexed expression as the creature peered out from behind a great tree, straining to locate the source of a distant roar. Lubai, driven by curiosity, turned his gaze in the same direction. Yet aside from startled birds taking flight, there was naught to be seen. Before long, the commotion in the woods subsided, returning the surroundings to an eerie stillness. Suddenly, 2 more roars echoed, this time noticeably closer to their position. The howling divine wolf, upon hearing the sounds, instantly bristled, its fur standing on end, before limping away into the thicket. Brother dog, what on earth are you doing? It's pitch black. Why don't you rest a while? Rest? Are you kidding me? If I stop, I'll lose my Lafino, my wolf life. It's all because of this troublesome brat leading me astray. The howling divine wolf paid Lubai no mind, its thoughts consumed with curses. Something's amiss with this canine demon. It barely rested at all. In this cursed place, Lubai dared not spend the night alone, so he quietly followed in the creature's wake. The wolf turned back, baring its teeth at him. Leaving Lubai momentarily speechless, it clearly wished him to stay behind. You heartless demon, if it weren't for me, you'd have been done for. Yet you refuse to lead the way. Am I reluctant? Don't you realize you're a ticking time bomb? Haven't you noticed how familiar those roars behind us sound? The howling divine wolf's fierce expression remained unchanged, determined not to allow Lubai to accompany it. Very well, you ungrateful creature. If you want listen to reason, do you believe I want to take you down first? At that moment, seeing Lubai produce the equality of all beings, artifact and object whose power it had just witnessed, the wolf instinctively softened its demeanor, allowing Lubai to follow. Just you wait, I'll handle you later, Lubai thought gleefully. However, it was not long before Lubai realized he had lost track of the creature the cunning canine had twisted and turned, vanishing from sight. Lubai stood bewildered, cursing the ungrateful demon. Just then, he felt a tremor beneath his feet, which intensified with alarming rapidity. What's happening? Is the earth dragon stirring? Surely I'm not that unfortunate. As he contemplated whether to seek refuge in a flatter area, he turned to see 2 hulking figures barreling towards him from a distance. Goodness, hurry! I can smell the scent. That little thief is just ahead. By heaven, a talking demon. Lubai realized they were undoubtedly coming for him, likely seeking revenge for the smaller demon he had encountered. He sprinted forward, abandoning all thoughts of caution. Frequently glancing back in terror, he discovered that no matter how many turns he took, the towering figures relentlessly pursued him. With such speed, how could he possibly outrun those 2 beasts? Frustration and fear gripped him as he ran, shouting, "You treacherous canine demon! You run faster than I do, leaving me here all alone." Yet, even as he lamented, He understood that he was too embarrassed to be angry after all. He could hardly outpace a limping canine. Meanwhile, the howling divine wolf, in its frantic flight, began to tire. Spotting a concealed cave, it quickly sought refuge, not daring to breathe. Who the hell provoked those two bears? Along the way, various beasts had hastily yielded in the presence of the two enraged bears, illustrating the saying of a fox borrowing the tiger's fierceness to Liu's astonishment. Curse it! Is the heavens toying with me? Moments later, Liu found his path obstructed by a sheer cliff, the depths obscured from view. Soon, the two demons appear behind him. Surely these are bear demons? Liu mused, reflecting on the irony of meeting his end at the hands of beasts after a lifetime of hunting. Did you kill her child? The word struck Liu as unfamiliar, yet curiously intelligible. Just as he prepared to explain, a fierce roar from the mother bear sent him tumbling over the cliff's edge. Goodness, did you use too much strength? I was merely venting my anger. Who knew he would be so weak? Weak enough to kill our child. He must be feigning. The two massive brown bears conferred, convinced that Liu had intentionally leaped down and deemed it necessary to investigate. Around 100 meters below the cliff, a large black serpent lay coiled on a branch, digesting its meal. Suddenly, a dark shadow plummeted from above, leaving the serpent momentarily stunned. It had never encountered such a peculiar creature before. Yet, food presented to it could not go to waste. Even though it was full, it could save it for later. With a swift flick of its tail, the serpent ensnared the shadowy figure, drawing it closer. Liu braced himself for death. Yet before he could react, he found himself ensnared by the serpent's coils. Upon closer inspection, he was met with the immense head of the serpent, its gaze fixed upon him. Indeed, it was the black serpent that had caught Liu, sent flying by the angry bear. Liu had never encountered a serpent of such size, and his eyes rolled back in shock as he lost consciousness. Ah, now I possess such power that merely a glance can terrify other demons. The great black serpent marveled, yet it paid little heed to its prey, coiling Liu and swimming towards its lair. Before long, Liu regained consciousness. The pain too excruciating to ignore the serpent had dragged him along with its tail. Awakened, Liu dared not make a sound, fearing that provoking the serpent might lead to his immediate demise. Eventually, he was deposited into a dark cave after several twists and turns, where the serpent swam off, leaving him behind in a damp recess. Meanwhile, below the cliff, the two great brown bears searched for Liu. Suddenly, one let out a furious roar. Goodness! I sense that scent moving. It seems we've been deceived. That wretched thief! The mother bear paused to sense the air, then echoed the other's anger, and both bears hastily pursued the scent. With the serpent having departed, Liu seized the opportunity to escape, though he feared encountering the creature outside. The cave was still deep, so he took a deep breath and cautiously ventured further inside. Before long, he spotted a pair of glowing green lights staring at him. He froze for a moment, a sense of dread washing over him. Hastily, he dropped his backpack and fumbled through it. Meanwhile, hidden deep within the cave, the howling divine wolf was equally astonished, lamenting, "How is it that this pest is everywhere? I've hidden so deeply, yet he still finds Meihe is truly my nemesis." After much effort, Liu finally discovered a flashlight tucked in a corner of his backpack. The bag had been torn in several places during his escape, causing most of his belongings to be lost. Now, he was left with only a gun with a single bullet and the flashlight. His hands trembled slightly as he turned on the flashlight, illuminating the area ahead. Upon recognizing the creature before him, Liu let out a sigh of relief. It was none other than the disenchanted divine wolf. "Ah, brother dog, what a coincidence to meet again," Liu said with a wry smile. The wolf, however, longed to sink its teeth into Liu, fully aware that his presence meant the brown bears were not far behind. Indeed, before the divine wolf could utter a word, the familiar roars echoed from outside. A tremendous crash followed, shaking the cave violently, as if it were on the verge of collapse. Liu and the divine wolf turned pale, hastily retreating deeper into the cave. Liu dared not make a sound, pressing tightly against the cave wall as he listened to the deafening chaos outside, his heart racing as if it would leap from his throat. "Brother dog, why does this accursed bear demon persistently target me?" The howling moon god wolf grinned widely, gesturing with a paw towards the pair of bear paws hanging from Liu's chest. Lu Bai stared in astonishment at the bare paws, realizing that they must have been left by a small brown bear that had tracked him down by scent. In a hurry, he removed the bare paws and tossed them far away at Brother Dog. "Why is it so quiet outside?" Lu Bai asked softly after 10 minutes. The divine wolf looked at him, puzzled, contemplating, has he truly given up so easily? "That seems unlikely. Brother Dog, why don't you go outside and take a look?" The howling moon god wolf shook his head vigorously, remaining steadfast against Lu Bai's coaxing and threats. "I must inform you, I was captured by a large black snake, and if it returns, we are both doomed." The divine wolf pointed weakly at its wounds and shook its head. Realizing that he could not count on the dog demon, Lu Bai climbed up cautiously and made his way towards the cave entrance. Upon reaching the entrance, he was met with chaos. The cave's mouth had shifted forward by at least a dozen meters. Fortunately, the mountain was primarily composed of stone, and the cave was deep enough to avoid complete destruction. In shock, Lu Bai initially intended to flee but hesitated, realizing he did not know the way. "Brother Dog, I just checked outside, and there are no monsters. We should escape together." This time, the howling moon god wolf seemed somewhat tempted. The cave was clearly the lair of some monster, and it would be wise to leave promptly. With that thought, it rose and moved towards the cave's entrance alongside Lu Bai. "Brother Dog, there's no need to be so anxious. I just went out, and the monsters have already departed. Besides, you're a demon as well. Is it necessary to be this fearful?" Lu Bai could not help but complain within the tunnel. The divine wolf ignored him, continuing to sniff the air. As they neared the exit, the dog demon suddenly halted. Lu Bai, frustrated, shouted, "Hurry up, dog demon. If you dawdle, the snake demon will return." Just as the divine wolf was about to retort Lu Bai's ominous words, a rustling sound echoed from outside, growing ever closer. "Curse you and your ill fortune. You are indeed a harbinger of disaster." The wolf thought, seething with anger. Without a second thought, it turned and dashed back into the cave. Lu Bai, hearing the noise, recognized it as the return of the large black snake. In no time, both Lu Bai and the howling moon god wolf reached the back of the cave, exchanging a glance before intently watching the tunnel's entrance. Lu Bai lifted his hunting rifle, aiming at the cave's mouth, his palms already slick with cold sweat. The divine wolf was equally tense, fixated on the tunnel. The rustling grew louder until a massive silhouette emerged at the entrance. Lu Bai, using the beam of his flashlight, was met by the enormous head of the black snake. A bitter smile crossed his lips. This was indeed the creature that had captured him. "You are still alive?" A deep, rumbling voice echoed in Lu Bai's ears. Having encountered this voice before, he was not overly surprised. "Can you defeat it, dog? I will cheer you on from behind." Lu Bai feigned calmness. "Are you out of your mind? Not only am I injured, but even at full strength, I could not contend with this behemoth." The divine wolf retorted, exasperated. Seeing the dog demon's tail tucked between its legs, Lu Bai internally lamented, "This is it, I am truly finished this time. Did I not just bring you back as food? I thought you had perished. What kind of demon are you?" "I have never encountered your kind before," the black snake hissed. "I am human, not a demon," Lu Bai stammered, trembling. "What nonsense are you speaking? I cannot comprehend your words." The black snake, however, paid little heed to the remarks of its meal and turned its gaze toward the dog demon. "You are the Howling Moon Wolf clan? What brings you here?" The Howling Moon god wolf's expression brightened, hoping that the creature might spare him for the sake of his lineage. Just as he was about to explain, the black snake's next words darkened his countenance. "I've heard that consuming a beast with divine bloodline may lead to an evolution of that bloodline. I suppose today is a good opportunity to test that theory." A surge of fury coursed through the wolf as it bared its teeth, emitting a low growl, attempting to intimidate the serpent. "Wow, dog, I support you mentally. You've survived worse. Why fear this pathetic snake? Let's take it down." Lu Bai encouraged himself while rallying the wolf. "Is this joy? We are on the brink of being devoured, and you still find amusement in this bizarre situation." Lu Bai's expression faltered, the humor evaporating. "Do not worry, I shall savor the taste of divine blood before indulging in you." With that, the black snake slithered toward the howling moon god wolf. Chapter 3. The Awakening of Ruins. The pact between the youth and the divine wolf, the great black serpent lunged forward with a suddenness akin to lightning. Its gaping maw aimed directly at the howling moon divine wolf, its sharp fangs glinting ominously in the darkness. The divine wolf's pupils constricted sharply, an unsettling realization dawning upon it. The disparity in power was insurmountable, rendering it a mere plaything in the jaws of its foe. In a desperate bid for survival, the divine wolf raised its claws to shield its vital areas, only to be met with an overwhelming force that surged forth like a tidal wave. With a thunderous crash, the divine wolf was sent hurtling through the air, akin to a kite severed from its string, colliding heavily against the wall behind it, producing a dull thud that reverberated throughout the cavern. The creature felt as though its very insides were being mercilessly twisted by an invisible hand, the searing pain causing its vision to darken, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. What in the world? These are all monsters, and the gap in strength is just too vast, Lubai thought anxiously. It dawned on him that the canine demon was not only incapable of victory, but could hardly even withstand a moment's assault. As the great black serpent prepared to strike again, Lubai, in a moment of panic, raised a firewood stick and pulled the trigger without a second thought. A gunshot echoed through the cave. Lubai did not even need to aim. The massive form of the black serpent was so conspicuous that even a blind person could hit it. However, despair washed over Lubai when he realized that the serpent's tough hide resembled an impenetrable steel shield, the bullet merely leaving insignificant white specks upon impact, failing to pierce its skin. How can it be this resilient? Lubai felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. If bullets could not even scratch it, what hope did he have? The black serpent, incensed by the sudden attack, turned its gaze menacingly upon Lubai. A chill crept down Lubai's spine, cold sweat instantly soaking his clothes as he silently lamented, "What manner of fiends are these?" The serpent coiled its muscular body, darting towards Lubai like a streak of black lightning. "I had intended to savor you at the end, but since you have dared to injure me, you shall pay dearly," it hissed. Lubai, hearing the ominous growl, resigned himself, declaring, "Let destruction reign." He abandoned all pretense of resistance. Just as the black serpent seemed poised to claim victory, an extraordinary event transpired. Lubai watched in disbelief as the serpent retreated at an even swifter pace. The howling moon divine wolf exchanged a bewildered glance with Lubai, both filled with incredulity. Had they truly been spared? At that moment, an earth-shattering roar erupted from outside, far more terrifying than the earlier sounds of the cave being dismantled, accompanied by the furious growls of wild beasts. "See, I told you that creature wasn't here. It only dared to return once we left. That earlier monster must have been its illusion," Lubai exclaimed. "Is there some sort of misunderstanding between us? Do we know each other?" The black serpent retorted, feeling wronged. Who would not feel aggrieved after being assaulted for no reason, especially when they were powerless to retaliate? "Now, there's a misunderstanding indeed. I can sense your presence in this cave, and you're still trying to deny it. Someone should give you a good beating for this." Lubai shouted. Bang! Bang! A series of dull thuds echoed as the cave trembled incessantly. Lubai's divine wolf remained silent within, hardly daring to breathe. It was evident that two frenzied bears were closing in. Outside, two enormous brown bears had latched onto the black serpent's tail, mercilessly slamming it against the ground. The serpent, caught off guard by the brutal assault, felt its once impenetrable body start to succumb to the relentless blows. Struggling in vain against the bear's powerful paws, emitting pained shrieks. A quarter of an hour passed, and the cacophony outside gradually subsided. At last, following a deafening roar, silence enveloped the area, as if nothing had ever transpired. Lubai and the divine wolf exchanged glances, both exhaling deeply. The weight of anxiety finally lifted. "Two-headed bear, go check the entrance and see if the black serpent is dead," Lubai suggested, still apprehensive. The divine wolf firmly rejected Lubai's proposal. It had no desire to take unnecessary risks. If the black serpent was still alive, it would be offering its head on a platter. After a lengthy standoff, seeing that there was indeed no commotion outside, the divine wolf reluctantly acquiesced to Lubai's persistent nagging and agreed to venture out to assess the situation. "By the heavens!" Lubai exclaimed, unable to suppress a curse upon witnessing the scene outside. The once level ground was now marred by deep gashes, as if it had been plowed. To the side, the black serpent lay in a gruesome heap, reduced to a mass of flesh, its demise utterly horrific. Lu Bai's scalp prickled with terror. This place was far too perilous, and he had no intention of lingering. Observing the canine demon still in shock, Lu Bai urged it to leave swiftly. Hearing Lu Bai's insistence, the divine wolf too recognized the folly of risking its life. Should the bear demons return, its fate would be sealed. To its credit, the divine wolf exhibited a keen sense of survival, leading them through the forest without encountering any further monsters. As they ventured deeper, Lu Bai's excitement surged. He discovered an abundance of precious herbs, with reishi and ginseng flourishing in abundance, many of them centuries old. However, after a short while, his enthusiasm waned, primarily due to the lack of storage. He was already burdened with several bundles of herbs hanging around his neck. Lu Bai was astonished to witness the divine wolf's astonishing recovery abilities. Just days prior, it had seemed on the verge of death, yet now it appeared nearly whole. How much longer until we can escape? We've been walking for over 10 days, Lu Bai inquired wearily. The divine wolf, observing Lu Bai gnawing on a ginseng root, shook its head in exasperation and gestured ahead, encouraging him to continue moving forward before resuming its pace. Wait a moment, the divine wolf said, peering at Lu Bai with a hint of confusion. Do you hear any sounds? The divine wolf shook its head, indicating it did not. You can't hear that rushing water? The divine wolf suddenly realized what Lu Bai was referring to. Just as it was about to urge Lu Bai to continue, Lu Bai had already dashed towards the sound of water. Does this fool not realize that places with water sources can be perilous? The divine wolf thought, wishing to depart alone. However, recalling how Lu Bai had indirectly saved it twice, it hesitated. Without Lu Bai's guidance, the creature doubted it would have survived even an hour. Thus, the divine wolf slowed its pace, standing by the riverbank, occasionally howling to prompt Lu Bai to hurry. I know, I'm coming, Lu Bai replied, finally emerging from the river at a sluggish pace. Suddenly, a massive shadow lunged at him from behind, mouth agape, ready to strike. The divine wolf reacted instantaneously, its fur standing on end as it leapt forward, colliding with Lu Bai, propelling him away just in time. It then executed a roll, narrowly evading the deadly attack. Lu Bai, startled by the sudden turn of events, quickly realized the divine wolf lay before him. Instinctively, he clambered onto its back, and the divine wolf darted into the depths of the forest like an arrow, swiftly concealing them. In the darkness, Lu Bai, still shaken, watched as a massive crocodile, unable to keep pace with the divine wolf, begrudgingly retreated back into the river. Thank heavens that blackwater crocodile is slow, otherwise with its water skills, we would have been doomed, the divine wolf thought, casting a disgruntled glance at Lu Bai, as if to say, you truly are a nuisance. Lu Bai awkwardly smiled, his heart swelling with gratitude. Brother dog, thank you. Once we make our way out, you shall follow me. Rest assured, as long as I have a morsel to eat, you shall never go hungry. Upon hearing this, the divine wolf felt a flicker of emotion, sighed, and shook his head, choosing to remain silent as he continued westward. In truth, a small part of the divine wolf was touched. Ever since it had been deemed talentless, it had endured the disdain and bullying of its kin. In that moment, it unexpectedly felt a glimmer of friendship emanating from Lu Bai. From that day forth, Lu Bai became much more obedient, refraining from running off and dutifully trailing behind the divine wolf. Yet, after days of travel, blisters had formed on his feet, each step causing him excruciating pain. Observing Lu Bai limp and struggle, the divine wolf felt a pang of sympathy. It seemed to have made a decision. As Lu Bai approached, the wolf slowly crouched down, inviting Lu Bai to climb onto its back. Lu Bai, moved by the gesture, reached out to stroke the divine wolf's head and solemnly declared, Brother dog, I shall repay today's kindness 100-fold when I am capable. Hearing the term brother dog made the howling moon divine wolf wish to throw Lu Bai off its back. Despite numerous protests, Lu Bai still could not change his way of addressing it. With Lu Bai on its back, the divine wolf continued onward. Yet Lu Bai increasingly sensed something amiss. After much contemplation, he finally discerned the oddity. It was too quiet, unsettlingly so. Moreover, The divine wolf no longer proceeded with its usual caution, sniffing the ground. Instead, it walked straight ahead. "Brother dog, are we out of danger? You used to sniff the ground as we walked, didn't you?" Lu Bai inquired, puzzled. The divine wolf shook its head and gestured with its paw towards the front, signaling Lu Bai to look. Following the wolf's direction, Lu Bai gasped in astonishment. "Wow, there are auroras. Have we reached the South Pole?" "South Pole? Nonsense. According to the scent, the beast had been gone for at least half a month. What danger could there be?" The howling moon divine wolf, though unaware of what auroras were, sensed that since the great beast had left, it was a sign that the ruins would soon open. It needed to quicken its pace. Otherwise, they might miss out entirely. Lu Bai, oblivious to the wolf's thoughts, could only vent his frustrations. He had gone nearly a month without communicating with anyone, and it was stifling. Time passed without notice in the mountains, and several days slipped by. One day, Lu Bai felt the divine wolf's pace gradually slow down, and he perked up. "Brother dog, it's not mealtime yet. Have we arrived?" he asked eagerly. The divine wolf pointed to a slope ahead, then made a shushing gesture, indicating Lu Bai to remain silent. Cautiously, Lu Bai crawled up the slope and peered down. The sight before him left him speechless, a wave of intense unease washing over him. "Is this the way you found for me? Are you trying to lead me to my demise?" Lu Bai whispered, both furious and terrified. Below the slope lay a vast natural plaza, more akin to a massive pit created by a colossal impact. At the center of the pit, a glowing blue orb radiated a mysterious light. Surrounding it was a throng of ferocious beasts, estimated to number in the thousands. The largest among them bore an imposing presence reminiscent of the dragons depicted in Chinese mythology. Seeing Lu Bai's fury, the divine wolf seemed to have made a significant resolution. It suddenly seized Lu Bai's finger and bit down. "Have you lost your mind?" Lu Bai exclaimed in pain, glaring at his bleeding finger. The howling moon divine wolf ignored his protests and squeezed a drop of its blood from its brow. Momentarily forgetting the pain, Lu Bai curiously watched the suspended drop of blood. As the wolf muttered an incantation, the blood from Lu Bai's finger also began to levitate, and soon, the two droplets merged, slowly forming a miniature hexagram that gradually faded into the sky. At that moment, a mysterious voice echoed in both Lu Bai's and the wolf's minds. "Contract established." Lu Bai was taken aback, staring blankly at the vanishing hexagram, unable to process what had just occurred. "Don't be dazed. This is an equal contract. I've seen it in my ancestral records, and I can't believe it succeeded on the first try." The wolf's voice resonated in Lu Bai's mind. Who is speaking?" Lu Bai said, panicked, searching around. "I'm right in front of you, you simpleton," the wolf retorted, exasperated. Lu Bai stared at the wolf in disbelief. "Are you talking to me?" The wolf nodded, affirming the truth. Lu Bai shrieked in terror. "Oh, am I a monster? Help!" He turned and attempted to flee, although he had previously called it a dog demon. He had merely thought the howling moon divine wolf was a large, clever dog. Had he known it could talk, he would never have dared to follow it. The divine wolf swiftly restrained Lu Bai, covering his mouth with a paw, whispering, "What are you shouting for? Those creatures below could extinguish us with a mere glance. If you wish to perish, keep screaming." Observing Lu Bai nodding vigorously, the wolf gradually released its grip. As Lu Bai began to calm down, he prepared to voice his lingering questions. "You need to be silent. Just think in your heart. Our contract allows us to sense each other's thoughts." The wolf's voice rang out again in Lu Bai's mind. Lu Bai glanced at the wolf quizzically and silently pondered, "What is this contract? How can you speak? Where's this place? Do you know where the exit is? How can I answer so many questions at once? Time is of the essence." "We'll discuss the rest later," the wolf replied. "Do you see the orb ahead? According to my kin, it is an ancient ruin. It seems all the ferocious beasts and divine beast have gathered. Let us set aside our other thoughts. I plan to follow them and see if we can share in the spoils. Our equal contract requires true friendship for success. Otherwise, one party will suffer backlash. Since you consider me a friend, I must be honest. Your chances of exiting this illusory forest are virtually non-existent." Lu Bai then understood that his suspicions had been correct. This was indeed not his original world. reflecting on the protagonists in novels who often possessed fortuitous advantages upon crossing over. He felt a wave of disillusionment. Having been here for nearly a month, he had narrowly escaped death multiple times without a hint of good fortune. Nevertheless, gazing at the powerful beasts below, he clenched his teeth and nodded. "All right, how should I assist you? Let's try together." The wolf simply replied, "Wait." With that, it crouched at the slope, eyes fixed intently on the scene below. Meanwhile, the formidable divine beasts in the center raised their eyelids. One azure dragon spoke. "Two more flies have arrived from above. Roast chicken, deal with these two." The immortal phoenix frowned, displeased. "Old mud eel, their aura is weaker than flies. Moreover, the ruins are about to open. Any disturbance could be catastrophic for us." "Indeed, these two weaklings are hardly worth our concern," the azure dragon conceded, slowly closing its eyes, retreating into silence. Lu Bai and the divine wolf remained blissfully unaware that their frailty had once again allowed them to narrowly escape disaster. "Brother dog, the auroras are gradually fading," Lu Bai observed anxiously. "Be quiet. I'm not blind. We must be extra cautious now," the wolf cautioned. The divine wolf, without turning its head, fixed its gaze below, warning Lu Bai to remain silent. At that moment, the four divine beasts in the center below simultaneously opened their eyes, exchanging glances that seemed to convey an unspoken understanding. The white tiger, with a mighty tremor, was the first to charge into the sphere, its presence formidable as a tiger descending a mountain. The other three divine beasts, unwilling to lag behind, swiftly followed suit, all entering the sphere together. In an instant, the surrounding ferocious beasts erupted into chaos, rushing toward the sphere in a frenzy, creating a tumultuous scene. The sphere resembled an abyss, welcoming all who approached, and soon, every ferocious beast vanished within its depths. "Brother dog, they've all entered. Let us go in as well," Lu Bai urged anxiously, rising to dash downwards. The divine wolf, noticing this, swiftly pulled him back with a claw. "Are you in a hurry to meet your fate? Wait a moment." Lu Bai rolled his eyes in resignation, but obediently settled back down. Half an hour later, Lu Bai observed some previously hidden ferocious beasts gradually emerging from various corners, all heading toward the sphere. He regarded the divine wolf with admiration, who, basking in Lu Bai's reverence, smugly proclaimed, "It's about time. We can enter now. I no longer sense any dangerous presence nearby." With that, the divine wolf dashed toward the sphere. "Remarkable, truly remarkable," Lu Bai murmured under his breath. The divine wolf abruptly halted, turning its head with an unfriendly expression. "What did you say?" "Oh, nothing. I merely remarked on your brilliance and valor." Lu Bai quickly deflected, hastily following behind. At last, the divine wolf and Lu Bai stood before the grand sphere. Lu Bai gazed at the dreamlike scene, unable to resist reaching out, feeling it was akin to a delicate bubble, easily pierced with a gentle poke. "Lu Bai, you should not enter. Although there are many powerful humans, you are too weak." "At least I can still flee," the divine wolf advised. Lu Bai understood that entering would only hinder the wolf. Reluctantly, he replied, "I know. I just wish to find a way back. I'll wait for your safe return." Having just shared tales of his world, the howling moon divine wolf was intrigued. Realizing Lu Bai was indeed too weak, it couldn't help but urge him, though it hadn't anticipated Lu Bai's resolute response. With a grim smile, the howling moon divine wolf said, "Rest assured, I shall return alive. If given a chance, I would like to experience that roller coaster you mentioned, to see if it is truly as thrilling as you claim." With that, it turned without a glance back and entered the sphere. Chapter 4. The System in Hand. The path to altering destiny in another world. Lu Bai stood in an expansive clearing, surveying his surroundings. Before him lay a solitary sphere, though it appeared modest in size. It had previously consumed numerous ferocious beasts, leaving Lu Bai perplexed by its enigmatic nature. He strolled around the sphere, circling it several times, yet aside from its smooth surface, he found nothing particularly remarkable. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Lu Bai plopped down onto the ground, contemplating whether to relocate and wait for the canine demon to emerge. If other beasts were to appear first, his life would be in peril. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he sprang to his feet, seeking a concealed spot to hide. However, the air suddenly shifted, and an inexplicable sense of oppression washed over him. Alert! He glanced around and realized he was encircled by 3 unfamiliar avian creatures. "What is this? Why are you featherless beings surrounding me?" he exclaimed, bemused by their indifference as they assumed a combative stance. Frustrated, Lu Bai thought, "If I cannot contend with other demons, must I now be bullied by these featherless fledglings?" Determined to demonstrate his prowess, he adopted a fighting stance as the young birds advanced. Observing their relentless approach, he decided it was better to strike first than to remain a passive target. With a sudden burst of energy, he lunged forward, aiming a punch at one of the fledglings. Perhaps due to its size and inexperience in flight, the young bird was unable to evade Lu Bai's swift attack and was sent sprawling. Yet, before Lu Bai could exhale in relief, a sharp pain radiated from his hand. Lowering his gaze, he discovered 4 deep gashes on his fist, blood oozing forth. Although he had struck the fledgling, it had managed to inflict a grievous wound on him. To make matters worse, the other 2 fledglings seized the opportunity, launching surprise attacks from behind and the sides. Lu Bai found himself unable to evade their strikes, sustaining further injuries. Although these were merely superficial wounds, the pain elicited involuntary grimaces, and thus, Lu Bai became embroiled in a fierce skirmish with the 3 fledglings. The fledglings repeatedly soared back into the fray, displaying remarkable tenacity, while Lu Bai defended himself and retaliated, accumulating an increasing number of injuries. Before long, his body bore no unscathed flesh, his clothes stained crimson and tattered. Desperation surged within him. He realized he could not endure much longer against these relentless creatures. He frantically sought a strategy to escape this dire predicament. In that moment, the fledglings, undeterred, charged at him once more. An idea sparked in Lu Bai's mind. This time, he disregarded the frontal assault and instead focused on the one that had been most frequently attacking from the side. He lunged, aiming to capture it. "Try to flee now, you little rascal. You've targeted my vulnerable spots long enough. Let us see where you can escape to." Lu Bai bellowed as he grasped the fledgling's neck firmly. Then, raising his voice, he warned the remaining 2, "Stand down. If you dare approach, I shall end this one." Yet, the other fledglings exchanged glances, seemingly deaf to his threat, and continued their advance. Enraged and exasperated, Lu Bai kicked one of them away, only to be clawed by another from behind, adding yet another wound to his collection. Fury ignited within him. His eyes blazing, he brought the fledgling to his mouth and bit down fiercely. The creature struggled momentarily before falling still. Lu Bai discarded it on the ground, red-eyed, and shouted at the remaining 2 fledglings, "Come on." Perhaps intimidated by Lu Bai's ferocity or frightened by the sight of their fallen comrade, the 2 fledglings hesitated before fleeing into the distance, quickly vanishing from his sight. Lu Bai watched them retreat, utterly speechless. He had just implored them to cease their attacks, yet it required the demise of one for them to heed his warning. Truly, they were like foolish companions. Unbeknownst to him, the fledglings could not comprehend human language, let alone recognize their own innocence as mere hatchlings acting on instinct. "Quickly, let's flee. This creature has slain our eldest sister, the one favored by mother, who always praises her intelligence in identifying an enemy's weakness," one fledgling exclaimed as they scurried away. "Indeed, not only does he fail to commend her, but he has also taken her life. How terrifying! We must run," another fledgling echoed in terror. Had Lu Bai been privy to their thoughts, he would have been infuriated. These little creatures had nearly brought about his demise, yet they sought his praise. Lu Bai gradually leaned against the sphere, sinking to the ground as he felt his strength ebbing away. Though his wounds were not deep, they curiously resisted healing. Blood flowing incessantly, his eyelids grew heavy, and his consciousness began to wane. He could hardly fathom that he had been bested by a few featherless fledglings. At last, Lu Bai succumbed to unconsciousness. During his slumber, the blood that pooled beneath him began to flow toward the sphere, drawn inexorably by an unseen force. The sphere, resembling a gluttonous beast, absorbed the blood without reservation, even drawing in the blood that had yet to spill from Lu Bai's back. Moments later, the sphere ceased its consumption, appearing satiated. Following this, a miraculous phenomenon occurred. A gentle white light emanated from the sphere, enveloping Lu Bai within its embrace. Under this radiant glow, his wounds began to heal at a visible pace, the marks left by the fledglings swiftly vanishing, along with any old scars from his hunting days. Time elapsed, and Lu Bai gradually awoke, stretching languidly as he felt rejuvenated. How delightful, he murmured, blinking in astonishment at the transformations in his body. Just as he marveled at his newfound vigor, a peculiar sound akin to gears turning resonated from behind him. Curious, Lu Bai turned to see the sphere rotating slowly, its speed escalating rapidly. Having encountered numerous wonders, he had grown accustomed to the extraordinary. Thus, he sat down comfortably, resting his chin on his hands, intrigued by the sphere's antics. As the sphere whirled with increasing velocity, a pedestal slowly emerged beneath it, rising higher and taking shape, resembling an oversized decorative item. Finally, the sphere came to a halt, resting steadily atop the pedestal. Is this magnetic levitation? But this pedestal and the sphere do not appear to be crafted from iron. Lu Bai pondered, leaning closer to scrutinize the mysterious structure. As he circled the pedestal, he suddenly noticed some indistinct markings. Kneeling down, he gently brushed away the dirt. At that moment, 5 characters materialized before Lu Bai, rendering him utterly astonished. The bright moonlight before my bed. Is this in simplified Chinese? This indicates that this device is of modern technology. Yet, I have never encountered such advanced technology before. Lu Bai continued his examination, discovering 5 squares below along with a jumble of numbers, the bottom right corner displaying a 20 in Chinese characters. As he fiddled with the numbers, he realized they were movable. Instantaneously, he understood that this was a riddle. Thus, he began to match each character from the next line of poetry to the corresponding numbers in the squares. With each number placed, a crisp click echoed, yet once completed, nothing transpired. Lu Bai felt a twinge of disappointment and rose to approach the next panel. Indeed, this panel bore small inscriptions, but this time the text was fixed and immovable. As Lu Bai gazed at these words, a subtle smile crept upon his lips, revealing a hint of pride. The inscription read, "You're quite lucky, having guessed one correctly. The next challenge will be exceedingly difficult. If you succeed, fortune will be yours." He was certain these words had not been there moments ago. They had appeared only after he answered the first question correctly. With a heart full of anticipation, Lu Bai proceeded to the next panel, where he found a question: what is 2 multiplied by 2? Below were numbers 1 through 9, accompanied by the phrase +20 at the bottom. Lu Bai chuckled softly and unhesitatingly entered the number 4 into the box. Just like before, aside from the familiar click, there was no further response. Lu Bai then moved on to the final panel. As expected, it too presented a question alongside a line of small text. This time, Lu Bai chose to read the text first, which stated, "You have managed to get through 2 challenges. It seems we hail from the same place. As a fellow countryman, if you answer the final question correctly, you shall receive my assistance. Best of luck." A chill ran down Lu Bai's spine. He hoped this entity did not possess any peculiar inclinations. Nevertheless, given their shared origin, he could not afford to give up. The question posed was, on 2 railway tracks, one track has 5 children playing while the other has 1. A train is approaching the 5 children. By switching the track, you can save the 5, but the other child will perish. What will you choose? Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Bai pressed down on the button to keep the track unchanged. In his view, the mistakes of others should not cost innocent lives. Even if he failed to receive assistance, he would not compromise his principles. Another click resounded, accompanied by a soft sigh. I hope my choice was the right one. At that moment, the large sphere and its base began to shrink rapidly. Lu Bai watched in fascination until, quite suddenly, he was struck with terror as the sphere hurtled toward him. "Please, don't come any closer," he exclaimed. A collision with that iron mass could be fatal. Yet the sphere advanced with alarming speed, heedless of his plea. Lu Bai stood transfixed, watching the enormous sphere approach. But instead of impact, it melded seamlessly into his forehead. He quickly checked himself, sensing no abnormalities, and gradually began to relax. With the sphere's disappearance, he surmised that the dog demon would not be returning, leaving him to rely solely on himself. He surveyed his surroundings, striving to find an escape route. After a considerable time, the landscape remained unfamiliar, devoid of any clues. Just as despair began to creep in, a cold mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Iris scan complete. Body scan complete. Host binding successful. Host, initial points 100. First binding 500 points. Correct answers to 3 questions 100 points. Startled, Lu Bai instinctively queried, "What on earth is speaking? Please do not compare me to inferior beings." The voice responded, tinged with annoyance. Then who are you?" Lu Bai asked cautiously. "I am the invincible software of the universe, equipped with all capabilities. There is nothing you can conceive that I cannot accomplish." "Here, 1,000 words are omitted," the voice boasted. "Can you simplify that?" Lu Bai interjected, unable to endure any longer. "You may call me Invincible Universe, the superlative software," it replied succinctly. At this moment, Lu Bai comprehended that his golden opportunity had finally arrived. "System, can you find a way out and send me back?" This was Lu Bai's foremost concern. "Host, do you wish to exit this enchanted forest or return to your original space?" The system inquired. "To return to my original space." Lu Bai answered without hesitation. "Apologies, but host privileges are insufficient and points are inadequate for transportation," the system coldly replied, extinguishing Lu Bai's hopes like a bucket of cold water. Stumbling slightly, he nearly fell. After such a long wait, this was the result he received. "Can you at least send me out of this forest?" Lu Bai asked, unwilling to concede defeat. "I can, but the difficulty level scan indicates that host points are insufficient for immediate transportation," the system replied, further disappointing Lu Bai. "What exactly are these points?" he questioned, bewildered. "Points are not a tangible item," the system answered mechanically. Lu Bai was left speechless, yet he persisted. "What purpose do points serve?" "Points are all-encompassing. They can be exchanged for anything from me. There is nothing you can imagine that I cannot procure," the system proclaimed with pride. "How many points do I need to leave?" Lu Bai inquired. 1,000 points. The number of points required is proportional to the difficulty of the host's request. The system responded. "And how many points do I currently possess?" "Host currently has 700 points, no others." "How can I acquire more points?" "The host may exchange any item for points, as long as it is something the host possesses. Existence itself justifies value. The system does not discriminate," the system clarified. Hearing this, Lu Bai felt a surge of excitement. He immediately seized a handful of soil and declared, "I wish to exchange this soil for points." Instantly, the soil vanished from his grasp, and a mechanical voice announced, "Congratulations, host. Points 0.0000001. Current total 700. 0.00001. Damn it," Lu Bai muttered, unable to contain his frustration. However, he remained undeterred and continued, "Let me exchange all of this land for points. Host lacks the necessary privileges. This land does not belong to you. Please refrain from boasting," the system retorted without mercy. Realizing there were no shortcuts, Lu Bai suddenly had an idea. His eyes brightened as he sprinted into the thicket. "System, let me exchange this ginseng for points," Lu Bai panted, in a flash of white light. The ginseng in his hand disappeared, followed by the mechanical voice. "Host points 1. Current total 701. 0.00001. Thrilled, he realized that the higher the value of the item, the more points it yielded. The ginseng he held was approximately 100 years old, and as he traversed the area, he noticed numerous other herbs of similar age. Calculating this, he deduced that he could amass points rather swiftly. Thus, Lu Bai joyfully began to gather various herbs in exchange for points. Fortunately, during this time, the forest's ferocious beasts had all entered the sphere. Otherwise, in his current state, he could have faced countless deaths. Host points 1. Host points 0. 5. Host points 2. Finally, after 3 days of diligent effort, Lu Bai's points surpassed 1,000. "System, send me away from here," he exclaimed with excitement. 1,000 points deducted. "Transportation initiated," the system announced. In a flash of white light, Lu Bai felt an overwhelming dizziness, as if his body were being drawn into a colossal vortex. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing beside a rugged path. Turning back, he saw a dense forest behind him, realizing it was the very forest he had just escaped. A wave of exhilaration washed over Lu Bai. He had finally emerged from that wretched place. Just then, A cool breeze swept past, causing him to shiver. He lowered his head and discovered that he was clad only in a grass skirt. If others were to see him, it would indeed be quite scandalous. System, could you provide me with a set of clothing? This is rather indecent, Lu Bai said with a hint of embarrassment. The system's cold response came swiftly. Insufficient points detected. Please recharge points to exchange. Lu Bai felt a wave of helplessness wash over him once more. Gazing at the barren roadside, he realized that there were not even a few blades of grass, let alone any medicinal herbs. And he couldn't help but regret having rushed out so hastily. With no other option, Lu Bai decided to venture into a more secluded area, hoping to find some herbs to exchange for points. As an aspiring young man, he still felt quite bashful. Not long after, he heard a thunderous noise ahead. Is someone fighting? He pondered. He had no desire to involve himself in such matters. He could tell from the sounds that his slight frame would not withstand the commotion. However, the reality was that the tumult was rapidly approaching him, leaving him no choice but to find a place to hide. Before long, two figures came into view. They were locked in a fierce battle. One was an elderly woman with hair as white as snow, and the other was a masked man enveloped in black. Their movements were as swift as lightning, engaging in a fierce exchange, the sound of their strikes slicing through the air, reminiscent of martial arts masters dueling in a film Lu Bai had once seen. Suddenly, the tide of battle shifted. The man in black seized an opportunity, thrusting his sword into the old woman's chest. She staggered, but, with all her strength, retaliated with a powerful palm strike against him. Though Lu Bai could not discern the masked man's expression, he heard the old woman laugh heartily, her voice tinged with triumph and relief. So, it is you, Gao San. Do not think that your mask can hide your identity from me. You have fallen victim to my 5 poisons palm. You shall perish before I do. Ha ha ha. How did you know it was me? I thought I had no flaws, the man in black replied, his voice low, laced with shock and resentment. You think I am as gullible as that young lady? I have long suspected your 3 brothers of foul intentions. To my surprise, it truly is you. Your siblings. Do you truly think this treachery honors our deceased master? You deceive me. The man in black, flustered, raised his sword to strike again. Yet, as he took a step forward, he felt a rush of blood in his throat and uncontrollably spat out a mouthful of black blood, collapsing lifelessly to the ground, his eyes wide open in death. Strangely enough, Lu Bai felt no fear upon witnessing the man's demise. Perhaps due to the myriad life and death crises he had faced in that mysterious forest, he had developed a different perception of death. This was the first time he had ever witnessed a fight turn fatal. Seeing the old woman also fall to the ground, he hesitated for a moment before cautiously approaching her. Old lady, are you all right? He inquired. The elderly woman slowly opened her eyes, inspecting Lu Bai from head to toe before responding with a series of unintelligible symbols and sounds. Lu Bai, utterly bewildered, felt his mind spiral into confusion. He could not comprehend a word of what she was saying. Chapter 5. The system forces me to complete a task at that moment. The system's mechanical. Cold voice abruptly echoed. Task triggered. If the host agrees to the request, 50 points will be awarded. If refused, points will reset to 0. Lu Bai felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He could not comprehend the words of the old woman, yet with the task now presented, he had no choice but to nod in acquiescence. Upon seeing Lu Bai's nod, the elderly woman trembled violently, slowly producing a letter from her bosom and extending it towards him. However, just as Lu Bai grasped the letter, her head tilted and she breathed her last. Holding the letter, Lu Bai found himself at a loss, utterly unaware of whom he should deliver it to. Host has successfully accepted the task. Reward, 50 points. Current host points, 50. 500001. System, I've accepted someone else's request, but I have no idea to whom I should deliver this. Lu Bai anxiously communicated with the system in his mind. Suggestion. Host may exchange for the language of this realm. Upon exchange, comprehension will follow naturally. The system replied, with its characteristic lack of emotion. You are so stingy. Can't you just tell me directly? Lu Bai could not help but complain. Cannot. Suggestion. Host should be self-reliant. The system maintained its icy demeanor. Fine, I will exchange. How many points do I need? Lu Bai reluctantly conceded. 50 points can be exchanged. Does the host confirm the exchange for the language of this realm? System, are you doing this on purpose? Not leaving me even a single point. Lu Bai exclaimed, furious. Does the host wish to exchange? My time is limited, the system urged. Lu Bai, entirely devoid of patience, said, exchange. Congratulations to the host for exchanging the language of this realm. Language 1, points 0. 500001. No other changes. Lu Bai rolled his eyes in exasperation. His hard-earned 50 points had just been deducted, revealing the system's miserly nature. Detected significant emotional fluctuation in the host. A random reward will be granted. Does the host wish to receive it? The system's voice resounded once more. What? There is such a good thing? Yes, I will receive it. Lu Bai's spirits lifted at the prospect of a reward, hoping that his efforts would not be in vain. Ding. Random reward generated. Congratulations to the host for receiving an electric toothbrush. What the hell is this? This is your idea of a reward? Lu Bai was both enraged and disheartened. Detected that the host is dissatisfied. Reward has been retracted. Lu Bai watched in disbelief as the electric toothbrush vanished from his grasp, infuriated. Yet the system remained unresponsive, as if it had frozen. Seeing the system's lack of reaction, Lu Bai stomped his feet in frustration, forcing himself to calm down and reflect on the old woman's earlier words. It turned out that the elderly woman had implored Lu Bai for help. After the death of the Gao family's patriarch, the position was passed to his youngest daughter, as he knew well that his 3 sons were short-sighted and incapable of handling such responsibilities. Naturally, the 3 sons were unwilling to accept this. They conspired to eliminate their sister. Coincidentally, the old woman learned of their plan. It is worth noting that the Gao family's young lady was like a granddaughter to her. Upon receiving this news, the old woman intended to seek help from her friend, only to be discovered by the 3 brothers as she left the city. For them, this was a golden opportunity, as the old woman posed the greatest obstacle to their plan. In the ensuing struggle, they mutually perished. Lu Bai rubbed his temples, lamenting his misfortune. This was no simple task. Although the old woman had promised generous rewards upon completion, the inherent dangers were evident. The brothers, who would not even spare their sister, were undoubtedly ruthless, and Lu Bai possessed no martial prowess. However, having promised to assist, he was determined to keep his word. Lu Bai donned the black-clad figure's attire, carefully stowed the letter, and prepared to seek out the old woman's friend according to her directions. At that moment, he noticed a long sword that the black-clad figure had dropped nearby and swiftly approached to retrieve it. System, can this sword be exchanged for points? Lu Bai clutched the heavy sword, eagerly awaiting the system's response. Yes, does the host confirm the exchange? Confirmed. The host exchanges for a transcendent weapon, quality, medium. 200 points awarded. Current host points, 200. 500001. Lu Bai's face lit up with joy. Not only had he acquired clothing, but the weapon he found also granted him 200 points, causing him to momentarily forget the earlier grievances with the system. In truth, the old woman had been quite close to her friend. Had she been able to hold on a little longer, perhaps her fate would have been different. Lu Bai calculated the distance according to the old woman's instructions and couldn't help but sigh in regret. Casting aside these distractions, he proceeded along the route indicated by the old woman. Before long, he spotted a thatched cottage. Before the cottage, an elderly man with white hair reclined leisurely in a wrought-tan chair, holding a feather fan. My young friend, you appear hurried and healthy, unlike someone afflicted with illness. What brings you to seek out this old man? The elder inquired. Lu Bai promptly stepped forward and asked, might you be the esteemed medicine sage? Huh, such flattery from some acquaintances of the martial world. I truly do not deserve it. The elder feigned modesty, yet a proud expression lingered on his face. Lu Bai hurriedly continued, esteemed medicine sage, do you remember the poison immortal? I have been entrusted by the poison immortal to deliver a letter. Esteemed, esteemed. Lu Bai called out twice, and only then did the medicine sage snap back to attention. My young friend, I apologize. I lost my focus. Where's the letter now? Seeing the medicine sage's urgency, Lu Bai quickly produced the letter and handed it over. As the medicine sage opened the letter, his expression gradually grew more composed. Anyone else would be astonished to hear the names of the poison immortal and of the medicine sage. In their heyday in Gaoyang City, They were quite the celebrated duo. The medicine sage possessed remarkable medical skills, curing ailments without charge, even tending to the ill-fated, while the poison immortal was notorious for his fiery temper, punishing those who crossed him, having made many enemies. Yet they were an acknowledged pair, eliciting both admiration and fear. People would generally keep their distance from the poison immortal. However, for reasons unknown, the poison immortal later aligned himself with the Gao family, leading to the renaming of Yanglan City to Gaoyang City. In this world, towns and cities typically bore the name of the most powerful family unless exceptional circumstances dictated otherwise. Ah, my young friend, you may take your leave. I have not involved myself in worldly matters for many years. Please inform the poison immortal to be cautious in all affairs. I have some elixirs here. I shall fetch them, and I would appreciate your assistance in delivering them. With that, the medicine sage turned to go inside. Esteemed medicine sage, Lu Bai called out, hesitating momentarily. The medicine sage smiled. If you have something to say, do not hesitate. I shall certainly comply with anything within my capability. Lu Bai quickly replied, Esteemed medicine sage, you misunderstand. It is about the poison immortal, what has happened to her. Is there any message to convey? With a deep breath, Lu Bai stated, Esteemed sage, the poison immortal has passed away. This letter is to be delivered as her final request. What? A powerful aura erupted from the medicine sage, sending Lu Bai flying several meters, causing him to spit blood, feeling as though his internal organs were shattering. Esteemed sage, please accept my condolences. Lu Bai shouted, enduring the pain. Tell me who killed her. Do not make me ask a second time. Esteemed sage, I do not know who killed the poison immortal. But before she died, she mentioned a person named Gao San. I beg you take care. The Gao family. I shall not rest until I settle this old and new grudge today. Lu Bai watched the elder, who seemed on the verge of exploding, and felt an overwhelming fear. If such rage could nearly cost him his life, how could he possibly continue? If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Lu Bai hastily decided to make his exit. Wait, come in with me. Unable to escape, Lu Bai reluctantly followed. Please take a seat. Lu Bai observed the barren room. Apart from meditation cushion, there was not a single piece of furniture. Since the host had invited him to sit, Lu Bai casually lowered himself onto the ground. You are quite an intriguing young friend, the medicine sage remarked, observing Lu Bai's actions. He then moved to another cushion, adding, I must apologize for my earlier indiscretion. Please do not take offense. Can you share the specific details of what you witnessed? Though it appeared to be a question, Lu Bai detected an unmistakable tone of authority in his voice. Nevertheless, he had no intention of concealing the truth and recounted the events he had experienced in full detail. Ah, so you were merely passing through. I see you lack any cultivation. Might I inquire what brings you to the illusory forest? Lu Bai sensed the underlying suspicion in the inquiry and cursed his misfortune internally. The situation was precarious. A careless reply could cost him his life. Besides, who would believe his story of having traversed realms? Quickly gathering his thoughts, Lu Bai responded, I have nowhere else to go. I heard there are many herbs in this area, so I thought I'd try my luck. This was not entirely untrue. When Lu Bai first arrived without even a change of clothes, he had wandered into the wilderness, hoping to find herbs to exchange for garments with the system. The medicine sage scrutinized Lu Bai's eyes, yet Lu Bai maintained a steady gaze, betraying no sign of guilt. It seems I have misjudged you. My apologies. Matters concerning the Gao family require my utmost caution. Senior, you jest. Such concern is only natural. Now that the letter has been delivered, I shall take my leave, Lu Bai declared, rising to depart, eager to escape the uncomfortable atmosphere. Please wait, the medicine sage called after him. The information you provided is invaluable. I feel quite ashamed to let you leave unacknowledged after your injuries. Before Lu Bai could respond, the sage continued, It appears you have never practiced cultivation. As a token of gratitude for your diligent delivery of information and to compensate for my earlier mistake, I wish to gift you a cleansing elixir. I hope you will not find it beneath you. I will remain here for 3 days. Each evening, you may come to me for insights into cultivation. However, time is limited, and how much you grasp will depend on your own efforts. Of course, if you wish to depart, I will not hinder you. I can escort you to Gaoyang City and ensure you live a life free from want. The choice is yours. With a smile, the medicine sage awaited Lu Bai's response. Ding. Host has triggered a system task. Option 1 awards 100 points. Option 2 resets points to 0. Another compulsory task. Lu Bai lamented internally, feeling as though he were fated never to lead a mundane existence. The medicine sage noticed Lu Bai lift his head and chuckled. So, have you reached a decision so soon? Lu Bai replied, Thank you for your kind offer, senior. I wish to see if I can become a formidable figure like you. Congratulations. Host has completed the task. Points 100. Current points 300. 500001. Here is the cleansing elixir. Sit cross-legged now. I will assist you in refining its potency. Following the sage's instructions, Lu Bai consumed the elixir and immediately felt a warm current circulate within him. Initially, it was merely a pleasant warmth, but as the elixir's power intensified, it felt as though he were being roasted over an open flame. Fortunately, the ordeal did not last long. As the sage withdrew his hand, Lu Bai felt an exhilarating release, as if shackles had been broken and boundless strength surged through him. Upon opening his eyes, he was nearly overwhelmed by a foul stench. Do not mind it. This is merely your body expelling impurities. There is a pond behind the house that can alleviate your immediate discomfort, the sage informed him, preempting Lu Bai's inquiry. Grateful, Lu Bai hurried towards the back of the house. After washing, he realized not only had his strength significantly increased, but his senses had also undergone a remarkable transformation. This single elixir was astonishing. If only I could acquire a few more, I would be invincible. Host, you are daydreaming. This type of elixir is only effective the first time. Subsequent doses, unless of a higher grade, are no more than ordinary candies. Ignorance is truly alarming. The system's mocking voice echoed in Lu Bai's mind. Shut it, system. If you have the means, why not provide me with a higher grade one? Detected host's desire for free handouts, initiating evasive maneuvers. The system fell silent, leaving Lu Bai to vent his frustrations. Curse you, system. How miserly you are. Lu Bai grumbled as he returned to the thatched hut. Welcome back, young friend. You shall stay here for the night. Tomorrow evening, I will share insights on the cultivation system, the medicine sage said, settling onto a cushion and closing his eyes. Lu Bai surveyed the humble dwelling, noting only 2 cushions and a table within. Not concerned, he grabbed his cushion, found a corner, and lay down, quickly falling into a deep slumber. Exhausted from the day's events, and having not rested in a proper bed for months, he found the ground surprisingly comfortable. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window, gently waking Lu Bai. He called for the medicine sage, but received no response. Rising, he washed up and caught a couple of fish for lunch. Afterward, he found himself at a loss for what to do. Is the system there? No response. Lu Bai sighed in frustration. System, can you tell me what kind of world this is? Recommendation. Hosts should exchange for information about this world to avoid further embarrassment. Lu Bai sighed again. Fine. Give me a detailed dossier on this world. Host points are insufficient. Please recharge. Blast it. Wasn't it you who suggested the exchange? Why the fuss about points now? Recommendation. Host should acquire basic knowledge instead of aiming too high. Defeated, Lu Bai nodded. Alright, provide me with that. Ding. Exchange successful. Host points -50. Current points 250. 500,001. After the exchange, Lu Bai found a wealth of information on the world flooding his mind. Upon reviewing it, he could not help but exclaim, This is even more exaggerated than the movies of old. This is a world where strength reigns supreme, filled with cultivators and monstrous beasts. Everyone aspires to become top-tier warriors, chasing the path of ultimate enlightenment. The information detailed the daily lives of common folk, the currency used by practitioners, classifications of weapons and treasures, and a comprehensive introduction to cultivation realms. The more Lu Bai read, the more captivated he became. For him, this was undoubtedly the opening of a new world. Chapter 6. My peculiar daily life with the system. Lu Bai was completely immersed in the vast expanse of information within this novel world, and before he knew it, an entire day had quietly slipped away. The medicine sage strolled out of the room and instantly spotted Lu Bai sitting there in a daze, an expression of near-idiotic fascination on his face. Amused, the medicine sage chuckled softly. Hey, young friend, what has you so lost in thought? Startled, Lu Bai snapped back to reality, and in his haste to rise, nearly stumbled to the ground. Senior, I was just thinking about how I can finally begin my cultivation, and I got a bit carried away, he replied apologetically. Since you're interested in cultivation, tonight I shall impart the nuances of the practice to you. So listen closely. The medicine sage continued. Upon hearing this, Lu Bai's spirits soared. As a young person of the new century, who could possibly resist the allure of immortality? Seeing Lu Bai ready to learn, the medicine sage wasted no time. Clearing his throat, he began, the path of cultivation begins with perception of qi. The universe is alive, and all things resonate with it. Do you know why mortals live in ignorance? It is because they cannot perceive the spirit, nor can they absorb the qi. Today, I shall teach you how to see this formless path. What exactly is this spirit energy, Senior? Lu Bai inquired. It is akin to a whisper of the wind, a haze that is neither fog nor mist. When you close your eyes, it resembles the sound of water flowing in a mountain stream, in moments of stillness. It is the breath of morning dew falling from leaves. Now, close your eyes and listen to your own breathing. Exhaling as turbid, inhaling as pure. Between each breath lies the division of yin and yang. Lu Bai nodded, some understanding. Some things can only be comprehended intuitively and cannot be conveyed in words. In time, you will gradually come to understand. For now, I will impart to you the foundational techniques of qi cultivation, and you must remember them well. Thank you, Senior. Though this was merely the basics, Lu Bai felt immense gratitude, for he understood that such knowledge was not given lightly. The medicine sage smiled and instructed. Press your tongue against the roof of your mouth, clench your teeth 36 times, and focus on your dantian. Imagine a flame 3 inches below your navel. As you inhale, draw the spirit energy of heaven and earth into the flame. As you exhale, purge the impurities within your body. Though the explanation was quite straightforward, after a long period, Lu Bai still could not sense any fire within him. Noticing Lu Bai's confusion, the medicine sage explained, "Young friend, nothing can be achieved in an instant. Cultivation must not be rushed." Later, Lu Bai learned from the medicine sage that cultivation was divided into stages. Qi training, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, exit from a body, and spirit division. The medicine sage did not elaborate on the stages beyond spirit division. Senior, your realm must be quite high then? Lu Bai asked curiously. I am merely at the nascent soul stage, nothing remarkable. You must remember that there are always greater heights beyond your own. Do not narrow your perspective, the medicine sage replied nonchalantly. Wow, Senior, you are truly impressive. Lu Bai thought of the nascent soul stage as an almost unattainable existence. The medicine sage chuckled lightly. Now that you know the stages of cultivation, do you understand the differences among cultivation methods, martial skills, and divine abilities? Are those martial arts? Capable of flying through the skies, parting waters, and enabling immortality? Lu Bai exclaimed, recalling tales from his previous life. Ha! There is no such thing as immortality. It merely means living longer than the average person, the medicine sage clarified. While you have mentioned a part of it, your understanding is still vague. Let me elucidate the differences in cultivation methods. In the cultivation system, cultivation methods, heart techniques, martial skills, and divine abilities are the 4 core elements of practice, together forming the framework for cultivators' training. Cultivation methods are the foundation for practitioners, determining the nature of their spiritual energy, cultivation speed, and potential. They are the core path of cultivation. Advanced methods often come with special effects. Next is the heart technique, which stabilizes the mind, resists inner demons, and enhances comprehension. While it does not directly increase combat power, it influences the stability of cultivation and the success rate of breakthroughs. High-level heart techniques can assist practitioners in entering a state of sudden enlightenment. As for martial skills, they are essentially combat techniques, practical skills for physical combat or weapon use. They rely on physical strength or a small amount of spiritual energy, primarily employed by lower-tier practitioners, requiring long-term practice, focusing on techniques rather than spiritual energy projection. Lastly, we have spiritual techniques, which in the cultivation system typically refer to fundamental combat techniques driven by spiritual energy, falling between martial skills and divine abilities. They are more advanced than mundane martial arts, yet inferior to divine abilities, relying more on spiritual energy, but consuming significantly less than divine abilities. These are common combat methods for practitioners. Finally, divine abilities wield immense power, but require profound spiritual energy. Divine abilities are divided into innate and acquired forms. Innate divine abilities often depend on bloodline awakening, a characteristic of the demon race. However, do not fall into the misconception that divine abilities are always superior to martial skills. There are many who can break divine abilities with martial skills in close combat. Young friend, do you now have a clearer understanding? Thank you, senior. Lu Bai respectfully bowed to the medicine sage. There is no need for such formality, since I have promised to teach you cultivation. I shall not go back on my word. Here is a high-quality yellow-level cultivation method, green wood technique. You may cultivate according to this. As for higher-level methods, my focus is on alchemy, and I do not possess any, the medicine sage said. Lu Bai accepted the green wood technique with both hands, his face brimming with gratitude. Thank you for your generous gift, senior. Now, you may attempt to cultivate. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to ask me at any time. Thank you, senior. In the following days, he diligently practiced according to the cultivation method taught by the medicine sage, using the green wood technique. Whenever he encountered something he did not understand, he would consult the medicine sage, who would promptly explain. Yet, despite being able to recite the green wood technique flawlessly, he still could not sense any chi within himself, let alone any flame. This left Lu Bai feeling disheartened. After a few days, the medicine sage deemed Lu Bai's foundational knowledge solid. Although he had not yet cultivated any spiritual energy, it was beyond Lu Bai's control. Young friend, I must step out for a while to attend to some matters. Do you plan to remain here, or will you leave on your own? Upon hearing this, Lu Bai understood the medicine sage's intentions and respectfully replied, Senior, I have nowhere else to go. How about this? I will help you guard the house for a few days and tend to the medicinal herbs. Very well. Stay here for now. I will activate the formation before I leave, so do not wander off, lest you fall into the formation and find yourself in danger. Thank you. Senior, please take care on your journey, and I await your safe return. The medicine sage nodded with a smile and said no more. He turned and stepped outside, muttering incantations under his breath, summoning a flying sword that emitted a faint glow. With a gentle leap, he stood firmly atop the sword and soared away like a streak of light. In truth, for the medicine sage's current realm, flying on a sword was a relatively low-level mode of travel. However, given the distance he needed to cover, flying on a sword maximized the conservation of spiritual energy for unforeseen circumstances. Wow, flying on a sword. System, I want to learn that. Lu Bai exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he watched the medicine sage's departing figure. Such naivety. It's just the most basic sword technique. Wipe that drool off your face. The system's cold, slightly mocking voice echoed in Lu Bai's mind. Rolling his eyes, Lu Bai retorted, System, everyone has a dream of being a hero. You simply do not understand my feelings. He struck what he believed was a cool pose. As the system fell silent once more, Lu Bai glanced at the overcast sky outside, sensing that rain was imminent. He hurriedly brought in the items he had left out to dry, lest they be soaked by the impending downpour. At that moment, his stomach began to grumble in protest. Lu Bai patted his belly and muttered to himself, You sure get hungry quickly. Rushing to the brook nestled in the rear mountains, he caught 2 lively fish. The sage of medicine had long attained the state of fasting, rendering the need for sustenance obsolete. Thus, there were no kitchen facilities to speak of. Lu Bai had to fend for himself, igniting a fire in the courtyard and skewering the fish on branches to roast them over the flames. Although devoid of any seasoning, the inherent freshness of the fish gradually wafted into the air, presenting a unique flavor. As he consumed the fish, he murmured, In this world, the fish are unafraid of humans, even swimming closer as if inviting me to feast upon them. Yet, dining alone is rather dull. It will be delightful to have some company. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he exclaimed, Wait, something feels amiss. Tongs, come out quickly. Where's my air, And what have you done with those extraordinary beasts? Host, your reaction is quite remarkable. It took you far too long to inquire. I was beginning to wonder if curiosity had abandoned you. The system's teasing voice chimed in once more. Enough of this nonsense. Please elaborate on their whereabouts, Lu Bai urged. It has been detected that the large white dog has a contractual bond with the host, yet it cannot transcend its bloodline awakening. It is currently undergoing a transformation of its bloodline under this system's guidance. Due to the substantial amount of essence blood required for awakening, most of the other extraordinary beasts have perished. Presently, including the large white dog, only 10 remain within the system's space, the system explained leisurely. A shiver ran down Lu Bai's spine as he gasped. Did you kill them all? You truly are a demon. How could you do such a thing? Host, refrain from such baseless accusations. My need for essence blood and their desire for bloodline advancement are mutually beneficial. Moreover, trials are inherently perilous. You must swiftly adjust your mindset. This realm is not akin to your previous world. It is a ruthless cultivation domain. I would prefer not to witness your demise due to ignorance of the rules so soon after your awakening. Lu Bai's expression darkened, and he lamented, can you release Erha? Will the other extraordinary beasts emerge? My small frame cannot endure their antics. If you do let them out, please inform me in advance so I can hide. The large white dog is not named Erha. It possesses the bloodline of the Howling Moon Divine Wolf. Though it has been sealed, the bloodline transformation is now complete, and the host may redeem it using points. As for the other extraordinary beasts, even if they were to emerge, they could not harm the host, for this system has recognized you as their master. By accepting the system's aid in transforming their bloodlines, they have also accepted your assistance. Prior to the transformation, all extraordinary beasts signed a master-servant contract. Given your current weakness, you cannot withstand the mental impact of the contract. Hence, the system will safeguard it on your behalf. Upon hearing this, Lu Bai patted his chest and sighed in relief, grateful that they had acknowledged him as their master, which should preclude any unprovoked aggression. Suddenly, his eyes brightened, and he inquired eagerly, System, are those extraordinary beasts formidable? If so, I would finally have some allies. Aside from the large white dog, the other extraordinary beasts are nearly at the pinnacle of this realm. Once they fully awaken, their strength should not be underestimated. Listening to the system's response, Lu Bai felt a flush of excitement, exclaiming, System, release them at once. I shall ride dragons and phoenixes to vanquish evil and assert righteousness, conquering all adversaries. Beep, insufficient points. In light of the host's request, the system will grant a novice benefit, deducting all points to redeem the transformed Howling Moon Divine Wolf. The redemption is complete. The system's notification echoed in Lu Bai's mind. Wait, don't redeem it. I was saving those points for cultivation techniques. System, Lu Bai shouted in a panic. Watching the system fall silent and his points dwindle to 0, he felt utterly despondent, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Meanwhile, a cacophony of clattering sounds erupted from the courtyard, suggesting some disturbance was afoot. Lu Bai hurried over to investigate, only to find a majestic Howling Moon Divine Wolf crouched on the ground, devouring the freshly dried medicinal herbs, having already ruined a considerable amount. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was indeed the Erha he had been yearning for. Erha, stop this instant. Lu Bai dashed forward, seizing the Howling Moon Divine Wolf and delivering a series of playful thumps, shouting, You glutton! How am I to explain this to the esteemed sage of medicine? I'll hammer you. Big brother, stop. Please don't. The Howling Moon Divine Wolf whined in protest. It found the situation perplexing, although they had established an equal contract. After this bloodline transformation, it felt no inclination to resist Lu Bai. While it pleaded for mercy, it pondered, though Lu Bai's strikes were not painful, akin to a massage. An inexplicable fear surged within whenever it beheld Lu Bai's anger, as if an invisible force was compelling it to submit. Chapter 7. The System's Assistance and the Enigma of Techniques as Lu Bai listened to the mournful wails of the Howling Moon Divine Wolf. Its cries gradually faded into the distance. With a resigned sigh, he lowered his outstretched hand and remarked, why can't you control that mouth of yours? Such insatiable greed. These medicinal herbs were meticulously crafted by the esteemed medicine sage, held in the highest regard, and now look at what you've done to them. The howling moon divine wolf seemed to grasp Lu Bai's reproach and nuzzled against his leg, whimpering like a child caught in mischief. Observing the chaotic scene of the ravaged herbs, Lu Bai felt a pang of sorrow, fretting over how he would explain this awkward predicament to the medicine sage upon his return. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. His eyes brightened as he thought, perhaps the system possesses the wisdom to remedy this situation? Yet, as soon as this thought emerged, it was swiftly doused, akin to a splash of cold water. As he recalled his depleted points, the system would surely be reluctant to assist him without them. He shook his head in resignation, muttering, "It seems I must await the sage's return and confess my misdeeds. I can only hope that, considering the wolf is my companion, he will show mercy and refrain from pursuing this matter further." After considerable effort, Lu Bai and the howling moon divine wolf managed to gather the scattered herbs that littered the courtyard. Once the task was complete, Lu Bai finally had the leisure to scrutinize the wolf before him. Curiously, he inquired, "So, what transpired while you were inside?" "Boss, after I entered, I didn't accomplish anything substantial. I vaguely heard someone uttering words like weakling, and then I felt dizzy and lost consciousness. When I awoke, I found myself here." Then, as if recalling something delightful, the wolf raised its head with excitement, exclaiming, "But boss, I have magnificent news. I believe my bloodline has awakened, and I feel invigorated with power. I have a premonition that if I strive diligently, my progress and cultivation will be meteoric. As of now, I estimate my strength rivals that of your peak chi refinement stage." With that, it thrust its massive head toward Lu Bai, gazing at him with a mischievous glint. "Why just beat you? I thought it was strange. So you're merely pretending to scream?" Upon hearing this, the howling moon divine wolf felt a chill run down its spine, lamenting inwardly. "Oh, you claim to be at the peak of chi refinement? So, you were just toying with me, were you?" Lu Bai raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile gracing his face as he approached the wolf. The wolf, sensing Lu Bai's intent, bristled in fear and dashed away, its legs scrambling in a panic. Shortly thereafter, the courtyard echoed with its desperate howls. After their playful scuffle, the howling moon divine wolf announced its intention to organize the memories of its recently awakened bloodline heritage. Lu Bai designated a quiet spot by the fish-catching pond for it, believing it was the ideal setting for concentration. Once tranquility enveloped the area, Lu Bai settled down to meticulously reflect on the myriad events that had transpired recently. He then silently called out, "System, are you there? Rest assured, host, even in your absence, I remain. Should you have matters to discuss, speak freely and dispense with the trivial inquiries," came the system's somewhat impatient voice within Lu Bai's mind. "What exactly are you? What functions do you possess? What benefits can you offer me? How do I utilize you?" Lu Bai unleashed a barrage of questions he had long harbored. "I have previously provided a brief introduction. You may regard me as your golden key to this world, a tool designed to assist you in achieving greatness. My capabilities are extensive. Essentially, I am omnipotent. Everything you can conceive, I can provide. With sufficient points, I can procure techniques, divine weapons, and rare treasures for you. Anything you desire is within reach. As for utilization, it is straightforward. You may exchange point for what you wish. Points can be earned through various tasks I will periodically assign, or by trading items you acquire in this world. However, be mindful. Items exchanged for points must not be below your current rank. For instance, when you were an ordinary mortal, you could trade mundane materials like soil or stones for points. But now, having undergone the marrow cleansing, you have entered the realm of martial experts. Henceforth, do not attempt to deceive me with trivial offerings. Do you understand, host?" The system elucidated all Lu Bai had been eager to learn. Upon hearing this, Lu Bai's eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to a child in a candy store. He exclaimed, "System, my esteemed master, let us negotiate. Just grant me invincible abilities. I will repay you through diligent labor to earn points, and I assure you, I will not default. Just imagine, if I become powerful, venturing forth to earn points would be as easy as childish play. Host, awaken from your daydream. Everything must adhere to the rules. They cannot be disregarded. Moreover, you currently possess neither techniques nor mental arts. Even if I wished to bestow invincible power upon you, I would have no means to instill it. What would you use to contain such formidable strength? The system firmly dismantled Liu Bai's fantasies. Yet, Liu Bai did not feel particularly disheartened by the system's refusal. As someone who had traversed dimensions, he understood that fortunes do not simply fall from the sky. Even if they did, they would not all land at his feet. He quickly adjusted his mindset and continued, "Then system, could you recommend some particularly potent techniques or mental arts? I wish to choose wisely and select what best suits me. The system marketplace is now open. Please peruse at your leisure," the system announced. As soon as the words left the system's mouth, a vast virtual screen unfurled before Liu Bai, presenting an array of techniques, mental arts, secret skills, and divine powers, diverse and plentiful. Liu Bai's eyes widened in awe, even spotting the legendary 72 transformations of Sun Wukong among the offerings. However, when his gaze fell upon the extensive list of points required for each technique, he was left speechless, unable to close his mouth for several moments. The numbers were so overwhelming that he couldn't even begin to count them. Glancing at the pitiful 0 points in the upper right corner, Liu Bai felt deflated, like a punctured balloon, and reluctantly closed the marketplace page. After sitting in contemplation for a while, he suddenly asked, "System, could you check how many points the green technique would cost me?" As soon as he finished speaking, a cold, mechanical voice resonated. The green technique, a high-tier yellow grade. Detection confirms the host is at the martial expert rank, meeting the exchange criteria. With a 50% bonus applied, you may obtain 750 points. Would you like to exchange? Exchange, Liu Bai replied without hesitation, decisively opting for the transaction. After converting the green technique into points, Liu Bai began to grasp the underlying principles of the point exchange system. Techniques of the yellow grade typically redeemed for around 500 points. But due to his current status, not yet being a fully fledged cultivator, he received a considerable bonus. With the acquisition of points, Liu Bai felt a flicker of hope rekindle within him. He opened the mall page once more, meticulously scanning the array of dazzling products, pondering whether he could stumble upon a hidden gem amidst the myriad of offerings. As he searched, he suddenly spotted a dim gray box nestled in the corner, its exchange points obscured by a series of question marks. "System, what does this box signify? Why are the points all question marks?" Liu Bai inquired, his mind brimming with curiosity. This item has been retained by the first host since it was acquired in the celestial realm. Since its inception, it has remained in that very spot. Subsequently, due to unforeseen circumstances, the first host perished, and I was swept away by the currents of time and space to your interface. As for the specific details of this item, I am not privy to them. I only know it is shrouded in mystery. Can I exchange for it? Since it displays only question marks, does that mean I can obtain it without points? Liu Bai clung to a sliver of hope. The required points are exceedingly high, far beyond your current host privileges, which is why they are displayed as question marks. Please, do not indulge in fanciful thoughts. Focus on earning points instead. The system coldly dispelled Liu Bai's illusions. However, he had heard that once a cultivation method was initiated, it could not be altered unless one relinquished all their cultivation. Practicing multiple methods simultaneously would surely lead to calamity, resulting in the severing of all meridians and certain death. Why offer such a costly cultivation method if no one can afford to exchange for it? What's the purpose of its presence here? Liu Bai asked, furrowing his brow. Indeed, while formidable masters may possess the system to exchange for such methods, who would possess the audacity to discard their cultivation and start anew? And those lacking strength, even with the system, cannot afford it. Perhaps some noble families have the strength to exchange, yet they lack the system. This is quite contradictory, the system acknowledged. You raise a valid point. Thus, this system has decided to contravene previous regulations. This scripture is no ordinary cultivation method. It embodies a comprehensive compendium of techniques, skills, and divine powers. Given its uniqueness, this system will grant you a privilege, the option to split the exchange. For instance, you may first exchange for the Qi cultivation chapter, which encompasses all learnable aspects of the Qi stage. Once you have completed that phase, you may proceed to the next chapter. This will satisfy your cultivation needs without overwhelming you. The the system proposed after deliberation. Upon hearing this, Lu Bai's face illuminated with joy, and he exclaimed, "System, you are truly a genius. You understand me so well. Please proceed with the exchange. This system is indeed a genius. No need for your flattery." The Qi cultivation chapter requires 3,000 points. However, your current points are insufficient, resulting in a failed exchange. The system's frigid voice extinguished Lu Bai's enthusiasm in an instant. "What is this nonsense?" Lu Bai exclaimed. "System, could you have miscalculated? The Qingmu is a commendable technique even at the foundation establishment stage, and only granted me 500 points. Yet you asked for 3,000 points for the Qi cultivation chapter? This is downright outrageous. Yellow grade techniques correspond to the Qi and foundation establishment stages. For commoners, being able to practice a yellow grade technique is already a remarkable opportunity. Advanced techniques are rarely even seen by ordinary cultivators, let alone practiced. Thus, Lu Bai felt profoundly disheartened, sensing he had been tricked by the system. "Host, you must understand that this technique is far from ordinary. It is of the highest caliber. Although it is merely the Qi cultivation chapter, it encompasses a plethora of intricate cultivation methods and extraordinary martial skills. The price offered is already a significant discount. Do not be ungrateful," the system patiently elucidated. Lu Bai, upon hearing the system's explanation, felt speechless. Although he still perceived the cost as exorbitant, he recognized the validity of the system's reasoning. With a resigned sigh, he closed the system interface and began racking his brain to devise a means of acquiring points. His gaze wandered around the courtyard until it settled on a pile of medicinal herbs that had been gnawed by dogs and hastily gathered. An idea sparked within him. Although the herbs appeared tattered, they were destined for the trash anyway. Perhaps he could try to see if the system would accept them. They might yield some points. Resolute, Lu Bai dashed over and silently chanted, "System, exchange these herbs for points." Exchange successful. Imperfect herbs yield an addition of 800 points. The familiar voice of the system resonated once more. "System, why did I receive so many points? These are merely a bunch of dog-eaten herbs." Lu Bai exclaimed in astonishment. "I have gathered herbs before, but never accrued this many points. The majority of these herbs are used for alchemy at the nascent soul stage, with a few suited for the core formation stage. Though they're somewhat damaged, they were collected promptly, and their efficacy has not significantly diminished. Coupled with your current tier enhancement, a reasonable price was assigned," the system elucidated in detail. Upon hearing this, Lu Bai's face broke into a radiant smile as he gazed at the mountain of herbs in the courtyard, murmuring to himself, "I've struck gold. Finally, I've discovered a source for points. Host, do you believe you can outmaneuver that old man? If you dare to sell all his herbs for points, won't he come after you?" The system interjected with unwarranted timing. Lu Bai, upon hearing this, felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, instantly awakening him to reality. "Indeed, that old man is a flying expert. My current strength is utterly insignificant in comparison. It seems I cannot pursue this idea of selling the herbs. I must contemplate other methods." Chapter 8. My journey of cultivating with the divine wolf for the time being. I dared not touch the medicinal herbs, but fortunately, I had enough points to exchange for a cultivation technique. System, exchange for the technique. Lu Bai was filled with excitement. After all, cultivation was a tantalizing pursuit that few could resist. Ding. Exchange successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Chaos Divine Technique. Qi Training Chapter. The item has been placed in the system space, and you may retrieve it at your leisure. Ah, splendide. The name alone exudes elegance. As he assessed the tome, he carefully extracted a book radiating a pale, grayish hue from the system space. Upon cautiously turning to the first page, he read, "The Chaos Divine Technique." Qi Training Chapter is an ancient foundational text of the Chaos Path, centered around the principle of returning to the origin, eschewing the 5 elemental spiritual energies, and focusing solely on the innate chaos energy. Unlike conventional Qi training techniques, this method emphasizes breaking down before establishing, requiring the dissolution of postnatal turbid Qi before condensing the chaos energy. What is this chaos energy? Lu Bai pondered, perplexed. He had heard of true chi, spiritual energy, and even celestial energy from the medicine sage, but chaos energy was entirely new to him. Curiosity piqued. He turned to the next page. In the primordial chaos, a singular breath was born. All orifices opened, and myriad laws illuminated. The ebb and flow of yin and yang, nurturing the foundation within the dantian. The cosmic cycle flows like rivers. The 12 celestial towers resound like jade bells. Lead and mercury converge to birth purple mist. Amidst the chaos sea, true demons gestate. 7 returns and 9 returns refine the great elixir. The spirit platform stirs with waves. When the thunder tribulation cleaves through chaos, only then do I realize my fate is not dictated by heaven. Oh dear, my scalp tingles. Am I to grow a brain? He closed the book in exasperation. Though he recognized each character, their assembly left him flummoxed, uncertain of where to begin. System, how does one practice this? And what on earth is chaos energy? With no other recourse, he sought assistance. Host, your apparent lack of intelligence is regrettable, the system's disdainful voice echoed, causing Liu Bai to bristle with annoyance. Speak plainly, Liu Bai retorted, frustration etched upon his face. Did I not mention that this system is omnipotent? Have you not considered exchanging points for cultivation insights and experiences? Though Liu Bai felt slighted by the system's tone, he realized he possessed a system. Why should he toil when he could recline in ease? System, how many points are needed to exchange for the insights on the Qi training chapter? Ding. Insufficient points detected. A task has been randomly issued. Retrieve the twin fish stone from the bottom of the back mountain pond. Successful completion will reward you with all insights related to the Chaos Divine Technique. Qi Training Chapter. Failure will result in a reset of points. Will you accept? Accepted. What a delightful opportunity. Thank you, system. Liu Bai grinned as he accepted the task. Earlier, while fishing, he had noted that the pond was not particularly deep and posed no danger, with the fish appearing rather naive. It seemed the system was indeed looking out for him. Upon reaching the pond's edge, he beheld the howling moon divine wolf sprawled out, sound asleep. Liu Bai approached and playfully slapped its rear, exclaiming, "Have you rested enough? It's time to get to work. Who dares disturb me?" The howling moon divine wolf jolted awake, startled by the unexpected slap, its eyes flashing with indignation. But upon recognizing Liu Bai, its demeanor shifted instantly to one of servility. "Oh, it's you, boss. What can I do for you? Do you think I wish to die?" Liu Bai feigned a stern expression. "Boss, you must have misheard. I was merely dreaming of your brilliance and valor. Truly. Enough banter. There are treasures in this pond. Help me search for them." Liu Bai cut to the chase. "What treasures?" The wolf's interest piqued at the mention of treasures, its eyes gleaming with excitement. "I don't know, but it should be a stone. Let's not overthink it. Just retrieve all the stones from the pond," Liu Bai instructed, uncertain of what the twin fish stone looked like. "Understood." The wolf nodded, and together they commenced their laborious endeavor of stone retrieval. As the sun began to set, the day slipped away in an instant. Exhausted, Liu Bai collapsed to the ground, limbs splayed like a puddle of mud. The howling moon divine wolf, equally fatigued, lazily dropped the last stone it had retrieved, plopped down on the shore, panting heavily. "Boss, did we find anything?" "This divine wolf is utterly worn out," it whined, summoning the last of his strength. Liu Bai activated the system. "System, look, all the stones are here. Tell me which one is the twin fish stone and make the exchange." Ding. No twin fish stone detected. The system's succinct response left Liu Bai momentarily dumbfounded. "What do you mean? All the stones are here. How can there be none?" "Host, who said the twin fish stone must be a stone?" "A little critical thinking would suffice," the system replied, dripping with sarcasm. Liu Bai was momentarily at a loss for words, finally managing to mutter, "Damn it, I've been had." In frustration, he kicked the howling moon divine wolf, which lay sprawled on the ground. "Dog, we may have made a mistake. The treasure might not be a stone. Could you be more reliable? We've been fishing all day, and only now you say we were wrong?" He refrained from voicing his thoughts, rolling his eyes instead. "Dog, look around the pond. Is there anything else that resembles a treasure?" Liu Bai mused aloud, not noticing the wolf's unusual demeanor. The howling moon divine wolf, tail wagging lazily, replied, "If the twin fish stone isn't a stone, then it must be a fish. Apart from water, there are only fish in this pond. It can't be the water itself. Indeed, you're quite clever, dog. But with so many fish, how do we know which one it is? We can't possibly catch them all. Lu Bai's eyes brightened, but worry soon clouded his expression. Unconsciously glancing at the howling moon divine wolf, he found it lying on the ground, feigning fatigue. Boss, don't look at me. I'm exhausted and can't catch them all. The wolf, sensing Lu Bai's intent, quickly declined. Come now. You seem to be at the peak of your chi training. Catching a few fish should be no problem, right? You go catch some, and we'll feast on grilled fish later. I found some herbs earlier that can serve as seasoning. You'll get a taste of my hometown's culinary skills. Mentioning food reminded the wolf of the bear paw it had previously savored, a flavor that lingered in its memory. Tempted by the prospect of a delicious meal, it hesitated momentarily before agreeing. Just as Lu Bai prepared to gather the seasoning, he inadvertently glanced at the pond and spotted a peculiar red carp with two tails. Motionless and staring at him and the wolf, its gaze seemingly laced with a hint of provocation. Upon closer inspection, Lu Bai could hardly believe his eyes. He could discern mockery in the fish's gaze. Indeed, it was mockery. Dog, catch that one. That's the treasure we seek, Lu Bai exclaimed with fervor, and without waiting for the wolf's response, he leaped into the water like an arrow, diving towards the two-tailed carp. However, reality swiftly dealt Lu Bai a harsh blow. He dove in swiftly, but his return was equally rapid. He was struck back like a tattered sack, sent sprawling through the air in a disheveled arc before crashing heavily onto the shore. In that instant, Lu Bai's mind went blank, feeling as if all his bones had come undone, causing him to grimace in pain. The howling moon divine wolf was likewise startled by this sudden turn of events, but it quickly regained its composure, an expression of ferocity dawning on its face as it fixed its fierce gaze on the twin-tailed carp in the pond. At that moment, a singular thought consumed its mind. It would annihilate anything that dared to harm Lu Bai. With a furious roar, the howling moon divine wolf lunged at the twin-tailed carp. Teeth bared, the carp, undeterred by the wolf's aggressive approach, nimbly twisted its body in the water, striking back with its tail. The unexpected blow momentarily disoriented the wolf, causing it to sway in the water before it managed to steady itself. Soon, its eyes gleamed with a ruthless intensity as it charged once more at the formidable fish. Waves erupted around them, the wolf's claws thrashing through the water. Yet each strike was deftly evaded by the carp, which occasionally seized the opportunity to retaliate with a powerful tail swipe, splashing water everywhere. As the battle raged on, the howling moon divine wolf found its demonic energy depleting, its movements growing sluggish, and its breaths becoming labored. Lu Bai stood anxiously on the shore, watching the fierce struggle unfold, repeatedly calling out to the wolf, urging it to retreat. Yet, the wolf seemed entranced, relentlessly attacking, heedless of Lu Bai's pleas. Just as Lu Bai was about to plunge into the water to assist, an extraordinary transformation occurred. The wolf's pristine white fur bristled, its body visibly swelling in size, and an eerie red glow flickered in its once black eyes. Resembling a beast from the depths of hell, Lu Bai gasped in astonishment, unable to contain his exclamation. This is a super scion dog. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the howling moon divine wolf lifted its head and unleashed a deafening roar. A powerful shock wave erupted from its form, surging forth like a tumultuous wave, directly targeting the twin-tailed carp. Despite the carp's desperate attempts to resist, thrashing its tail with all its might, it was ultimately overwhelmed and sent flying onto the shore. Seizing the opportunity, the wolf swiftly propelled itself forward, moving like lightning, and clamped its jaws around the twin-tailed carp. The carp thrashed violently, its tail thudding against the ground with a dull sound, but as time passed, its movements grew feeble until it finally lay still. Boss, I've succeeded in capturing it, the howling moon divine wolf declared, releasing its grip to allow Lu Bai to approach. Are you all right, dog? Lu Bai asked, concerned, neglecting the fish for the moment. He had never anticipated that catching a fish would nearly cost both their lives. I'm fine, just a bit fatigued. This creature possesses at least high-level chi cultivation, making it quite challenging to capture in the water. On land, I could have dispatched it with a single bite, the wolf replied, panting heavily weariness evident in its demeanor. Lu Bai, relieved to ascertain that the wolf was merely exhausted and unharmed, turned his attention to the lifeless fish before him. As he confirmed the fish's demise and prepared to pick it up for a closer examination, a wisp of green smoke wafted across the ground, and the twin-tailed carp gradually transformed into a stone shaped like two fish, emanating a faint glow. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You are awarded the insights from the Chaos Divine Arts Qi Cultivation chapter. Would you like to claim it now? Chapter 9. A Crisis Appoints. The Battle Tiger's narrow victory and the beginning of the chaotic path of cultivation as Lu Bai listened to the crisp notification sound from the system in his mind. He did not rush to exchange his insights for the Chaotic Divine Techniques Qi Cultivation chapter. At that moment, his stomach grumbled, and the exhausted Howling Moon Divine Wolf also desperately needed a boost of energy. No one could predict whether the insights would require a period of immersion after the exchange, especially since they were both hungry. After all, the Howling Moon Divine Wolf had just endured an intense battle and needed to replenish its strength before anything else. Observing the Howling Moon Divine Wolf sprawled on the ground, Lu Bai said, "Rest for now, buddy. I'll fetch some seasoning, and later we shall enjoy some grilled fish as a reward for your efforts." The Howling Moon Divine Wolf managed a weak smile in response. "Go ahead, boss. I'm fine. I'll recover after a short rest." "Then you should take a good break," Lu Bai acknowledged, and shortly thereafter, he returned to the pond's edge, holding several small bottles. Strangely, the fish that had been absent during the fierce battle were now swimming leisurely in the water, as if the earlier chaos had never transpired. The meal was satisfying for both man and beast, with the Howling Moon Divine Wolf's belly round and content, lying still on the ground, unwilling to move. Lu Bai chuckled, calling it a lazy creature, before retreating to his dwelling and closing the door. He settled cross-legged on the mat. "System, grant me the cultivation insights." In an instant, Lu Bai felt his mind inundated by a torrent of potent information, unveiling a multitude of intricate and profound concepts. As time passed, he gradually absorbed this knowledge, and the esoteric understanding of cultivation and the mysteries of chaotic energy felt as if they were innately inscribed in his mind, becoming astonishingly familiar. In the enigmatic and vast realm of cultivation, both chaotic energy and the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth are sought-after sources of power for practitioners. Yet they exhibit distinct differences. The spiritual energy of the heavens and earth resembles the clear springs found throughout the world, tangible and widely distributed. It is a relatively common and easily absorbed form of energy, allowing practitioners to smoothly draw it into their bodies through specific techniques and methods, refining and transforming it into their own cultivation and strength. The properties of spiritual energy are well defined, categorized into attributes like metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, with each possessing relatively fixed characteristics and effects. In contrast, chaotic energy is akin to the mysterious essence at the dawn of creation, elusive and exceedingly rare. It is not a single attribute power, but encompasses the primal force from a time before the differentiation of all things, embodying an omnipotent energy filled with infinite possibilities and transformations. Chaotic energy lacks clear attribute divisions, its strength being both formidable and intricate, demanding exceptional perception and absorption capabilities from practitioners. To absorb chaotic energy, a practitioner must possess not only exceptional talent and comprehension, but also a robust soul and resilient will to contend with its overwhelming force and complex variations. In summary, the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth serves as a common cornerstone on the path of cultivation, while chaotic energy represents a rare treasure hidden within endless mysteries. Those who can master chaotic energy often transcend the ordinary, achieving more profound and unfathomable realms of cultivation. To elaborate, the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth ranks lowest, with celestial and divine energies in the middle. However, this plane is too rudimentary. It possesses only the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, with celestial energy being exceedingly scarce. Only those undergoing tribulations can bring a portion of celestial energy into the realm. Lu Bai was taken aback, realizing that without celestial energy, It was futile to think about divine energy or chaotic energy. This cultivation insight even includes a martial technique. Liu Bai speculated that it was derived from the system's analysis of the technique, but this understanding was the system's, and he was merely the recipient. The chaotic fist technique, genesis of chaos, emphasizes foundational strength. Practitioners must maintain a steady demeanor and solid power as their base. Each punch imbues resolute will and nascent chaotic force. Liu Bai repeatedly envisioned the chaotic fist technique in his mind, sighing, "This technique is indeed formidable, but at my chi refinement stage, I can only manage a semblance of it. Even at the foundation establishment stage, I could only deliver one punch before exhausting all my energy. I can't just unleash my ultimate move in a fight and collapse afterward. That would be utterly unreliable." Shaking his head, Liu Bai attempted to cast away these worries and continued to sort through the myriad skills applicable at the chi refinement stage. Skills like reconnaissance, which allows one to see through the true nature of individuals 2 major ranks above oneself. Herb gathering, ensuring a 100 retention of medicinal efficacy, and disguise and appraisal techniques, among others, were all practical skills. The knowledge he assimilated felt innate, deeply imprinted in Liu Bai's mind, allowing for seamless application. After digesting all this information, Liu Bai felt a heaviness in his head, as if filled with a wealth of knowledge. He collapsed onto the ground and soon drifted into slumber. When he awoke again, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the entire room. It was already mid-morning. "System, come forth. Provide me with some chaotic energy to elevate my cultivation." Liu Bai eagerly called out to the system as soon as his eyes opened. Ding! Detection indicates that the host's physical strength is insufficient to endure chaotic energy. It is advised to first enhance physical strength. System, how many points would that require?" Liu Bai inquired, somewhat helpless. Low-level strength enhancement requires 200 points. Intermediate level, 400 points, and advanced level, 600 points. The higher the enhancement level, the more refined the host's capacity and control over chaotic energy. Please make your selection. As a transmigrator, Liu Bai understood the principle that you get what you pay for. Naturally, he wished to choose the best option. However, glancing at his points, he silently closed the system interface. His points were insufficient again. He lacked 50 points to exchange for the highest strength enhancement, and he was unwilling to settle for a lesser option. This place was the residence of the medicine saint, surrounded by mysterious formations, and his range of activity was confined to the back mountain and the small courtyard. For a moment, Liu Bai truly did not know where to acquire points. "System, can you issue a task? I cannot leave here to earn points," Liu Bai asked with anticipation in his heart. However, this time, he did not hear a response from the system. Since the system was unreliable, Liu Bai resolved to rely on himself. Though he was unable to leave due to the formations, this was nonetheless the territory of a yearning stage elder. Perhaps wandering within the formations could yield some discoveries. Without hesitation, Liu Bai sprinted towards the back mountain. Passing by the pond, he noticed the howling moon divine wolf still asleep, its posture unchanged from last night, yet surrounded by spiritual energy. Liu Bai couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Remarkably, along the way, Liu Bai managed to gather some herbs. Although their value was not high, he felt delighted nonetheless. He surmised that these herbs must have sprouted from seeds among the decayed herbs discarded by the medicine saint. As Liu Bai's exploration deepened, he encountered a thick, white mist ahead, dense enough to obscure the path. He realized he had reached the edge of the grand formation and could venture no further. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual in the thicket ahead, several broken branches with clean cuts, not resembling natural breaks. He crouched down to inspect closely and discovered clear claw marks imprinted in the soft soil. These claw prints were significantly larger than those of ordinary beasts, each toe mark bearing slight scratches, hinting that some ferocious creature had lingered here for some time. "Strange," Liu Bai murmured softly, running his fingers along the edges of the claw marks. Shouldn't the medicine saint's grand formation isolate external beings? Continuing to follow the traces, he soon discovered several tufts of gray-brown fur, mixed with a few dark red stains of blood. Even more unsettling was a small tree, about the thickness of a wrist, which had been violently broken in half, leaving behind deep claw marks at the break. Lu Bai's heart involuntarily quickened. He recalled the faint beastly roars he had heard a few days prior, which he had initially dismissed as mere illusions conjured by the howling mountain winds. Now, it seemed evident that something was indeed stirring at the edge of the formation. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the right. Lu Bai whipped his head around, only to see the bushes tremble slightly before settling into silence once more. A faint, metallic scent wafted through the air, causing the hairs on the back of his neck to stand on end. He resolved to collect just one last wild ginseng before departing when he suddenly felt a malevolent gust of wind strike his back. He spun around abruptly, and a fierce tiger with piercing eyes and a white forehead leapt from the thicket, barely 3 paces away. The tiger's speed was astonishing, and Lu Bai could even perceive its foul, hot breath. In a moment of instinct, he rolled to the side as the tiger's claws grazed his shoulder, tearing 3 gashes in his robe. The tiger landed and immediately pivoted, lowering its body, its yellow-brown eyes fixated on Lu Bai, a low growl rumbling in its throat. Lu Bai's body tensed, his gaze fixed on the creature's movements, while his right hand stealthily reached for the machete at his waist, his only weapon. The tiger lunged suddenly, but instead of a direct charge, it feigned an attack, changing direction sharply just 2 steps away, its tail whipping towards Lu Bai's calf. Crack! Lu Bai stifled a groan. Staggering backward, a fiery pain surging through his left leg, nearly bringing him to his knees. Sensing its prey falter, the tiger pounced again. Gritting his teeth, Lu Bai swung his blade, the edge slicing through the tiger's paw, spraying droplets of blood. The tiger roared in pain, yet it became even more ferocious, its front paw crashing toward Lu Bai's chest. Bang! Lu Bai was knocked back several steps, his back slamming against a tree trunk, his insides roiling with agony. Seizing the opportunity, the tiger lunged again, its gaping maw targeting his throat. Lu Bai endured the excruciating pain, crouching down as the tiger soared over his head. He seized a moment, wrapping his arms tightly around the tigeress waist, exerting every ounce of strength to throw it to the ground. Boom! Man and beast tumbled in a cloud of dust. The tiger writhed frantically, its sharp claws tearing at Lu Bai's back, blood saturating his garments in an instant. Lu Bai clenched his teeth, refusing to let go, his legs coiling around the tiger's midsection as his right hand grasped the fallen machete, stabbing it fiercely into the tiger's flank. Thud! The blade sank into flesh, and the tiger emitted a deafening roar, thrashing violently. Lu Bai was flung aside, crashing onto the ground, but the knife remained embedded in the tiger's side, blood gushing forth. The tiger staggered a few steps, its ferocity undiminished. As it lunged once more, summoning his strength, Lu Bai grabbed a broken branch from the ground, and, as the tiger lunged at him, he thrust it toward its throat with all his might. Crack! The branch pierced the tiger's throat, halting its advance mere inches from Lu Bai's face. It convulsed violently before crashing to the ground, lifeless. Lu Bai collapsed onto the earth, gasping for breath, drenched in blood. His left leg bore a bruise from the tiger's tail. His back was marked with several bloody scratches from its claws, and his right arm trembled from exertion. He stared at the dead tiger, still in disbelief. How could a mere mortal, untrained in any form of cultivation, have truly slain a fierce tiger through sheer brute strength and luck? Fortunately, I had just integrated some combat techniques. Otherwise, I might have genuinely met my end. However, the rewards of this venture are indeed worthwhile. A beast of this caliber has granted me 150 points, finally allowing me to exchange for advanced strength enhancement. With his points sufficient, Lu Bai lost the desire to continue searching, uncertain if other beasts might still appear. He cautiously collected the tiger's claws, having reserved them specifically, as he had never tasted such delicacies before, and was tempted. Chapter 10. The tumultuous journey of Lu Bai in cultivation. Lu Bai hummed a soft tune as he returned to the edge of the pond, the setting sun casting a long shadow behind him. With nimble hands, he kindled a fire and deftly sliced the tiger paw into even, thin pieces using his newly acquired hatchet. Today marked a moment of indulgence. Lu Bai licked his lips and threaded the meat on his sharpened twigs. The flames licked at the morsels, with fat dripping into the fire, producing a sizzle that soon filled the air with a rich aroma of roasted meat. He glanced at the silver giant wolf sleeping nearby, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The howling moon divine wolf's nose twitched involuntarily, its ears quivering slightly, though it feigned sleep. "Dinner is ready," Lu Bai suddenly shouted, playfully ruffling the wolf's fluffy head. "I am the howling moon divine wolf." The silver giant wolf sprang up, baring its teeth in protest, but upon catching a whiff of the savory scent, it wagged its tail and approached eagerly, its gaze fixed hungrily on the golden brown meat, drool nearly pooling at its feet. As Lu Bai turned the meat over the flames, he recounted the afternoon's battle with the ferocious tiger. At the moment he described the tiger lunging at him, the howling moon divine wolf's ears perked up, a low, worried growl emanating from its throat. "That beast clawed me like this," Lu Bai said, tugging at the torn fabric of his shirt. "If I hadn't reacted quickly, I'd probably." Suddenly, the howling moon divine wolf bumped Lu Bai's leg with its head, causing him to stumble. Realizing it was a gesture of concern from his spirit companion, he chuckled and petted the wolf's soft fur. "Don't worry, your master is tough." As night fully descended, the man and wolf had devoured the entire tiger paw, leaving no trace behind. The howling moon divine wolf lay contentedly on the ground, occasionally letting out a satisfied belch that carried the scent of meat. Upon returning to his small abode, moonlight streamed through the window, casting dappled shadows on the floor. Taking a deep breath, he settled cross-legged on the bed, his heartbeat quickening involuntarily. "System, initiate the highest level of body enhancement," he silently commanded. Ding! 600 points have been deducted, commencing the foundational transformation of the chaotic body. Initially, a warm stream surged from his dantian, caressing his body like a gentle spring breeze. Lu Bai sighed in relief, feeling as if he were soaking in a hot spring, every pore expanding in comfort. However, this sensation lasted but a fleeting moment. A sudden, excruciating pain elicited a scream from Lu Bai, one that seemed inhuman. He curled up tightly, gripping the edge of the bed, his knuckles whitening from the strain. The pain felt as if countless heated needles were simultaneously piercing his marrow, akin to someone methodically sawing through every inch of his bones with a dull knife. Beneath his skin, serpentine bulges formed, evidence of his meridians being forcibly widened and reshaped. He opened his mouth, but no sound emerged, cold sweat cascading down his forehead, soaking the bedding beneath him. More horrifyingly, he could see the skin on his arms cracking, resembling parched earth, flaking away. Yet strangely, beneath the peeling skin, new flesh glimmered with a jade-like sheen. Warning: insufficient chaos energy detected in the environment. Rejection reaction occurring during the transformation. The system's mechanical voice sounded particularly cold amidst the agony. Optional plan: consume 115 points to activate painless mode. Yes, no? Why? Didn't you mention this sooner? Lu Bai managed to squeeze out a few words through clenched teeth before another wave of pain surged through him, causing him to spew a mouthful of blood. The crimson droplets hit the floor, hissing as they burned small holes into the wooden planks. Lu Bai summoned his last reserves of strength to shout in his mind. Ding! 115 points have been deducted. Painless mode activated. In an instant, all pain receded like a tide. Lu Bai lay limp on the bed, watching as his left arm turned to ash from the fingertips, only to slowly regenerate from his shoulder. This transformation was both bizarre and serene, as if an invisible hand were reshaping his body. The newly formed arm bore smoother lines, with faint gray patterns beneath the skin, illustrating the pathways of chaos energy circulating within him. Half an hour later, the transformation was complete. Lu Bai slowly sat up, astonished to find his vision extraordinarily clear. He could even perceive minute particles of spiritual energy floating in the air, akin to fireflies dancing on a summer night. Tentatively, he waved at a candle 3 yards away, and to his surprise, the flame extinguished instantly. "This is the foundational realm of the extreme state," Lu Bai murmured, gazing at his palm. When he concentrated, he could see a faint, grayish mist flowing beneath his skin. Lu Bai struck his fist against the wooden table beside him, furniture left by the sage of medicine. though seemingly ordinary. It was crafted for use by yearning cultivator and should have been remarkably sturdy. Crack! To Liu Bai's astonishment. The table crumbled beneath his fist as if made of paper, disintegrating into a pile of wood shavings. This, Liu Bai looked at his fist, then at the splintered wood on the ground, and suddenly burst into laughter. Aha! Bortite! If that punch had landed on that old tiger, it would have surely left several bruises. Ha! System. How many points are needed to advance to the Qi training stage? Liu Bai asked, rubbing his fists in anticipation. 100 points for Qi training, 1,000 points for foundation establishment, 10,000 point for golden core, 100,000 points for yearning, and so forth. System. Isn't cultivation divided into early, middle, and late stages? With my 100 points, which phase of the Qi training stage can I reach? Host, in this system, there are no distinctions of early, middle, or late stages. This system guarantees excellence. A single upgrade will place you directly in the extreme state. There is no need for you to worry about this. The extreme state, he was well aware that it was a realm accessible only to a select few geniuses. Moreover, if one failed to reach the extreme state in prior stages, it would be nearly impossible to attain it later, unless through extraordinary fortune. Many geniuses would rather remain stuck at a high level for an extended period, desperately seeking the opportunity to enter the extreme state. Extreme state of Qi training. Here I come. System, upgrade me. However, after waiting for a considerable time without any response, he felt perplexed and shouted again. System, are you asleep? It's time to get to work. Can you please be more diligent? Host, could you perhaps engage your brain before speaking? Besides, how do you still have points? Don't I still have over 100? Liu Bai retorted. Transforming only costs 600 points. Did the pain relief really take over 100? As he spoke, he opened the system panel. Upon seeing the glaring 0 in the upper right corner, his face darkened instantly, as if shrouded by a cloud. System, you're even more unscrupulous than a black-hearted hospital. Upgrading a level costs 100 points, and you just wiped me out with a single anesthetic? Host, just say whether you agreed at that time or not. Crooked merchant, heartless businessman, taking advantage of the situation. Liu Bai's ire erupted as he vented his frustrations at the system. Yet, regardless of his tirade, the system offered no further response. Resigned, he swallowed his anger, begrudgingly accepting his fate. After venting his frustrations, Liu Bai began to ponder where he could amass enough points. He calmed his thoughts, realizing he felt like a parched lake, merely needing a surge of chaos energy. Once he acquired it, his cultivation would surely soar. However, the array outside barred his exit, and he struggled to conceive a quick method to gain points. Yet, seeking out foolish beasts might prove a viable option. After all, even the smallest mosquito is still a morsel. As night deepened, Liu Bai lay on the ground, listening to the chirping of insects outside. Though his body felt weary, his spirit remained unusually alert. The transformed body seemed to possess boundless energy, and his senses had sharpened significantly. Chapter 11. The rebellion of the Xian sect. With a thunderous crash that echoed through the stillness of the night, the tranquility of the small courtyard was shattered. Liu Bai, in the depths of slumber, was jolted awake by the sudden noise, springing upright from the ground. After a moment of composure, he stealthily approached the door. Leaning close to the crack, his curiosity piqued as he peered outside. To Liu Bai, this world was rife with the unknown. Although he had once slain a tiger, he understood that in this vast and enigmatic realm, beasts were merely the lowest of creatures. Moonlight poured into the courtyard like water, revealing a shadow quietly lying on the ground, a dark liquid spreading beneath it. Blood. Liu Bai's pupils dilated. He grasped a jujube stick from the corner. The sturdy implement felt weightless in his hands. As he pushed the door open, he intentionally avoided the creaky right hinge. 10 paces away, the shadow's breathing was faint, barely perceptible. Using the tip of the stick, Liu Bai parted the disheveled white hair, and a bloodied face emerged, causing him to gasp. The esteemed medicine sage? Here lay the medicine sage, but he bore no resemblance to his former ethereal self. He was drenched in blood, one arm severed at the shoulder, the wound a gruesome sight. His visage was gaunt, wrinkles etched deeply into his skin, as if he had aged decades in an instant. the brilliance of his former self utterly extinguished. Young friend, the medicine sage suddenly opened his eyes, murky pupils glinting with a flicker of golden light. Help me. In. Lu Bai dropped the wooden stick and, as he slipped his arms under the frail elder, his hands were soon coated in a sticky substance. The azure-bricked floor of the bedroom quickly became a winding trail of blood. He rummaged through every drawer for clean cloths, but was at a loss. The writhing black threads from the wounds were unmistakably alive. Secret compartment. The medicine sage trembled, his right hand pointing towards the wall behind a landscape painting jade. Vial. Following his instructions, Lu Bai unearthed a small jade bottle, its touch chilling. As he poured out a pill the size of a longan, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Detected a grade 1 life-sustaining pill. Exchange requires 1,500 points. Do you wish to proceed? Lu Bai hesitated for a moment, but ultimately placed the pill into the medicine sage's mouth. To claim he felt no temptation would be a lie. However, he could not bring himself to steal a life-saving remedy from an elder. The medicine sage's throat bobbed as the pallor on his face began to fade, but he suddenly erupted in a fit of violent coughs, spewing forth blood mixed with dark debris. Just then, the cry of a night owl pierced the air. Lu Bai spun around sharply. Shadows of bamboo swayed under the moonlight, and in a fleeting moment, he thought he saw a human silhouette dart past. He dashed to the door, only to find the howling moon howler crouched on the steps, its ears perked. Is someone there? Lu Bai whispered. The moon howler shook its head. It is the aura of malevolence, at least left by a Foundation establishment practitioner. The medicine sage's cough pulled Lu Bai back to his side. The elder traced faint golden runes in the air, causing ripples to spread throughout the room. A soundproof barrier. With his breath stabilizing, he spoke, young friend. In Gaoyang City, as the fragmented tale unfolded, a chill crept down Lu Bai's spine. 7 days prior, the medicine sage had secretly investigated the Gao family, initially seeking the truth behind the poison immortals' demise. However, he had inadvertently discovered a blood sacrificial array hidden beneath the city lord's manor. Last night, while infiltrating to investigate, he had stumbled upon the Xianyin sects agents using living beings to forge soul banners. Elder Lu from the Linglong sect fell on the spot. The medicine sage retrieved a piece of jade tablet from his robe. This is evidence. The moment Lu Bai took it, the jade tablet seared as if it were a branding iron. A vision exploded in his mind. In a dim dungeon, dozens of emaciated prisoners huddled in iron cages, while dark-robed practitioners wielding bone knives extracted a gray mist from the skull of a screaming girl. Lu Bai recoiled, his stomach churning violently. The medicine sage managed a bitter smile as he wiped away the blood trickling from his orifices. I burned my nascent soul to escape. Young friend, this storage ring, the bronze ring he shakily removed, suddenly glowed with runes. A drop of blood will suffice. As Lu Bai bit his finger, the moment the blood pearl was absorbed by the ring, a torrent of information surged into his mind. He saw the medicine sage gathering herbs on a snow-capped mountain, managing the fire in the alchemy chamber, and even a hazy memory on a rainy night. A woman in a green robe placed a baby in a wooden basin, sending it downstream. This was a memory inheritance? Lu Bai's temples throbbed, but the medicine sage seemed to be losing his last vestiges of vitality, his skin visibly withering before his eyes. Go! The medicine sage suddenly bellowed, and the barrier shattered in response. His frail hand struck the ground, and a blinding golden light enveloped the courtyard. Boom! A blood-red blade of light cleaved through the roof, debris raining down like a tempest. Lu Bai shielded his head and rolled into the courtyard, catching sight of 3 figures in black robes suspended in the moonlight, the leader's mask trickling with blood tears. Daoist Yao, hand over. The raspy voice trailed off. The medicine sage had somehow positioned himself at the center of the courtyard, golden flames erupting from the severed stump of his arm, coalescing into a massive illusion of an alchemical furnace in the night sky. Young friend, watch closely. The elder turned back with a smile. This is true alchemy. The golden furnace erupted with a deafening roar, showering the night with a deluge of fire. As Lu Bai was swept away by the shockwave, he glimpsed the medicine sage transformed into a blazing human torch, while the three black-robed figures scrambled to defend themselves. Woof! The Moonhowler's paw smacked Lu Bai awake from his stupor, as they plunged into a suddenly appearing pit. The last sound they heard was the medicine sage's thunderous laughter reverberating through the heavens. Xian sect scum. Come, let us refine this final batch of pills together. In the darkness, a gentle breeze cradled them as they plummeted. Lu Bai clutched the storage ring tightly, the ring suddenly transmitting the medicine sage's final message. At Tianjian sect, travel 3,000 miles southwest. This jade tablet will grant you entry to the mountain gates. Take care, young friend. As the moonlight re-emerged before them, they found themselves standing on a rocky shore beside the official road. In the distance, continuous explosions echoed, illuminating the night sky as if it were day. The Moonhowler abruptly stood upright, its front paws pressed together in reverence towards the fiery glow. Lu Bai felt a hard object in his pocket. It was the half-jade tablet. The system's voice then chimed. Proceed to Tianjian sect. Expose the Xian sect's conspiracy. Reward, 2,000 points. Penalty for failure. Shrink by 1 inch. Damn system. Lu Bai raised his middle finger at the void, only to hear the Moonhowler murmur, Boss, don't we resemble a pack of lost dogs now? He glanced down at his palm, where the fragments of the medicine sage's final memories glimmered. Those techniques for alchemy, herbal diagrams, and the coordinates of a hidden cave deep within the snow-capped mountains weighed heavily upon his heart. No, Lu Bai fastened the jade tablet around his neck. We are now bearers of the ember. The night wind swept across the rocky shore, bringing with it the scent of charred remains and a faint trace of blood. The Moonhowler suddenly perked up its ears. Someone's coming. Lu Bai quickly concealed himself within the dense forest by the roadside. After a brief pause, several pale lanterns drifted along the official road, with the paper figures carrying the sedan chair sporting exaggerated grins on their faces. At the moment the sedan curtain was lifted by the wind, he distinctly saw a porcelain doll seated inside, gnawing on human hand. It was only after the eerie procession vanished at the roads and that he realized his back was already drenched in cold sweat. These porcelain dolls must belong to the Ghost Flame Demon sect. I never expected them to appear here. This revelation came from the Qing Xian cartography he had gleaned from the medicine sage's ring. He also learned that this place was known as Qing Xian Prefecture, where the foremost righteous factions were the Tianjian sect and the Linglong sect. The disciples of the Tianjian sect were all sword cultivators, each wielding a long sword. Their sword energies formidable and their combat prowess unmatched. However, perhaps due to their singular obsession with cultivation and the pursuit of the sword path's pinnacle, their management of subordinate forces was notably lax. In contrast, the Linglong sect comprised entirely female disciples, said to have been founded by a matriarch who, by chance, acquired the Linglong immortal art, bestowing upon the sect unique techniques. The combat capabilities of these female disciples should not be underestimated. Their methods were distinctive and agile, making them exceedingly difficult to defend against. The two factions govern half of the Qingxian Prefecture, standing as the pillars of righteousness. The other half is dominated by two great demonic palaces, the Xianin Palace and the Xianyang Palace. Originally part of a single sect, these two palaces became estranged after the ascension of their founding master, as no one has since been able to master the art of yin-yang magic. Over time, they have split into two rival factions, locked in a fierce struggle for supremacy over Qingxian Prefecture, lest it fall under the unified control of the demonic palaces. Naturally, there are other significant powers within Qingxian Prefecture. The righteous path is represented by a hall and two gates, the Starry Hall, the Mirage Gate, and the Crimson Flame Gate, while the demonic path boasts a hall and two sects, the Evil Soul Hall, the Shadow Demon sect, and the Ghost Flame sect. Additionally, there exists a multitude of smaller sects, as numerous as the stars, many of which survive in the interstices of these larger powers. Chapter 12. Lu Bai accompanies the demon to the Heavenly Sword Boss. Where are we headed? To the Heavenly Sword sect. As they walked, Lu Bai suddenly noticed that the footsteps of the two-headed hound had slowed. He turned back in confusion, his gaze landing on the howling moon divine wolf, and asked, What is wrong, pup? We need to quicken our pace. We must leave this vicinity as swiftly as possible. Upon hearing this, The howling moon divine wolf emitted a low whimper but did not respond verbally, merely increasing its pace to follow Lu Bai in silence. Despite Lu Bai's growing bewilderment, he discerned that this was not the opportune moment for contemplation. The reason for the howling moon divine wolf's hesitation lay in its ancestral memories, which revealed the historically antagonistic relationship between humans and demons. The past was marred by relentless warfare on this continent, where both factions engaged in fierce battles over resources. The conflict reached a stalemate, with countless lives extinguished daily, the earth soaked in blood, rivers turned crimson, and the land permeated with an acrid stench of death, resembling a vast sea of blood. However, just as this brutal war reached an impasse, a mysterious and formidable figure emerged. He radiated an overwhelming aura that instilled fear, as if he could command the very forces of nature. Under his oppressive presence, both humans and demons were compelled to cease their hostilities. Faced with this formidable power, they signed a peace treaty lasting 10,000 years. The demons agreed to make the boundless, illusory forest their home, forbidden to step outside its borders for the duration of the pact. Though the war ostensibly ended, the animosity harbored within both factions remained. Humans could not forget the demons' past transgressions against their homes and families, their rage suppressed like a volcano poised to erupt. Meanwhile, the demons confined to the illusory forest harbored their own grievances, yearning for the day they could break free from the constraints of the treaty and reclaim their dominance over the continent, restoring their kin to greatness. Beneath this facade of peace, the embers of hatred continued to smolder, awaiting the right moment to ignite into flames of conflict once more, plunging the entire continent into endless strife. Having been born in the illusory forest, the howling moon divine wolf had suffered greatly due to the cruel law of the jungle and its dormant bloodline. It frequently faced bullying from stronger demons, who would seize its food and occupy its den, even resorting to violence against it. Consequently, the wolf had little sense of belonging to its kind and felt no hesitation in forging a pact with Lu Bai. By noon the following day, Lu Bai estimated that they were temporarily safe and sought a clearing to rest. He plopped down onto the grass, wiped the sweat from his brow, and turned to the howling moon divine wolf, asking, "What is bothering you? You've been distracted the whole way." The wolf recounted everything it knew to Lu Bai, adding, "Boss, perhaps I should return to the illusory forest. If the humans discover a demon accompanying you, they might capture you for questioning. At that point, we would both be in grave danger. Let me think it over." Upon hearing the wolf's concerns, Lu Bai recognized the complexity of their situation. As the howling moon divine wolf lay quietly beside him, appearing listless, he contemplated their predicament. "System, do you have any solutions? The illusory forest is barred from me, and if the pup remains outside, trouble is bound to arise. Can we devise a plan?" "Certainly. Devising a plan will cost 100 points. Is this extortion? You charge me for simply asking a question?" Lu Bai exclaimed in frustration. "Isn't this faster than robbing me? It's up to you to exchange or not." Listening to the system's indifferent response, Lu Bai felt his teeth grind in anger. "Fine, just tell me what can be done." Yet the system replied, "Beep, insufficient points for exchange." Lu Bai smacked his forehead, realizing he had overlooked this detail. He then recalled the storage ring gifted by the medicine sage. Within were not only the Qingxian Kanyu map, but also a Dan cannon, a refining pill insights, various herbs, and some spirit stones. System: exchange everything in the storage ring except for the Dan cannon and refining pill insights. The latter is the medicine sage's hard work and must be passed down. Exchange successful, points 12,000. Please continue your efforts. The system's notification brought a spark of joy to Lu Bai's heart. "Haha, I've struck gold. With this many points, can I directly ascend to the golden core stage? Would that mean I can fly like the medicine sage?" "Indeed. Would you like to ascend directly? As long as points are sufficient, you may continue to enhance your abilities." The system's response sent Lu Bai's heart racing uncontrollably. It dawned on him that this opportunity could effortlessly elevate his strength. Yet, he quickly composed himself, prioritizing the resolution of the wolf's predicament. "System, let us not rush. What solutions do you propose for the wolf's situation?" There are 3 options available to resolve the howling moon divine wolf's issue. The host may choose as follows. First, You can exchange for a transformation pill, allowing it to take on human form, though forcibly doing so may impact its foundation. Second, you may use points to teleport the wolf back. Third, you can exchange for a size-adjusting pill, enabling the Howling Moon Divine Wolf to shrink to the size of a common house dog, as long as it does not release its aura. With the pill's effect masking its identity, few would discern its true nature. Moreover, this pill is both effective and economical, lasting a month for a cost of 2,000 points. Liu Bai considered the options presented by the system. The first was certainly unsuitable, as forcing a transformation could hinder the wolf's future development. The second option, while appealing, was not ideal given the wolf's unfortunate circumstances in the illusory forest. It seemed that the only viable choice was the third one, truly a cunning merchant. Exchange successful, deducting 2,100 points, remaining points 9,900. The system chimed once more. Really? What shrewd merchant? Liu Bai couldn't help but mutter. Boss, who are you calling a shrewd merchant? The Howling Moon Divine Wolf inquired, raising its head in curiosity. I was just reminded of an unscrupulous merchant from my hometown, Liu Bai replied with an awkward smile. He then continued, Pup, take this pill. Within a month, you'll be able to change your size at will, as long as you refrain from using your demon powers. It's unlikely anyone will discover your true identity. He produced the dark pill from the system's space and offered it to the Howling Moon Divine Wolf. The wolf, mistaking it for a concoction from the medicine sage, promptly swallowed it whole. Soon after, it began to perform acrobatics for Liu Bai, growing to a size comparable to a house, exuding majesty, and shrinking to the diminutive size of a teacup dog, adorably compact, yet its eyes sparkled with intelligence. Moreover, during the transformation, its demonic energy remained entirely contained. It appeared that the size-adjusting pill did not permit unlimited changes in size, suggesting some inherent limitations. System. I wish to exchange for golden core stage cultivation. Liu Bai believed that having resolved the issue with the Howling Moon Divine Wolf, it was time to elevate his cultivation. A notification chimed. Task activated. Finding shade beneath the great tree. Join the Heavenly Sword sect. Success in this task would yield 100 points, while failure bore no penalties. Liu Bai pondered. System, what does this mean? Why issue a task for me to exchange for cultivation? And if there's no punishment for failure, have you changed your ways? The system clarified. If the host accepts the task, cultivation cannot be enhanced temporarily. The Heavenly Sword sect does not accept apprentices who lack skill. Declining the task will result in an immediate release of cultivation points. Indeed, joining the Heavenly Sword sect presented numerous advantages. For a wild cultivator to acquire sufficient resources to exchange for points was exceedingly arduous. After careful consideration, Liu Bai chose to accept the task. In his view, aligning with a formidable faction outweighed the drawbacks. Although he could not enhance his cultivation for the time being, it was a sagacious decision in the long run. Task accepted successfully. Task 1. Convey a message to the Heavenly Sword sect. Task 2. Join the Heavenly Sword sect. The system's prompt signaled the formal acceptance of the task. System. How long until the Heavenly Sword sect begins recruiting disciples? Liu Bai inquired, eager to ascertain whether he would have sufficient time. Host. The Heavenly Sword sect will commence disciple selection in 3 days. Due to time constraints, it is advisable to utilize points for teleportation. A fixed point teleportation costs 1,000 points, while a random teleportation costs 500 points. System, are you suggesting I join the Heavenly Sword sect only to watch me miss the opportunity and waste my points? Liu Bai expressed skepticism regarding the system's intentions. Host, I assure you, I am a system of integrity. Feel free to teleport as you wish. Integrity, you say? I find that hard to believe. Liu Bai retorted, his expression rife with disbelief. However, the distance was indeed prohibitive. Walking would certainly lead to an inability to arrive on time. Moreover, arriving a day earlier would spare the citizens of High Sun City from an additional day of suffering. Teleporting directly to the recruitment site would be conspicuous. It was evident that many would be gathered there. With 3 days until the commencement, a random teleportation would suffice. But what about my canine companion? I suggest the host activate the pet space. The first pet slot requires only 1,000 points, and the pet space is within the system's domain, allowing the pet to cultivate and recover. System, exchange for pet space slot. Exchange successful, pet slot 1. Canine companion. I now possess a pet space and a swift means to reach the Heavenly Sword sect, but you must remain in the pet space. What do you think? Lubai inquired of the Howling Moon Divine Wolf. Very well, boss. I also require time to practice controlling my size. The wolf readily acquiesced. Just as Lubai was about to store the wolf within the system, a chill surged down his spine. 3 tendrils of black mist erupted from the shadows of the trees, coalescing into figures clad in black robes of the yearning sect. The leader's mask bore weeping blood tears that writhed, and his fingers had morphed into chilling white bones. Ah, the little mouse can indeed scurry, he rasped, his voice akin to a rasp scraping against iron, causing Lu Bai's eardrums to bleed. The damp earth beneath Lu Bai's feet suddenly heaved, as dozens of ghostly hands emerged from the soil. System, random teleportation. Teleportation successful, points -500. Remaining points, 8,400. Oh, the cloaked figures, realizing their spectral hands had grasped nothing, uttered a soft exclamation before extending their spiritual senses, yet Lu Bai's presence eluded them. The leader then produced a bronze compass, which trembled violently in his palm. The yin-yang fish within spun wildly, unable to stabilize its position. Suddenly, the compass cracked, and a burst of crimson light erupted from 30 miles to the southwest. Fool! The leader's fingers clenched tightly, and the compass shattered under the pressure of his spiritual energy. Find him. Dig 300 miles if necessary to retrieve the item that the medicine dust was meant to transport. Chapter 13. Arriving at Tianjin Town System. Where are we? Wasn't it supposed to transport us to Tianjin sect? Lu Bai surveyed his surroundings, greeted by a panorama of undulating mountains, their lush foliage casting shadows that obscured the sun. The distant roars of unknown beasts echoed, momentarily leading him to believe he had returned to the illusory forest. Ding! The Tianjin sect's recruitment area lies 300 miles to the south. Please proceed promptly, host. System, is this what you call a nearby transport? This is nothing short of a robbery. Return my points. Am I not a novice trying to earn some points? Lu Bai could not restrain his exasperation. Yet, the system remained unresponsive, as silent as a grave. With a darkened expression, he gazed at the seemingly endless mountain path, letting out a resigned sigh, his heart brimming with resentment towards the system. On the following day, sunlight filtered through the wispy clouds, gradually revealing an ancient and quaint town to Lu Bai's eyes. This was his first venture into a populated area since arriving in this world, and his heart brimmed with curiosity. Stop, present your identity token, and pay the entry fee. A sudden command jolted Lu Bai back to reality. Lu Bai awkwardly rubbed his nose and replied, "Two gentlemen, I just came down from the mountains and lack any identity information. I am unaware of the necessary procedures to enter the town." A hint of embarrassment colored his expression. The portly guard on the left regarded Lu Bai's disheveled appearance with curiosity, while the slender guard on the right used his sword sheath to poke at the tattered hem of Lu Bai's clothing. 20 spirit stones and a 7-day trial permit. Come on, skinny monkey, he doesn't look like he has 20 spirit stones, the other guard interjected, perhaps unable to bear the sight any longer. The slender guard then stepped aside, no longer paying Lu Bai any mind. The stout guard stepped forward, saying, "Little brother, Tianjin Town is directly governed by Tianjin sect. To maintain order, we require an inferior spirit stone for entry, along with your identity registration. This ensures that if anyone commits a crime in the town, we can trace the origin." Why explain so much to him? He clearly seems like a novice who has never seen the world. Another guard chimed impatiently, his face displaying disdain. System, can I exchange for spirit stones? Ding. The exchange rate for spirit stones is 1. The host may exchange at will. The system's response alleviated Lu Bai's concern, and without hesitation, he exchanged for 20 spirit stones, finding the convenience agreeable. Little brother, have you decided whether to enter the town? The stout soldier asked with a smile, contrasting sharply with his sullen companion. Brother, I am here to participate in the Tianjin sect examination. I come from Mountain Village and do not possess an identity jade butterfly. I heard Tianjin sect is recruiting disciples and thought to try my luck. Am I allowed to enter the town? Lu Bai spoke earnestly. I can arrange a temporary identity document for you, but the processing fee will be 7 inferior spirit stones, valid for 7 days, just until the examination concludes. If you pass, splendid. If not, you must leave promptly, and fees will apply, as per regulations. Of course, thank you, brother. Lu Bai responded, handing over the fee. The stout soldier weighed the bag in his hand, and through years of experience, he estimated it contained at least 20 spirit stones. He exchanged a glance with his companion, who, now smiling, handed Lu Bai a temporary identification document. How did you discern that this fellow would be so generous? I can't see any signs of wealth in his attire. The slender soldier queried as they escorted Lu Bai into the town. I couldn't tell either. Judging by his age, he clearly came for the examination. I merely wished to foster goodwill, the stout soldier replied. The sullen soldier remained skeptical, but said nothing further. As the city gates thunderously closed behind him, the sounds of the bustling town surged forth. Faded cloth awnings lined the main street of gray stone, where bamboo tea stalls wafted the aroma of coarse tea. At the corner, 2 children, wielding sticks as swords, enacted their martial prowess against a gray brick wall, sending fragments flying. In a nearby tavern, sounds of laughter and melodious music mingled in the air. Stalls offering a plethora of delectable snacks tantalized the senses, with golden, crispy spiritual meat, enticing spiritual fruits, and steaming bowls of spiritual porridge that made Lu Bai's mouth water. Clad in a blue robe, Lu Bai wandered the town until he chanced upon an unnamed Yueli. He entered, selecting a table by the window, and summoned a server to order some food and drink. Seemingly casual, he began to inquire about recent happenings in the town. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the inn. Turning his gaze, he observed several elegantly dressed scions encircling a ragged beggar, embroiled in a heated argument. Clad in silk and adorned with precious jade pendants, the wealthy youths bore expressions of arrogance, their presence drawing a crowd of onlookers. From the discussions of bystanders, Lu Bai learned that these affluent youths hailed from powerful families in the town. The leader, Zhao Tianlin, was the son of the town's law enforcement captain. Generally, they were not particularly malevolent, albeit somewhat overbearing. Alongside him were Qian Haoyu and Sun Yifeng, both sons of influential families in Tianjin town, collectively dubbed the rich second generation. Observing these peers of his own age, Lu Bai discerned a potential altercation brewing and stepped forward. Gentlemen, why argue with a beggar? It is beneath your dignity. The weather is splendid today. Allow me to invite you all to the tavern for a drink, as a gesture of apology and to preserve the joy of the occasion. Seeing Lu Bai extend an olive branch, the group relented, refraining from further harassing the beggar, but not without leaving a few harsh words before following Lu Bai into the tavern. To Lu Bai's surprise, the beggar trailed behind, extending his filthy hand and hoarsely imploring, "Esteemed gentlemen, have pity and grant me a drink." Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianlin erupted in anger. "You ungrateful wretch, do you think you deserve such generosity?" He rose to strike. Qian Haoyu and Sun Yifeng glared in fury, while Zhou Junwei pounded the table in outrage. Even Lu Bai felt that the beggar lacked any sense of propriety. As tensions escalated towards violence, Lu Bai hastily intervened, pulling the beggar aside. "Elder, please wait over there. I will fetch you some wine shortly." He then turned to Zhao Tianlin and the others with a conciliatory smile. "Gentlemen, temper your anger. Let us not allow a beggar to disrupt our enjoyment of the evening." Seeing Lu Bai's demeanor, the group found it difficult to continue their outrage, offering only a cold snort before resuming their seats. Lu Bai promptly instructed the server to bring a jug of wine and some food for the beggar, seating him at a separate table. Observing the beggar devouring the food ravenously stirred a twinge of compassion within Lu Bai. At the table, Zhao Tianlin initiated introductions. "Brother, I am Zhao Tianlin, and my father is the captain of the town's law enforcement team. This is Qian Haoyu, whose family is in the silk trade." Lu Bai nodded with a smile, acknowledging the introductions. "These are Zhou Junwei and Sun Yifeng, whose families deal in ores and medicinal herbs, respectively," Zhao Tianlin continued, detailing his companions. "Indeed, a collection of the affluent second generation," Lu Bai mused, clasping his hands in greeting. "I am Lu Bai, newly arrived in this esteemed locale. I hope for your kind guidance. Brother, why bother defending a filthy beggar? Look at how he has sullied our clothes. Zhao Tianlin questioned, puzzled after their introductions. In my hometown, we uphold the values of respecting the elderly and caring for the young. Upon arriving here, I simply could not tolerate such behavior. Come, let us drink, Lu Bai explained with a chuckle. Your hometown customs are quite peculiar. In this world of survival of the fittest, such principles are rare, Zhao Tianlin remarked, though he did not dwell on it further. After all, Qingxian Prefecture was vast, and strange customs were not entirely unexpected. Brother Lu, may I inquire about your purpose in visiting Tianjin town? Is there any assistance you require from us? In this town, we might be able to offer some support, Zhao Tianlin inquired, his words slightly slurred as he raised his cup. I have heard that the Tianjin sect is soon to recruit disciples, and I have come to seek my fortune, Lu Bai replied. Zhao Tianlin's spirits lifted instantly, realizing they were kindred spirits. However, he added, the examination is no simple matter. Although our families have some connections within the Tianjin sect, gaining entry requires passing rigorous assessments. Qian Haoyu interjected, indeed. The Tianjin sect has always been known for its fairness and strictness. Many aspire to take the examination each year, yet only a precious few succeed in joining their ranks. His tone carried a hint of nostalgia. Sun Yifeng nodded in agreement. This year's competition is particularly fierce, as the number of disciples being accepted is limited. Moreover, the examination's content is unpredictable, testing not only one's cultivation and comprehension, but also their understanding of the swordsmanship and practical combat skills. As the group engaged in lively discussion, Lu Bai gleaned a deeper understanding of the impending examination. Zhao Tianlin proposed, in light of this, let us finish our meal and make haste. For I have heard that spots are limited, and arriving late may mean missing the chance to take the examination altogether. The others readily concurred. After a satisfying meal, Lu Bai approached the counter to settle the bill, exchanging 50 spirit stones and generously tipping the waiter, instructing him to prepare ample food for the beggar to last several days. The beggar, engrossed in his meal, glanced at their departing figures, a glimmer of intelligence flickering in his eyes, and a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth, as if he were contemplating something profound. Chapter 14. On the edge of madness, Zhao Tianlin and his companions traversed the long street, making their way directly to the Tianjin sects testing grounds. A throng of people had already gathered outside the arena. Lu Bai gazed upward at the towering Jianfeng, its sheer rock face marred by sword marks of varying depths. When the mountain breeze swept through, the lingering sword aura, undiminished after millennia, emitted a mournful wail. Countless young aspirants, each harboring dreams of immortality, congregated here, the air thick with a palpable tension and excitement. The examination site lay in a vast, open square, encircled by towering peaks that seemed to serve as a solemn barrier erected by nature itself for this election. In the center of the square, several elders of the Tianjin sect sat upright, their scrutinizing gazes piercing like blades, seemingly capable of discerning the innermost thoughts of every participant, causing many to avert their eyes. Silence. Suddenly, an elder clad in gray robes stepped onto the platform, sword hovering in midair, the silver patterns on his sleeves shimmering in the sunlight. The Tianjin sect's assessment is about to commence. The first round, testing the spiritual roots. Instantly, the crowd formed an orderly queue, stepping forward one by one to undergo the spiritual root examination. Zhang San, low-grade water spiritual root. Li Si, low-grade dual wood and earth spiritual roots. With each disciple tested, the attendant marked their names in the register. Lu Bai watched the proceedings with keen interest, noting the varied expressions of joy and despair among the participants. Yet, the most striking figure was a woman in white, her skin as pale as snow, her eyes bright like stars, and her long, dark hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders, exuding an ethereal grace reminiscent of a celestial being. As she placed her hands upon the bronze spirit testing cauldron, it erupted with a dazzling brilliance, revealing an exceptional spiritual root. This spectacle elicited gasps from the audience. Envious glances exchanged among them, and even caused several elders on the platform to take notice. One female elder rising to her feet in astonishment. At last, it was Lu Bai's turn. Zhao Tianlin stepped up first. Zhao Tianlin, medium-grade gold spiritual root. He proudly withdrew his hand from the cauldron, a golden light coalescing into the shape of a short sword. The attendant inscribed his name in the register, and, as he turned, his patterned waist sash brushed against the stone platform, a smirk playing on his lips as he glanced at Lu Bai. Qian Haoyu, medium-grade low. Sunny Feng, medium-grade water spiritual root. Zhou Junwei, medium-grade earth spiritual root. As his companions successively passed, Lu Bai felt cold sweat trickling from his palms. Finally, it was his turn. Upon touching the cool edge of the cauldron, it emitted a dull thud, and a gray mist sluggishly formed within. Low-grade, miscellaneous spiritual root. The attendant hesitated, the quill pausing midair. Should he continue? Laughter echoed from the crowd. As a system owner, Lu Bai felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment. Fortunately, there were 4 rounds of assessments, ensuring he would not be eliminated immediately, which explained the attendant's inquiry. Lu Bai nodded and hurriedly left the testing platform, where Zhao Tianlin and the others gathered to offer words of comfort. After much effort, they finally believed his nonchalance regarding the outcome, allowing Lu Bai a moment of peace. System, how do I explain this? I fail, and you ask if I lose face? Or will you grant me the top score? Host, with this system present, the so-called spiritual roots and talents are inconsequential. Are you certain you wish to exchange for spiritual roots or talents? Well, perhaps not. As a model youth of the new era, I refuse to believe I cannot even pass. After all, with you by his side, the assessment was merely an opportunity to meet the higher-ups of the Tianjin sect. Besides, even for a medium-grade spiritual root, the cost was beyond his current means. Just then, another wave of murmurs swept through the crowd, followed by the attendant's voice. Lin Feng, exceptional spiritual root. Lu Bai turned to the platform, observing a black-clad man with sharp features slowly releasing his grip on the cauldron, the radiance within rivaling that of the earlier female disciples. However, Lu Bai harbored no fondness for this individual, not out of jealousy, but due to an unsettling aura he sensed emanating from him. I thought this selection would conclude here, but to my surprise, it continues to present us with wonders as we near its end. An elder in the audience remarked softly, I do not want anyone else. That young girl is reserved for me. Last time, all the exceptional spiritual roots were male disciples, and I did not receive a single one for the Lingjian Peak. Now that a female has finally appeared, it is our turn. Master Su, do not be hasty. This is only the first round. There are still several more to come. Let us observe before making any conclusions. The female elder fell silent, her gaze lingering on the girl, scarcely shifting away. With the first assessment concluded, the second test commenced, the affinity test with swords. A variety of swords laid before the participants, each seemingly imbued with a unique spirit. The swords varied in shape. Some had elongated blades that glimmered coldly, while others bore ancient handles adorned with mysterious runes. Aspirants were required to attempt to grasp these swords and sense the resonance between them. The passing standard was to elicit at least a slight response from the sword. Zhao Tianlin stepped forward first, and upon gripping the sword, it reacted noticeably, vibrating slightly and emitting a humming sound. Zhao Tianlin pass. Next, Qian Haoyu and Sun Yifeng exerted some effort to provoke a faint response from the swords, barely meeting the passing standard. When Lu Bai approached, he grasped each sword in turn, focusing intently to establish a connection. Closing his eyes, he concentrated, and at last, one sword trembled faintly in his hand, but quickly fell still. Lu Bai failed. Do you wish to continue? Lu Bai longed to find a crevice to hide in, but nonetheless steeled himself and nodded. The standout performer of this round was once again the female disciple named Xiang. The moment she reached out, several swords erupted with light, eagerly gravitating toward her, far surpassing the passing standard. Surprisingly, Lin Feng also failed this round, which somewhat reassured Lu Bai. If even an exceptional spiritual root could falter, then his own mixed spiritual root's failure was hardly anomalous. Lu Bai was quite adept at self-comfort. The third assessment of comprehension begins now. With the gray-robed elder's proclamation, another elder descended into the arena, showcasing a complex sword technique, each movement imbued with profound sword intent. The participants needed to swiftly comprehend and replicate it, with the passing standard being the ability to mimic the technique and grasp a portion of its sword intent. Zhao Tianlin and Zhou Junwei managed to replicate the movements fairly well, though they gleaned no sword intent. Qian Haoyu and Sun Yifeng faltered on several key techniques, let alone comprehend any sword intent. As for Liu Bai, who had no experience with sword techniques, it was inevitable that his group would face elimination. However, they remained undeterred, for only Xiangxiang and Lin Feng truly excelled in this round, with nearly 90% of the participants failing. The fourth assessment, the Heavenly Ladder Test, begins now. The gray-robed elder concluded, and a towering heavenly ladder rose before the crowd. Constructed from massive stone blocks, each step exuded an ancient aura. Aspirants were required to begin their ascent from the base, with a passing standard set at reaching the 60th step. This time, everyone climbed together. Though the crowd was large, it was not congested, clearly indicating the quality of the experience. The stone steps glistened with a slippery sheen in the morning mist, each engraved with twisted sword symbols. Liu Bai looked up, the top of the ladder vanishing into the swirling sea of clouds. Boom! With the resounding clang of a bronze bell, the crowd surged toward the ladder like arrows released from a bow. Zhao Tianlin, with his waist sash trailing behind him, leaped over the lower steps in great bounds. However, a sudden blast of frost erupted behind him, and he was yanked back by a powerful force. As Liu Bai ascended the first step, an unexpected force tugged at his feet. The seemingly lifeless sword symbols writhed like serpents, greedily siphoning the cultivator's spiritual energy. He staggered against the rock wall, noticing the system altar meridians beneath his skin beginning to display gray patterns. The devouring power coursing through his veins transformed into a pushing force directed towards his feet. At the 30th step, some had already knelt in despair. Sun Yifeng's 7 orifices bled, his hands grasping desperately at the step engraved with the character Li, his nails scraping the stone surface with a piercing sound. Suddenly, Qian Haoyu's dark iron armguard exploded, sending him tumbling like a broken kite, flung back by the barrier. Amidst the chaos, Liu Bai's figure appeared eerily. Each step he took was unsteady, swaying like a drunken man. Yet he was inexplicably pulled back on a course every time he seemed about to fall. At the 65th step, Zhao Tianlin's brocade robe had become drenched in sweat, clearly exhausted, and he had no choice but to retreat. At the 80th step, Lin Feng and Xiangxiang were secretly competing, both nearing their limits. Suddenly, Lin Feng noticed Liu Bai staggering towards them. Before he could utter a word, Liu Bai brushed past him. Sweat soaked through the back of his azure robe, while the previously agitated sword symbols now lay docile as lambs. Each time he stepped forward, the symbols shimmered with a fleeting golden light. Upon reaching the 99th step, the clouds above parted, revealing a final step of azure stone that became transparent as water. Liu Bai saw his own reflection ripple in the void. Countless sword silhouettes emerged from the sea of clouds, their tips pointing downward, forming an inverted forest of swords. The moment he lifted his foot, the entire staircase resonated with a dragon's roar, and all climbers were flung back to the ground. A millennium had passed. A sigh echoed from the depths of the clouds, and 7 beams of sword light fell like meteors. The elders observing Liu Bai's performance bore complex expressions. Throughout the many years of assessments, no one had ever reached the summit. However, witnessing Liu Bai's remarkable display, they found themselves in a quandary, uncertain how to evaluate his achievement. Xiangxiang and Lin Feng also scrutinized Liu Bai. Her curiosity piqued. She understood the difficulty of the staircase and was eager to know how the seemingly average Liu Bai had managed thus far. In Lin Feng's eyes, there was an inexplicable nuance. All disciples were cast down, and naturally, the assessment concluded. Shortly thereafter, the elders convened, and it was the elder in gray robes who emerged to announce the names of those who had passed. Those who have succeeded: Xiangxiang, Lin Feng, Zhao Tianlin, Zhou Junwei. After the announcement, the gray-robed elder continued, "The successful disciples, follow me to the Sword Sects Grand Hall. You will have the opportunity to be selected as direct disciples by the elders. For those who did not become direct disciples, do not be disheartened. The elders will assign you to the sword peak based on your strengths in the assessment. As the names were read, predictably, Lu Bai, Qian Haoyu, and Sun Yifeng all failed. Lu Bai wore a gloomy expression. His concern was not about entering the Heavenly Sword sect, but rather about the task at hand. Qian Haoyu and Sun Yifeng, however, took it in stride. Though they had not been recruited by the Heavenly Sword sect, their family businesses would ensure they were welcomed by a slightly smaller sect. Even if they were to manage the family enterprise, they would live comfortably for life. And their faces reflected little disappointment, instead appearing quite composed. While Lu Bai pondered, the voice of the assessment elder summoned the successful candidates to the Grand Hall. Wait, Lu Bai called out as he saw the elders beginning to leave the stage, rushing forward. Qian Haoyu and Sun Yifeng quickly attempted to cover Lu Bai's mouth, fearing he might say something rash. Lu Bai broke free from their grasp and strode forward to obstruct the elder in charge of the assessment. The two behind him were filled with anxiety. If they were held accountable, their families would not need the Heavenly Sword sect's intervention. Merely the sect's intent would suffice for countless others to reduce them to nothing. They could only pray that Lu Bai would not act impulsively and utter words of defiance. Chapter 15. From abandoned piece to heir of the Sword Pavilion, do you have any objections to this assessment? As the elder in charge of the evaluation spoke, his gaze was like a drawn blade, an invisible pressure enveloping the air around them, causing it to feel as though it had solidified. Lu Bai felt a heavy weight of oppression surge toward him. Had it not been for the modification of his body, he would likely have embarrassed himself on the spot. Old Bai, who cares about joining your Heavenly Sword sect? If I weren't worried about losing an inch, I wouldn't even bother to show up. Lu Bai could not help but curse inwardly. However, he dared not voice his complaints openly. Instead, he stubbornly stated, I have no objections to the assessment, but I must report significant news. The elder in charge of the assessment hesitated for a moment, surprise flickering in his eyes, clearly not expecting Lu Bai to speak under such pressure. Oh, what information do you possess? Speak, and if it proves useful, I shall pardon you for your rashness. The elder slightly restrained his oppressive aura. As the pressure abated, Lu Bai's tense shoulders gradually relaxed. He glanced around, noticing that the gazes of those present were fixed upon him, hesitating to speak. Just as the elder was about to urge him on, a commanding voice suddenly resonated from the high platform. Bring him to the main hall as well. With that, the elders on the high platform sequentially exited the assessment arena. Inside the main hall of the sword sect, fragrant sandalwood pillars were entwined with 9-clawed golden dragons, each scale embedded with starlight stones. After bowing in respect with the crowd, Lu Bai stood at the back, adhering to protocol. I am Jian Wu Shuang, the master of the Heavenly Sword sect. Since you have passed the assessment today, you are now disciples of my sect. However, before the elders take in disciples, a young friend claims to possess crucial information. I invite you to step forward. If your situation is indeed vital to my sect, I can make an exception to accept you into the Heavenly Sword sect. Is that all? How stingy. Not a single tangible reward. Although he had not anticipated any rewards, Lu Bai felt somewhat dissatisfied with Jian Wu Shuang's miserly offer. Stepping forward, Lu Bai recounted the situation in Gaoyang City truthfully. Bang! The peak master of the spirit sword peak slammed the table, standing up with fury. The Xianin demon sect is courting death, thinking that the Heavenly Sword sect is without defenders? Master, I am willing to lead the disciples of my peak to crush the Xianin demon sect. Her brows were furrowed, her face a mask of anger. Other elders also expressed their indignation, loudly asking for battle. Everyone, please calm down. What is your name? How did you learn of the changes in Gaoyang City? According to your account, Gaoyang City is now akin to a demonic realm, yet you possess no cultivation. How did you escape? With Jian Wu Shuang's inquiry, silence fell in the hall, and the previously agitated elders turned their attention to Lu Bai. Fortunately, not every member of our sect is merely a reckless cultivator. Lu Bai mused inwardly. If they were all like those few elders, he would have to seriously consider whether to join the Heavenly Sword sect. I am Lu Bai. This information was not from my own inquiries. It was entrusted to me by a senior named Yao Chun to deliver the message. After speaking, he removed the jade pendant from his neck and handed it over. As Jian Wushuang received the pendant, a surge of consciousness was drawn into it, slowly revealing the ethereal image of Yao Chan. After observing, his expression darkened considerably. Master, the elder from Spirit Sword Peak had yet to finish his sentence when Jian Wushuang waved his hand, declaring, "Today is the day for the Heavenly Sword Sect to recruit disciples. All matters can be discussed after today. Liu Bai has rendered a valuable service by conveying this information and shall be accepted into the Heavenly Sword Sect as an exception. Now, elders, please begin selecting disciples." Seeing Jian Wushuang's intention to sidestep the issue, the other elders tactfully refrained from further inquiries. However, the fact that Liu Bai was accepted into the sect as an exception indicated that the matter was likely true. Yet, as the master requested to select disciples first, the elders' thoughts suddenly became lively. Unsurprisingly, Elder Su of Spirit Sword Peak was the first to stand and choose the talented female disciple, Xiang Xiang. Although the other elders were reluctant, they could only focus their attention on Lin Feng, as Xiang Xiang's assessment truly suited Spirit Sword Peak. The booming voice of the Master of Heavy Sword Peak echoed first. This child's bones are as strong as iron, and his meridians are fully connected. He is ideal for practicing my Nine Peaks sword cannon. He patted Lin Feng's shoulder with a palm as large as a fan, causing the youth to sway, cracking the blue bricks beneath his feet with spiderweb-like fissures. The Master of Sword Control, Peak, gently waved a jade fan, and 7 small silver swords, each about an inch long, emerged in succession, forming a Big Dipper formation in the air. Lin, my friend, your ability to control 5 flying swords simultaneously has been witnessed by all. Such exquisite talent for sword control would be a loss to our peak if you do not join. As the 2 peak masters argued fervently, the other masters exchanged glances, tacitly choosing not to intervene. It was clear to all that such a gifted disciple would ultimately belong to a main peak. Thus, it would be wise to select other promising disciples while they were preoccupied, as it appeared that the elders were about to escalate their argument. Jian Wushuang lightly tapped the armrest. Lin Feng, what are your thoughts? Upon hearing the master ask Lin Feng for his opinion, the elders' minds immediately became active. Lin Feng was about to speak when suddenly 7 voices echoed in his ears simultaneously. Receive 30 additional contribution points each month. A pair of Xian iron sword blanks as a gift. Enjoy the medicinal springs at will. Lin Feng opened his mouth, ultimately giving a wry smile and bowing. I defer to the sect master's arrangement. Jian Wushuang observed the 2 peak masters with a hint of amusement in his eyes. He cleared his throat. The affection of my 2 younger brothers for talent is understandable. However, before he could finish, Lin Feng's jade sword testing token suddenly emitted golden light, flying automatically into the hands of the sect master. It seemed the sword spirit had already made its choice. The sect master returned the token to Lin Feng, now inscribed with the words Sword Peak. Master, you are being unreasonable. You clearly let him choose for himself. How can you just take it? Indeed, we were the ones who saw him first. Sect Master, this is quite unfair. The Master of Sword Control, Peak, quickly chimed in. My 2 younger brothers, Lin Feng is now a disciple of my sword Peak. Perhaps you should consider other disciples. Jian Wushuang said with a half-smile. Only then did the 2 elders realize, turning their attention to the other disciples. The other elders hastily pulled their chosen disciples behind them, a gesture that infuriated the 2 elders. Fortunately, there were still some unselected disciples, though none possessed particularly outstanding talents, including Liu Bai. The 2 elders each selected a portion of disciples, most of whom were accepted as auxiliary disciples, deliberately avoiding Liu Bai. Watching as others were chosen one by one until he was the last remaining, Liu Bai felt quite awkward as he observed the elders who seemed unwilling to select him. Jian Wushuang observed all this, understanding that it was not that the elders looked down upon Liu Bai. Based on the assessment, Liu Bai possessed tremendous potential in physical prowess. However, the members of the Heavenly Sword Sect were primarily sword cultivators and had little understanding of physical training. None were willing to accept someone with almost negligible affinity for the sword. As Jian Wushuang contemplated whether to forcibly assign Liu Bai if no one desired him, a booming voice suddenly rang out from outside the hall. What a lively gathering today. But little Shuangzi, Why didn't you inform me? Lu Bai stared in surprise at the newcomer outside the hall, while Zhao Tianlin and Zhou Junwei, like startled ostriches, desperately squeezed into the crowd, wishing to bury their heads in their chests. Indeed, the visitor was the old beggar he had encountered previously. Upon entering the main hall, the beggar's disheveled hair seemed to move without wind, his murky eyes suddenly clear as a sword, radiating a faint yet palpable pressure. No trace remained of his previous downtrodden appearance. Master Uncle, you have never shown interest in these matters. Moreover, your whereabouts are unpredictable. How could I know where to inform you? Jian Wushuang said while quickly descending from his seat of honor, respectfully helping the old beggar to sit down. Lu Bai had yet to recover from his astonishment when the old beggar flashed him a grin. Lu Bai quickly bowed in respect. Little twin, what is the situation? The old beggar inquired, pointing at Lu Bai as he addressed Jian Wushuang. Before Jian Wushuang could respond, a cool, clear voice interjected. Martial uncle. His affinity for the sword is pitifully low, yet his physical strength is remarkably formidable. He might be better suited to another sect than our sword sect. However, he has made significant contributions to our sect, which has left all the brothers and sisters uncertain as to which sword peak he should be assigned, and they are currently deliberating. The speaker was Elder Su, the head of Lingjian Peak. Elder Su, what contributions has he made to the sect that could warrant such a change of heart? The old beggar's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Jian Wushuang quickly communicated the events that had transpired. Elder Su, why not take this young man into Lingjian Peak? I recall you have a place called Haijiao, where you typically enjoy the waterfalls. It might be better utilized for his training. It would be a case of making the most of a waste. The old beggar said half-jokingly, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. Shameless martial uncle, what are you saying? Do you wish to lose your beard? Knowing full well that our Lingjian Peak is composed entirely of female disciples, how could we possibly take him? Indeed, I overlooked that. The old beggar instinctively shielded his beard with his hand. He had suffered enough from Elder Su's playful plucking of his beard, as she was the beloved pet of both their generation and Lu Bai's. Since none of you can teach him, I find him quite agreeable. I shall take him under my wing. After all, my sword cottage is currently vacant. Do you have any objections? Martial uncle, do you intend to take him as your disciple, or as your personal disciple? Jian Wushuang asked, astonished. Of course, I shall take him as my personal disciple, providing you with a junior brother. What do you think? At this declaration, the hall erupted in a flurry of chatter, with everyone expressing their opinions. Zhao Tianlin and Zhou Junwei regretted their past treatment of the old beggar, lamenting that if they had been kinder, the ones soaring to great heights now might have been themselves. The talented female disciple, Xiang, gazed at Lu Bai with curious fascination, while the other disciples envied Lu Bai's fortuitous turn of events, discussing the sudden opportunity that had befallen him. Lu Bai, equally astonished, could hardly believe the dramatic turn of events. The most shocked, however, were the elders present, their pupils dilating in disbelief. The sword cottage has not taken in disciples for a century. The last time was. Martial uncle, are you serious? Jian Wushuang maintained a calm demeanor, aware that the old beggar had no children and had long searched for a suitable disciple. After the great battle of years past, only this old beggar had returned to their sect. Upon his return, the old beggar's temperament had changed drastically, becoming elusive, and the sword cottage had nearly fallen into ruin. Disciples had either left or perished, leaving it nearly defunct. Sigh, I feel my days are numbered. Perhaps soon I shall seek your master. The lineage of the sword cottage should not end with me. The old beggar sighed softly. Jian Wushuang's eyes brightened with excitement as he asked, Martial uncle, are you about to break through? His voice brimmed with anticipation. The old beggar nodded slightly, stating, this matter is settled. Once I am gone, you must take good care of your junior brother, as he has joined late and will require your assistance. Disciples obey. The elders present rose in respect, bowing slightly. Young man, do you wish to take me as your master? The old beggar turned his gaze toward Lu Bai. Lu Bai, still in disbelief, stepped forward and respectfully bowed, saying, disciple pays respects to master. Good. The old beggar's bony finger touched Lu Bai's brow, a golden light in the shape of a sword entering his mind. From this day forth, you shall carry the flame of the sword cottage. Disciple shall not disappoint master's expectations. Well, it seems you are quite astute. That old fellow Yao Chun certainly knows how to pick his students. Master, do you know the esteemed Yao Sheng? The old beggar merely smiled, offering no answer. Instead, addressing Jian Wu Shuang. Little twin, should you encounter difficulties, come to the sword cottage to seek this old skeleton of mine. With that, the old beggar rose, striding out of the hall with Lu Bai in tow, leaving the gathered crowd to ponder the dramatic scene that had just unfolded. Chapter 16. The Inheritance of the Sword Lodge Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, earning 2,100 points, with a remaining total of 10,470 points. The crisp sound of the system notification rang in Lu Bai's ears, finally settling his previously anxious heart. During this time, he had been worried about the looming punishment, akin to the sword of Damocles hanging over his head, but now he felt utterly liberated. Hey kid, look at that silly grin on your face. You're about to drool. Aren't you going to wipe it off? A teasing voice abruptly interrupted Lu Bai's joy. Instinctively, Lu Bai raised his hand to his mouth, paused, and realized there was no drool. Only then did he comprehend that he had been mocked. Just as he was about to retort, his peripheral vision caught sight of the surrounding environment, causing him to freeze in disbelief. The smile on his face vanished, replaced by sheer astonishment as he began to scrutinize his surroundings. The scene before him starkly contrasted with his expectations of the Sword Lodge. Tall weeds thrived wildly around him, nearly swallowing the entire area, with a few dilapidated buildings occasionally peeking through the overgrowth, exuding an even more desolate aura. Master, is this really the Sword Lodge? Lu Bai asked, incredulity lacing his voice. Indeed, it has been a long time since I last returned. From today onward, you'll cultivate diligently here. First, tidy this place up. Do you see that palace over there? Once you're done, come find me there, the old beggar casually pointed in a direction. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed and vanished, leaving Lu Bai standing there in a daze. Staring at the spot where the old beggar had disappeared, Lu Bai felt utterly defeated. What the hell? The Sword Lodge, what a powerful name. I am at least the junior brother of the sect leader, yet I am thrown into this wilderness and left to clean up by myself. Does the Sword Lodge not have a single disciple to help? Just look at these towering weeds. How long am I supposed to clear them alone? Days later, after enduring countless hardships, Lu Bai finally discovered the palace the old beggar mentioned. The sight before him left him deeply disappointed. The palace was in ruins. Its decrepit beams seemed ready to collapse at the slightest gust of wind, and the roof tiles were incomplete, with sunlight filtering through the gaps to illuminate the dust-covered floor. Lu Bai stared at the bubbles on the old beggar's nose, his fists clenched and then relaxed. Eventually, he kicked a piece of rubble aside, exclaiming, "Damn, old man, are you still thinking about sleeping? Do you see me as free labor? Are you trying to work me to death? And you call yourself the sect leader's uncle? Just look at this broken palace and this desolate place. Where is the demeanor of a lineage master?" Lu Bai was genuinely exasperated. He had been pulling weeds for several days, and if his body hadn't been enhanced, he would have collapsed long ago. "You little rascal, what are you shouting about? Didn't you say your family values respect for the elderly and care for the young? Have you forgotten all that? It's just pulling weeds. And it's not like I asked you to do it for too long," the old beggar replied leisurely, not even lifting his eyelids. Irritated, Lu Bai turned his head, refusing to engage with the old beggar. Noticing Lu Bai's displeasure, the old beggar chuckled and said, "Since you've entered my Sword Lodge, let me first enlighten you about its responsibilities and the general structure of the Heavenly Sword sect." "Humph, old beggar, I'll let you off this time." Although Lu Bai was still angry, he obediently sat quietly beside the old beggar. "Ha, don't be mad, little rascal. Although everyone praises your physical prowess, I hadn't witnessed it firsthand until now. After these few days, it's evident that your physical strength has indeed reached an exceptional level. Furthermore, my Sword Lodge has no one else. I can't really expect this old bone of mine to pull weeds, can I? All right, master, please continue, this time. I won't hold it against you." Lu Bai came to terms with the situation, since the Sword Lodge had taken him in and indeed had no other disciples. It was unreasonable to expect the old beggar to perform such labor. The Heavenly Sword sect has 4 main peaks: Sword Head Peak, heavy sword peak, flying sword peak, and spirit sword peak. There are 5 subsidiary peaks: beast control peak, pill cauldron peak, sword classics pavilion, law enforcement peak, and herbal garden. The subsidiary peaks primarily handle internal affairs of the heavenly sword sect and are not publicly disclosed. For instance, Pill Cauldron Peak is responsible for supplying elixirs to the sect and will not participate in external conflicts unless in dire circumstances, nor will it engage in the sect's decision-making. I thought so. With such a large sect as the Heavenly Sword sect, how could it function normally relying solely on a group of people who only know how to fight? Lubai mused. It turned out that the visible members were only responsible for external affairs, and even if they were all lost, the Heavenly Sword sect's subsidiary peaks could still ensure its continued operation. Then, Master, what kind of existence is the Sword Lodge? Lubai inquired, puzzled. The Sword Lodge has but one mission: to protect the Heavenly Sword sect. It is the last line of defense for the sect. Typically, the disciples of the Sword Lodge only need to focus on their cultivation and are not required to handle any other matters. The resources of the sect will also be prioritized for the Sword Lodge. However, with such privileges come corresponding responsibilities, so think carefully, you little rascal. Master, why is the Sword Lodge in such a state of disrepair? Did something happen? The old beggar took a swig of strong liquor and slowly replied, 1,000 years ago, during that great war, although the Heavenly Sword sect lost the Sword Lodge, the other sword peaks were preserved. Every other sect suffered severe losses, and some even severed their inheritance. Master, what exactly happened 1,000 years ago to inflict such devastation upon the entire Qingxian prefecture? Lubai was astonished, unable to fathom the magnitude of a conflict that could have such widespread repercussions. You little rascal, this is not something you can understand at present. Focus on your cultivation for now. In due time, you will come to know. Ding. Activating system task. Protect the Heavenly Sword sect until the resources of Qingxian Prefecture can no longer satisfy the host's needs. Successful completion rewards 1,000,000 points. Failure results in a reduction of 3 inches for the host. Please choose wisely. System, you really know how to push my buttons. Just give me the task already. Can you refrain from constantly threatening me with short this and short that? Yet, as Lubai gazed at the substantial reward points, his heart swelled with joy, and he begrudgingly forgave the system. Master, I am willing to shoulder this responsibility. You little rascal, are you not going to reconsider? This is no small burden. The old beggar asked again. Master, I wish to contribute to the Heavenly Sword sect. I am alone in this world, and now the Heavenly Sword sect is my home. Rest assured, I will protect it well. How could I not? This is crucial for my future happiness, Lubai muttered to himself. Ha! I knew I did not misjudge you. Good disciple, since you have agreed, you are now the eldest senior brother of the Sword Lodge. You must hurry your cultivation. Although the Sword Lodge has been a solitary lineage, you can recruit disciples to manage the lodge and select one from among them to inherit this lineage. Of course, you can also venture out like I did to seek out fated disciples. However, remember that character is paramount in inheriting the Sword Lodge. It is better to have none than to have a poor fit. Keep this in mind. Yes, Master, I will remember. Lubai stood up and respectfully bowed to the old beggar. All right, my title is Wine Sword Immortal. Since your physique is so robust, I shall impart to you the Tiger Soul Sword Classic. This sword classic was fortuitously obtained by your second uncle, Jiang Batian, the second brother of Heavy Sword Peak, during that great war. Its potential rivals the top-tier techniques of Qingxian Prefecture. Although disciples of the sword sect also train their bodies, their primary focus is on the sword path. Thus, this sword classic is not suitable for them. But for you, who can ascend the heavenly ladder with unparalleled physique, it is a perfect match. Lubai accepted the slightly yellowed Tiger Soul Sword Classic with both hands, expressing gratitude. Disciple thanks Master. Good disciple, there is no need for such formality. I also have 13 swords of Qing Xuanen Phantom Steps to impart to you. These 2 tomes are the treasured techniques of our sword pavilion. The 13 Swords of Qingxian was conceived by your ancestral master, inspired by the rise and fall of the entire Qingxian prefecture. It comprises 13 swords, and it is said that when mastered to perfection, one can cleave through the void with a single strike. The phantom steps is derived from the contemplation of human shadows, ethereal and dreamlike, representing a superior form of bodily technique. I have annotated some of my personal insights within. Should you encounter any confusion, do not hesitate to seek my guidance. Thank you, Master, Liu Bai exclaimed with uncontainable joy as he received these two martial arts manuals, which were far more enticing than the Tiger Soul sword cannon. In comparison to his own chaotic heart technique, the Tiger Soul sword cannon undoubtedly paled, and he intended to exchange it for points. However, these techniques of movement and swordplay were immensely beneficial, as the conditions for executing his chaotic fist technique were rather demanding. Thus, these manuals perfectly complemented his shortcomings. Observing Liu Bai's elation, the wine sword immortal chuckled and added, "My dear disciple, remember that cultivation cannot be rushed. First, proceed to Danding Peak and the miscellaneous hall to procure some essential supplies, then go to Tianjin Town to recruit some assistants. This way, you can cultivate in peace." "Yes, Master, I shall attend to it at once," Liu Bai replied, bowing once more before slowly exiting the dilapidated Great Hall. Chapter 17. The recruitment journey of the new master of the Sword Cottage after departing from the Grand Hall. Liu Bai hastened to Danding Peak as per his master's instructions. Atop the peak, a thick mist enveloped the area, and the rich aroma of medicinal herbs lingered in the air, creating an enchanting ambience. Liu Bai approached the elder responsible for distributing supplies. "Senior brother, I have come to collect the training materials for the Sword Cottage as commanded by Master." "Oh, it's Liu, junior brother. Please wait a moment. I will fetch them for you," the elder responded. Liu Bai's acceptance as a disciple of the Sword Cottage had spread throughout the entire Tianjin sect. Although many disciples believed he was merely fortunate, the prestigious name of the Sword Cottage ensured that no one dared to inconvenience him. "Liu, junior brother, here are the medicinal supplies for this month. Please check them," the elder said, handing over the items. Liu Bai examined the pills and noticed a significant quantity, but upon seeing the elder's hesitant expression, he quickly understood. "Senior brother, do you need my assistance with something?" The elder, looking somewhat embarrassed, replied, "Could you please convey a message to Uncle Master for me? Just tell me what it is, senior brother. I will certainly relay it to Master upon my return. Then I must trouble you, junior brother. Please inform Uncle Master that Dan Xuanzi acknowledges his mistake. I wronged him in the past and seek his forgiveness." After saying this, Dan Xuanzi looked somewhat awkwardly at Liu Bai. "Understood, senior brother. I will ensure your message reaches him." "Thank you, junior brother. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Safe travels, junior brother. Do visit often." After bidding farewell to Dan Xuanzi, Liu Bai promptly made his way to the miscellaneous hall, where he carefully selected several treasures and daily necessities that resonated with him before setting off towards Tianjin Town. Tianjin Town was still bustling with activity, filled with a myriad of voices and lively stalls lining the streets, where vendors enthusiastically called out to potential customers. While Liu Bai was leisurely wandering through the town, a familiar voice suddenly pierced through the commotion. "Lin Feng, please stop bothering me." The melodious voice stood out amidst the clamor. Liu Bai turned to see a young woman in a light blue dress arguing with a handsome young man with striking features. Ah, no wonder the voice sounded familiar. It's the two talented disciples, he thought, recognizing the arguing pair as Xiang and Lin Feng. Curiosity piqued, Liu Bai wondered why they were quarreling so publicly. Before long, he deduced that Lin Feng was indeed pursuing Xiang. However, his interest waned as he realized Lin Feng was merely a master of empty promises, while Xiang remained sensibly grounded, albeit visibly irritated by his relentless pursuit. Noticing the scene, Liu Bai confidently approached and raised his voice, "Xiang, my dear niece. I finally found you. I encountered your master just after descending the mountain, and he specifically asked me to convey that you should complete your task and return promptly, as there is something of great importance awaiting you." "Oh, Lin Shizi is here too. What a coincidence." Liu Bai feigned surprise, greeting Lin Feng with a warm smile. "Uncle Liu," they both responded respectfully upon seeing him. "Stop dawdling. Let's not keep senior sister Su waiting." Xiang, understanding the hint, quickly followed Liu Bai as they departed. "Uncle Liu," Lin Feng hesitated. "What is it, Lin Shizi? Do you have something to discuss?" After a prolonged pause, Lin Feng reluctantly muttered, "Nothing. Then I shall take my leave." Once Lu Bai successfully extricated himself from Lin Feng's presence, Xiang Xiang sighed in relief, expressing her gratitude. "Uncle Lu, I owe you one. Had you not appeared just in time, I truly would not have known what to do." Lu Bai smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "Ni Xiang Xiang, you flatter me. It was but a small favor. Is Lin Feng always this persistent within the sect?" A hint of exasperation flashed in Xiang Xiang's eyes as she replied. "Lin Feng is indeed gifted in cultivation, but his stubbornness can be quite overwhelming. His relentless pursuit is quite distressing for me. Ah, the desire for beauty is universal. One cannot fault Lin Shi for that. If it truly troubles you, I shall have a word with our sect leader when next we meet, so he may rein in his disciple." Xiang Xiang's cheeks flushed slightly as she whispered, "Thank you, Uncle. Your sense of justice is admirable. I am certain you will shine brightly in the sect." Lu Bai chuckled heartily. "Niece, you exaggerate. I have just joined the Sword Cottage and have much to learn. As for you, being a prodigious disciple of Ling Jianpeak, you will undoubtedly bring glory to our sect in the future." "Uncle Lu, you jest. I must work even harder," she replied humbly. "Enough of this mutual flattery. My dear niece, I have sect duties to attend to, so I shall not see you off." After parting ways with Xiang Xiang, Lu Bai lost interest in further wandering and made his way directly to the recruitment area of the Tianjin sect. This location was commonly used for postings when the sect required additional personnel. Over time, it had become known as the recruitment center of the Tianjin sect. Just as Lu Bai finished posting his notice, a throng of individuals gathered around. These people had lingered in Tianjin town, all aspiring to one day join the Tianjin sect. "Young Master Lu, is it really you? Have you passed the assessment? Congratulations." Lu Bai looked up to see the rotund guard from the city gate approaching him. "Ah, it's you. Aren't you supposed to be on duty today?" "I merely managed to pass by sheer luck," Lu Bai replied, feeling grateful towards the guard who had aided him upon his entry to the city. "Young Master, what brings you here?" "Oh, I am here to recruit some assistant disciples and mountain guards for the Sword Cottage. My master sent me to see if there are any suitable candidates in Tianjin town." "Young Master, do you think I am suitable? If I ascend the mountain, I shall surely obey your every command. Please give me a chance." Lu Bai furrowed his brow, believing in the guard's character. He had never belittled Lu Bai due to his humble origins. "This position is quite a lucrative one. Why would you wish to leave it and join me on the mountain?" Lu Bai inquired. Although the Sword Cottage offered benefits, they might not match the comfort he currently enjoyed. The guard sighed. Anyone from Tianjin town dreams of joining the Tianjin sect. Most of the wandering cultivators here are like rootless weeds, severely lacking in cultivation resources. Everyone is doing their utmost to gain entry to the sect. "What is your name? Since you are so familiar with this place, I will entrust you with a task. If you can complete it, I shall take you up the mountain." "Young Master, please tell me. Whatever the task, Wang the Fatty will see it through." "Very well. I am here to select personnel. Talent is one aspect, but character is paramount. Additionally, find a construction team. If you can accomplish this, I will take you up the mountain," Lu Bai said, smiling at Wang the Fatty. Wang the Fatty was so excited he nearly leaped for joy, eagerly thumping his chest in assurance. "Do not celebrate just yet. You have only 3 hours." Lu Bai felt it necessary to temper his excitement. "Yes, I will handle it right away. You can rest assured, young master. Within 1 hour, I will present you with a satisfactory team." "Very well. Let us see if this fatty can deliver," Lu Bai mused as he watched Wang the Fatty depart. With someone else handling the task, Lu Bai felt no need to linger idly and chose a nearby tea house to wait. "System, come forth. I wish to exchange my cultivation points." Beep. The host currently has 470 points remaining. It is advisable for the host to exchange with a breath-holding technique if they wish to avoid becoming a lab rat for dissection. Indeed, if one were to suddenly ascend several tiers, it would certainly be difficult to explain. "My dear Tongzi, you are truly considerate. I shall exchange for the concealment technique and automatically learn it." Ding! Exchange successful. Points, 2,000. Remaining points, 8470. The system's notification chimed once more. "What on earth? Tongzi, this is rather exorbitant. Is it gilded?" Lu Bai exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment, his face a canvas of disbelief. This system guarantees premium quality, unparalleled value. Take it or leave it. Suddenly, a cultivation method materialized in Liu Bai's mind. So familiar it felt as though he had practiced it countless times before. This is ridiculous. I can't even reach the golden core stage. Liu Bai lamented, somewhat speechless. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead, recalling that he possessed a copy of the Tiger Soul Sword Classic. Surely, this would serve as a means to accrue points. Without hesitation, he declared, Tongzi, exchange the Tiger Soul Sword Classic for points. Ding. Exchange successful, points 100,000, remaining points, 108470. Goodness, the Tiger Soul Sword Classic is indeed formidable. It now allowed him to elevate to the nascent soul stage, albeit merely in theory. Weighing the pros and cons, Liu Bai resolved, Tongzi, first convert the resources I have acquired into points, then allocate my cultivation to the golden core stage. Unfortunately, to exchange points, he needed resources of at least the same realm. Thus, he had to first convert the newly acquired resources into points to facilitate his upgrade, lest they become redundant. Ding. Allocation successful, points deducted, 10,000, remaining points, 118470. Liu Bai felt akin to a long-dried lake suddenly replenished with water, vigor surging through his entire being. Tongzi. Next exchange for the insights on progressing from chi refinement to the nascent soul stage. Ding. Exchange successful, points, 20,000, remaining points, 98470. After the successful exchange, he felt no sense of dissonance within. When channeling his spiritual energy, it flowed effortlessly, as if an extension of his will. Observing the remaining points, Liu Bai promptly allocated points to the Qing Xian 13 swords and the Phantom Step. However, to his astonishment, mastering these two techniques to their fullest required 100,000 points. Reluctantly, he opted for a compromise, cultivating the Qing Xian 13 swords to perfection and the Phantom Step to a minor success. Even so, the caliber of these techniques remained formidable. Ha, bunch of blind brutes. Those disciples you scramble for. Who among them can compare to me? Liu Bai felt quite satisfied with his current self, though he couldn't help but think of his several senior brothers, whom he regarded as uncultured and lacking vision. At that moment, Wang Fatty rushed back to the tea house, perspiration dripping from his brow, followed by a throng of individuals. Young master, I have brought the people. So soon? Wang Fatty, your efficiency is quite commendable. Liu Bai raised his gaze, spotting over 30 spirited young individuals standing behind Wang Fatty. He generously complimented them. Wang Fatty chuckled and began introducing young master. These are the gifted individuals I have selected. This one is Li Fei, endowed with innate strength and a unique understanding of swordsmanship. This is Chun Chong from a construction team, who has built many places in the Heavenly Sword sect. And this is Zhao Linger, though a woman. Possesses apure espiritual root. Liu Bai scrutinized each individual, nodding slightly. And these few are honest and diligent disciples from the miscellaneous work team. Wang Fatty indicated towards several middle-aged men. Very well, then let us return to the Sword Lodge. Chapter 18. The Grand Sect Competition Under the Blazing Sun. The remnants of the Sword Lodge's dilapidated roof tiles radiated heat. Liu Bai tugged at his damp collar and shouted toward the craftsmen who were rebuilding the walls. Old Li, the load-bearing pillars of the eastern side hall must be made of fir. Rest assured, Brother Liu, replied the middle-aged craftsman, whose face was covered in dust as he wiped the sweat from his brow. Look at this intricately carved window frame. I have meticulously replicated the style of the remaining main hall. Liu Bai leaned in to examine the delicate sword patterns etched into the window lattice. Suddenly, a cracking sound came from behind him. He turned to see his servant disciple standing foolishly, holding a scythe that had broken in two, with a bundle of thorns nearly as tall as a person at his feet. Use this. Liu Bai unfastened the short dagger from his waist and tossed it over. Be careful not to cut yourself. As the moonlight began to rise, 20 new disciples lined up in front of the bluestone platform. Liu Bai formed a small blue light with his fingertips, tracing the human meridians in the air. Starting tomorrow, at the hour of the rabbit, we will practice energy manipulation for 2 hours each day. Anyone who slacks off will be punished by fetching water from the back mountain. A round-faced girl, Zhao Ling, playfully chimed in, causing laughter to ripple through the group. From the shadows of the eaves, the clinking of wine jugs could be heard. Lu Bai rolled his eyes. "Old man, go drink in your own room." "Ah, you're quite fierce." The wine sword immortal swayed out with an empty gourd. "I came to see if you need assistance. After all, you've just begun your training." However, he was taken aback to find Lu Bai adeptly imparting various cultivation techniques, which left him quite astonished. Thanks to the collective efforts of everyone, the reconstruction of the Sword Lodge was nearing completion. The newly built lodge exuded an ancient and solemn grandeur, with flying eaves and bracket sets showcasing its majesty. Every carving and every pattern embodied the passage of time and the artisan's dedication. Meanwhile, under Lu Bai's attentive guidance, the disciples of the Sword Lodge steadily advanced on their cultivation journeys. "My lord," one day, while Lu Bai was sharing his cultivation insights, Wang Fatty called from distance. "Wang Fatty, weren't you supposed to be procuring supplies in Tianjin town? Was you so flustered?" "Well, my lord, while I was in Tianjin town, I overheard many discussing the upcoming disciples competition. It is said that the top 3 will gain entry to the ancient secret realm of the Tianjin sect, and many people down the mountain are placing bets. And this concerns you how? Why the urgency? Do you wish to participate?" Not really, my lord. Although I won't be joining, you certainly can. With your prowess, securing first place should be a breeze." "Wang Fatty, are you so eager for me to join because you placed a bet down the mountain?" "Hee, my lord, your insight is remarkable. I heard about the betting and found your name listed at the bottom with odds of 100. How could I resist? I wagered 500 spirit stones on your victory." "Hee, Fatty, I forgot to mention, due to the unique circumstances of the Sword Lodge, I am exempt from the competition. If I wish, I can enter directly. Your spirit stones will likely be wasted." Lu Bai refrained from adding that the ancient secret realm of the Tianjin sect merely offered a chance to reach the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, whereas he had already attained the peak of the Golden Core stage and thus held little interest. Upon hearing that Lu Bai would not be participating, Wang Fatty immediately plopped down on the ground, lamenting his lost investment, which elicited peals of laughter from the Sword Lodge disciples. Days later, 9 bronze cauldrons atop Tianjin Peak simultaneously emitted smoke, signaling the official commencement of the sect competition. Lu Bai, along with several disciples from Sword Lodge, came to spectate. Although he was not participating, he still wished to witness the excitement, while Wang Fatty seemed somewhat disheartened. The 312th sect competition has officially begun. All participating disciples are to draw lots. Those who draw the same number will compete. This may be the aspect of the cultivation world that Lu Bai admired most, the straightforwardness, devoid of superfluous chatter. Once the law elder concluded, the disciples below wasted no time and swiftly completed the drawing. "My lord, who do you think will take first place in this competition? If all goes well, Su Xiangxiang from Lingjian Peak should secure first place, as she outperformed all others during the disciples' assessment," Lu Bai replied, only to feel something amiss. Turning to Wang Fatty, he added, "Fatty, why do you ask? I must remind you, this is merely my speculation and should not be taken seriously. Do not place any more bets." "Understood, my lord." Observing Wang Fatty's dismissive response, Lu Bai realized he had not absorbed the advice, but since it was his personal matter, he chose not to interfere. The first match featured Lin Feng against Wang Taizhan. Just then, the voice of the law elder thundered through the arena. How fortunate for the genius disciple, Wang Taizhan, to face off against the sect leader's disciple right from start. Lu Bai couldn't help but remark on Wang Tieshan's good luck. Wang Taizhan of the Heavy Sword Peak was the first to launch an attack, brandishing a massive sword forged from dark iron and swinging it fiercely at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, without even unsheathing his sword, effortlessly deflected Wang's wrist guard within 3 moves. As he sheathed his sword, he looked immaculate in his white attire, prompting waves of admiration from the female disciples watching below. Lin Feng is truly impressive. Indeed, taking down his opponent in just 3 moves is incredibly cool. The second match pitted Zhao Yun'er from Lingjian Peak against Sun Hao from the Beast Taming Peak. Upon witnessing Wang Tieshan's defeat, the law elder promptly announced the second match. As Zhao Yun'er leapt onto the stage, a crimson-scaled python suddenly surged from Sun Hao's sleeve, opening its maw to unleash a cloud of toxic mist. At that moment, Zhao Linger's sword tip burst forth with the illusion of a blue lotus, absorbing the toxic fog entirely. Sun Hao hastily attempted to summon a hawk from his spirit beast pouch, but a lotus petal struck his wrist, shattering his beast-taming flute. Considered a concession. As Zhao Linger sheathed her sword, a wooden hairpin in her hair snapped, causing her dark hair to cascade like a waterfall. The audience erupted. Why are all the female disciples from Lingjian Peak so stunning, beautiful and strong with a sword? In the 7th match, Zhou Junwei faced Chenhai. Zhou Junwei, a brawny man from the heavy sword peak, swung his door-width sword, while Chenhai from the sword-taming peak smiled lightly as he executed his technique. 7 small swords darted out like fish, targeting Zhou's joints and pressure points. With a roar, Zhou shattered 3 of the swords, but was unexpectedly struck by the 4th, which sent his hair tie flying, leaving him in disarray. Stop! The law elder waved his flag, declaring victory for the sword-taming peak. The audience erupted in boos. The heavy sword peak only relies on brute strength. This is so lacking in skill. When did Zhou Junwei switch to the heavy sword peak? Liu Bai distinctly remembered that Zhou Junwei had not been from there before. My lord, do you know Zhou Junwei? Should I inquire further? Zhao Linger, who had appeared beside Liu Bai, asked upon noticing his confusion. No need, I'm merely curious. He seems to be faring quite well at the heavy sword peak. Understood, my lord. The first round of matches concluded in just one day, given that several arenas were operating concurrently. Liu Bai nearly dozed off from the relentless bouts, and he couldn't help but admire how convincingly his senior brothers and sisters acted. For the following days of competition, Liu Bai did not attend, instead instructing Zhao Linger to summon him for the finals. However, it was worth noting that one day Zhao Linger returned in a fit of rage. After inquiring, Liu Bai learned that Lin Feng's match against Su Yao had infuriated her. It turned out that as soon as Su Yao from Lingjian Peak assumed her stance, Lin Feng suddenly deviated his sword's path, grazing her ear and severing a lock of her hair. Her hairpin clattered to the ground. Anyone with discernment could see that Su Yao was outmatched. Yet Lin Feng continued to toy with her, his sword tip trailing her clothing until the referee intervened. It seems Lin Feng's character is lacking. Indeed, my lord, it's infuriating. All right, I will bring this up with the sect leader. I trust he will impose a fitting punishment. Yes, he should certainly be reprimanded. By the way, my lord, the finals are tomorrow. Will you be attending? All right, I shall go take a look tomorrow. However, why have I not seen Wang Pongzi these past few days? He has been frequenting Tianjin town whenever he finds the time. I am unsure of his intentions. Very well, you may proceed with your tasks. But do remember to call for me tomorrow. Certainly, my lord. At long last, the sect's grand competition reached its most exhilarating moment. The law enforcement elder, as usual, spoke succinctly. Today there will be 2 matches. Zhang Fan, Su Xiangxiang, and Lin Feng will draw lots, with one person receiving a bye. The victor will contend against the one who has the bye for the first place. One cannot help but marvel at Lin Feng's extraordinary luck. He had drawn the bye, provoking a wave of murmurs from the audience. The first match is Su Xiangxiang against Zhang Fan, and it begins now, with the elder's announcement. The crystal bells adorning Xiangxiang's sword tassels chime melodiously. Zhang Fan positioned himself in the 7 stars formation, where 7 flying swords intertwined to form a luminous net. You have offended me. Su Xiangxiang suddenly twirled and leaped, her sword tip striking the very center of the foremost flying sword. The remaining 6 swords fell like kites severed from their strings, sparking against the bluestone ground. Sister Xiangxiang's swordsmanship is indeed exceptional. Indeed, the coordination is simply exquisite. The first match goes to Su Xiangxiang of Lingjian Peak. It is undeniable that this illustrates the distinction between genius and ordinary disciples. It cannot be said that Zhang Fan was weak, but rather that Xiangxiang was exceedingly formidable. After a brief intermission of 15 minutes, the competition resumed. That quarter of an hour passed swiftly as Lin Feng gazed with pride at Su Xiangxiang, smirking coldly. Sister Xiangxiang, please. Lin Feng executed a flourish with his sword. His white attire billowing in the wind. The blood-red glimmer of the blood-weeping jade on his sword tassel shone eerily in the sunlight. Su Xiangxiang held her sword across her chest, the crystal bells chiming lightly. "Brother Lin, I await your guidance." The first strike came swiftly. Lin Feng advanced like a specter, his sword tip aimed directly at Xiangxiang's throat. She evaded gracefully, a few strands of her hair severed by the sword's chi. A splendid dodge. Lin Feng chuckled lightly, suddenly altering his attack to a downward slash. "What will you do now?" Xiangxiang raised her sword to block, the clash resonating with a sharp ring that numbed her hands. She utilized the force to leap backward, her sword tracing a half-arc, spirit sword. Moonlight. The frost-white sword chi swept across like a silken ribbon. Lin Feng did not shy away. The blood-weeping jade's crimson glow surged, devouring the sword chi entirely. "Is this all you can do, sister?" He licked his lips, then abruptly launched a fierce thrust, eager to showcase true swordsmanship. The shadows of his sword rained down like a torrential downpour. Su sang sang zet jet vipit then, her crystal bells shattering into fine dust. On the 37th strike, her right shoulder blossomed with blood. Yet she gritted her teeth and retaliated with a thrust aimed at Lin Feng's heart. Intriguing. Lin Feng sidestepped, his left hand suddenly emanating dark mist. Alas! The dark mist struck her abdomen, causing the young lady to spit a mouthful of blood. Lin Feng's sword tip pressed against her chin. "Do you concede?" Su Xiangxiang's blood-stained lips trembled, yet she managed a cold smile. "You dare to wield a sword?" Seeking death. Lin Feng's eyes flared with malice, and he abruptly thrust upward. "Stop!" The furious shout of the Lingjian Peak Master coincided with a surge of sword chi, forcing Lin Feng back 3 steps. Su Xiangxiang fell like a severed kite. "Wretched child!" The Lingjian Peak Master caught his disciple upon her descent. Blood trickled from the corner of Su Xiangxiang's mouth, yet she still clutched a half-broken sword tightly. Lu Bai smashed his fist against the bluestone railing, fragments flying as he glared intensely at the hand that Lin Feng concealed within his sleeve, where a hint of black mist ominously peeked out. "The victor is Lin Feng," the law enforcement elder announced with an expressionless demeanor. Yet, at this moment, no one paid heed to Lin Feng, although he had triumphed. The severity of his actions against a fellow disciple was undeniably inappropriate, leading the sect leader Jian Wushuang to leave with a grim countenance. Beside Lu Bai, Wang Pongzi appeared dazed, his expression one of utter desolation. "Wang Pongzi, what troubles you?" "My lord, you previously asserted that Xiangxiang would win, so I placed my wager on her victory. Now, it is all for naught." As he spoke, Wang Pongzi forced a ghastly smile. "Where did you procure the funds? Did you not claim that your entire fortune had been lost?" "I borrowed from the junior disciples at the Sword Lodge. Now it is all over. You deserve it. I warned you against gambling, yet you did not heed my words. Now, how much work will be required to repay this debt?" Lu Bai no longer offered Wang Pongzi any sympathy. A gambling man, such as he, was not worthy of compassion. Chapter 19. The dispute at the Heavenly Sword Sect. Lu Bai returned to the Sword Cottage, his heart laden with thoughts, and found himself unconsciously standing before the door of the Wine Sword Immortal. He paused, raising his hand to knock, yet hesitated mid-air. Inside, the soft sound of liquid pouring into a cup was heard, followed by a familiar voice laced with a hint of inebriation. "Are you standing guard at the door?" "Gumin." Taking a deep breath, Lu Bai pushed the door open. Upon seeing him, the Wine Sword Immortal lazily lifted his eyelids, pouring himself another drink. "What is the matter? Did someone give you a beating?" "No," Lu Bai replied sullenly. "Then did you not land a decisive blow?" "Not that either." The Wine Sword Immortal clicked his tongue, tapping the bottom of his cup against the table. "Then what else with that glum expression? You aren't here just to beg for a drink, are you?" Lu Bai clenched his fists, finally speaking. "Master, during the sect competition, why is it that some can strike with lethal intent?" The Wine Sword Immortal paused in his pouring, the stream of wine momentarily hanging in the air before it slowly fell into the cup. He stared at the swirling liquid for a long while before sneering. "Lethal intent? Did that girl die?" "No, but what?" The Wine Sword Immortal raised his gaze, a glint of sharpness flickering in his murky eyes. "What do you think the world of cultivation is? A child's game? A mere formality where you bow after losing, and everyone remains amicable? Lu Bai's throat tightened. But they are fellow disciples. Fellow disciples? The wine sword immortal downed a gulp of wine, his throat bobbing. Those two words mean nothing in the face of true life and death. Lu Bai fell silent, the flickering candlelight reflecting the turmoil within him. The wine sword immortal studied him for a moment, then sighed, softening his tone. What? Are you seeking justice for that girl? Lu Bai spoke softly. I just don't understand. Not understanding is precisely right. The wine sword immortal chuckled, tossing the wine jug to him. In this world, not everything can be understood. Lu Bai caught the jug, his fingers tracing the old scars etched into its surface. He took a swig, the sharp liquor searing down his throat, warming his eyes. So, we just let it go? The wine sword immortal squinted, a smirk playing on his lips. What do you want? Charge up to sword peak and pummel that Lin Feng kid? Lu Bai remained silent, but his knuckles were turning white. The wine sword immortal studied him for a few seconds before bursting into hearty laughter. Good, you've got some spirit now. He clapped Lu Bai on the shoulder with enough force to nearly send him staggering. However, he leaned in, the scent of alcohol mingling with his whispers. If you want to fight, you must first possess the strength to do so. Lu Bai's eyes brightened. Master, do you mean? I've said nothing. The Sword Cottage has always refrained from meddling in sect affairs. Any thoughts you have are your own. The disciple understood, a sly smile creeping onto Lu Bai's face. Watch yourself, you little rascal. Don't end up in trouble. Yet as Lu Bai slightly released his aura of late-stage chi refinement, the wine sword immortal's expression twitched involuntarily. Master, what's wrong? Nothing. Your progress is satisfactory. You're only a hair's breadth from where I was back in my day. Do not let pride cloud your judgment. Yes, Master. Now that the Sword Cottage is complete, I have more time to cultivate, and reaching the foundation establishment stage shouldn't take much longer. Lu Bai replied respectfully. The wine sword immortal's mouth twitched as he waved his hand dismissively. All right, off with you. Don't keep me from my drinking. Lu Bai bowed respectfully and exited. As he closed the door, the wine sword immortal muttered under his breath, "This little monster, truly just a mixed spirit root," followed by a fit of coughing, presumably from the wine he had choked on. My cultivation speed hasn't satisfied, Master. It seems I can afford to loosen the restrictions a bit. I cannot always disappoint him. Lu Bai resolved quietly to himself. Inside the grand hall of Sword Peak, the fragrance of sandalwood lingered. As Lu Bai stepped over the threshold, he heard Jian Wushuang's voice from the Jade Throne. Lu Junior Brother, what brings you to Sword Peak today? Lu Bai clasped his fists in greeting. I have come to see the sect master. His gaze swept over Elder Su, who was also present. Elder Su nodded slightly. Lu Junior Brother is here as well. Jian Wushuang tapped the armrest lightly. Is it regarding the sect competition? Indeed. Lu Bai met Jian Wushuang's gaze directly. Are you aware of Lin Feng's lethal actions against a fellow disciple? Jian Wushuang remained stoic. He has been punished with 3 months of solitary reflection at the thought-reflecting cliff. 3 months? Lu Bai's voice rose sharply. Xiangxiang's dantian is damaged, and she's been unconscious ever since. Outdosu sai sopti. She will require a 5th-grade recovery pill. Jian Wushuang interjected at that time. I will send someone to the alchemy sect to obtain it. Lu Bai clenched his fists tightly. What if we cannot wait until then? The hall fell silent. Only the gentle chime of the eve's copper bells could be heard. Jian Wushuang finally rose. Lu Junior Brother. He descended the steps slowly. What does sect rule 17 state? Lu Bai gritted his teeth. In the event of casualties during a competition, each must accept their fate. Good. Just remember that. Jian Wushuang waved his sleeve and turned away. Elder Su, please see him out. Elder Su hesitated, wanting to say something, but ultimately shook his head at Lu Bai. Lu Bai stood still, his chest heaving with emotion. He fixed his gaze on Jian Wushuang's retreating figure, a glint of cold determination in his eyes. Sect Master, he suddenly spoke, his voice low and icy. What is the 3rd rule of the sect? Jian Wushuang paused, but did not turn back. Fellow disciples harming one another shall face greater punishment. Does Lin Feng's actions not count as harming a fellow disciple? Lu Bai enunciated each word. Jian Wushuang slowly turned, his gaze sharp as a sword. Lu Junior Brother, are you questioning my judgment? The atmosphere in the hall became tense, as if the air had solidified. Elder Su stepped forward, positioning herself between the two. Lu Jr. Brother, there is still room for negotiation. Though Xiang is gravely injured, she is not beyond healing. The sect master has already agreed. That is unnecessary. Lu Bai coldly interrupted. Since the sect rules are ineffective, I shall resolve this my way. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. What do you intend to do? A cold smile crept on a Lu Bai's lips. Then I shall not trouble you, sect master. You. Lu Bai ignored Jian Wushuang, turning away towards the alchemy peak. As he departed, his robes billowed, exuding a fierce sword aura. The hall's curtains swayed without wind, producing a sharp sound. Elder Su observed his retreating figure, frowning slightly. Sect master, why has Lu Jr. Brother behaved so out of sorts today? Xiang and he. That is precisely my concern. Is Xiang not your disciple? Are you not aware? I am unaware. I have never heard of Xiang having any interaction with this young disciple of the Sword Cottage. Before she could finish, her eyes widened in shock. Outside, on the stone steps, Lu Bai's departing direction revealed that the bluestone slabs had silently cracked. A thin fissure forming, with sword aura swirling within. This is Elder Shugasped, Swarto Hasolidified, Foundation Establishment. Jian Wushuang abruptly stood, his wide sleeves sweeping across the teacups on the table. Warm tea splashed onto the jade throne, yet he remained oblivious, fixated on the crack. Impossible. His voice was strained. A low-grade mixed spirit root cannot possibly progress so swiftly. Elder Su hastened to the fissure, lightly touching the mark with her fingertip. It cannot be wrong. At least mid-foundation establishment and this sword aura. It is inherited from the Sword Cottage. Jian Wushuang's expression shifted between darkness and light. Suddenly, he raised his hand and cast a sound transmission talisman, the golden paper transforming into a stream of light heading towards the thought-reflecting cliff. What is the sect master doing? Ensuring Lin Feng behaves. Jian Wushuang replied, a hint of helplessness in his tone. Elder Su's eyes flashed with complexity. Are you worried that my master has produced such a monstrous disciple? I fear Lin Feng might end up dead, Jian Wushuang said with a wry smile. Deserving of death, indeed. If it weren't for your sake, senior brother, I would have personally dealt with him. Enough, junior sister. Let's not act recklessly. I shall go to the Dan sect to procure the 5th grade elixir. I should be able to make it in time. Senior brother, the 5th grade elixir is a resource for the out-of-body stage. Allow me to go. I can return more swiftly. Jian Wushuang found reason in Elder Su's words. Without someone of sufficient stature, there was no guarantee that the Dan sect would comply, especially considering the allure of the out-of-body resources. Very well, then I shall trouble you. Junior sister. He then handed Elder Su a storage bag, saying, within this bag are items of equal value to the 5th grade elixir. Time is of the essence. You should depart promptly. Thank you, senior brother. In truth, this was also the reason Elder Su sought Jian Wushuang. For since it was Jian Wushuang's disciple who had injured Xiang, the blood must indeed come from Jianshou Peak. Chapter 20. The challenge at Sange for points within the inner hall of Danding Peak. The air was suffused with the fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs. Lu Bai stood before the fragrant couch, the pale visage of the young girl intertwining with the memory of her radiant smile, causing a slight heaviness in his chest. Junior brother, do not fret too much, came the voice of Dan Xuanzi from behind. I have sealed her meridians with a golden needle. Once junior sister Su requests a 5th grade restoration pill. Thank you, senior brother. I shall return and inquire with my master to see if he has any solutions. Sighing heavily, Dan Xuanzi gazed at Lu Bai's departing figure, acutely aware that he himself held no certainty whether the 5th grade restoration pill could indeed cure Xiang. System, come forth. Can the 5th grade restoration pill save Xiang? As soon as Lu Bai stepped out of Danding Peak, he summoned the system. Negative. The 5th grade restoration pill can mend that girl's injuries, but cannot eradicate them entirely. Upon detecting a lingering trace of dark energy within her dantian, it is evident that even if the restoration pill heals her, that dark energy will remain, potentially manifesting during her breakthrough, placing her in danger. Dark energy? Lu Bai suddenly recalled a glimpse of black mist he had witnessed on the day of the competition. System, do you have a remedy? The 6th grade melting furnace pill would be the optimal solution, yet that girl may not withstand its potency. It is advisable for the host to utilize both the 5th grade restoration pill and the 5th grade fusion pill concurrently. Thus, she may turn misfortune into fortune. Is the 5th grade fusion pill available for exchange? Upon hearing there was a solution, Lu Bai felt somewhat reassured. Since junior sister, Sue, was seeking the 5th grade restoration pill, he could simply procure a fusion pill. Beep. Host points are insufficient. Acquiring a 5th grade fusion pill requires 50,000 points, while the host currently possesses only 3,470. How am I to make up for such a deficit? Lu Bai murmured softly when suddenly a glimmer of inspiration sparked within him. Like a gust of wind, Lu Bai swiftly descended Danding Peak and turned towards the storeroom. Uncle Lu, did you not just receive supplies? What brings you here again? The disciple at the storeroom gazed at Lu Bai in confusion. Lu Bai hesitated briefly before calmly responding. May I inquire if senior brother Lu Xian is present? My master has sent me to collect some items. Manager Lu is in the back room. Please wait a moment, Uncle Lu. Upon hearing that the wine sword immortal was requesting materials, the disciple hurriedly went to relay the message. Before long, a robust voice emerged from the inner room. Junior brother Lu, it's been a while. What has brought you to collect supplies? Lu Bai hurried forward, his face alight with a smile. Greetings, senior brother Lu. My master has recently sensed a breakthrough approaching and has sent me to check for any useful items. Resources for disciples are indeed manageable, but there are only a few items suitable for the sword immortal. Upon hearing this, Lu Bai felt a surge of joy and quickly replied, My master said to take whatever is available. If not, it is of no consequence. Then please wait, junior brother Lu. I shall fetch them for you. Lu Xian said before personally retrieving high-grade materials for Lu Bai. Before long, Lu Bai emerged from the storeroom, his face beaming with excitement as he clutched 2 precious treasures, one radiating the power of thunder, the thunder armor, and the other a heavy, ancient Xuanwu shield. System, convert these 2 treasures into points. Beep. Exchange successful. Points 200,000. The system's notification sent Lu Bai into a frenzy of joy. 200,000 points had been credited. Having already collected supplies from the storeroom, it was only logical to head back to Danding Peak. Without hesitation, he turned and raced back. Before he arrived, his voice echoed from afar. Senior brother Dan Xuanzi, are you still here? Dan Xuanzi opened the door, looking at Lu Bai, who had returned, puzzled. Junior brother, why are you back so soon? Is there something urgent? Senior brother, my master has suddenly sensed a breakthrough approaching and has sent me to inquire if you possess any elixirs that could aid him. After his experience at the storeroom, Lu Bai could now lie without a hint of shame. This is indeed significant. Please wait a moment. I shall fetch a barrier-breaking pill. Upon hearing this, Dan Xuanzi immediately dashed toward the inner hall. Before long, he returned with an ancient porcelain vial, hastily handing it to Lu Bai. The barrier-breaking pill, a 6th grade elixir, is a rare treasure from the Heavenly Sword sect's scant reserves. Lu Bai accepted the vial with gratitude and swiftly departed. My master's breakthrough is of utmost importance. I must inform senior brother Zhangmeng. As Dan Xuanzi watched Lu Bai's retreating figure, he too hastened toward Sword Peak. Once outside Danding Peak, Lu Bai eagerly summoned the system to exchange. Beep. Exchange successful. Points 500,000. Remaining points 703,470. The system's notification finally lifted the weight from Lu Bai's heart. As he had gathered enough points, Lu Bai mused, other resources yield an increase in points, yet elixirs are discounted by half. Since I have gathered so much, how could I neglect the Sword Classic Pavilion? With determination, Lu Bai strode towards the Sword Classic Pavilion. Upon arrival, however, he hesitated. The sword Yuanzi of the pavilion was the junior of Jian Wushuang, whose master, Jian Wuqiu, was the previous sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect. It was said that Sword Yuanzi was deeply engrossed in cultivation, neglecting sect affairs. Otherwise, the position of sect leader would not belong to Jian Wushuang. His prowess was profound, rivaling even the wine sword immortal. After announcing his arrival, Lu Bai was granted an audience with Sword Yuanzi. The carefully prepared words fled his mind the moment he met Sword Yuanzi's gaze, deep as an abyss. You are the newly accepted disciple of the wine, Sword Immortal? What brings you to the Sword Classic Pavilion? Sword Yuanzi broke the silence first. Lu Bai quickly acknowledged, refraining from fabricating tales of his master's impending breakthrough. He sensed that any deceit would not go unnoticed by the enigmatic Sword Yuanzi. Reporting to Senior Brother, I have come to seek deeper sword techniques. Lu Bai spoke respectfully. Has not the wine Sword Immortal imparted to you the 13 swords of Qingxian? With such a technique, why would you seek anything further from my pavilion? There is nothing here that surpasses the 13 swords of Qingxian. Remember, one cannot bite off more than one can chew. Do not aim too high. Senior Brother, I understand. However, I have reached a bottleneck with the 13 swords of Qingxian and wish to absorb additional techniques to find a breakthrough opportunity. You have only practiced the 13 swords of Qingxian for a few days, and you dare claim to have reached a great accomplishment? Do you understand the consequences of deceiving me? Lu Bai remained composed. If Senior Brother doubts me, you may test it. I assure you I speak the truth. Follow me, Sword Yuanzi commanded, continuing ahead. Before long, Lu Bai found himself in a vast training arena. The surrounding disciples, upon seeing Sword Yuanzi's arrival, swiftly cleared space. Sword Yuanzi stepped into the center of the clearing and turned to Lu Bai. Use your 13 swords of Qingxian to attack me. If you speak the truth, I shall personally select a sword technique for you. Noticing Lu Bai's hesitation, Sword Yuanzi added, Are you afraid of injuring me? Worry not. I am not as feeble as you presume. Considering this, Lu Bai realized that fearing to harm Sword Yuanzi was indeed fanciful thinking, for he was known as the mightiest beneath his master. Forgive me, Senior Brother. With a powerful shout, he declared, a sword that spans the ages. As Lu Bai's voice rang out, the chaotic divine art activated, and chaotic energy surged into his refined sword like a tidal wave, following a specific path. Noticing the sword's instability, Lu Bai swiftly directed it towards Sword Yuanzi. Initially unconcerned, Sword Yuanzi's expression shifted when his protective barrier shattered upon contact with Lu Bai's sword aura. Forced to respond, he employed the Wuqiu sword technique to barely deflect Lu Bai's attack. Though taken aback momentarily, Lu Bai merely exhibited the prowess of a foundation establishment stage cultivator, while Jian Yuanzizi was at the initial out-of-body stage. The sword strike he unleashed possessed a might that could rival the mid-core formation level, leaving Jian Yuanzizi to ponder if he had inadvertently squandered his years of cultivation on a lesser path. Little did he know Lu Bai, despite his outward display of being at the foundation establishment stage, had already attained the pinnacle of the golden core stage. Though it seemed slow, everything transpired in the blink of an eye. After Lu Bai's strike, he refrained from further attacks, having demonstrated the mastery of his swordsmanship, and the Qingtian sword had shattered into countless fragments, unable to withstand the overwhelming force of the chaotic energy. Young man, are you truly only at the foundation establishment stage? Jian Yuanzizi inquired, still in disbelief. Indeed, Senior Brother, Lu Bai respectfully replied. What a peculiar anomaly. A mere foundation establishment cultivator nearly caused me to suffer a loss. Where is the justice in this? Jian Yuanzizi maintained a calm exterior, while internally cursing the situation profusely. You are quite the little monster. As promised. Here is the complete Wuqing sword technique, Jian Yuanzizi said with a resigned expression, tossing a time-worn sword manual to Lu Bai. Lu Bai accepted the ancient tome with gratitude and promptly took his leave, bowing respectfully. As Jian Yuanzizi watched Lu Bai's figure recede into the distance, he murmured, Master Uncle, you have indeed taken on an exceptional disciple this time. Chapter 21. The Turmoil of the Celestial Sword Sect. Elder Su severely wounded upon exiting the Sword Scripture Pavilion. Lu Bai eagerly summoned the system. System, how many points do I currently possess? Remaining points, 703, 470. It seems that choosing these grand sects was indeed a wise decision, Lu Bai mused to himself. System, enhance the Qingxian 13 swords and the Phantom Step to perfection. Without hesitation, Lu Bai issued the command. Beep, enhancement successful. Deducted points, 75,000. Remaining points, 628, 470. As the system's notification echoed, Liu Bai felt an instantaneous surge in his understanding of these two techniques, as though he had become one with them. The speed, angle, and agility of his swordplay had all undergone a qualitative leap. Should I also replace their manuals for the Qinxian 13 swords and the Phantom Step? Liu Bai pondered, glancing at the two manuals in his hands. After a moment's reflection, he decided to keep them, recognizing that it would be somewhat improper to do otherwise with the inherited techniques of the Sword Pavilion. System, exchange for the Wuqing sword technique at perfection, and elevate my cultivation to the nascent soul stage. Beep, cultivation enhancement successful. Wuqing sword technique has reached perfection, and cultivation has ascended to the nascent soul stage. Points deducted, 200,000. Remaining points, 428, 470. In an instant, chaotic energy surged towards Liu Bai like a tidal wave. An unprecedented power surged through his meridians, each bone resonating with a sound akin to jade clashing. This is, upon introspection, he found his Dantian's qi bubbling as if boiling. The originally smooth and round golden core suddenly manifested a spiderweb of cracks, blinding golden light bursting forth from the fissures. With a sound only the soul could perceive, the outer shell of the golden core shattered. Before the fragments could scatter, they were entirely consumed by the vortex that had emerged at the center. Deep within that chaotic vortex, a translucent figure was gradually taking shape. Though its features were still indistinct, it bore a striking resemblance to Liu Bai, wrapped in ribbons of chaotic energy. The nascent soul has formed. Liu Bai's eyes flew open, and he was astonished to see the images of the sun and moon flickering in his gaze. He gently raised his hand, and a sword chi instinctively leapt from his fingertips. This casual strike wielded more power than his previous full-force Qinxian 13 swords. Is this the power of the nascent soul stage? Liu Bai gazed at the swirling, chaotic energy in his palm, a light chuckle escaping his lips. The small nascent soul within him mirrored his expression, revealing a mischievous grin akin to his own. System, exchange for the fusion pill. Beep, exchange successful. Points deducted, 50,000. Remaining points, 378, 470. A fusion pill, radiating a mysterious glow, materialized in Liu Bai's hand. He regarded the pill with satisfaction. Why is the Sword Pavilion so quiet today? Standing at the entrance, Liu Bai furrowed his brow. Ordinarily, by this time, the sounds of clashing swords would resonate throughout the pavilion. Yet today it was so silent that even the sound of falling leaves was distinctly audible. As he stepped through the door, he spotted Wang, the rotund figure, rushing towards him from the end of the corridor, his belly jiggling with each hurried stride. "Young master," Wang exclaimed, seizing Liu Bai's sleeve and lowering his voice. "You have finally returned. The sect leader and the elders from various peaks are in the Great Hall, and Master S expression. TSK, TSK. He made a gesture across his throat. Did you blow up the medicinal garden on Danding Peak? A jolt of alarm shot through Liu Bai. Had he been discovered so swiftly? He glanced around and whispered, "Remember, today, if anyone asks, you have seen nothing of me, including, you little brat." A thunderous voice erupted from the direction of the Great Hall, causing the snow atop the eaves to tumble down. "Get in here." Wang cast a sympathetic glance at Liu Bai, murmuring, "Young master, may you find your own fortune." Liu Bai took a deep breath, straightened his garments, and strode towards the Great Hall. As he pushed open the hall doors, a radiant smile adorned his face. "Are all my senior brothers here? What splendid weather today." Before he could finish, he was pinned in place by a dozen deadly glares. Dan Xuanzi's beard bristled with rage. Lu Xian crossed his arms with a cold smirk, while the sect leader, Jian Wushuang, turned his back, leaving Liu Bai with a frigid silhouette. "Master." Liu Bai awkwardly glanced at Zhou Jianshan, only to find his master desperately signaling him with his eyes. Just as the atmosphere reached a suffocating tension, an exaggerated shout from outside broke the silence. "Report. Master. The celestial cranes from the spirit beast garden in the back mountain have collectively fled." Zhou Jianshan slapped his thigh in disbelief. "What?" He turned to the assembly. "Everyone, remain calm. Let me first go. Uncle Master. Jian Wushuang finally turned, veins protruding from his forehead. Those cranes were consumed by you yesterday. The hall fell into an eerie silence. As Lu Bai stealthily inched towards the exit, a resounding clash echoed as dozens of flying swords simultaneously emerged from their sheaths, their tips aimed squarely at him. Zhou Jianshan sighed, retrieving a rusted iron sword from his waist. Enough, enough, let us discuss the matter at hand. He took a swig from the bottle and suddenly narrowed his eyes. My dear disciple, allow me to inquire, what precious items did you acquire in exchange for the thunder armor and the Xuanwu shield? Share half with your master, and we shall consider this matter settled. The room erupted into chaos. Jian Wushuang nearly toppled from his seat. The feather duster in Dan Xuanzi's grasp clattered to the ground, while Lu Xian clutched his chest, scrambling for emergency heart medication. Lu Bai blinked, producing an oil paper package from within his robes. Master, I brought you the braised pig trotter from Li's in the east of the city, just for you. Zhou Jianshan's eyes sparkled as he accepted the package, inhaling deeply. In light of this trotter, he turned to the assembly, waving his hand dismissively. Disperse, disperse. The child knows not what he does. What harm is there in bringing a few trifling items? Jian Wushuang finally reached his breaking point. Uncle Master, that is our sect's treasured artifact. At the peak of tension, Wang's exaggerated shout once more reverberated from outside. Report. Urgent news from Ling Jian Peak. Is Uncle Master resorting to this tactic again? Jian Wushuang gazed at Zhou Jianshan, exasperated. This time, I did not orchestrate it, Zhou Jianshan hastily assured. The individuals in the great hall exchanged glances, and upon seeing that Zhou Jianshan appeared sincere, they temporarily relented. Zhou Jianshan, as if granted a reprieve, thumped the table. What is it? A young woman clad in white stumbled into the hall, her hair disheveled and sleeves stained with blood. She fell to her knees, her voice choked with emotion. I implore the sect leader to save Master Su. Elder Su. Elder Su has been ambushed and gravely wounded. What? Jian Wushuang turned abruptly, his complexion draining of color. Master warned to be wary of the Yinyang Demon Palace. The young woman could not finish her sentence, breaking into tears. Instantly, more than a dozen streaks of sword light shot skyward, racing towards Danding Peak. Just as Lu Bai prepared to follow, an invisible force halted him. Stop! Zhou Jianshan's voice turned gravely serious. Once everyone had dispersed, he erected a soundproof barrier and fixed his piercing gaze upon Lu Bai. Remember, the sword pavilion is the last sheath of the celestial sword sect. Lu Bai was taken aback. He could clearly discern the deep-seated concern hidden in the elder's eyes. I understand, Master. He bowed solemnly, but concealed the flicker of cold ambition in his gaze. Yinyang Demon Palace. After Lu Bai departed, Zhou Jianshan slowly drew the rusted iron sword from his waist. The blade trembled lightly, emitting a clear sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar. Old friend. He gently caressed the sword's blade, an unsettling glimmer igniting in his murky eyes. It is time to see blood. Chapter 22. The reversal of the nascent soul in battle. The life and death tribulation of the heavenly sword sect within the side hall of Danding Peak. The mingling scents of blood and medicinal herbs filled the air. Lu Bai stood at the entrance, his fingertips subconsciously digging into his palm. Senior Sister Su and Xiang lay side by side on the jade couch, their complexions as pale as parchment, though the bloodstain on Senior Sister Su's chest was particularly alarming. 70% of her meridians had shattered. Dan Xuanzi wiped the blood from his hands, his voice hoarse, if we do not obtain the meridian reconstruction pill within 7 days. Lu Bai's throat tightened. The icon of the 5th grade pill in the system shop was flashing, yet he could not, at least not in front of everyone, conjure a pill out of thin air. System, can you confirm the pill's efficacy? He silently inquired. It can save them, but hasn't the host noticed something peculiar? Both injured individuals are hanging by a thread, yet they still cling to life. What do you mean, system? What should I have noticed? The host may exchange information for 1,000 points. The system's cold reply nearly made Lu Bai leap. System, this is highway robbery. Host, will you exchange or not? The system incurs no loss regardless. Exchange. Lu Bai spat out a word through clenched teeth, then realized that since the points would be exchanged anyway, he might as well procure the life-saving pills as well. I will exchange for both the 5th grade recovery pill and the 5th grade meridian reconstruction pill. Ding! Exchange successful. Points deducted. 101,000. Current remaining points. 277,470. System. Tell me the information. At this moment, he was eager to discern what he had overlooked. Host, did you not find it strange that the little girl was injured? The Heavenly Sword sect just happens to be unable to treat her, yet she remains alive and can be saved. The older girl is even more suspicious. A group surrounded her, and despite her severe wounds, she managed to return unharmed. What was the purpose of that group attacking her? Stop. System, don't say any more. They intend to take them out one by one. Lu Bai realized halfway through, his back instantly drenched in cold sweat. Host, you're not too foolish after all. I will now summon all my senior brothers to rescue the sect leader. Host, there is no time. Given your sect leader's speed, he has likely already exited the Heavenly Sword sect. Based on the older girl's interception time, they are likely to ambush him on the way. If you delay any longer, you may only be able to collect his corpse. He is not like that older girl. What should I do then? Host, you have already reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Go save him. Among your senior brothers, who possesses a higher cultivation than you. Even your master has only reached the perfected stage, so why are you hesitating? The system's words awakened Lu Bai to the reality that he was indeed among the top experts in Qingxian Prefecture. He slapped his forehead and exclaimed, System, teleport me. Teleport successful. Points deducted, 1,000. Remaining points, 276,470. With the system's prompt, Lu Bai felt a flash of white light before he found himself atop a barren peak. Below, the sounds of clashing weapons and battle cries intermingled, indicating a fierce fight was underway. Haha, I initially planned to catch a fat fish, but I didn't expect to snag two, and even one that slipped through the net years ago. Truly, the heavens have opened their eyes. As Lu Bai crouched down to observe the situation, a rough voice reached his ears, followed by a temporary cessation of weapon clashes. Isn't it just senior brother Wushuang? Who was the other? Following the sound, Lu Bai saw that one individual was indeed Jian Wushuang, the sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, while the other was his own master, the Wine Sword Immortal. Master, did you not say you would not intervene until the last moment? You couldn't hold your composure. Could you, you contradictory old man? In the midst of the chaos, Jian Wushuang was firmly protected behind the Wine Sword Immortal, who was clearly injured, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, with a large stain of crimson on his chest. It's you. You have not died, and have even broken through to the separation stage. The Wine Sword Immortal's tone was filled with astonishment. Cuckoo, if you haven't died. How could I? Did you not expect that your combined attack back then failed to kill me? Once I slay you, I will send a few of your senior brothers to join you, and then the entirety of Qingxian Prefecture will be at my fingertips. Just based on you? You dare to lay a hand on my senior brother? What a joke. The Wine Sword Immortal looked at the figure in black with disdain. The few senior brothers of yours are sealing off Qingxian Prefecture from the outside. I am entering from within. They will merely be like lambs to the slaughter. The black-clad figure laughed maniacally. Lu Bai observed the speaker clad in black, with a sinister mask obscuring his true face. Yet, he could distinctly sense the powerful aura emanating from this person, a pressure so intense it made his heart race. You couldn't do it 1,000 years ago. How could you dare to dream of annihilating Qingxian Prefecture now, with just one of you? Cuckoo, old winebag, do not think I am unaware. The great heaven-sealing formation you used was based on a part of your original spirit as its core. As long as you do not die, the formation will persist endlessly. Your senior brothers are merely sustenance for it. Seeing the Wine Sword Immortal fall silent, the black-clad figure seemed to lose interest and commanded his companions, "You all go. The old winebag is already severely injured. I will hold the line to prevent their escape." With all escape routes blocked, Jian Wushuang's heart sank deeper, as if battling in desperation. He shouted, "Yin Yang, Demon Lord, do you intend to assist the enemy? You are from Qingxian Prefecture. How will you face your ancestors after aiding the invaders? System, provide me with a new set of clothing and a mask." As Lu Bai contemplated the imminent clash, he wished to remain unrecognized, fearing that his rapid cultivation speed would attract unnecessary trouble if his identity were revealed. At that moment, the battle below officially erupted. The yin-yang demon lord and his cohorts pounced on the wine-sword immortal and Jian Wushuang like ravenous wolves. Jian Wushuang was in dire straits, sustaining multiple injuries, while the wine-sword immortal was entangled, unable to assist his senior brother. Liu Bai's sword arrived before his figure. One of the 13 swords of Qin Xian tore through the night, driving back the yin-yang demon lord who was about to launch a sneak attack. The chaotic energy surged through his meridians as he unleashed the full power of the nascent soul stage for the first time. Immaculate sword technique? The wine-sword immortal coughed up blood, astonishment flashing in his eyes. You are. Go. Liu Bai rasped, weaving a web of sword light. As the black-clad figure brandished a ghostly blade, Liu Bai did not hesitate to sheath his sword and throw a punch. Chaos fist erupted, rending the space like fragile glass. In the instant their powers collided, Liu Bai heard the system's urgent alarm. Warning. Spiritual energy overload. The last thing he saw was the black-clad figure's horrified gaze behind a mask, and the wine-sword immortal being pulled away by Jian Wushuang. Teleport. As blood gushed from his 7 orifices, he hazily thought, so this is the strength of the separation stage? Pu the black-clad figure, whether affected by the residual force or incensed, spat out a mouthful of old blood. He gazed at the spot where Liu Bai had vanished, his eyes filled with shock and fury. The yin-yang demon lord, witnessing the black-clad figure spitting blood, was aghast. They had never anticipated that there was someone in Qingxian Prefecture capable of clashing head-on with the black-clad figure. Search. Dig 3 feet into the ground to find this person. I refuse to believe there are no clues for such a formidable expert. The black-clad figure howled in madness, his eyes fixated on the place where Liu Bai had disappeared. Chapter 23. The Shadow of the Sword. The life-and-death crisis of the Heavenly Sword sect in the room of Liu Bai at the Sword Cottage. Flickering candlelight danced, casting a warm yet uncertain glow that threatened to extinguish with the slightest breeze. Suddenly, a muffled sound of blood being spat broke the silence as Liu Bai, just returned by the system's power, swayed violently, uncontrollably spewing forth crimson liquid. System, heal my injuries, Liu Bai struggled to articulate. Ding. Exchange successful. Points minus 1,000. Transfer points minus 1,000. Current remaining points, 244470. A clear notification resonated in his mind, and in an instant, a warm force flowed through him like a gentle stream on a spring day. I've overestimated my abilities. I didn't expect the spirit division to be so formidable. Thankfully, I managed to rescue Master and Senior Brother. Liu Bai still felt a tremor of fear. According to their speed, they should be arriving soon. I must act swiftly. Summoning a faint glimmer of chaotic power that he had just regained, he silently pushed open the window and leaped into the night, his figure vanishing swiftly into the darkness. Within the side hall of Danding Peak, Dan Xuanzi was meticulously organizing the alchemical cauldron when a faint rustling of wind alerted him. He spun around abruptly, only to see a cloaked figure enter like a specter. Who are you? What is your purpose in the Heavenly Sword sect? Before Dan Xuanzi could finish his inquiry, the shadow flickered, and a fierce gust struck him, leaving him dazed and fading into unconsciousness. The shadow stepped forward, gently supporting Dan Xuanzi and placing him on a nearby chair. Senior Brother, my apologies. I cannot allow my cultivation to be known just yet, lest I become a mere guinea pig. Please do not hold it against me. Unbeknownst to Liu Bai, the figure lying in the sickbed, Xiang, experienced a violent flutter of her eyelids, a clear sign of her shock, as if she had overheard something unfathomable. At that moment, a series of urgent bells pierced the night sky, signaling an emergency assembly at the Heavenly Sword sect. It seems the sect master has returned. I must hasten my actions. He carefully propped up the duo and administered medicinal pills to them. Mission accomplished, senior sister. You are fortunate to have encountered me. Liu Bai clapped his hands, a smile creeping onto his face. However, upon noticing the still unconscious Dan Xuanzi, he hesitated. With the assembly bell ringing, it would not be ideal for Dan Xuanzi to remain here, would it? System, provide me with a basin of cold water. Liu Bai made a swift decision. Without a trace of hesitation, dousing the unconscious Dan Xuanzi with cold water before darting toward Sword Peak. On his way, he did not forget to stow away his night attire and mask into his storage ring. Who dares to humiliate me? Dan Xuanzi jolted awake from the cold splash. Cough. A faint cough emerged. Ah, Senior Sister Sue, you're awake. Dan Xuanzi, disregarding his indignation, hurried to check Elder Sue's condition. Ah, she is completely healed? At that moment, the third assembly bell tolled again, its urgency intensifying. Yet Dan Xuanzi's attention was diverted. For Xiang beside Elder Sue was also slowly opening her eyes. Dan Xuanzi hurriedly examined both of their injuries, and as he delved deeper, astonishment filled his face. To his disbelief, their injuries were visibly healing at a remarkable pace. Observing Dan Xuanzi's astonishment, Xiang couldn't help but stifle a giggle at their still damp garments. Within the grand hall of Sword Peak, the atmosphere was tense and oppressive. Lu Bai quietly took a seat at the end, his gaze steady upon the assembly. At this point, aside from the leader of Lingjian Peak, Su Feng, and Dan Xuanzi of Danding Peak, everyone else had gathered. Even the normally reclusive leaders of Yaoyuan Peak and Yusho Peak occupied their respective positions. All right, it seems everyone is present. I shall not delay further. The purpose of this assembly is to inform you all. Upon returning, summon your disciples back home. The Heavenly Sword sect will be sealed for a time. A storm is brewing in Qingxian Prefecture. Senior brother, what has transpired to warrant such a severe measure? The leader of Heavy Sword Peak, Yin Feng, asked in astonishment. Indeed, senior brother, the last mission to Gaoyang City concerning the Xian Demon Palace has yielded no response. Should we wait for Elder Qiu to return before sealing the sect? Feng, the leader of Yujian Peak, interjected, eager to call back Elder Qiu, a guest elder of Yujian Peak, in light of the impending closure. Jian Wushuang sighed, his expression somber. No need for that. Barring unforeseen circumstances, Elder Qiu and his group will not return. Senior brother, how can this be? What has truly happened? The Xianing Demon Palace and the Xianyang Demon Palace have formed an alliance and have just ambushed me and Uncle Jiu. We must retreat into seclusion to heal. During our recovery, we must minimize our defensive range to prevent them from encroaching upon us. What? So the Yin and Yang Demon Palaces have merged once more? The leader of Yujian Peak expressed his astonishment. Not only that, I sense the presence of the Evil Soul Hall, Shadow Demon Sect, and the Ghost Shadow Sect among those who besieged us. Jian Wushuang continued, dropping a bombshell. The hall erupted into chaos as the news spread. The top demonic forces of Qingxian Prefecture, the Yin and Yang Demon Palaces, along with the first-rate sects, had united, yet they had received no word of this alliance. Observing the tumult within the hall, Jian Wushuang spoke again. Disciple Jian from the Sword Sutra Pavilion during my and Uncle's seclusion. The Heavenly Sword sect will rely on you. Rest assured, senior brother. Jian Wushuang nodded and continued. Disciple Jiang from the Law Enforcement Peak. Rigorously monitor the disciples across all peaks and dispatch individuals to inspect suspicious persons within 1,000 miles of the Heavenly Sword sect. Disciple Jian Shaochong from Yusho Peak. Please reach out to Linglong sect, Star Palace, Phantom sect, and Crimson Flame sect, explain the situation, and endeavor to unite the righteous forces. Disciple Feng from the Herb Garden. Promptly deliver the matured herbs to Dan Xuanzi, so he may refine them for future use. Disciple Lu from the Miscellaneous Hall. Allocate available resources to ensure the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect can enhance their strength swiftly. Understood, Sect Master. The assembly responded in unison. Has Dan Xuanzi not arrived yet? Here he comes, here he comes. Senior brother, I bring good news. Just then, Dan Xuanzi hurriedly entered the hall, followed closely by Su Feng, the leader of Lingjian Peak, indicating that the news was indeed favorable. Elder Su, it is wonderful to see you unharmed. Jian Wushuang gazed at Dan Xuanzi and Su Feng as they entered, then turned to Dan Xuanzi. Disciple, you have worked hard to heal Elder Su. You look exhausted and drenched in sweat. Please take a seat. Dan Xuanzi, momentarily taken aback, felt his face flush with embarrassment. In his haste, he had forgotten this detail. He quickly gathered his composure, evaporating the moisture with a wave of his energy, and sheepishly remarked, Sect Master, it wasn't Timi who healed Elder Su. Oh, then what of Elder Su? Jian Wushuang inquired, a look of confusion on his face. A black-clad figure infiltrated Danding Peak and knocked me unconscious. When I awoke, Elder Su and Xiang Xiang had already been treated. Dan Xuanzi recounted the events, omitting the detail of being splashed with water. It was he, Sect Master. Do you know who this person is? Dan Xuanzi asked, keenly observing the Sect Master's surprise. Su Feng also leaned in, for this individual was the savior of both himself and Xiang Xiang. Jian Wushuang shook his head. I do not know. This person also came to our rescue when Uncle Jiao and I were besieged. Without him, we would not have returned. All I know is that he possesses the legacy of the Qing Xian 13 swords and phantom steps from the Sword Cottage, as well as the complete sword technique from Sword Peak, all perfected to mastery. Having spoken, he cast a glance at Jian Yuanzizi. Jian Wushuang and Jian Yuanzizi were both disciples of the previous sect leader, Jian Wuqiu, and he sought answers from Jian Yuanzizi. Jian Wushuang observed Jian Yuanzizi, who slowly shook his head, failing to obtain the desired response. He continued, from various signs, this individual is more friend than foe. Let us not dwell on him for now. Perhaps he will reveal himself in due course. With that, he reiterated the previous arrangements to Elder Su and Dan Xuanzizi. Qing Xian 13 swords, phantom steps, Wuqiu swordplay. As Jian Yuanzizi pondered, he unwittingly gazed at Liu Bai, who sat at the end of the assembly. Among all present, Liu Bai uniquely embodied these characteristics. At that moment, Liu Bai sat with a serene demeanor, his eyes observing his nose observing his heart, seemingly detached from all that transpired around him. He remained there in tranquil silence, his expression inscrutable, leaving others pondering his thoughts. Jian Yuanzizi, unable to comprehend the situation, muttered to himself, how absurd to suspect him. He has barely entered the door, and his cultivation does not align. I must be losing my mind. Noticing that Dan Xuanzizi and Su Fengzhu had nearly absorbed the information, Jian Wushuang proceeded with the arrangements. Dan Xuanzizi, your task is the most weighty. Expedite the refinement of our sect's usable herbs into elixirs, ensuring the welfare of our Jian sect disciples. Meanwhile, the heavy sword peak, spiritual sword peak, sword control peak, and sword leader peak must remain prepared for battle at all times. Yin Shidi, Su Shimi, and Feng Shidi, your efforts during this period are greatly appreciated. Adhere strictly to the orders of the sect leader. All the elders rose to accept their commands. Do any of my fellow disciples have additional remarks? Observing the silence among the assembly, Jian Wushuang was about to adjourn the meeting when Liu Bai stood forth. Respectfully, sect leader, I have a suggestion. Jian Wushuang regarded Liu Bai with some surprise. Liu Bai had been almost invisible throughout the proceedings. Had he not stepped forward, one might have forgotten his presence entirely. Brother, I propose that the law enforcement peak conduct a thorough investigation into one individual. Who? Lin Feng, Liu Bai stated with conviction. Lin Feng is my disciple. He inadvertently injured junior sister Xiang Xiang in the arena and is currently reflecting at the cliff of regret. I have already administered punishment. Would it be inappropriate to hand this matter over to the law enforcement peak, junior brother Liu? Brother, had junior sister Xiang Xiang not been injured, junior sister Su would not have ventured out. Had junior sister Su not gone out and been injured, neither you nor master would be in peril. I sense there is more to this matter than meets the eye. Furthermore, an inquiry would have no detrimental impact on junior brother Lin. Very well. Then this matter shall be entrusted to junior brother Jiang. Upon seeing Jiang Fengzhu nod slightly, Jian Wushuang inquired once more if there were any further additions. Noting the silence among the crowd, he promptly adjourned the meeting. Chapter 24. The Rise Amidst Crisis within the main hall of the Sword Cottage. Liu Bai sat regally at the head of the table, the name Lin Feng swirling incessantly in his mind. Liu Bai was resolute in his conviction, sensing that Lin Feng harbored sinister intentions. Currently, the sect leader and my master bear heavy burdens. To the eyes of many, Sister Su teeters on the brink of life and death. While Lin Feng's presence may temporarily intimidate the forces of evil, he is acutely aware that this is merely the calm before the storm. If it were me, I would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike you down while you are vulnerable, leaving the Heavenly Sword sect no room to breathe. It appeared that this mess would fall squarely on my shoulders. Those wretched masters and senior brothers, if I do not receive some rewards after resolving this matter. If my points are not restored, I shall unleash my dog and have it tear you apart, one by one, Lu Bai muttered under his breath. Having decided to expend points, he resolved to play a grand game. The foolish minions of the dark forces, along with those spineless cowards, would soon witness how he would bring about their demise. Lu Bai's gaze sharpened, as piercing as an eagle's. He harbored an intense disdain for those without a backbone, deeming them lower than dogs in his eyes. Wang Fatty, gather all the disciples of the Sword Cottage in the Great Hall. Lu Bai had grasped the situation and no longer hesitated. Understood, young master. Wang Fatty had already sensed the tense atmosphere that had pervaded recently, and upon hearing Lu Bai's command, he did not dare exhibit even a hint of laxity. Before long, a group of about 20 individuals, led by Wang Fatty, filed into the Great Hall. Lu Bai, observing the assembly, wasted no time. The Heavenly Sword sect is currently ensnared in a life-and-death crisis. If anyone wishes to leave, you may do so now. I shall not impede you. However, let me make this clear. Should you betray the sect on the battlefield, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I will personally hunt you down. At this moment, the hall fell into utter silence. A pin drop could be heard as everyone pondered deeply. Young master, having arrived at the Sword Cottage, we are already part of it. How can we shrink back like turtles at the first sign of trouble? Wang Fatty asserted resolutely. Indeed, young master, since our arrival at the Sword Cottage, our needs have been met to the highest standards. How can we be deemed men if we only share the joys and not the hardships? At that moment, Zhao Ling, the only female disciple present, stepped forward. Her words, akin to a spark igniting a fire, stirred a strong wave of agreement among the crowd. Excellent. I see I have not misjudged you. Since you trust the Sword Cottage so deeply, I shall ensure that your lives are not squandered. Lu Bai smiled at the gathering. Wang Fatty, have you discovered any exceptionally gifted individuals among the servant disciples? Lu Bai shifted his focus to Wang Fatty. Young master, among the servant disciples, there are none with outstanding talents. Most of them are aware of their limited potential and have chosen this path out of necessity. Wang Fatty replied earnestly. Then how many servant disciples are there in total, and at what cultivation stage do they currently stand? Lu Bai pressed on. There are currently 12 servant disciples, most of whom remain at the chi refining stage. Wang Fatty answered truthfully. Go and inquire whether any of them wish to leave the Sword Cottage. Explain to them the crisis and implications facing the Heavenly Sword sect, and bring those willing to stay back to the hall, Lu Bai commanded methodically. Wang Fatty bowed and accepted the order, swiftly departing. Lu Bai closed his eyes, quietly listening to the murmurs of the people in the hall, allowing them to express their thoughts freely. System, how many points would it take to elevate their cultivation? To advance from chi refining to foundation establishment requires 100 points. From foundation establishment to golden core requires 1,000 points. And from golden core to nascent soul requires 10,000 points. System, why is it so inexpensive to elevate their cultivation, while my own is exorbitantly costly? Is this not unfair and biased? Host, consider that you cultivate using chaotic energy, which is exceedingly rare and powerful. They merely utilize ordinary spiritual energy. The two are not comparable and belong to entirely different realms. Lu Bai fell silent, reflecting on the system's pragmatic nature. He surveyed the 24 foundation establishment disciples in the hall, contemplating that while it was impractical to elevate everyone directly to the nascent soul stage, raising them to the golden core stage was still within reach with his current points. As Lu Bai pondered, Wang Fatty returned, leading a contingent of servant disciples into the hall. Lu Bai noted that all 12 servant disciples were present. Wang Fatty, did you not inform them of the immense crisis facing the Heavenly Sword sect? Why have they all come? Lu Bai asked, perplexed. Young master, I did inform them, but they expressed their unwillingness to leave the Sword Cottage, choosing instead to stand with it through adversity, Wang Fatty replied, shrugging with a helpless expression. Lu Bai couldn't help but admire Wang Fatty's discerning eye. These servant disciples had been carefully selected by him, and they had not disappointed him. Very well. Since none of you wish to leave, you shall all remain. However, let be known that no one is permitted to leak a single word of today's events. The Sword Cottage shall henceforth be closed to outsiders. Even if the sect leader arrives, he must first report to me. Should anyone dare to defy this order, they shall be treated as traitors. Do you all understand? Understood, young master. The disciples chorused in unison. System, assist me in exchanging the resources needed to elevate the 24 individuals to Golden Core and the 12 to Foundation Establishment, distributing them in pill form. Lu Bai instructed. Ding. Exchange successful. Points, 25, 200. Remaining points, 219, 270. The system's notification echoed in Lu Bai's mind. Ah, system. I see you haven't deducted points for the basin of cold water. Have you turned over a new leaf? Lu Bai teased the typically frugal system. It's the new year. Consider this a gift for the host, the system explained simply. Lu Bai's expression turned grim. Wong Fatty, distribute these pills. The large vials are for the official disciples, and the small vials are for the servant disciples. As the disciples gazed at the pills in their hands, confusion etched on their faces. They turned their attention to Lu Bai. Take these pills now. They will allow you to leap over a major realm and enter the extreme state. After you successfully break through, I will then teach you a combined attack technique. Upon hearing this, the disciples recognized the monumental opportunity before them and wasted no time, swallowing the pills without hesitation before swiftly sitting in meditation. As the disciples began their breakthroughs, the surrounding spiritual energy of the hall surged in response to some powerful force, rushing towards the interior. Yet, even then, the influx of spiritual energy could barely keep pace with their ravenous absorption. Damn it, I've really messed up. I completely forgot about this. Lu Bai lamented, his face filled with regret. He hurriedly retrieved spirit stones from his storage ring, pouring them onto the floor of the hall. With the infusion of spirit stones, the supply of spiritual energy within the hall finally reached a precarious balance. To Lu Bai's surprise, the first to successfully break through was Zhao Linger. Having entered the realm of transcendence, one felt as if reborn. As time gently flowed by, Wong Fatty and the others also achieved their breakthroughs. Suki, select two powerful combination techniques for me. Ones of formidable strength, yet accessible for their use. Beep. Exchange successful. 1 volume of the 24 Constellation Sword Array, and 1 volume of the 12 Celestial Guardian Sword Array. Deducting points, 110, 000. Remaining points, 109, 270. After the exchange, Lu Bai's face reflected a tinge of regret, as this was indeed a significant expenditure of points. Wong Fatty, it is imperative that you all master these two combination manuals swiftly. Although the cultivation techniques you practice are not the pinnacle, you have all ascended to the realm of Golden Core. If you can wield the 24 Constellation Sword Array with ease, you should be able to stand undefeated against opponents in the nascent soul stage. The same reasoning applies to the 12 Celestial Guardian Sword Array. Overcoming a major realm in combat is well within your grasp. Thus, when faced with peril, you will possess a greater capacity for self-preservation. Thank you, my lord. The group understood that Lu Bai was enhancing their chances of survival, as the combination techniques capable of countering those in the nascent soul stage were among the most elite in the entire cultivation world. Chapter 25, The Collapse Begins. Lu Bai seeks hope in desperation. As Lu Bai gazed at the departing figures, a profound sense of relief washed over him. For him, possessing a system meant that even with mediocre talent, his circumstances were not dire. However, if the hearts of the people scattered, that would indeed spell true despair. Lu Bai activated the chaotic divine art, sensing that his cultivation had nearly returned to its peak. It was now time to bring hope to his injured master and his senior brother. System, exchange for 2 healing pills for my master and senior brother. Beep, exchange for a Tier 4 Ancient Supreme Healing Pill. Points, 30,000. Remaining points, 79, 270. System, why is it a Tier 4 pill? Moreover, it costs 5,000 points more than I anticipated. Host, this is an Ancient Supreme Healing Pill. The method of its refinement has long been lost, and the medicinal materials used are extinct. Hence the extra 5,000 points. Can a tier 4 pill truly heal my master and senior brother? Doubt was evident in his voice. Your master and senior brother's injuries have not compromised their essence. They merely require time for gradual recovery. This pill is precisely what they need, and they will be restored within a day at most. Would you like it or not? Yes, yes, yes. System, please do not be angry. It is my lack of understanding. You are magnanimous, so please do not take it to heart. Lu Bai quickly softened his tone upon hearing this. With the healing pills in hand, Lu Bai did not dare to delay, even for a moment. He swiftly donned his night attire, masked his face, and wrapped himself securely. System, teleport me to my senior brother's retreat. He refrained from going directly due to the secretive location of the healing chamber, which he was unaware of. In the blink of an eye, Lu Bai found himself in the depths of the Sword Peak's secret chamber. Jian Wushuang, astonished by Lu Bai's sudden appearance, exclaimed, "You truly possess remarkable abilities. This place is surrounded by numerous warning systems, yet you entered as if it were unguarded. Although I do not know your true identity, I must thank you for your life-saving grace." With that, Jian Wushuang respectfully bowed to Lu Bai. Lu Bai subtly shifted to the side, replying, "We are of the same generation. There is no need for such formality. Assisting the Heavenly Sword sect through this crisis is my duty. I have come to deliver something to you." With that, Lu Bai presented the ancient supreme healing pill to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang eyed the pill with a hint of skepticism. "Thank you for your kindness, but ordinary pills are of no use to my injuries. I have previously tried a tier 5 pill, and its effects were not as effective as my own gradual recovery. This pill is unlike any you have used before. Though it is merely tier 4, it is precisely suited to your condition. Within a day, your injuries will be entirely healed. Is it truly that miraculous? Try it, and you shall know. However, I hope you will refrain from revealing yourself before others for the time being. Currently, you, the Spirit Sword Peak, and Jian Lu are all severely injured. It may be wise to act from the shadows." Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up. "Very well, but what about my master? Do not worry. I possess more healing pills, and I will deliver one to Jian Lu and inform them of our plan." "Thank you, esteemed one." Jian Wushuang bowed once more in gratitude. "System, teleport me to my master's retreat." Lu Bai's voice had scarcely faded when a flash of white light enveloped him, and he vanished from sight. Is this spatial displacement? Isn't it a power only comprehended by those in the void return stage? How could this space possibly accommodate such a powerful being? This senior brother is truly enigmatic, akin to a deity. Jian Wushuang muttered to himself as he gazed at the spot where Lu Bai had disappeared. In an instant, Lu Bai arrived at the location where the Wine Sword Immortal was in seclusion. Observing the pallor of the Wine Sword Immortal's face, Lu Bai felt a pang of sorrow. He had sustained the most severe injuries while protecting his senior brother, and even Lu Bai's approach had gone unnoticed. Unable to bear disturbing the recovering Wine Sword Immortal, Lu Bai left a note in a conspicuous place and carefully used his magical power to place the healing pill into the Wine Sword Immortal's mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, and when the Wine Sword Immortal slowly opened his eyes to check, Lu Bai had already returned to the Jian Lu residence through the system's power. The Wine Sword Immortal quickly spotted the note on the ground. Upon reading it, he closed his eyes contentedly, as if he had ingested not a healing pill, but a calming charm. Back at the Jian Lu residence, Lu Bai winced at the 2,000 points spent for this teleportation. System, do you think that Senior Bug from the Beast Control Peak can successfully unite the righteous forces against the treachery of the demonic path and that mysterious individual? Beep. Exchanging this information requires 1,000 points. Does the host wish to exchange? Damn it. System, have you no shame? Lu Bai's expression darkened. Host, can a face be consumed for sustenance? Just answer yes or no. Ultimately, Lu Bai relented. Beep. Exchange successful. Points 1,000. Remaining points 76,270. System, no more nonsense, just tell me. Lu Bai urged. Success is unlikely. Currently, the righteous forces are barely holding on, with only the Linglong sect still struggling. The first-rate powers, the One Hall and 2 gates, the Star Palace, the Phantom Gate, and the Crimson Flame Gate have all been breached. What? How is that possible? Such a significant event for the righteous path. How could there be no whispers of it? Lu Bai's face was filled with disbelief. According to the system, the righteous path in Qingxian Prefecture was on the verge of annihilation. The demonic path has been insidiously eroding the major sects from the shadows. The Heavenly Sword sect and Linglong sect are their final targets. If not for your intervention, the Heavenly Sword sect would likely no longer exist. This is not merely a collapse. It is an apocalyptic calamity. Alone, the Heavenly Sword sect would struggle to confront such a crisis. System. It is one thing for the other sects to fall without a whisper, but for the one hall and two gates to be destroyed. The Heavenly Sword sect could not possibly be unaware. Setting aside the undercover agents placed by the Heavenly Sword sect in the major sects, the one hall and two gates are still engaged in transactions with the Heavenly Sword sect. How can this be explained? Host. Being destroyed does not necessarily mean everyone was killed. When killed, the remaining soul jade slips would shatter, and this would eventually be discovered. Thus, if some high-ranking members are controlled, and if someone is skilled in disguise, gradually replacing and eroding them, it would be tantamount to annihilation, would it not? How could the demonic path possess so many experts to simultaneously control such a multitude of righteous masters? Controlling so many is far more challenging than killing them. Lu Bai still clung to a glimmer of hope. Host, if there are experts like the person in black, do you think it would be difficult to control them? The system retorted. Lu Bai's face turned pale with horror, and he tremulously asked, System, are you suggesting that there is more than one expert like that mysterious individual? Congratulations. Host, you are correct, but regrettably, there is no reward. The system's teasing tone only heightened Lu Bai's distress. As he watched the situation deteriorate further, Lu Bai rubbed his aching temples. He gazed at the system interface, troubled by the predicament, when suddenly he caught sight of the pet space beside him. A faint smile gracing his lips. It seems there is still hope. Chapter 26. The Awakening of the Divine Beasts in the Sword Lodge. As the mystic winds stir in the secluded depths of the back mountains of the Sword Lodge, Lu Bai, clad in white, wore a slight smile as he remarked, Indeed, this place is quite fitting. It surely can accommodate all that is about to unfold. System summoned the 10 divine beasts from the interface. It was true. In order to break free from his current predicament, he ultimately placed his hopes upon the divine beasts that resided within the mystic forest, having been collected by the system. Ding. Exchange successful. Points minus 30,000. Remaining points 46270. Roar moo chirp. In an instant, a cacophony of deafening roars erupted. Various beastly cries intertwining and soaring towards the heavens. As the silhouettes of the divine beasts gradually emerged, an overwhelming pressure akin to a surging tide spread outwards, engulfing the surroundings. Enough with the howling. Quiet down. Lu Bai chided with a light-hearted reprimand, raising his hand. His gaze swept over the formidable beasts, quietly assessing their strengths. Compared to the enigmatic individual he had previously encountered, the auras of these divine beasts were equally formidable, if not more so. At last, the tension in Lu Bai's heart began to dissipate. Master, you have summoned us. Do you have any commands? At that moment, a peculiar divine beast slowly spoke. Lu Bai focused his attention and saw that this creature possessed a serpent's head and a turtle's body, bearing a massive, sturdy shell adorned with mysterious and profound patterns, while its serpent-like form elegantly coiled around its shell. You must be Xuanwu. I need you to collaborate with the Heavenly Sword sect to eradicate the demonic forces in Qingxian Prefecture, as well as those vile creatures attempting to encroach upon it. Master, I am not Xuanwu. I merely possess a trace of Xuanwu's bloodline as a turtle snake. However, concerning your request, we are currently unable to act. Why can you not take action? Are you merely hoping to reap the benefits without involvement? Master, that is not the case. A mysterious powerhouse entrusted us to dwell in the mystic forest for recuperation, binding us with a contract that forbids us from stepping outside the forest for a millennium. Though we do not know how you managed to bring us out, we cannot act beyond the confines of the forest. In the heart of the mystic forest stands the spirit-binding monument, into which our souls have been bound since birth. Should we violate the contract and strike against humanity, our souls would perish first. Before the turtle snake could finish, a colossal azure dragon, stretching dozens of meters, interjected, "Is there truly no other solution?" Lu Bai, still reluctant, pressed on. "Master, it is not without possibility. It is said that if someone can move the spirit-binding monument out of the mystic forest, then the contract will automatically become void." A divine beast resembling a vermilion bird responded. "This is known to all the divine beasts. Yet moving the spirit-binding monument is no easy feat. Not only is there the formidable array enveloping the mystic forest to contend with, but also the myriad beasts within that are far beyond the reach of our current human race." After pondering for a moment, Lu Bai inquired, "System, can I return them to the interface?" Frustrated and with a headache, he realized that summoning so many divine beasts, yet being unable to enlist their aid, was indeed a conundrum. No, unless the host exchanges for a pet space. A pet space. If it were only one or two divine beasts, it might be feasible, but with so many present, the number of points required for such an exchange was astronomical, beyond his means. Seeing Lu Bai's prolonged silence, the turtle snake spoke again. "Master, shall we return to the mystic forest for now? Although we cannot enter the interior due to restrictions, the surrounding space is ample for us to dwell in. Once the millennium period concludes, we can unite with other beasts in the mystic forest to thoroughly eradicate the evil forces in Qingxian Prefecture." Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Lu Bai. Yes, he could transport himself along with the divine beasts back to the mystic forest, locate the spirit-binding monument, and move it out, thereby resolving all issues at once. Once this thought took root, it rapidly flourished in his mind. System, initiate collective transport to the spirit-binding monument in the mystic forest. Lu Bai decisively issued his command. Ding! Exchange successful. Points minus 11,000. Remaining points 35270. Accompanied by the system's prompt, a brilliant white light suddenly illuminated the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, Lu Bai and the 10 divine beasts vanished from their location as if they had never been there. Not long after Lu Bai's disappearance, Jian Yuanji's figure materialized at the spot they had just vacated. Strange, I distinctly felt several powerful auras emanating from here just moments ago. How could there be nothing left? Even if they left, the auras should not have dissipated so completely. With a heart full of questions, Jian Yuanji exerted all his efforts to meticulously scan the area within 100 miles, yet he found nothing. Ultimately, he could only return to the Sword Peak with a mind full of suspicions. Within the mystic forest, today's clamor was unlike any before, devoid of the usual order. It brimmed with confusion and panic. On the edge of the turtle snake clan's territory, a young turtle snake warrior cautiously peeked out from its burrow, its dark green scales still glistening with the moisture of the night dew. Its name was Yin Jia, one of the most promising warriors of a younger generation of the turtle snake clan. Alert, it surveyed its surroundings, its slender serpent tail anxiously thrumming against the ground. Something is amiss. Yin Jia hissed softly, its forked tongue darting to capture the pheromones in the air. It was too chaotic. Various scents were intermingled. Not far away, a larger turtle snake slowly approached, its shell marred by the scars of battle, testament to its rich combat experience. This was Yin Jia's mentor, the battle commander of the turtle snake clan, Jian Dun. The leader has yet to return. Jian Dun's voice was heavy as stone. Not just us. The Firebird clan's Qi Yin leader, the Swift Shadow leader of the Tungsha clan, and several other major clans' leaders are also absent. A chill raced up Yin Jia's spine. A month prior, several major clans had agreed to explore the ruins, and per their agreement, they were due to return yesterday. However, now all the leaders had vanished without a trace. Could it be? Just as Yin Jia was about to voice its concern, a hurried slithering sound interrupted. A smaller turtle snake rushed over in a panic. Lord Jiandun, the Black Wolf clan, is attacking our eastern outpost. They claim that since the leaders are absent, the territory should be reallocated. A flicker of anger flashed in Jiandun's eyes. Gather all warriors and prepare for battle. Yin Jia, go inform the Firebird and Tungsha clans, and let them know the situation has changed. We require a united defense. Yin Jia nodded swiftly and turned to delve deeper into the forest. As it traversed the dense woods and arrived at the area of the Firebird clan's residence, where the Huishu trees stood, The sight that met its eyes sent a jolt of alarm through its heart. Dozens of firebirds circled overhead, emitting piercing alarm calls. On the ground, several charred bodies of black wolves still smoldered, the air heavy with the acrid scent of charred flesh and blood. Yinjia, a young firebird, its plumage as vibrant as flames, dove down to land before Yinjia. It was Chiyu, a friend whom Yinjia had grown up with in the Firebird clan. What brings you here? Have you also been attacked? The eastern outpost was assaulted by the Black Wolf clan, Yinjia quickly relayed. Lord Jiandun requests a united defense. The situation is worse than we anticipated. Chiyu's feathers flared red with fury. We just repelled a probing attack from the Black Wolf clan. A messenger from Swift Shadow reported that the Tangsha clan's southern territory has also been partially invaded by the giant Python clan. It seems they were prepared all along. The two young warriors exchanged a glance, each reading the same concern in the other's eyes. This was no mere coincidence. It was a meticulously planned, all-out offensive. When Rock Armor and Crimson Feather arrived at the main territory of the Turtle Snake clan with reinforcements from the Firebird clan, the battle had already commenced. The vanguard of the Black Wolf clan clashed violently with the Turtle Snake warriors on the rocky shore at the edge of their territory. Jiandun stood at the center of the front line, commanding the Turtle Snake warriors to form a robust defensive formation. Their turtle shells interlocked, creating a nearly impenetrable moving wall, while their agile snake tails lashed out like lightning from the gaps between the shells, repelling the advancing black wolves one by one. "The Firebird clan has arrived," shouted one of the Turtle Snake warriors. In the sky, the Firebird warriors led by Crimson Feather began to dive, their flames erupting among the black wolves and causing chaos. Simultaneously, leaves on the ground stirred without wind, and dozens of soaring snakes burst forth from beneath them, targeting the rear of the Black Wolves. Caught in the pincer attack of the three-clan alliance, the offensive of the Black Wolves quickly crumbled, and the remnant wolves fled back into the depths of the forest. After the battle, commanders from several major clans gathered in the Turtle Snake clan's council cave. Jiandun, the fiery commander of the Firebird clan, Qing, and the swift commander of the Soaring Snake clan, Ingshua, surrounded a rough stone table where a rudimentary map made of twigs and stones lay. "It is not just the Black Wolf clan," Ingshua spoke first. "The giant Python clan, the two-headed lion clan, the flower leopard clan. Almost all the major clans are mobilizing. It seems they have coordinated their attacks on us, the clans that have lost their leaders." Chiang tapped his claws on the stone table. "Our scouts from the Firebird clan report that these clans are not allied. They are fighting individually. But their goal is the same, to carve up our territory and resources." Jiandun nodded heavily, understanding that they perceive the disappearance of the leaders as a sign of weakness, seizing the opportunity to expand. Worse still, he paused, continuing, "Rumors suggest that consuming the flesh and blood of our powerful clans can enhance their bloodline power." A heavy silence fell upon the cave. Rock Armor felt a chill run down his spine, realizing the implications. This was no longer merely a territorial dispute. It was a struggle for survival among races. "What should we do?" Crimson Feather could not help but ask. The three commanders exchanged glances, and it was Jiandun who spoke first. "We must retreat." "What?" Rock Armor and Crimson Feather exclaimed simultaneously. "Not to flee, but a strategic withdrawal," Jiandun clarified. "Our territory is too dispersed to defend comprehensively. We need to concentrate our strength and fall back to the ancient altar in the forest center. The terrain there is elevated and defensible. Moreover, if the leaders return, the altar will be their first destination," Ingshua added. Rock Armor understood the wisdom behind this plan. A scattered defense would only lead to being picked off, while consolidating their forces at a stronghold would not only allow them to endure longer, but also provide a chance for the possible return of their leaders. "Act immediately," Jiandun commanded. "All clans, gather what supplies you can and retreat towards the central altar. The Firebird clan will take to the skies for reconnaissance. The Soaring Snake clan will clear away pursuers, and we, the Turtle Snake clan, will cover the rear." Thus, over the following days, the Turtle Snake, Firebird, and Soaring Snake clans began their arduous migration. They fended off harassment from various enemies while advancing towards the forest center. The elderly, weak, and sick were protected in the center of the formation, while the warriors formed a mobile defensive perimeter around them. Along the way, they witnessed the devastation wrought by the collapse of order in the enchanted forest. Smaller clans were either absorbed or completely annihilated. On the evening of a fortnight later, when the three-clan alliance finally reached the elevated ground where the central altar was located, they found the situation worse than anticipated. Hundreds of hostile beasts, black wolves, two-headed lions, giant pythons, flower leopards, had gathered in the open space surrounding the altar, surrounding it completely with elite forces from nearly every clan eyeing their territory. They anticipated our arrival here. Chiang spoke with a hint of despair. Jian Dun surveyed the surroundings, assessing the situation. Although outnumbered, they occupied higher ground, granting them a geographical advantage. More importantly, despite their exhaustion, the morale of the allied clans remained intact. Prepare for defense, Jian Dun commanded. The Turtle Snake clan will form the front, creating a shield wall. The Soaring Snake clan will flank the sides in guerrilla tactics. The Firebird clan will secure the high ground to provide fire support. We will stand our ground and fight to the death. Rock Armor and Crimson Feather exchanged a resolute glance, both recognizing the gravity of their predicament. They knew this could be their final battle. As night fell, the hostile clans did not immediately launch an attack. It appeared they were waiting for something, perhaps preparing for a larger offensive. The allied clans seized this brief respite to strengthen their defenses, tend to the wounded, and ready themselves for the impending fierce battle. At dawn, as the first rays of sunlight illuminated the ancient altar, the enemy clans finally stirred into action. Their ranks parted, and several leaders approached deliberately. The leader of the Black Wolf clan stood at the forefront, addressing the surrounded beasts. Turtle Snake, Firebird, Soaring Snake clans. You have nowhere left to flee. Submit to my Black Wolf clan and become our vassals, and you shall be spared. An elder from the Turtle Snake clan, Elder Xianjia, stepped forward defiantly. Black Wolf clan, you take advantage of our plight. How despicable. We shall never yield. The Turtle Snake clan would rather die than submit. The leader of the Two-Headed Lion clan let out a sinister laugh, booming like thunder. The situation is clear. Why do you persist in resistance? Surrender, and my Two-Headed Lion clan will grant you a morsel of sustenance. Among the Firebird clan, the young Crimson Feather could not restrain himself and flew forward, retorting fiercely. Humph, you despicable wretches, dreaming of our surrender. Never. The pride of the Firebirds shall not be trampled. The leader of the Flower Leopard clan narrowed his golden eyes, his tone icy and threatening. Do not drink the toast to refuse the penalty. Should you not surrender, once we breach your defenses, you shall have no place to die. A warrior from the Soaring Snake clan, known as Lightning, hissed defiantly. If you dare come, we Soaring Snakes will never bow our heads, even unto death. The leader of the Giant Python clan slithered forward slowly, his voice deep and chilling. Wise individuals discern the times. The leaders who vanished will not return. You have no hope left. Surrender is the prudent choice. In the face of these threats and temptations to capitulate, every member of the three-clan alliance, young and old alike, roared in unison. Our resolve is as solid as rock. We shall never surrender, even to our last breath. This collective cry surged forth like a powerful wave, echoing through the forest. The atmosphere grew palpably tense, the great battle on the brink of eruption. The wind itself seemed stifled by the charged ambience, halting its flow as if the entire forest held its breath, awaiting the oncoming storm of bloodshed. In a hushed tone, Jian Dun spoke to Ching and Ning Shuo beside him. They will not grant us a path to survival. Surrender means enslavement, to be treated as mere food. We must fight to the end, but at the very least, we must afford the young ones a chance to escape. Chiang nodded. I have selected the swiftest of the young Firebirds. They will carry the offspring of all clans to safety through the skies. A glimmer of sorrow flickered in Ning Shuo's eyes. Only a few may escape, but that is better than being completely wiped out. Just then, the enemy clans finally lost their patience. With a long howl from the Black Wolf leader, hundreds of beasts surged forward in unison. The ground trembled beneath their charge. Prepare for battle, Jian Dun shouted. The Turtle Snake warriors quickly formed a solid shield wall, their shells interlocking to create a nearly seamless defense. The Soaring Snake warriors concealed themselves within the gaps of the shield wall, poised to strike with lethal precision. The firebirds above began to gather fiery energy, readying for an aerial assault. The first wave of attack came from the united charge of the Black Wolf and Flower Leopard clans. These agile hunters attempted to breach the defenses through sheer speed, but they had underestimated the fortitude of the turtle snake shield wall. The leading black wolves crashed heavily against the turtle shell, the sound of cracking bones distinctly audible. Immediately thereafter, the venomous fangs of the soaring serpent and the flames of the firebird descended simultaneously, causing the first wave of attackers to swiftly become lifeless corpses on the ground. However, the enemy was overwhelmingly numerous. The second wave of assault, led by the two-headed lion and the giant python, employed a more cunning strategy. The pythons coiled their massive bodies around the turtle snake warriors, attempting to dismantle the shield wall, while the two-headed lions targeted the weakest points in the defense. The battle rapidly escalated into a fierce confrontation. The rock shell felt its fangs aching from frequent use, and claw marks marred its shell. Beside it, an elder turtle snake warrior was bitten on the neck by a two-headed lion, blood gushing forth. In a fit of rage, the rock shell pierced the lion's eye with its tail, yet more enemies surged forward. In the sky, the firebirds, led by the crimson feather, continued their diving assaults. But the enemy's flying beasts, bats and vultures, began to join the fray, hindering the firebirds' movements. A colossal vulture seized the opportunity to grasp one of Crimson Feather's wings, its sharp talons sinking deep into flesh. Crimson Feather, the rock shell, witnessing its friend's peril, yearned to assist but was ensnared by three black wolves, unable to break free. In that moment of crisis, a blazing column of fire abruptly descended from the heavens, striking the vulture with precision. The vulture shrieked and released its grip, allowing Crimson Feather to break free. The rock shell looked up to see Commander Blaze Wing rescuing Crimson Feather at the critical moment. However, this distraction came at a cost. A giant python took advantage and coiled around its body, the immense constriction causing the shell to groan under the strain. The rock shell struggled to breathe, its vision beginning to blur. Just as it was on the verge of losing consciousness, the constricting python suddenly loosened its grip. The rock shell fell to the ground, gasping for breath, and saw Elder Xuanjiao ripping open the python's belly with its sharp claws. "Stand up, child." Elder Xuanjiao's voice remained resolute. The battle was not yet over. Gritting its teeth, the rock shell rose to its feet, rejoining the fray. Yet the situation grew increasingly dire. The coalition force's defensive line had been compressed to the altar's edge, with casualties exceeding half. Although some younglings had managed to break through with the help of a few firebirds, the majority were intercepted by enemy flying beasts, with only a scant few possibly escaping. The three commanders, Shield Guardian, Blaze Wing, and Shadow Shuttle, stood back to back at the altar's center, all bearing grave injuries. One of Shield Guardian's eyes had been gouged out, Blaze Wing had a broken wing, and Shadow Shuttle had lost a portion of its tail. It seemed this was the end. Blaze Wing gasped. Shield Guardian surveyed the surroundings, witnessing the blood-soaked struggle of its kin, a flicker of sorrow crossing its eyes, yet quickly replaced by determination. "We shall fight to the last, never dishonoring our clan's name." Suddenly, Shadow Shuttle lifted its gaze towards the ancient altar. "Do you not feel something amiss with the altar?" Indeed, a faint glow emanated from above the altar. The opposing factions also took note of this anomaly, their offensive temporarily slowing as they warily observed the glowing altar. At the moment when all beasts, both attackers and defenders, were fixated on the altar, a dazzling beam of light erupted from its center, soaring into the heavens. Within the beam, colossal figures began to take shape. The rock shell's heart raced, a wild thought flashing through its mind. Could the vanished leaders be returning? The leaders! They have returned. An excited turtle snake warrior shouted. The light burst forth, the blinding radiance rendering all beasts temporarily sightless. When their vision returned, several imposing figures stood at the altar's center. The turtle snake leader Panshan, the firebird leader Chitian, the soaring serpent leader Ingrun, and a snow-white Qilin with jade-like horns. What is that long figure? I've never seen such a race before. Child, that is not a beast, but a human. An elder beast nearby spoke. The rock shell's heart nearly ceased. The Qilin, a legendary ancient deity, had not been seen in the illusory forest for millennia. How could it be alongside the leaders? The returned leaders surveyed the battlefield, and upon witnessing the devastation of their kin, a surge of fury erupted within them like a volcanic eruption. Turtle Snake leader Panshan's eyes widened, burning with fierce anger. These shameless wretches dare to force my clan to such a plight. Today, they shall pay a grievous price. Utterly despicable. My clan has suffered such calamities. They shall pay for their blood debts. The Firebird leader Chitian also expressed his outrage at the sight of his weary and wounded kin. The Soaring Serpent leader Ingrin coiled into an attacking posture, teeth chattering, eyes filled with icy malice. Leaders, you have finally returned. They are relentless. We fought valiantly, yet suffered heavy losses. A small turtle of the Turtle Snake clan pointed at the surrounding corpses of its kin, eyes brimming with grievance. A Firebird with a broken wing flapped desperately to Chitian's side. Leader, we never gave up, but we are vastly outnumbered. The Qilin leader stepped forward. While we were absent, you acted with such impunity. Its voice was soft, but resonated across the battlefield, each word striking like a hammer on the heart. The beasts exchanged glances, some timidly retreating. The Flower Leopard leader, forcing itself to call out, said, "Fear not. They have just returned. They may not yet possess their full strength. Do not be cowed." Yet its bristling fur revealed its inner fear. You all shall perish. The Qilin's voice remained calm, yet each word darkened the heavens. It raised its head and let out a long howl, and with that howl, an invisible pressure swept across the battlefield. More than half of the opposing beasts immediately knelt before it. The Black Wolf leader, the Two-Headed Lion leader, and the Giant Python leader managed to remain upright, trembling, their eyes filled with terror. Impossible. This is the pressure of a divine beast? The Python leader hissed, its massive body coiling tightly, attempting to withstand the oppressive force. The Qilin offered no response, merely casting a glance at the three leaders. In that instant, 3 beams of emerald light shot forth from its horns, striking the foreheads of the 3 leaders with precision. No wounds, no blood, but their eyes instantly became vacant, and then they collapsed, their souls obliterated. At this moment, the morale of the opposing beasts crumbled, their previously orderly encirclement disintegrating into chaos. Panic spreading like wildfire among the ranks. "Kill! Leave none alive!" Panshan roared, charging first into the enemy lines. A black wolf lunged at him, but he did not even glance, simply tossing his head, his sharp beak cleaving the wolf in two. Chitian ascended into the sky, fully extending his wings, unleashing countless fiery rains that fell from above, seeping into the enemies and incinerating them to ashes from within. The illusory forest was once again engulfed in chaotic battle, but this time, the treacherous beasts no longer retained their previous arrogance. They began to flee in disarray like startled birds. Chapter 27. The Gathering of Divine Beasts and the Emergence of Liu Bai's Unification of Qingxian Prefecture Master. We are ready. The Turtle Serpent spoke first. The divine beasts will return in 3 hours, and the spirit binding monument can be taken at any time. We are prepared to accompany you into battle. Liu Bai's gaze traversed the 10 divine beasts and rested upon the group of battered demon beasts behind them. These creatures were drenched in blood, some left with only severed limbs, a sight that was truly harrowing. You shall remain in the illusory forest and tend to your respective clans, Liu Bai said, unable to bear sending them into battle given their current condition. The Firebird fluttered its wings anxiously. "Master, these are our clan's finest warriors. Please allow us to follow you." Liu Bai gently shook his head and patiently explained, "The reason for your stay is due to a more pressing task. Furthermore, in your current state, it is not suitable for you to engage in battle immediately." "Master, please clarify." The divine beasts responded in unison. Liu Bai spoke with gravity. "First, quickly gather the scattered members of your clans and provide aid to the injured. Second, rebuild the damaged territories. Third, unite the various clans to swiftly unify the illusory forest." His gaze swept over the divine beasts as he continued. "Qingxian Prefecture is vast, and it is challenging for just a few of us to bring order. The demon beasts of the illusory forest will be our most crucial allies. Understood, Master. Gratitude shone in the eyes of the divine beasts. They had always been concerned for their clans, and Liu Bai's initiative resonated with their sentiments. Liu Bai added, "Once Qingshan Prefecture is settled, you may choose your residences freely. I do not demand complete harmony between humans and demons, but it is necessary to manage the scale of conflicts. A moderate competition can, in fact, foster mutual growth." "Release the era," Liu Bai suddenly commanded. A wolf's howl erupted, but was swiftly interrupted. The howling moon divine wolf, feeling aggrieved, covered its head. "Boss, why hit me?" Upon seeing the gathering of divine beasts around, it immediately hid behind Liu Bai. This is... Liu Bai tugged at its ear and brought it forward. "Be bold. These are all allies. Since you have returned to your homeland, you ought to check on your clan. Although you may not feel much affection for them, the Howling Moon Divine Wolf clan possesses extraordinary potential. If you can rally them, they will be of great use." The Howling Moon Divine Wolf's eyes gleamed with ambition as it considered the many powerful allies at its back, envisioning its clan bowing in submission before it. Liu Bai ignored it further and turned to the spirit binding monument. The ancient stone tablet was inscribed with obscure runes, and he reached out to touch it, storing it in his storage ring. "Master, exchange for 11 communication talismans." Exchange successful. Liu Bai distributed the talismans to the divine beasts. These communication talismans will facilitate our contact at any time. Unify the illusory forest as soon as possible and inform me upon completion. "We shall obey your command." The beasts affirmed in unison. Just as Liu Bai departed, the turtle serpent suddenly sensed danger. This is bad. The spirit binding monument has been taken. The forest restrictions are dissipating. Azure Dragon, Firebird, Qilin, seal off all exits immediately. The divine beast sprang into action. Upon returning to the sword pavilion, Liu Bai inquired, "Master, how many points can the spirit binding monument be exchanged for?" 1,000,000 points. Liu Bai's eyes brightened. Exchange. Exchange successful. Current points. 1, 0, 23, 270. He chuckled foolishly at the sight of his newfound wealth, feeling unprecedentedly affluent. "Finally, we can conclude this matter. Lin Feng, are you prepared?" A sly grin spread across his face. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, still on the reflection cliff, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. "Master, exchange for a soul brick." The soul brick, a formidable weapon, derives its power from the force exerted by the attacker. Specializing in spiritual attacks, one strike, 1,000 damage. On a moonless night, atop the reflection cliff, Lin Feng sat cross-legged, surrounded by a mist of spiritual energy, clearly not neglecting his cultivation despite his reflections. Liu Bai perched on a tree branch, weighing the glimmering, multicolored soul brick in his hand, a wicked smile forming on his lips. "Master, are you certain this item can incapacitate him?" "Ding. This product is guaranteed to be of superior quality. One strike could lead to amnesia, or worse, invoking parental calls." "Very well. Let him experience the harsh realities of life." Liu Bai, having witnessed Lin Feng's earlier misdeeds, knew all too well that this item was not benign. Others may have failed to see the dark aura surrounding him, but Liu Bai had witnessed it, albeit without evidence to convince anyone else. Thus, Liu Bai struck without mercy the brick raised high bang. With a dull thud, Lin Feng swayed, and a large dizzy character effect slowly appeared on his forehead. Ding! Ambush successful. Reward. Lin Feng's grudge value 100. The system chimed in at that moment. Liu Bai rubbed his hands together in satisfaction. Next, it's time for something more amusing. He swiftly stripped Lin Feng of his outer robe, leaving him only in his underpants, and then bound him upside down to the most conspicuous old locust tree on Reflection Cliff. Before departing, he kindly hung a sign. Qingshan Prefecture's first genius. Limited viewing. One spirit stone to awaken. The next morning, a furious roar echoed from Reflection Cliff. "That bastard! I will kill you!" Lin Feng struggled to jump down from the tree, his face ashen as he clutched his remaining underpants, gritting his teeth as he scanned the surroundings. However, Liu Bai had already made a discreet getaway. With a dark expression, Lin Feng donned his clothes and returned to Reflection Cliff in disgrace. That night, Lin Feng sat cross-legged in his cave, surrounded by 18 defensive formations, coldly smirking. No matter who you are, if you come tonight, I will ensure you leave without return. Yet, he had no idea that Liu Bai had not approached through the front door. Whoosh! A brick flew down from above, striking precisely at the back of his head. Bang! Lin Feng's vision darkened, and he collapsed once more. Liu Bai leaped down from the cliff, brushing off the dust from the brick. TSK. Defensive formations? Can they withstand physical attacks? Ding. Ambush successful. Reward. Lin Feng's grudge value, 200. This time, Liu Bai stripped him even more thoroughly, not even leaving his underpants. Lin Feng found himself suspended from the flagpole at Reflection Cliff, his body adorned with vermilion writing. Qingxin Prefecture's first naked man. Welcome to observe. On the third day, Lin Feng was utterly deranged. Upon waking, his first instinct was to check his clothes. Good, still there. But the next moment, he discovered he was bound atop the giant clock tower of Reflection Cliff, adorned with bells that jingled incessantly in the wind. Most absurdly, a line of condensed spiritual energy hovered above his head, proclaiming, Qingxin Prefecture's premier dance man, toss a spirit stone to play a tune. Lin Feng. He howled to the heavens, Cursed thief! I will not let this go. In the distance, Liu Bai squatted on a tree branch, munching on sunflower seeds, a smile gracing his face as he observed the scene. He turned to the system and said, Master, shall we try a different approach tonight? Ding. Suggestion. Attempt a full sect tour exhibition mode. Liu Bai, excellent idea. That night, just as Lin Feng was preparing to step out, Jian Wushuang appeared at his door. Ha! Master brother, what a coincidence. Have you recovered from your injuries? Could I not emerge? It's not easy to recruit a genius disciple, you know. Brother, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Don't feign ignorance. Wasn't it you who caused Lin Feng's predicament? Brother, that scoundrel is wronging me. It couldn't possibly be me. I swear. Liu Bai hurriedly distanced himself. Whether it was you or not is unimportant. If Lin Feng gets stripped again, I will strip you too. Jian Wushuang finished and vanished in a few flashes. Liu Bai could only return to his room begrudgingly, feeling that he had sufficiently vented his frustrations. Chapter 28. The Peril of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Wisdom unraveled amidst deception the next morning as the world outside remained shrouded in darkness. Liu Bai was abruptly awakened by the urgent and piercing sound of a bell. It was yet another emergency assembly. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, Liu Bai swiftly donned his garments and hastened toward the Sword Peak. Inside the grand hall of Sword Peak, the atmosphere was as tense as the oppressive calm before a storm. The gathering was called to convey unsettling news. As Jian Yuanzai observed the assembly, his solemn expression spoke volumes. He surveyed the crowd, and before anyone could speak, he continued, Junior brother Jian Shaochong, please share the situation from your end. In accordance with the orders of our esteemed sect leader, I dispatch personnel to contact the living forces of the righteous path. While the responses thus far have been affirming our requests, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss, Jian Shaochong reported. Stop holding back and tell us what's truly going on, urged Yin Fengzhu, the impatient master of Heavy Sword Peak. I sense an unusual degree of ease in our dealings. Apart from some requests from Linglong's sect, both our main hall and the two branches have unconditionally agreed to comply with our arrangements. The Xingqian Hall even took the initiative to propose a united front, striking first against a rival sect, and they are willing to lead the charge. Isn't that a good thing? Everyone working together to combat demonic forces. What could be wrong with that? Yin Fengzhu responded, his voice deep and resonant. Yin, please allow junior brother Shaochong to finish, interjected Jiang Li, the master of the law enforcement peak. Upon hearing Zhang's voice, Yin Fengzhu fell silent, as if deflated. Junior brother Shaochong, please continue, Jiang Li offered, casting an apologetic glance in Shaochong's direction. With a smile, Jian Shaochong resumed. However, Linglong's sect claims they are currently unable to spare any manpower, as their elders have been mysteriously disappearing. They request our Heavenly Sword sect to dispatch elite forces to assist in thoroughly investigating this matter. Only by resolving Linglong sect's crisis can they feel secure enough to join us against the demonic forces. It appears Linglong sect is also under siege. If they are targeted, then our own two branches cannot remain unscathed. But what methods could they possibly employ to silently eliminate 3 first-tier forces? Jiang Li Pundaраtalot. Lu Bai, standing aside and observing the turmoil among the warriors grappling with these complex issues, felt compelled to intervene. It was indeed unfair to burden these martial enthusiasts with such intricate dilemmas. Rising to his feet, he respectfully addressed the assembly. Esteemed brothers, I have a thought that I wish to share, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate. Speak freely, Lu. Collective wisdom is invaluable, encouraged Feng. The master of the sword peak, with a warm smile. Lu Bai nodded slightly. According to junior brother Xiaochong, we are aware that at least one other top-tier sect, akin to ours, has yet to be compromised. However, if we do not extend our assistance, Linglong's sect may not endure much longer. Impossible. Linglong's sect is an ancient establishment, and their Linglong immortal technique is widely recognized as the foremost celestial art in Qingxian Prefecture, with profound depth. How could they possibly face obliteration so easily? Yin Fengzhu interjected, but was silenced by a piercing glare from Jiangli. Indeed, Linglong's sect is formidable, Lu Bai continued. But have you not noticed that those who sought to bring down our heavenly sword sect seem to have vanished in a thin air? We need not elaborate on the prowess of those who have targeted us. Thus, it stands to reason that those aiming to dismantle Linglong's sect would not be trifling opponents. If they unite their forces, how long do you believe Linglong's sect could hold out? The fall of Linglong would inevitably place us in their crosshairs. I concur with junior brother Lu, Jian Yuanzai said after a brief moment of contemplation. I shall lead Yin Fengzhu and Feng Shidi from the Sword Peak to provide support. Jiang Li, I must trouble you to oversee matters here. This is not advisable, Jian Yuanzai. Lu Bai interjected, seeing no one else voice dissent. He felt compelled to speak up once more. What concerns you, Lu? The assembly turned their puzzled gazes toward him. Jian Yuanzai, you must not act. While there may not be overt actions directed at our sect presently, we are undoubtedly being watched. If you take action, our sect will surely face relentless assaults. What Lu Bai truly needed was time. Once the illusory forest achieved unity, everything would fall into place. Thus, he resolved to postpone any action for as long as possible. Junior brother Lu, you just suggested a counteroffensive. If we do not act, who will step in to assist? Jian Yuanzai inquired, now somewhat perplexed by Lu Bai's argument. Lu Bai scanned the hall and declared, all present are brethren, so I will speak candidly. In truth, both our master and sect leader have already recovered. At this juncture, it would be prudent to allow them to discreetly support Linglong's sect. The mention of the recovery of their master and sect leader lightened the previously oppressive atmosphere, with expressions of relief and joy emerging among the assembly. Very well, let us proceed with our master, the sect leader, and Sister Su. Ultimately, Jian Yuanzai deemed Lu Bai's proposal to be the most sensible and promptly made a decision. What do our brothers from the 2 branches think? Jian Yuanzai asked once more. Having discussed so much already, what does it matter to speak a few more words? Lu Bai muttered to himself. He rose again. I propose we grant them a period of respite. With our master, sect leader, and Sister Su supporting Linglong's sect, they are bound to be safe. If they cannot overpower Linglong, they will likely redirect their attention toward our heavenly sword sect. Thus, we must time our actions to coincide with their assault on Linglong's sect. I recall that the Shadow Demon sect is the closest to Linglong's sect. We can coordinate an attack on the Shadow Demon sect with our 2 branches. If our master and the others can arrive early with a few experts from Linglong, I believe we can dismantle both branches without issue. However, we must act swiftly. We cannot afford to provide the demonic forces with any opportunity to respond. If we are delayed, our chances of victory will dwindle. The assembly exchanged glances, each contemplating the merit of Lu Bai's words. After a brief silence, they nodded in agreement, unanimously endorsing the proposal. Now let us discuss the second piece of bad news. Jiang Shidi, as this is your discovery, please convey the details, Jian Yuanzai instructed, falling silent thereafter. Jiang Li nodded slightly, his expression grave. During our investigations, I uncovered that numerous formidable experts among the demonic forces have surpassed the soul manifestation stage. This information was acquired through the sacrifice of our covert operatives, and I assure you, it is entirely credible. Upon hearing this revelation, A wave of astonishment swept through the hall, with expressions of shock etched upon every face. The notion of adversaries exceeding the soul manifestation stage was daunting. Who could withstand such might? Despair surged within the assembly. Contemplating their fate seemed futile. Though Liu Bai had been aware of this situation for some time, revealing it now would undeniably dampen morale. Reluctantly, he spoke again. Esteemed brothers, our master has been aware of this for some time and has been devising corresponding strategies. However, we require a measure of time. Once that time arrives, the demonic forces will be as insignificant as mere weeds. Therefore, our singular objective must be to delay. Liu Bai had no choice but to shift the burden onto their master, if only to stabilize the spirits of the assembly. Junior brother Liu, do you have any strategies to prolong this situation? I confess I cannot fathom a way to restrain a group of major cultivators at the soul manifestation stage. Lu Xian from the miscellaneous hall remarked with a wry smile. Do not rush, brother Liu. I do have a solution, but it requires everyone's cooperation. Liu Bai remarked with a smile. Brother Liu, please do not keep us in suspense. Speak your mind, and we shall all assist you. Dan Xuanzi expressed his curiosity about Liu Bai's plan to stall a group of spirit transformation stage practitioners. Very well, I shall share my thoughts. Behind our heavenly sword sect lies an expanse of ocean stretching for thousands of miles. It is said that during the ancient era, Qingxin Prefecture was home to many formidable beings. If an ancient relic were to emerge from the sea, purportedly left by a transcendent being of the demon path, do you think that some of those spirit transformation stage practitioners would not venture forth to investigate? Meanwhile, those who remain, controlling such a vast number of righteous forces, will surely have few who can spare the time to trouble us. Furthermore, our sects formations should be sufficient to withstand one or even half of a spirit transformation stage practitioner. Liu Bai elaborated on his strategy. Where are we to procure a relic of a tribulation stage practitioner? Moreover, how can we convince them that it is indeed a relic left by such a being? Someone raised a valid concern. The matter of the relic has already been arranged by our master. It will manifest tomorrow, so you need not worry. As for how to convince them, that shall depend on the cooperation of all you senior brothers, Liu Bai assured confidently. How should we cooperate? May I inquire, Brother Jiang, regarding your investigation into Lin Feng? Have you made any progress? Liu Bai did not directly respond to Jin Yuanji, but instead posed a question to Jiang Li. Lin Feng indeed poses a problem, but I have yet to uncover who exactly placed him here. Jiang Li reported the findings of his investigation. Then there is no need to pursue it further, lest we alert the enemy. When the time comes, you shall perform a little act before Lin Feng, allowing him to spread the news. That should resolve our issue, Liu Bai suggested with a smile. Indeed, this is a splendid idea. Brother Liu, I did not anticipate your cleverness, Lu Xian praised. Brother Liu, you flatter me. This is all thanks to our master's teachings. Liu Bai readily deflected the praise. As Jin Yuanji observed the unanimous approval from the group, he decisively moved to implement Liu Bai's plan. The meeting was subsequently adjourned, and Jin Yuanji gazed thoughtfully at Liu Bai's vacant seat. Chapter 29. The winds of Sword Pavilion stir. Seeking rare relics upon entering the Sword Pavilion, Liu Bai eagerly summoned his system. System, I am contemplating the creation of a relic. Please enlighten me on the requisite points. Host, it is advisable to refrain from such grandiose aspirations in the future. Is there truly no alternative? Hurry and check for me. Host, based on the scale and specifications you envision, your current points are woefully insufficient. However, if you merely wish to fabricate a relic that appears impressive but lacks substance, a sum of 100,000 points will suffice. Should you desire to enhance this relic with special configurations, the cost will be significantly different. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Bai responded, System, I do not aspire to create a relic capable of directly annihilating masters in the spirit division. Just provide me with one that can temporarily ensnare them. It is crucial, however, that the emergence of this relic is accompanied by a tremendous commotion, one that reverberates throughout the entire realm of cultivation. Ding! As per the host's request, the relic has been successfully generated. This relic encompasses an ancient trapping formation and an ancient soulkin founding formation, with effects that rival those of a relic from the ascended stage. However, due to the host's insufficient points, the foundation for the ancient formations must be supplied by the host. The higher the quality of the materials provided, the greater the efficacy of the formations. For instance, materials from the nascent soul stage can trap those in the out-of-body stage, and with a stroke of luck, may even be capable of eliminating early-stage out-of-body cultivators. Whereas materials from the out-of-body stage can ensnare masters in the spirit division with a chance of eliminating early-stage spirit division experts. System. How much material is required? What sort of materials would be the most suitable choice? 9 types of foundational materials are necessary. Since this is a trapping formation, it is preferable to use weapons such as swords or blades as foundational components. It seems I must seek assistance from my senior brothers and hope for a stroke of luck that they can be evaded. Just as Liu Bai prepared to find Jian Yuan's eye, a hearty voice from outside the door interrupted him. Young master, Miss Xiangxiang from Lingjian Peak seeks an audience. Liu Bai was taken aback. What could Xiangxiang possibly want at this hour? Nevertheless, he instructed Wang Pengzi to let her in. Upon entering, Xiangxiang greeted him cheerfully. Greetings, Uncle Liu. I have come to pay my respects. Yet before Liu Bai could respond, she made herself comfortable in a nearby chair, her face adorned with a sweet smile. Her gaze fixed intently upon him. Feigning seriousness, Liu Bai remarked, Xiangxiang, this hardly resembles a respectful visit. Has Sister Su not taught you the proper etiquette? Xiangxiang playfully shook her head and pouted, Oh, Uncle Liu, there is no need to be so stern. You are younger than I am. Why should I be so formal? With that, her feet began to fidget restlessly on the chair. Liu Bai, unable to maintain his stern demeanor in the face of her antics, thought to himself, I must have Wang Pengzi shorten the legs of this chair to spare myself the distraction of her incessant fidgeting. All right, enough of that. Pray tell, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be in seclusion at Lingjian Peak? Have your injuries fully healed? Liu Bai inquired, exasperated. My master sent me here. She said there are fewer people here, and I should stay for a few days. You wouldn't send me away, would you? She added, pouting slightly, her expression innocent and pleading. Liu Bai instantly understood Sister Su's intentions. Given the current delicate circumstances, they likely wished to operate discreetly. Xiangxiang, with her naturally lively disposition, would attract unwanted attention if seen fully recovered by those with ulterior motives. The secluded location of Sword Pavilion made it an ideal sanctuary for her vibrant spirit. Are your injuries fully healed? Liu Bai asked, seeking confirmation. At the mention of her injuries, Xiangxiang perked up, leaping from her chair. Uncle, you have no idea. Some kind-hearted soul provided me with miraculous medicine. Not only have my injuries healed, but my cultivation has also advanced to the mid-foundation stage. If I were to face that annoying Lin Feng now, I could easily overpower him with one hand. You dare say that? You possess greater talent than Lin Feng, yet were thoroughly defeated by him before. If I were Sister Su, I would certainly give you a good thrashing, Liu Bai retorted. Xiangxiang stuck out her tongue, and with a playful glint in her eye, asked, Uncle, do you think my savior is an old, smelly man? Or perhaps someone incredibly ugly? Otherwise, why wouldn't he have waited for me to wake up to say hello? Are you so keen on your benefactor? What if he is an exceptionally handsome gentleman? Liu Bai replied, bemused. How would you know he is handsome? Do you know him? Xiangxiang's curiosity was piqued as she pressed. I do not, Liu Bai replied succinctly. Then how can you assume he is handsome? She persisted. I merely speculate, Liu Bai sighed, exasperated. Why not guess that he is a hideous monster? She continued to press. Liu Bai, feeling the strain of their banter, sought to shift the conversation. Since you have come to the Sword Pavilion, you should stay here. I will have Zhao Linger arrange accommodations for you. It will be more convenient for you girls to stay together. You can explore the pavilion freely, but do not venture outside. And what of you, uncle? Xiangxiang inquired, her curiosity piqued. I have matters to attend to. I must carry out a task assigned by my master, Liu Bai responded. I wish to accompany you, Xiangxiang exclaimed, her excitement palpable. No, you cannot go, Liu Bai firmly refused. Why can't I go? She asked, her expression one of dismay. It is too dangerous, he patiently explained. But you're only at the mid-foundation stage as well. Why can you go, and I cannot? She countered, her determination unwavering. Liu Bai felt a headache coming on. In any case, you cannot go, he reiterated. I'm going. She insisted, tugging at his arm with pleading eyes. All right, cease your tugging. You're nearly dislocating my arm, Lu Bai relented. Then let me join you. She pressed on. You may go, but you must heed my instructions at all times. Lu Bai finally capitulated. Upon hearing Lu Bai's concession, Xiang leaped up in joy. Uncle, when do we leave? Where are we going? Lu Bai rubbed his temples, exasperated. We're not going for leisure. We are on a mission. Yes, a mission. When do we depart? She asked, her enthusiasm unabated. First, seek out Zhao Linger to arrange your room and essential supplies. I need to consult with Brother Jin Yuanzai about some matters. And then we shall set off, Lu Bai instructed. Uncle, you wouldn't sneak off without me, would you? She asked, eyeing him suspiciously. Lu Bai's expression turned solemn as he replied, Will you join me or not? Of course I will go. Don't be upset, Uncle. I shall find Zhao Linger right away. Please remember to call for me. With that, she dashed off, leaving Lu Bai with a faint smile. After all, he was merely going to place a relic. It posed no real danger, and having her accompany him should not be a considerable issue. Junior Lu, did you not just leave? How did you return so soon? Jin Yuanzai inquired without lifting his head from the information he was processing. Senior brother, I have come to seek your assistance, Lu Bai replied with a smile as he stepped closer, standing beside Jin Yuanzai. I wonder how I may assist you, junior brother. Please go ahead, Jin Yuanzai responded, still engrossed in his task. Before Master departed, he entrusted me with matters concerning the ruins, but I am in need of some materials. Thus, I have come to trouble you, senior brother, Lu Bai stated. Upon hearing the mention of the ruins, Jin Yuanzai immediately set aside his work and raised his head to inquire seriously, What materials do you require, junior brother? I need high-level, sword-type magical artifacts, preferably 9 in total, to form the foundation of a formation. If they correspond to the out-of-body or spirit-severing stages, that would be even better. Lu Bai divulged all the requirements dictated by the system. Junior brother, you are quite audacious. Sword-type magical artifacts of the spirit-severing stage are likely unavailable throughout the entire Qingxian prefecture. As far as I know, our Tianjin sect possesses only 4 artifacts corresponding to the out-of-body stage, which are the swords of our previous 4 peak masters. Moreover, these have been passed down since the war between humans and demons a millennium ago. Senior brother, for artifacts would suffice. Could you assist me in acquiring a few corresponding to the nascent soul stage as well? Lu Bai inquired. There are indeed numerous nascent soul artifacts available, but the 4 swords of the out-of-body stage suffered varying degrees of damage during the defense against external foes 1,000 years ago. Do you believe they are still usable? Jin Yuanzai questioned. Senior brother, it is of no concern. As long as they have not disintegrated, they can be utilized, Lu Bai replied, telling a small fib, knowing he could repair them later with the system's aid. Please wait a moment, junior brother. I shall go to the other disciples and retrieve the swords for you. Jin Yuanzai said before hastily departing. As time passed, Lu Bai grew increasingly anxious, uncertain if the other seniors would lend him the swords, given that these were precious relics left by former peak masters. Junior brother, I bring good news. Jin Yuanzai returned, beaming with delight. From your expression, it seems you successfully borrowed the swords? Lu Bai eagerly asked. Indeed, not only did I acquire the swords, but there is also an unexpected surprise. Junior sister Su from Lingjian Peak went to rescue the Linglong sect, and junior sister Feng Qingyu has been managing Lingjian Peak. Guess what? Jin Yuanzai teased, pausing for effect as he looked at Lu Bai. Senior brother, please do not keep me in suspense, Lu Bai replied, bemused by Jin Yuanzai's uncharacteristic playfulness. Junior sister Feng and junior brother Feng from Yujin Peak are both disciples of the late Master Zhu Wuing. During the great battle a millennium ago, Master Zhu captured a sword-type magical artifact of out-of-body level and entrusted it to junior sister Feng Qingyu for safekeeping. Upon learning of our search, she willingly handed it over along with Ling Yu's sword, Jin Yuanzai explained, presenting Lu Bai with the borrowed swords. Lu Bai gazed in astonishment at the 4 out-of-body level swords and 4 nascent soul level swords in his hands, then inquired, Senior brother, why are there only 8? If one of the seniors is unwilling to lend a sword, it would suffice if you could provide me with 1 more nascent soul level sword. Jin Yuanzai hesitated, his joyful demeanor fading as he reluctantly retrieved a long sword from his storage ring. Junior brother, this Wuching sword is a legacy from our master. Please ensure you return it to me after use. Of course, senior brother. I shall return it to you in pristine condition, Lu Bai assured, taking the Wuching sword and preparing to store it in his ring. However, he noticed Jian Yuanzai gazing longingly at the sword, reluctant to let go. Lu Bai tugged at the Wuching sword once more, quickly placing all the swords into his storage ring. Without waiting for Jian Yuanzai to react, he bid farewell and swiftly exited the main hall of Jianshou Peak. Watching Lu Bai's departing figure, Jian Yuanzai sighed with a wry smile. This mischievous lad never brings good tidings when he seeks me out. Last time it was the Wuching sword, and this time he has even taken the Wuching sword away. Jian Yuanzai resolved silently never to meet Lu Bai alone again, lest he be outwitted once more. Chapter 30. The Awakening of the Ruins. The crisis and schemes of the Celestial Sword sect Fat Wong. Do you think our master has already left? Miss Xiangxiang, the young master said he would take you. So he certainly won't break his promise and leave you behind, Fat Wong patiently reassured her. But why has he not returned yet? Xiangxiang's voice quivered with concern. The young master might have been delayed by some matters. Let us wait a bit longer. Perhaps he will return shortly. Fat Wong sighed helplessly, his smile faltering. You've said that 228 times already, and yet there's no sign of our master. Do you think he doesn't want to take me with him? Xiangxiang's voice edged on despair. Miss Xiangxiang, you've asked that 228 times as well. The young master never tells lies. Perhaps we should just wait a little longer, Fat Wong replied with a wry smile. Outside the door, Lu Bai listened, nearly bursting into laughter. He cleared his throat softly, adjusted his expression, and stepped into the room, gently inquiring. What are you two debating about? Young master, you finally returned. I was about to reach my limit waiting for you, Fat Wong exclaimed, visibly relieved upon seeing Lu Bai. What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that I have put you in a difficult position? Xiangxiang's brows furrowed at his words. No. I meant that Miss Xiangxiang has been waiting here for quite a while, and you've finally graced us with your presence, Fat Wong hastily clarified. I haven't been waiting for him that long. I merely came to check after finishing my tasks, Xiangxiang retorted, her tone laced with pride. Lu Bai couldn't help but smile gently and said, All right, Fat Wong, you may leave now. Remember to encourage them to train diligently. Yes, young master. I shall take my leave. Fat Wong nearly dashed out of the room, as if liberated. Master, what does he mean? He left so quickly as if I were going to eat him, Xiangxiang huffed, stomping her foot in dissatisfaction. Upon hearing her words, Fat Wong quickened his pace, vanishing in the blink of an eye. All right, don't tease him anymore. Do you still wish to go? Lu Bai shook his head in exasperation. Xiangxiang's mood shifted instantly at the mention of going out. Yes. Master, let us depart now. I'm all set. Xiangxiang, I have a secret to share. But you must promise not to tell anyone. Lu Bai leaned closer to her, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Xiangxiang's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she hurried to Lu Bai's side. Whispering, Master, tell me. I promise I won't tell anyone. I possess a teleportation artifact that can transport us anywhere. Do not be too surprised when it happens. Lu Bai preemptively warned her. Oh, I will keep the secret, Master, Xiangxiang replied, a bit disappointed as she had anticipated revelations about Lu Bai's powers. Not merely a teleportation artifact. Very well, prepare yourself. We shall set forth. Lu Bai's thoughts were consumed by the ruins, oblivious to Xiangxiang's change in demeanor. System. Initiate teleportation to the depths of the ocean behind the Celestial Sword sect. Ding. Location confirmed. Teleportation commencing. Points deducted, 2,000. Remaining points, 102, 5270. A brilliant white light enveloped them, and Lu Bai and Xiangxiang found themselves on a rocky outcrop in the depths of the sea behind the Celestial Sword sect. Lu Bai surveyed the surroundings with satisfaction, while Xiangxiang was still in awe of the teleportation. Ignoring her astonishment, Lu Bai retrieved some array materials from his storage ring and addressed the system. System. Repair these transcendent level weapons. Ding. Repair successful. Points deducted, 25,000. Remaining points, 1000270. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lu Bai couldn't help but exclaim in dismay, how exorbitantly expensive. System. Integrate the array materials into the ruins, and then place the ruins in this ocean. Ding. Array materials successfully integrated. The ancient trapping array is operational. The ancient enchantment array is operational. Detected array materials are of level 5, automatically upgrading the ruins grade. Insufficient points detected. Level 6 upgrade failed. Current level, peak level 5. Bonus, major ruin emergence effect. Shall the host place it now? Upon seeing the system's prompt, Lu Bai knew he was about to suffer another significant depletion of points. Place it. Ding. Placement successful. Points deducted, 1 million. Remaining points, 270. The ruins will emerge in 30 seconds. 29, 28. As the system counted down, Lu Bai quickly pulled the still-dazed Xiang along and soared towards the celestial sword sect. Xiang, standing on Lu Bai's flying sword, was bewildered by the teleportation artifact that could bring them to the vast ocean in an instant. Just moments after their arrival, they were rushing away as if pursued. Several times she opened her mouth to ask a question, but the fierce winds howled past her like knives, rendering her voiceless. Fortunately, Lu Bai noticed her predicament and quickly enveloped her in his chaotic energy, easing her discomfort. 3, 2, 1. As the final countdown concluded in his mind, Lu Bai halted. Just as Xiang was about to speak, Lu Bai quickly placed a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture, pointing behind them. What is back there? Master? Xiang began, but her eyes widened in terror, instinctively covering her mouth with her hands. Above the vast, tranquil ocean, the once calm waters suddenly roiled with fury. Towering waves surged like enraged beasts, each crest threatening to reach the heavens. In an instant, a dazzling light erupted from the depths of the sea, its brilliance so intense it seemed to pierce through anything, illuminating half the sky of Qingxian State. This radiant light penetrated the layers of water, transforming the ocean into a crystalline wonder, as if conjured from a dream. Accompanying the brilliant light was a terrifying aura, reminiscent of ancient primordial chaos, sweeping across the surroundings. The immense pressure sent the sea in a violent turmoil, massive whirlpools forming one after another, voraciously devouring everything in their vicinity, even the very air. Amidst this chaos, a magnificent ruin slowly ascended. It resembled a colossal castle floating upon the sea, each stone seemingly narrating tales of antiquity. Golden glazed tiles sparkled with a sacred brilliance, emanating a pulse of power that sent shivers down the spine. The doors of the ruin creaked open, unleashing a torrent of energy that surged skyward, causing the heavens to roar with thunder and lightning, purple bolts dancing like dragons within the clouds, their deafening claps echoing throughout half of Qingxian State. Truly worth the investment, Lu Bai remarked, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he beheld the ruin he had meticulously orchestrated. Master, did you create this? Xiang asked, her expression one of astonishment. No, it was my master who did, Lu Bai replied, leading Xiang back as they adjusted their route to avoid any potential encounters with those investigating the spectacle. Detecting Lu Bai's evasiveness, Xiang felt a pang of disappointment, pouting silently as she followed behind him. At the sword summit of the celestial sword sect, Jian Yuanzi gazed at the crimson-hued sky and the thunderous roars of celestial lightning, a glint of brilliance flickering in his eyes. It seems my master's arrangements have succeeded. I must act swiftly, bring the leaders of the 4 peaks and the top 3 of the competition to the Sword Summit Hall for a meeting. Oh, and there's no need to summon the spiritual Sword Peak, as Xiang and Elder Su are still recuperating. After issuing these orders, Jian Yuanzi summoned a trusted aide and whispered a few words in his ear. Before long, the leaders of the 3 peaks, accompanied by Lin Feng and Zhang Fan, arrived at the Sword Summit Hall. At the forefront, Master Yin of the Heavy Sword Peak initiated the conversation, inquiring, Sword Yuanzi, you summoned us to bring Lin Feng and Zhang Fan here. Is it to discuss the matter of entering the Sword Sect's secret realm? Indeed, however, it is not to deliberate on entering the secret realm. Rather, this year's access to the Sword Sect's secret realm has been revoked. I called you here to discuss the matter of compensation. What? Revoked? I, Zhang Fan of the Yujian Peak, have arduously secured a place within the top 3. How can it simply be said that it is not happening? Haha, It's splendid that it won't occur. I can finally take a breather, for it is indeed exhausting to participate. The master of the heavy sword peak was more than pleased with the cancellation, as none of her disciples made it into the top 3 anyway. Master Yin, what do you mean by that? Are you insinuating that your heavy sword peak's failure to secure a top position is the reason for your sarcasm? The master of Yin Peak's temper flared at this remark. It's merely a top 3 position. I've been there before. I am simply endorsing the decision of the acting sect leader. The master of Heavy Sword Peak replied nonchalantly, shrugging her shoulders. You. The master of Yin Peak was left speechless in his fury. Enough of this bickering, Sword Yuanzi interjected swiftly, his expression grave as he scanned the faces of those present. Currently, our sect leader, Uncle Jiu, and junior sister Su are gravely injured. Junior brother Dan Xian just informed me that their conditions are dire, and we cannot ascertain when they will recover. At this juncture, expending energy to activate the Sword Sect's secret realm is, quite frankly, unwise. Sword Yuanzi, I truly had no idea that our sect leader and uncle were in such serious condition. It is merely a secret realm. Next time, Yin Peak will strive for it again. The master of Yin Peak ultimately conceded. This matter is known only to us few. All disciples, including Lin Feng and Zhang Fan, must vow to keep it confidential. Seeing everyone nod in agreement, Sword Yuanzi then turned to Lin Feng and Zhang Fan, asking, do either of you have any desires or requests? Feel free to voice them. I shall endeavor to accommodate you, provided they are reasonable. Just as Lin Feng and Zhang Fan were about to respond, a disciple rushed in from outside the hall, exclaiming loudly, reporting to the acting sect leader, I have urgent news. Do you not understand decorum? Do you not see we are in a meeting? To barge in unannounced, if you cannot substantiate your claim, I shall deal with you accordingly. Sword Yuanzi scolded, causing the disciple to tremble in fear. Reporting to the acting sect leader, previously, Master Wushuang instructed us to monitor the tribulation relics at the West Sea. They have just emerged. Suddenly, without warning, Sword Yuanzi struck, causing the disciple to spit blood and collapse onto the ground, groaning in agony. What tribulation relics? If you dare spout such nonsense again, I will end you. Now, leave at once. As the disciple crawled away in haste, Sword Yuanzi turned back to Lin Feng and Zhang Fan, stating, you two have yet to express your wishes. At this moment, Lin Feng spoke, Master Uncle, we lack for nothing in the Tianjin sect. Given the current tumultuous times, we have no additional requests. Zhang Fan nodded in agreement. Very well, both of you consider the sect's welfare. It is indeed a blessing for Tianjin sect. Since you are uncertain about your desires, I shall confer with your respective masters, and after our discussions, I will inform you of the outcomes. How does that sound? Sword Yuanzi said, nodding with satisfaction. We shall heed the arrangements of the sect leader. Lin Feng and Zhang Fan replied in unison. Then you two may return to your tasks. Once I have conferred with your masters, I will notify you, Sword Yuanzi said with a smile. Yes, Master Uncle, we take our leave. Lin Feng and Zhang Fan respectfully bowed and exited the hall. Inside, the remaining individuals exchanged knowing glances, adorned with meaningful smiles, as Sword Yuanzi murmured. The bait has been cast. We now await the fish to bite. Chapter 31. The Azure Profound Winds. The Emergence of Relics. The Undercurrent of Good and Evil Master. Do you not possess a treasure that facilitates teleportation? Why do we not simply teleport? How is it that you were once so captivated by the beauty of the ocean, and yet now find yourself bored after such a brief passage of time? Your ardor for your affections seems to wane rather swiftly, remarked Lu Bai, a playful smile gracing his lips. Oh, master, you have been soaring for a full day. The scenery along the way has remained utterly unchanged. How could one not grow weary? Lu Bai chuckled softly, refraining from further comment, while internally lamenting, if only I had sufficient points, I would have returned long ago. Master, look quickly. Suddenly, Xiang's eyes sparkled with excitement as she pointed to the left, exclaiming loudly. Following her gesture, Lu Bai squinted into the distance, where he discerned a vague silhouette, obscured and indistinct. It's too far. I cannot make it out clearly. It appears to be a fishing village. Hold on tight. Let's go take a look. With that, he deftly adjusted the direction of his flying sword. Yay! Let us go. Xiang Xiang cheered, gripping Lu Bai's garment tightly. With a gentle nudge, Lu Bai accelerated the sword, which shot forth like a silver bolt towards the fishing village. Within a dim and foreboding grand hall, a cloaked figure sat upon a throne, emanating an aura that instilled dread. Below, a diminutive figure knelt, trembling with fear. Master, the scouts we dispatched have returned. The small figure spoke, his voice trembling. Have you gleaned any information? The voice of the figure on the platform was low and frigid, chilling the very air around them. All scouts reported no findings. The small voice quavered even more. Useless. A group of utter incompetence. How could such a formidable master leave no trace? What purpose do you serve by returning empty-handed? The cloaked figure erupted in fury, dark energy swirling around him. The diminutive figure turned pale as a sheet, collapsing to the ground in terror, his body shaking uncontrollably. Should anyone be aware, they would be astounded to discover that the kneeling individual was none other than the master of the Evil Soul Hall, a premier force in the Azure Profound State. Were it not for your remaining usefulness, I would cast you into the Soul Summoning Banner, allowing you to endure the torment of 100 vengeful spirits. The master of the Evil Soul Hall said, his voice trembling like leaves in an autumn breeze. Rise and report on the inquiries regarding the Heavenly Sword Sect. Master, all remains normal within the Heavenly Sword Sect. The Wine Sword Immortal and Sword Wushuang are in seclusion for recovery, according to our informants. Their injuries are beyond the healing capabilities of Dan Xuanzi from Danding Peak. The master of the Evil Soul Hall replied cautiously. What is Dan Xuanzi but a novice in alchemy? Since we cannot ascertain the whereabouts of that enigmatic powerhouse, let it be. While the Heavenly Sword Sect is in a weakened state, I shall seize them entirely. Contact Elders 2 and 3. Ensure they are prepared. Master, the Xianyin Demon Palace and Xianyang Demon Palace are struggling to assist the Shadow Demon Sect in their assault on the Linglong Sect. The master of the Evil Soul Hall wiped the sweat beading on his forehead. The cloaked figure furrowed his brow, a flicker of displeasure in his eyes. Elders 2, 3, and 5, 3 spirit division powerhouses, cannot conquer a sect comprising solely of women. Initially, everything seemed to proceed smoothly. After His Highness the Fifth summoned the second and third elders, they launched a full-scale assault on the Linglong sect. However, the Linglong immortal formation has proven exceedingly resilient. The elders have been attacking for 2 consecutive days, and there are still no signs of a breach. Half of the Linglong sect's elders have fallen. Who remains to maintain the immortal formation? The cloaked figure seethed with anger, a surge of dark energy exploding forth and shattering the surrounding furniture. The master of the Evil Soul Hall trembled in fear, remaining silent, head bowed, not daring to utter a word. Since the Linglong sect is a tough nut to crack, summon Elders 2 and 3 back immediately. We shall first subdue the Heavenly Sword sect to avoid further complications. Have Elder 5 instruct the Shadow Demon sect to keep watch over the Linglong sect. If manpower is insufficient, procure assistance from Elder 4. Once arrangements are made, ensure Elder 5 hastens to join us. I wish to see what tempest a combined force of the 4 of us can stir against a battered Heavenly Sword sect. Master, do you have something to say? Speak quickly. The cloaked figure snapped, noticing the hesitant demeanor of the master of the Evil Soul Hall. Master, we have just received news from the 4th elder. Isn't he preoccupied with detaining captured righteous individuals and dismantling the remnants of the righteous path? What news could he possibly have? The cloaked figure inquired, puzzled. The 4th elder relayed that all captured members from various sects have been confined to a secret base. The message primarily concerns a relic from the tribulation stage that has recently emerged in the waters west of the Heavenly Sword sect, possibly even a relic from the Great Ascension stage. The master of the Evil Soul Hall hastily recounted the message. How fortuitous! Has the 4th elder dispatched anyone to investigate? Master, this matter appears to be legitimate, as our informants within the Heavenly Sword sect have confirmed it. They have likely been aware of the relic's emergence for some time, and have had individuals scouting the area. This morning, their scouts returned to report the discovery. However, the Heavenly Sword sect only sent a few initial stage nascent soul disciples. The scouts also learned from bystanders that the three brothers of the evil king from the evil valley and Ling Yun from the pursuing wind sect have entered the relic, but their soul tokens shattered shortly thereafter. The evil valley and pursuing wind sect have allied with us. This must be the fourth elder's arrangement. Indeed, it seems to be true. Jian Yuzi has only dispatched nascent soul disciples, which indicates we have already alerted them. The Heavenly Sword sect is severely weakened, and the remaining elite forces must remain on guard against us. It appears fortune smiles upon us, for we have stumbled upon such an opportunity. Congratulations, Master, on this fortuitous encounter. The Master of the Evil Soul Hall quickly expressed his congratulations. Indeed, you have finally conveyed good news. Inform the fourth elder to temporarily spare the smaller sects and focus entirely on the Linglong sect and the Heavenly Sword sect. He continued, have elders 5 too, and 3 rendezvous with me at the relic site as swiftly as possible. Such an opportunity must not be squandered. Master, is it not somewhat risky for the fourth elder to act alone? Should the Linglong sect and the Heavenly Sword sect launch a counterattack? They would not dare. The Linglong sect, having barely managed to protect themselves, would not risk an offensive. Furthermore, we have the Shadow Demon sect and the fourth elder's Ghost Flame Demon sect at our disposal. The Heavenly Sword sect, too, would be reluctant to act. The old drunkard and his companions will need at least half a month to recuperate. With you and the Yin-Yang Demon Palace overseeing matters, it shall suffice. Once I acquire the opportunities within the relic, who in the azure profound state could possibly stand against me? The cloaked figure exuded confidence. The Master of the Evil Soul Hall nodded vigorously in agreement. Master, regarding the recent overture from the Heavenly Sword sect for cooperation with the Starry Sky Hall. The Starry Sky Hall, Phantom Gate, and Crimson Flame Gate are currently managed by our capable disciples, all of whom have reached the initial out-of-body stage. If they cannot even handle such a trivial matter, I shall personally ensure they meet the Heavenly Demon God. The Master of the Evil Soul Hall ceased to speak further, standing respectfully to the side. Very well. Your sole duty is to cooperate with the fourth elder. We shall discuss the rest upon my return. With that, the cloaked figure gradually vanished from the Grand Hall. As the cloaked figure disappeared, the Master of the Evil Soul Hall exhaled a long breath. As though releasing a heavy burden, he slowly approached the platform, tenderly caressing the throne that once belonged to him, a hint of melancholy crossing his features. A bitter smile emerged at the corners of his mouth as he murmured, I wonder if what I'm doing is right or wrong. Alas, those outsiders are simply too formidable. With that, he began to walk slowly towards the hall's exit. The once indomitable master of the Evil Soul Hall now bearing a gradually bending spine. In the western sea, four figures clad in black stood at the entrance of a ruin. The fierce sea breeze howled, causing their robes to flutter ominously. Surrounding them, the waters were stained a pale crimson, littered with severed limbs and mangled bodies, the metallic scent of blood permeating the air, indicating that this place had recently endured a brutal massacre. Brother, they have already pledged their allegiance to us. Given the current circumstances, could our actions provoke their resentment? Inquired one of the masked men. Fifth brother, in Qingxian Prefecture, what we have in abundance is not resources but people. If you're concerned about insufficient numbers, simply consult fourth brother. He possesses considerable experience in subduing adversaries, replied the elder. Indeed, fifth brother, they are but a swarm of insignificant insects. Are you truly afraid of their potential rebellion? They sneered. Enough chatter. This ruin presents us with an opportunity. No one shall interfere. Time is of the essence. We must expedite our exploration and aim to complete it within 10 days. Otherwise, the old drunkard and his companions may recover and introduce unforeseen complications. The speaker was the enigmatic figure from the Evil Soul Palace. Upon hearing the elder's command, the others ceased their banter and, in succession, followed him into the depths of the ruin, leaving behind a sea awash with lifeless corpses, who had never fathomed that their demise would come at the hands of the very master they had served. Chapter 32. Bloodshed in the Fishing Village. A crisis emerges as Liu by sword on his flying sword. He approached the small fishing village, his brow furrowing into a deep frown. Below him, thick smoke billowed, and waves of blood seeped outward, creating a horrific scene. Lu Bai's sword-like brows stood on end. Beside him, Xiang Xiang, having never witnessed such a dreadful sight, turned pale instantly. Within the village, a band of black-clad villains, at the foundational stage of cultivation, wielded sharp blades, mercilessly slaughtering the defenseless fishermen. Innocent villagers fled in terror, their cries and pleas for mercy intertwining in a heart-wrenching cacophony. Overwhelmed with rage, Lu Bai's voice boomed through the sky. "Villains, prepare to meet your end." In an instant, he vanished from sight, his phantom steps executed with such speed that he appeared before the assailants in the blink of an eye. The Qing Xian 13 swords and the immaculate sword technique unleashed like a tempest, each strike drawing blood. Xiang Xiang, initially gripped by fear, soon found her anger ignited. With a fierce cry, she joined the fray. Though merely at the foundational stage, her techniques were sharp and her movements agile, causing the group of villains to falter under her onslaught. "Retreat. This is too much." The remaining few, abandoning their fallen comrades, began to withdraw. "What are you doing, Master Uncle? They're getting away," Xiang Xiang exclaimed, preparing to pursue them, but Lu Bai pulled her back. He shook his head slowly. "First, check if there are any villagers in need of aid. I will provide you with some healing herbs. Concentrate on treating them. Once they are well, they must leave quickly. With so many dead, the perpetrators will return to investigate. After you treat them, if I have not returned, do not linger here. Head back to the sword pavilion." Having given her a delicate porcelain vial, Lu Bai added with a reminder, "Remember to dilute it with water and give each injured villager a bowl." With that, Lu Bai dashed after the fleeing black-clad figures, his silhouette quickly disappearing into the distant horizon. Xiang Xiang, watching him depart, stamped her foot in frustration. "You rude Master Uncle. You didn't even let me finish my sentence before leaving. I shall ignore you from now on." Soon after, she began to busy herself amid the ruins. She meticulously searched for any villagers still clinging to life, carefully relocating them to safer areas. As the number of survivors increased, tears streamed down her face, mingling with the dust from the debris, soon transforming her into a disheveled sight. She paid no mind to wiping her face, instead using her spiritual energy to gently clear away the debris that trapped the villagers beneath, fearful that any sudden movement might cause them further harm. System. Are those healing herbs effective? It only cost 100 points. Though Lu Bai was aware of the system's capabilities, he felt a twinge of concern at the extent of the villagers' injuries. Rest assured, host, these villagers are mere mortals. Their injuries, no matter how severe, are but physical damages. With my targeted remedies, as long as they still draw breath, I ensure a complete recovery, and they shall enjoy long and healthy lives, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Reassured by the system's guarantee, Lu Bai felt a sense of relief. A day later, he discreetly followed the black-clad villains to the foot of a mountain range. This range, known as the Baiyun Mountains, was notorious for its toxic miasma and sparse spiritual energy, deterring both ordinary folk and practitioners from approaching. "It seems this group has made their lair here," Lu Bai mused quietly. Contemplating whether to enter, Lu Bai found himself deep in thought. It was not fear that held him back, but concern for Xiang Xiang's safety after a day had passed. That girl is rather clever. Besides, I instructed her to return to the sword pavilion if I did not make it back. Surely, she will be fine, he reassured himself. Damn it, they really are fast. Due to his earlier delay, Lu Bai had completely lost track of the black-clad figures. Report. Fourth Prince. Disciples from the Heavy Sword Peak and the Sword Riding Peak have exited the Tianjin sect, led by the Peak Masters Yin and Feng. An anxious disciple of the Shadow Demon sect rushed in with the news. It seems Jian Yuanji is quite cautious. With him and Jiangli, along with all the deputy peaks stationed at the Tianjin sect. My plan to ambush the Tianjin sect with the Yin Yang Demon Palace and the Evil Soul Palace will not come to fruition, remarked a figure clad in black robes and a mask, clearly one of the infamous four princes of the Evil Soul Palace. Master of Shadows, what are your thoughts on inviting the Starry Heaven Palace, the Phantom Gate, and the Crimson Flame sect to attack the Tianjin sect? The masked figure waved away the reporting disciple and turned a sly gaze toward the master of the Shadow Demon sect. Fourth Prince, Those two sects have long been under the control of several young masters. While we cannot currently ambush the Tianjin sect's main base, the heavy sword peak and the sword riding peak will undoubtedly face dire consequences this time. I am willing to lead the disciples of the Shadow Demon sect to join forces with the young masters and decisively conquer both peaks. The master of the Shadow Demon sect replied, his expression obsequious. Ha! My three nephews are all at the early stage of separation, while Yin and Feng are merely at the perfected nascent soul stage. They hardly need your assistance. This time, the Tianjin sect will suffer greatly. Finally, I have found you. Lu Bai crouched atop a mountain peak, gazing at the scattered buildings halfway up the slope, spitting out the wild grass from his mouth, filled with resentment. He observed that the structures were quite rudimentary, primarily built from rough timber and stones, appearing dilapidated. Only the central grand hall seemed somewhat opulent. This shall do, Lu Bai resolved firmly, employing his phantom steps to blend seamlessly with the surroundings, rendering him nearly undetectable. Lu Bai infiltrated the grand hall without pausing, leaping onto the beams. Utilizing his breath concealment technique, he melded into the wood, becoming indistinguishable from the structure. Moments later, a scholar-like figure stormed into the hall and bellowed, "Bring the prisoners to me." At that moment, several black-clad figures were dragged in, bound tightly, and they were none other than the very villains Lu Bai had been tracking. You dare to defy orders? Fourth Prince has instructed you to lay low, yet you still go out to kill for sport. Simply outrageous, the man exclaimed, kicking one of the black-clad men several meters away, leaving the rest trembling in fear. Lu Bai's eyes narrowed, judging by the pressure emanating from the attacker. The individual was at least at the late stage of the nascent soul. Lu Bai adjusted his stance again, striving to conceal himself, for he was unaware of how many experts might be present, not to mention the Fourth Prince. Advisor, we just captured a woman at the foot of the Baiyan Mountains. She seemed to be searching for something, so I took her in. Oh, the Baiyan Mountains, a place even dogs disdain? Who would come here to look for something? Bring her to me. Lu Bai's eyelids twitched, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Before long, his suspicions were confirmed. Xiang was also brought in, bound tightly. Her hair was disheveled, her face covered in dirt, yet her eyes revealed a glimmer of defiance. It turned out that after ensuring the villager's safety, Xiang had grown concerned when Lu Bai had not returned. Thus, she had followed the direction he had departed in, only to be spotted by patrolling guards and overwhelmed. Advisor, it's her. Along with a young man of similar cultivation level, they're the ones who slaughtered our members in the fishing village. One of the kneeling figures quickly pointed out upon seeing Xiang. Silence. The advisor snapped his fingers, and the black-clad man collapsed lifelessly. Xiang shivered in fear. She could not comprehend why, despite being on the same side, they were so ruthless. Take him away. Two individuals entered from outside the hall, carrying the lifeless body of the man in black. The white-clad strategist then turned to Xiang with a smile, inquiring, "Pray tell, who are you? What brings you here? And who is the man accompanying you? Where is he now? Reveal this to me, and I shall grant you your freedom." Xiang felt a chill at the devilish smile directed at her, yet the innate stubbornness within her compelled her to respond defiantly. "I advise you to release me promptly. Otherwise, when my master arrives, you shall find no escape. With your meager numbers, you would hardly withstand a single hand of my master. So, that man is your master? Given your sword, are you perhaps from the Heavenly Sword sect?" The man narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Xiang intently. Increasingly uncomfortable under his gaze, Xiang feigned composure, declaring, "Knowing I am from the Heavenly Sword sect, you should hasten to release me. When my master arrives with reinforcements, even your pleas for mercy will prove futile." From the rafters, Lu Bai silently mused. This girl is still too inexperienced in the ways of the world. She has nearly divulged everything with a mere explosion of words. As far as I know, the only one of higher generation than her in the Heavenly Sword sect is Lu Bai from Sword Pavilion. And the only talented female disciple in good standing with Lu Bai is a prodigy named Xiang from Spirit Sword Peak. A flicker of insight crossed the man's eyes, followed by a sharp contraction of his pupils. "You are Su Xiang from Spirit Sword Peak? What brings you to this place? Shouldn't you be recuperating?" Xiangxiang's heart sank. This individual was exceedingly cunning, deducing everything from her brief utterances. In response to his probing, she raised her chin and remained silent. Quite resolute, I see. Take her away and confine her with the righteous individuals, the white-clad strategist commanded. Once I have concluded my affairs, I shall see how long she can maintain her bravado. With a wave of his hand, two men in black advanced, seizing Xiangxiang and dragging her towards the exit. As she struggled, she shouted, "You scoundrels! When my master arrives, you shall pay dearly for this." Upon hearing that others were being detained, Lu Bai refrained from hastily rescuing Xiangxiang. He was curious to see what tricks this white-clad strategist had up his sleeve. Chapter 33. The Strategist's Wit, the Rescue of Many Know. She has been afflicted by the demonic aura, making further breakthroughs impossible. If her injuries can be healed, then what are the old drunkard and Jian Wushuang's wounds? You several. Where did you say they came from? Strategist. They came from the direction of the small fishing village. The bound individuals hastily replied. They arrived from the small fishing village, which leads to the ruins. Could it be that the ruins are part of a conspiracy? The strategist in white furrowed his brow, continuing to murmur. If the old drunkard and Jian Wushuang recover, then it stands to reason that the Linglong sect can hold their ground. Presently, the young master is with the Heavenly Sword sect, and the Shadow Demon sect is not far from the Linglong sect. Although the young masters are merely at the initial stage of emergence, the old drunkard has reached the perfected stage, not to mention the assistance of the Linglong fairy. This is bad. I've fallen into a trap. I must quickly inform the fourth prince and have the young masters retreat. Lu Bai listened above, marveling at the strategist's brilliance, admiring the meticulousness of his thoughts and the precision of his deductions. Unfortunately, you will not have the chance to inform your so-called fourth prince. Lu Bai's voice rang coldly throughout the hall. Who? The white-clad man shouted, directing a surge of energy towards the beam concealing Lu Bai, causing which shavings to scatter. Lu Bai leaped, narrowly avoiding it, landing 5 paces away from the strategist. The strategist in white was startled, stepping back to see that the figure before him was merely a young boy in the foundational stage. Relieved, he said, "You must be Lu Bai. Your concealment skills are impressive. I did not detect your presence. However, do you believe you can leave after revealing yourself now?" At that moment, the hall began to collapse as the beam was struck, tiles raining down from above, attracting numerous black-clad figures surrounding the hall. Lu Bai smiled, saying, "It seems fortune favors me. Your so-called fourth prince is conveniently absent. You need not the fourth prince to kill you. Today, you shall learn that schemes are worthless in the face of strength." With that, the white-clad strategist swiftly moved his hands, sending streams of energy towards Lu Bai's vital points like lightning, crackling as they passed through the air. Lu Bai regarded the strategist, whose movements seemed to slow as he said, "Boring." Employing the flawless sword technique, Lu Bai successfully deflected all the energy. In the realm of the nascent soul, you are the hidden master? The strategist's eyes widened in shock, his legs trembling slightly. Indeed, you are correct, but there is no reward for your answer. With that, Lu Bai activated the illusory step, transforming into a mere shadow. A sword across the ages. The fierce sword energy materialized, and the strategist had no time to evade. Cleaved in two before he could even escape with his nascent soul. Pathetic. Lu Bai spat at the corpse, feeling somewhat unfulfilled. The strategist is dead. Run. Someone shouted amidst the chaos. Upon witnessing the strategist's demise, the surrounding black-clad figures scattered in all directions. Lu Bai paid no heed to the fleeing figures, collecting the strategist's storage ring. Grabbing a black-clad man who appeared to be a subordinate, Lu Bai only needed to glance at him for the man to tremble. Collapsing to his knees, "Please spare me, my lord. I will do anything you command. Then take me to where you hold your captives. Rest assured, my lord, I will lead you there. Please don't kill me." Lu Bai followed the trembling subordinate to a hollowed-out mountain, the stone walls marked by remnants of excavation. "You go first." "Of course, my lord. Please follow me." Lu Bai trailed the subordinate into the mountain's depths, where the rocks above were uneven and occasional droplets fell, chilling him to the bone. "Master, where are you? Come save me." "Child, cease your shouting. This is a secret base established by demons. No one will come to rescue you, so you might as well conserve your energy," an elderly man with a white beard advised. his frail appearance indicating he had endured much suffering during his captivity. That is not true. My master is immensely powerful. He will surely come to save me. After declaring this, the girl resumed her cries. Seeing the futility of persuasion, the others fell silent. Master, stop wailing. You'll bore a hole through my ears. Just then, Lu Bai emerged around the corner with a black-clad man in tow. Wow. Haha, master, I knew you wouldn't abandon me. Upon hearing Lu Bai's voice, the girl's face lit up with excitement, her previously dull eyes sparkling. The surrounding captives turned to Lu Bai, disbelief etched on their faces. May I ask which sect you belong to, young friend, and how you enter this place? The elderly man with the white beard inquired first, unable to contain his curiosity. Lu Bai approached and sliced through the prison door with his sword, saying, Didn't I tell you to behave? Look what happened. You've been captured. Serves you right. Though his words were scolding, his eyes revealed deep concern. The girl stuck out her tongue, hesitant to respond, then exclaimed, See, old man, I told you my master would come to save me. Yet you didn't believe me. Ignoring her, Lu Bai scrutinized the other captives in the cell. To his shock, he discovered over 30 individuals, most of whom were sect leaders or high-ranking elders, including the heads of 2 prominent sections. Esteemed ones, I am Lu Bai from the Heavenly Sword sect, disciple of the Wine Sword Immortal. This is not a place to linger. We should depart swiftly. Lu Bai clasped his fists in respect. At that moment, the leader of the Star Palace spoke. Young friend, as a disciple of the Wine Sword Immortal, we are of the same generation. However, Lu Gongzi, we have been poisoned and cannot leave. You should take this young lady and go. Poisoned? Does anyone know the antidote? Let us see if there is anything in here. Lu Bai hastily opened the strategist's storage ring, emptying its contents onto the ground. The elderly man with the white beard picked up a vial, sniffing it. I found it. This is the one. Without hesitation, he poured a pill into his mouth, gradually regaining some color. Indeed, the esteemed elder of the pill sect possesses unparalleled knowledge of pharmacology. Lu Bai realized that this seemingly unremarkable old man was actually a high-ranking elder of the pill sect, someone he had sought out for medicinal assistance in the past, prompting him to take a closer look. Soon, everyone took the antidote in turn, feeling their strength returning, expressions of joy spreading across their faces. Before long, the poisoned captives stood up, expressing their gratitude to Lu Bai with clasped fists, some even shedding tears of relief. Esteemed ones, now that you have recovered, you may leave at your discretion. However, I advise you to be cautious. Your sects have been compromised. If it is not necessary, do not return just yet. If you find yourselves without refuge, you are welcome to seek shelter at the Heavenly Sword sect. Lu Bai concluded with a respectful bow. Thank you, Lu Gongzi, for saving our lives. Should you ever need assistance, simply call upon us, and we shall not fail you. The captives expressed their gratitude once more before departing in succession. Master, where shall we go now? The girl inquired, noticing Lu Bai's reluctance to leave. Lu Bai smiled. I shall take you to wealth. He then beckoned to the waiting black-clad man. The man trembled in fear, hastening to approach. My lord, do you have any commands? He asked eagerly, bowing deeply. Take us to your treasury, and I shall spare you. The man's eyes brightened. As long as he could preserve his life, he eagerly replied, Very well, my lord. Follow me. Young master, this is the residence of the esteemed strategist. The treasury is under his guardianship. Previously, when we passed by, I vaguely noticed that this wall could move, but I am unaware of how to open it. May I take my leave now? The man in black respectfully addressed Lu Bai. Yes, you may go, Lu Bai replied, casting a knowing glance at Xiang. The man in black, feeling a surge of joy, was abruptly cleaved in two by a sword, unable to utter a single cry. Your master agreed to let you go, but I did not. After committing so many heinous acts, how could one expect to leave unscathed? Lu Bai cast an appreciative look at Xiang. System, where is the mechanism for the secret chamber? Lu Bai silently summoned the system. 100 points. Does the host wish to exchange? Exchange, Lu Bai responded, acutely aware of the precious time at hand, leaving no room for leisurely exploration. Exchange successful. Open secret chamber. Points deducted, 100. Remaining points, 70. As the system's notification faded, the wall before Lu Bai began to slowly rotate, revealing a hidden entrance from which a musty air wafted forth. Wow, we've struck gold, master. So many treasures. Indeed, almost all the treasures of the major sects are housed here. How could there not be? Lu Bai exclaimed, brimming with excitement at the prospect of newfound wealth. But how do we carry all this? Xiang pondered, her brow furrowing, as the storage ring would not suffice to contain such a bounty. Lu Bai chuckled. You begin to pack it away. I have my methods. Without further prompting, Xiang eagerly began selecting her favorites, stuffing them into her storage ring while murmuring, "This is good, and this one is nice too. Master, I can't fit anymore." "Your turn," Xiang said, still wanting more. Her storage ring was already filled to the brim, with not a sliver of space remaining. Only then did Lu Bai step forward. System. Exchange. Ding. Exchange successful. Points added. 3, 100, 000. Remaining points. 3, 100, 070. In an instant, Lu Bai found himself immensely wealthy. Observing the small remainder, he swiftly waved his hand, storing it in his ring. "Master, how did you accomplish that?" Xiang asked, her face a mask of confusion as she looked at Lu Bai. "It's a secret. Please tell me, master." Xiang tugged at Lu Bai's arm, playfully shaking it. "No, I want to say." With that, Lu Bai quickly took flight, heading toward the outskirts of the Baiyu Mountains. "Master, wait for me. I can't fly yet," Xiang called out in haste, seeing Lu Bai's intention to leave. "Will you still ask?" Lu Bai halted, turning back to gaze at Xiang with a hint of amusement in his eyes. I won't ask. Just take me along, master." Xiang waved her hands, running towards Lu Bai. Only then did Lu Bai gently position the flying sword before her. "Hold on tight," Lu Bai cautioned, and with a firm push, the sword soared skyward like an arrow released from its bow. Xiang squeezed her eyes shut, pressing her face against Lu Bai's back, a blush adorning her cheeks. Chapter 34. The Battle in the Canyon. The Clash of Good and Evil. Master, we are almost there. As Lu Bai gazed at the familiar scenery before him, the tension that had gripped his heart gradually began to ease. "Upon our return, remember not to speak of today's events indiscriminately." Lu Bai turned his head, his expression serious as he looked at Xiang. "I know, master. My lips are sealed," Xiang confidently assured, patting her chest. At last, the magnificent gate of the Heavenly Sword sect loomed ahead. Lu Bai and Xiang passed through the gate, with Lu Bai directing Xiang towards the sword pavilion while he made his way to the sword summit. Along the way, he encountered several fellow disciples, to whom he merely nodded in acknowledgement before hastening on. "Senior brother, I have returned." Upon entering the grand hall of the sword summit, Lu Bai approached Jian Yuanji, who was still engrossed in his work, smiling as he spoke. Jian Yuanji looked up, and seeing Lu Bai, he quickly set aside his tasks. "Lu Shidi, how did it go? Were you successful?" "I noticed the western skies ablaze with light and thunderous roars, so I dispatched Shidi Yin and Shidi Feng as planned. I feared something had gone amiss with your prolonged absence." "Rest assured, senior brother, only one of the outsiders remains outside. The others have likely all entered the ruins. The plan has been relatively successful. Now we await good news from Master and the others. This time, we shall certainly inflict significant damage upon those outsiders." Lu Bai replied confidently. "Why were you gone for so long?" "You were supposed to return yesterday," Jian Yuanji inquired. Lu Bai recounted the events of the past 2 days in detail, omitting the true cultivation level of the white-clad strategist, instead merely stating it as foundational, and concealing the matters concerning the system. Naturally, he also refrained from discussing the treasures, having exchanged them for points, deeming it of little practical significance to mention. "Lu Shidi, I did not expect you to have encountered so much in just 2 days. However, those individuals you mentioned who were imprisoned are formidable masters from Qingxian Prefecture. If they could unite, it would mark a significant advance toward purging Qingxian Prefecture," Jian Yuanji remarked. "Senior brother, there is no need for concern. They will undoubtedly come to the Heavenly Sword sect. Even if not all, a significant portion will surely arrive," Lu Bai responded with a confident smile. "How can you be so certain?" Jian Yuanji asked, puzzled. "Their sects have nearly all been replaced, and the entirety of Qingxian Prefecture is now under the control of outsiders. Currently, only we and the Linglong sect continue to resist. The Linglong sect has never welcomed male cultivators, leaving most of their members with little choice Lu Bai explained. By the way, do you know where Shidi Yin and the others are now? Jian Yuanji smiled broadly as he replied. They should arrive at the rendezvous point with Master Geo within half a day. This time, it is not only Master Geo and the sect leader. Fairy Linglong is also coming to assist. She is a powerful presence at the late stage of the out-of-body realm. Upon hearing that Fairy Linglong would also be present, Lu Bai felt a wave of relief wash over him. Otherwise, he would have truly worried whether Master could manage alone. It was not a matter of fearing defeat, but rather Lu Bai's concern that a few young masters might escape. Furthermore, the fourth prince was likely lurking within the Shadow Demon sect, a formidable foe at the separation of spirit stage. Prolonged engagement could lead to unpredictable outcomes. Please note that the title Fairy Linglong is not exclusive to one individual. It is a title given to anyone who assumes the position of the Linglong sect leader. Subsequently, Jian Yuanji and Lu Bai discussed the next steps for the Heavenly Sword sect, as well as the specifics regarding the individuals who had been imprisoned and their potential defection, before Lu Bai was finally released back to the Sword Pavilion. Within the Grand Hall of the Shadow Demon sect, the Shadow sect leader trembled as he knelt on the ground. He had just received alarming news. The soul token of the strategist had shattered, indicating that their secret base might have been exposed. He dared not delay, hastily making his way to report to the fourth prince. A bunch of useless fools. How long has it been since the soul token shattered? The fourth prince seethed, his eyes ablaze with fury. Just moments ago, no more than 5 minutes. The Shadow sect leader replied in a state of panic. Keep a close watch on the Linglong sect. If there are any more slip-ups, you'll regret it when I return. The fourth prince declared before dashing toward the Baiyun mountain range. The individuals held captive were hard-won, and the treasures, nearly all the rare items from Qingxian Prefecture, were stored there. He could not afford to be complacent. In the heart of the Linglong sect and the Shadow Demon sect lay a natural canyon. Several groups, armed with swords and blades, marched resolutely toward the canyon's entrance. A closer look revealed that these groups hailed from the Heavenly Sword sect, the Star Palace, the Phantom Gate, and the Crimson Flame Gate, each led by elite disciples from their respective sections. Master of the Star Palace, as per our prior agreement, you will lead the charge. Beyond this canyon lies the territory of the Shadow Demon sect. Please take the lead as our spearhead. The Heavenly Sword sect's Heavy Sword Peak will follow closely behind, ready to heed your commands at any moment. Wind Peak Master of the Heavenly Sword sect earnestly addressed the Star Palace Master. The Star Palace Master replied with a devilish smile. Very well, I shall lead the way. Master Yin of the Heavy Sword Peak shall follow me. With the Crimson Flame Gate behind him, and the Wind Peak trailing the Crimson Flame Gate, while the Phantom Gate follows the Wind Peak. How does that sound? The two Peak Masters of the Heavenly Sword sect considered this arrangement for a moment before agreeing to the Star Palace Master's plan. The Heavy Sword Peak's positioning as second was an arrangement made by the Heavenly Sword sect itself, and the Star Palace's placement of the Wind Peak in fourth left the Heavenly Sword sect with no grounds for objection. The Heavenly Sword sect believed that the canyon's exit would be guarded by the Wine Sword Immortal. By placing the Heavy Sword Peak behind the Star Palace, they ensured that even if the Crimson Flame Gate attempted a surprise attack, they would be unable to breach their defenses easily. Furthermore, the Wind Peak was confident in its speed, with its master believing that he could swiftly maneuver behind the Phantom Gate during the fray, restraining all of their members. Thus, this motley crew, each harboring their own ulterior motives, entered the canyon in a grand procession. As they approached the canyon's exit, Master Yin, known for his fiery temper, could not contain himself. Before the Wine Sword Immortal could act, he initiated the assault. The disciples of the Heavy Sword Peak had already been briefed. Upon seeing Master Yin strike, they swiftly sprang into action, forming a defensive sword formation that stood as solid as a copper wall. The frontline disciples launched a barrage of piercing sword energy. The Star Palace Master, walking at the forefront, quickly sensed the commotion behind him. Turning to see the disciples of the Heavy Sword Peak catching the Star Palace off guard, he was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly regained his composure and berated Master Yin for acting prematurely, having intended to wait until they were closer to the canyon's mouth before making a move. He could not fathom how the Heavy Sword Peak had discerned their scheme and acted first. In response, the Star Palace master swiftly organized a counterattack, leaving some of the Star Palace disciples in bewilderment, as they could not comprehend why their previously amicable companions had suddenly turned to violence. Although the Star Palace master and some elders had been replaced, most of the disciples had not yet undergone complete transformation. Master Yin found himself locked in combat with a Star Palace elder, neither yielding to the other, their immense power causing the surrounding air to distort. "You are courting death." Heavy sword peak. The Star Palace master shed his disguise, his body swirling with dark energy, surging like a black tide as he charged at Master Yin. Yet, someone was faster. A ragged old man, clutching a wine gourd, stepped in front of him. "Old drunkard, is it you? How come you are unscathed?" The Star Palace master finally realized he had fallen into a trap, understanding that the Heavenly Sword sect had known about their infiltration all along. Just call me the young master. Old man here is just collecting some interest today," the wine sword immortal grinned. In an instant, battle erupted. The Star Palace master brandished his hands, unleashing a torrent of black magic toward the wine sword immortal. Yet, the wine sword immortal remained calm, executing the 13 swords of Qingyan. The inner strength transformed into an invisible sword aura, shooting forth like a tempest towards the demon. The demon exerted all his might to resist, yet the techniques of the wine sword immortal were boundless in their variations, each sword strike growing ever more ferocious. Gradually, the demon found himself overwhelmed, his defenses crumbling, and numerous wounds appeared upon his body, staining his garments with crimson blood. At that moment, the leader of the Crimson Flame sect, aiming to breach the defense array of the Heavy Sword Peak, prepared to unleash a devastating assault, only to witness the master of the Starry Hall spitting blood, his breath faltering. "Brother, I come to assist you," exclaimed the leader of the Crimson Flame sect, who then soared towards the master of the Starry Hall, flames roaring around him, resembling a blazing black meteor. "Second brother, flee quickly. Inform Uncle 4. We have fallen into a trap. This person is the wine sword immortal." The master of the Starry Hall, realizing the peril, cautioned, while the wine sword immortal seized the moment, channeling his inner power into the sword and executing the lethal move of the 13 swords of Qingshan. A chilling scream echoed, and the demon was instantly reduced to ashes, vanishing into nothingness. Upon hearing the name of the wine sword immortal, the second young master understood the gravity of the situation and immediately ascended towards the gorgeous heights. Terrified by the master of the Starry Hall's anguished cries, he dared not look back, summoning every ounce of strength to hasten his escape. Just as he was on the verge of breaking free from the gorge, a delicate jade hand appeared above, enveloping the entire gorge, plunging it into a fleeting darkness as if shrouded by an enormous veil of shadows. The Linglong heaven-obscuring palm. Linglong fairy. The second young master's smile froze instantly. He could only utter a cry before colliding with the colossal hand. His body was obliterated in an instant, his very soul unable to escape, completely vanishing from existence. At that moment, the ethereal figure of the Linglong fairy, clad in flowing white garments, materialized above the gorge. Her voice cold and commanding. "Are you not yet prepared to cease?" Below, the disciples of the Starry Hall and the Crimson Flame sect hastily lowered their weapons. The conflict, already shrouded in confusion, seemed futile with the demise of their leader. Soon, all resisting disciples were eradicated, their blood staining the earth of the gorge. The only one left to continue the fight was the master of the Phantom sect, who found himself engaged in a singular duel against Sword Wushuang and his companions. Realizing the dire straits, the master of the Phantom sect suddenly erupted into laughter. As the wine sword immortal approached, a sense of dread filled him. He witnessed the master of the Phantom sect abandon all defense, striking the chest of the Wind Master of the Sword Peak with a single palm. The Wind Master was immediately sent flying, his fate uncertain. The wine sword immortal activated the Phantom Step, executing a sword strike that transcended realms, resulting in the immediate demise of the master of the Phantom sect. Thus, the grand battle drew to a close. Sword Wushuang lifted the Wind Master of the Sword Peak and brought him before the wine sword immortal, who, with a feeble infusion of vital energy, managed to sustain his life. Together with the Linglong fairy, they hastened back to the Linglong sect for healing. Sword Wushuang, mindful not to linger in that place, swiftly gathered the remains of his fallen comrades and, alongside the windmaster of the heavy sword peak, urged the disciples of both halls towards the celestial sword sect with great urgency. Chapter 35. The transformation from yearning to out-of-body system. Please exchange for the next level of cultivation insights and the chaos divine art. Upon returning from the sword peak, Liu Bai eagerly summoned the system. His journey through the Baiyun mountain range had been immensely rewarding, yielding a remarkable 3 million points. Beep. The exchange for the out-of-body section of the Chaos Divine Art has been successfully completed, along with the insights from the out-of-body stage to the Great Ascension stage. Points deducted, 2,000,000. Remaining points, 100,070. Would the host like to accept? Accept. Liu Bai responded without hesitation. In an instant, a formless force surged into his mind like a tidal wave. Liu Bai felt the scenery before him shift dramatically, countless light and shadow flickering in his consciousness like lightning. He beheld an ethereal elder demonstrating the secrets of the out-of-body stage, each movement imbued with boundless profundity. Liu Bai felt as if he were present, acutely aware of the flow of chaotic energy. As the images progressed, he saw himself fiercely battling inner demons beneath a mysterious starry sky. When the system's infusion concluded, Liu Bai slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of enlightenment flashing within. At that moment, he felt as if he had been reborn. His understanding of cultivation elevated to an entirely new level. Gradually, the images in his mind sank deep into his subconscious, slowly fading away. The first to vanish were the insights from the Great Ascension stage, followed by the understandings of tribulation, returning to the void, integration, and separation stages. Eventually, only the insights from the out-of-body section and the methods for cultivating the chaos divine art remained. Liu Bai understood that the subsequent techniques and insights had not truly disappeared. They had merely been sealed away by the system. At his current strength, he was akin to a small vessel, incapable of containing an endless ocean. However, once he elevated his power to the next realm, the sealed portions would be automatically unlocked. He had not anticipated that so many cultivation realms lay beyond the separation stage. Integration, returning to void, tribulation, great ascension, each one formidable in its own right. After receiving this information, Liu Bai could not help but exclaim, "System. Exchange for cultivation at the out-of-body extreme." Having learned of the immense power awaiting him in the subsequent realms, his desire for strength intensified. Initially, he had contemplated lingering in the yearning stage to continue amassing resources, but with so many realms ahead, even gathering all the materials from the yearning stage in the entirety of Qingxian Prefecture might not suffice to elevate him even one tier. It would be far more prudent to enhance his strength first and then seek out higher-grade materials. Beep. Exchange successful. Points deducted. 1,000,000. Remaining points, 100,070. In an instant, a purple radiance streaked across like lightning, rushing towards Liu Bai. The moment the light touched him, his body convulsed violently as a vast and mysterious chaotic energy surged into his meridians. Liu Bai gritted his teeth, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He exerted all his effort to operate the chaos divine art, attempting to guide this formidable power. The chaos divine art circulated rapidly within him, gradually taming the chaotic energy, which began to merge into his dantian. When Liu Bai opened his eyes again, two beams of brilliance shot forth, seemingly capable of piercing through all darkness. The aura surrounding him had undergone a cataclysmic transformation, exuding a powerful spiritual pressure that sent dust swirling. This was the power of the out-of-body extreme. A wondrous sensation washed over Liu Bai. It felt as though his soul had broken free from the constraints of his physical form, able to wander freely beyond his body while remaining intimately connected. Between the soul and the body, a mysterious bond seemed to exist, allowing him to sense their mutual presence. The chaotic power within him surged like a raging river, robust and overwhelming, each cycle imbued with tremendous strength. This newfound power instilled in him the confidence that should he encounter the enigmatic figure in black again, even if he could not vanquish them, he could at least retreat unscathed, unlike before when he had been utterly powerless despite unleashing the Chaos Fist. Far away, in a mysterious cave, an enigmatic elder sat cross-legged on a stone platform, his eyes tightly shut, emanating an aura of immense terror that left others trembling. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a flicker of rage igniting within. Damn it! A fragment of my chaotic power has been stolen. His voice boomed like thunder within the cave. Though the lost chaotic power was no larger than a hair, for one who cherished chaotic energy as he did, this was utterly intolerable. The elder instantly unleashed a formidable consciousness, sweeping across the entire divine realm like a surging tide. Wherever his consciousness passed, mountains trembled and the skies darkened. The ground seemed to quake beneath his awareness, and the clouds above were thrown into disarray. However, after a thorough search, he still could not find the audacious thief who had dared to steal his chaotic energy. Who could it be? To pilfer my chaotic power right under my nose without detection? With no other recourse, he resigned himself to sealing away the precious chaotic energy he had painstakingly gathered, taking care to encase it securely. This place is not suitable for lingering. I must relocate to slowly refine it elsewhere. With that, he vanished in a flash, leaving behind a turbulent space. Master Uncle, what are you doing? I'm coming in. Just as Lu Bai ceased his cultivation, a familiar voice rang out. Come in. The doors open. A smile crept across Lu Bai's face. Master Uncle, it's already noon. Why are you still cultivating? Come have something to eat. I made this myself. You must try it. Xiang exclaimed, setting out a variety of colorful pastries on the table. Lu Bai looked at the array of pastries, each unique in shape, and felt a sense of foreboding. They exuded an unusual aura. Nevertheless, he reached for one closest to him. Smack! Xiang slapped his hand away, scolding, "Stinking Master Uncle. Did you wash your hands?" Feeling embarrassed, Lu Bai scratched his head and used chaotic energy to cleanse himself before sitting down to take a bite of the pastry. In an instant, the flavor exploded in his mouth, and he felt his features contorting. The taste was a bewildering medley with an odd burnt flavor. Yet, seeing Xiang's eager expression, he quickly adapted. Not bad, quite delicious. Xiang, your culinary skills are truly exceptional. Really? I knew Master Uncle would like it. You see, it took me a lot of effort to make these pastries. I tried many times before achieving this. Lu Bai nearly choked on the pastry at her declaration. Finally managing to respond, Xiang, senior sister Su and the others are returning today. With such delicious treats, how can we keep them to ourselves? You should take some to senior sister Su later. Let her have a taste too. But I'm making these for you. How can I give him a master? Xiang pouted, clearly unwilling. Xiang, senior sister Su has fought so hard outside. Just imagine how touched she would be to enjoy your homemade pastries upon her return. Moreover, she suffered injuries while searching for medicine for you. It's only right to thank her properly, Lu Bai gently persuaded. But Master Uncle, you saved me too, not just once. Xiang mumbled softly. Haha, there will be plenty of time in the future for you to make more just for me. This time, consider it a surprise for senior sister Su. Lu Bai's smile was warm and inviting, as if silently urging her to agree. After some contemplation, Xiang finally nodded. All right then, but I will make some for Master Uncle again tomorrow, and they will be even tastier. Upon hearing this, Lu Bai's smile nearly faltered. Yet he managed to maintain a fa of enthusiasm, replying, very well, but do not rush. Take your time when you find a moment. Xiang joyfully placed the pastries into a box. Lu Bai let out a long sigh of relief and hurriedly picked up the tea, gulping it down vigorously in an attempt to wash away the peculiar taste lingering in his mouth. At that moment, a voice from outside called, Shu, if you wish for more, I can save some for you. There is still plenty left. Lu Bai nearly spat out the water, quickly exclaiming, No need. Take it all to Sister Su. She surely needs it more. When you make more next time, I shall savor it properly. Wang Pengzi, come in for a moment. What is it, young master? Upon entering, Wang Pengzi was greeted by Lu Bai's pained expression, and he inquired with curiosity. Nothing much, just bring me a pot of tea. Wang Pengzi promptly fetched a pot of tea for Lu Bai. Wang Pengzi, in the future, when Xiang Xiang visits the sword pavilion and you see her with a food box, find an excuse to stop her and inform me first. His tone carried a hint of exasperation, hoping that Wang Pengzi would grasp his implication. Wang Pengzi instantly comprehended the reason behind Liu Bai's earlier expression and couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "Young master, I understand." A knowing smile graced his face, and he silently found amusement in the situation. Liu Bai, noticing Wang Pengzi's mirth, waved his hand impatiently. All right, you may leave now. Your presence irks me." Wang Pengzi, not offended, stifled his laughter and bowed in farewell before slowly exiting. As the room fell into silence, Liu Bai gathered his thoughts, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table, producing a steady thumping sound. He began to contemplate his next course of action, pondering how to rationalize the events that had transpired upon his master's return, thereby facilitating the progress of his subsequent plans. Chapter 36. The Assembly at Sword Peak within the Grand Hall of Sword Peak. All the leaders of the Heavenly Sword sect gathered once more. In stark contrast to the previous tense atmosphere, the air this time was imbued with a sense of ease, evident from the unmistakable joy etched on everyone's faces. Junior brother Liu, we owe you a tremendous debt of gratitude. Our victory in this battle rests solely on your strategic brilliance, and I must also thank you for saving my life. The master of the Sword Peak rose and solemnly bowed to Liu Bai, his words brimming with appreciation. Brother, as fellow disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, it is only natural for us to support one another. There is no need for such formality. Liu Bai promptly returned the gesture, a humble smile gracing his features. Previously, the master of the Sword Peak had sustained grave injuries during battle and was urgently transported to the Linglong sect for treatment. However, a stubborn demonic essence within him proved resistant to removal. His condition deteriorated, and the Linglong sect could only manage to keep him barely alive. In desperation, the Wine Sword Immortal brought him back to the Heavenly Sword sect, hoping to allow him to rest in familiar surroundings. Unexpectedly, Liu Bai successfully saved his life with a medicinal elixir he had procured. Enough of this formality among brothers. Junior brother Liu, the individuals you rescued from the Baiyan mountain range have now arrived at our Heavenly Sword sect. What are your plans for them? Jian Wushuang interjected at the opportune moment, interrupting the polite exchanges between Liu Bai and the master of Sword Peak. The reason for initially addressing Liu Bai was that upon their return, he had found a reason to demonstrate his mastery at the peak of the out-of-body stage. The Wine Sword Immortal had immediately engaged him in a spar, and although Liu Bai had taken some hits, the Wine Sword Immortal subsequently declared that from henceforth, all affairs of the Sword Lodge would be decided by Liu Bai. Moreover, since these individuals were saved by Liu Bai, it was only fitting that he should take charge, as most of them were leaders of their respective sects, not easily subdued by ordinary individuals. Master, I believe it is time to launch a counter-offensive, Liu Bai said, taking a sip of tea, his expression calm and resolute. The opposing forces of the righteous path have been thoroughly eradicated in our recent sweep. Even if some minor remnants remain, they will not pose a significant threat. We can have the masters of the Star Chamber, the Phantom Sect, and the Crimson Flame Sect return to reorganize their respective forces. As for the Linglong Sect, they should be notified to send more personnel to closely monitor the Shadow Demon Sect, especially since they still possess a formidable expert in the divine transformation stage. After Liu Bai finished speaking, he surveyed the room. Noticing that everyone was listening intently, he continued, in addition to Sword Peak, I propose that the Heavy Sword Peak, and Spiritual Sword Peak each lead a contingent to cleanse the seduced righteous forces throughout the entire Qingxian prefecture. We should also enlist the assistance of those sect leaders who came from the Baiyan mountain range, allowing them to help in each area we clear. Once we take control, we must promptly reorganize and provide support to all parties involved. What about the demonic forces? Also, I have just received word that the Shadow Demon Sect has vanished. Should we invite the Linglong Sect to join us in this endeavor? Jian Wushuang inquired after a moment of silence. The Shadow Demon Sect has disappeared? How did this happen? The master of the Heavy Sword Peak, known for his impulsive nature, was taken aback by the news. Liu Bai also looked at Jian Wushuang with curiosity. According to reports from the Linglong Sect as spies, The black-clad figure from the Shadow Demon sect was not present during the recent battle. He hurriedly departed just before the conflict commenced. After our victory, he returned in a fit of rage, resulting in the immediate death of the Shadow Demon sect's leader, with only a few disciples and elders managing to escape. By the time the Linglong sect sent personnel to investigate, the Shadow Demon sect had already been reduced to ruins. Jian Wushuang explained slowly. Upon hearing this, the gathered individuals were filled with astonishment, expressing their admiration for the ruthlessness of the black-clad figure. Only Liu Bai remained pensive, seemingly lost in thought. Based on the timing of the black-clad figure's departure, it coincided precisely with junior brother Liu's destruction of the Baiyun mountain range. If junior brother Liu had not coincidentally targeted the Baiyun mountain range, drawing the black-clad figure there, it is uncertain whether you would have successfully dealt with those few young masters, Jian Yuanzi remarked, connecting the timeline provided by Jian Wushuang with Liu Bai's actions at Baiyun Mountain. Indeed, while we were confident in concluding the battle before the Shadow Demon sect could lend support, we cannot underestimate the speed of a divine transformation expert. Whether we could safely retreat to the Linglong sect remains uncertain. Thus, junior brother Liu is indeed a fortuitous star for our Heavenly Sword sect. The others felt a wave of apprehension at Jian Wushuang's words. Junior brother Liu, what are your thoughts on my earlier proposal to have the Linglong sect join us in cleansing the entire Qingxian prefecture? Jian Wushuang repeated his suggestion. Noticing Liu Bai's continued contemplation, Liu Bai finally lifted his head, a serious expression on his face as he replied, "As for the Linglong sect, it would be best if they focused on purging the forces within their jurisdiction. Regarding the demonic forces, it is preferable to leave them be. We are unaware of how many hidden experts they may still possess. For safety's sake, it is prudent to first cleanse the entirety of the righteous forces. Junior brother, this operation will undoubtedly be large-scale and cannot be concealed from the demonic forces. If they unite against us upon learning of our actions, it could prove detrimental in the future." Jian Wushuang expressed his concerns. "I have long been perplexed. According to what Master said, our elders sealed off the Qingxian prefecture, preventing outsiders from entering. Yet, the sudden emergence of so many powerful figures raises questions. If they possess a means of allowing experts to enter, it is likely that there are more than just these few. Perhaps there are limitations to the number allowed in, which is why they have not launched a full-scale assault. However, if we delve deeper into the demonic realm and provoke them, it would surely lead to significant losses for us. Moreover, I have alternative strategies to deal with them. There is no need for a direct confrontation." The group wished to say more, but upon seeing Liu Bai's confident demeanor, they nodded in agreement. After all, up to this point, Liu Bai's decisions had never been erroneous. We must act swiftly in cleansing the righteous forces. The black-clad figure from the Shadow Demon sect may have gone to the Western Sea. If he enters the ruins, that is one matter. But if he attacks the ruins from outside, I fear those within may emerge prematurely. After all, the ruins are protected by formations, while the outside has no such defenses. The materials within the ruins cannot withstand prolonged assaults from a divine transformation expert. Upon hearing Liu Bai's words, a sense of urgency filled the room, especially considering that 4 experts at the God transformation stage were within those ruins. Very well, we shall execute according to junior brother Liu's arrangements. However, junior brother, there is one more matter on which I seek your counsel, Jian Wushuang said, looking at Liu Bai. "Oh, what is it, brother?" Liu Bai asked, puzzled. Jian Wushuang replied with a wry smile. "It concerns my disciple, Lin Feng. I initially intended to eliminate him, but the child possesses remarkable talent, and it would indeed be a waste to kill him. Junior brother, do you have any suggestions on how he might reform and be given another chance?" "Brother, I sense that Lin Feng is not an ordinary individual. It may be beyond our capacity to reform him." Liu Bai responded with a hint of a wry smile. "Why do you say that? Do you possess knowledge of matters we are unaware of?" Jian Wushuang asked, puzzled. "I am merely speculating, of course, and mere speculation is not definitive." "Brother, if you summon him to the hall, I can assess the situation," Liu Bai suggested, having sensed Lin Feng's unusual presence when he had imparted a trace of dark energy to Xiangxiang. "Very well. I shall have him brought forth immediately. Jian Wushuang concluded, promptly sending someone to summon Lin Feng. The others in the hall were equally curious, eager to discover what the situation with Lin Feng entailed. Given Liu Bai's reputation for amiability within the Heavenly Sword sect, where he treated everyone with warmth and respect, despite his high status. Junior brother Liu, despite your elevated cultivation, it has come to my attention that you possess an affinity for mundane delicacies. I happen to have brought some along. Would you care to sample them? Elder Su from Lingjian Peak beamed at Liu Bai. Thank you, Senior Sister Su. I have yet to partake in my breakfast, Liu Bai replied. Though he no longer needed to consume earthly food, old habits die hard, and a meal missed left him feeling amiss. Moreover, as lunch approached, he could not ignore Senior Sister Su's kind gesture and acquiesced. Senior Sister Su, you possess delectable treats, yet keep them solely for Junior Brother Liu? How ungracious! The Master of Beastmaster Peak, with a hint of grievance, cast a glance at the Master of Lingjian Peak. Jian Shaochong, renowned not only for his obsession with exotic beasts, but also for his love of fine cuisine, joined in the playful banter, prompting the assembly to chime in, voicing their discontent towards Su Peak Master. That simply cannot be. I have prepared these exclusively for Junior Brother Liu, should you wish to indulge. You shall have to wait for another occasion, Su Peak Master replied with a smile. Liu Bai rose and approached Su Peak Master, a smile adorning his face. Many thanks. Senior Sister Su. Do not mention it, Junior Brother, Su Peak Master responded, retrieving a food box from her storage ring and slowly extending it towards Liu Bai. As Liu Bai's pupils constricted, a wave of familiarity washed over him, leaving him momentarily stunned. Junior Brother Su, do you not fancy it? Su Peak Master maintained her warm smile. With a wry smile, Liu Bai accepted the food box. Quickly, do try it. I have heard you are quite fond of these. She encouraged him, prompting the curious onlookers to urge Liu Bai to unveil the contents. Upon opening the box, Liu Bai was unsurprised to find the very delicacies he had requested Xiang to deliver to Su Senior Sister. However, he noted that two had gone missing since he had only consumed one at the time. Observing Su Senior Sister's radiant smile, Liu Bai realized she was returning the favor in kind. Why do you hesitate, Junior Brother? This is specially brought for you. Su Peak Master insisted, her playful tone evident. With a rueful smile, Liu Bai picked up osmanthus cake, but hesitated to take a bite. Just then, the voice announcing Lin Feng's arrival echoed from outside the hall. Liu Bai quickly returned the cake to its place, stowing the food box into his storage ring. Vowing to savor it later, disciple Lin Feng pays his respects to the master and greets all esteemed uncles. Might I inquire why I have been summoned? Upon entering the grand hall, an ominous premonition surged within Lin Feng as he surveyed the gathered company. Yet he pressed on with his inquiry. Lin Feng, you have greatly disappointed me. As a denizen of Qingxian Prefecture, you have colluded with outsiders to harm your fellow disciples. Are you aware of your transgressions? Jian Wushuang reprimanded. Fury etched upon his face. Master, I am wronged. I merely unintentionally injured Junior Sister Xiang. I have not conspired with outsiders. Lin Feng, trembling and kneeling, protested fervently. Is that so? Then how do you explain the trace of demonic energy you inflicted within her during her grievous state? Liu Bai's cold voice interjected from behind Lin Feng. What demonic energy? I know not of what you speak. Lin Feng, realizing the dire situation, struggled to comprehend how Liu Bai had acquired such knowledge. He could rationalize many things, understanding that if the Tiangong sect was determined to investigate, they would undoubtedly uncover some evidence. Yet the demonic energy was intrinsic to his own essence, intertwined with his cultivated techniques. He could not fathom how Liu Bai had discerned this. Denial will avail you little. Allow me to unveil the nature of your qi within your dantian, and all shall be revealed, Liu Bai declared, taking decisive action without affording Lin Feng the chance to retort. With a resounding thud, Liu Bai stumbled back a step, while Lin Feng stood firm as a rock. Although Liu Bai had only employed the strength of an early nascent soul, his cultivation of the chaotic divine technique had yielded an outcome far beyond his expectations. The assembly stood in astonishment, their gazes fixed on Lin Feng, who, at that moment, revealed only the cultivation of perfected qi refinement. How could this not astound them? It appears I have underestimated you. Let us see how you fare against another strike. Lu Bai activated his illusory step, appearing before Lin Feng in a flash, delivering a punch directly to Lin Feng's chest. This time, Lu Bai exerted the prowess of mid-out-of-body stage. Lin Feng watched in horror as Lu Bai's fist loomed larger, desperately attempting to shield himself. But Lu Bai's speed was overwhelming, leaving him only time to cross his arms defensively. Lu Bai's punch landed with a sickening crack, sending Lin Feng hurtling against the pillars of the hall. The entire structure trembled as if it might collapse, had it not been for the protective formation in place. Lu Bai, very well. I shall remember you. Mark my words. One day, I will dismantle you piece by piece to quench my vengeance. L'enfengis visage transformed, now marred with dark demonic runes and smeared with blood, rendering him a terrifying sight. Do you truly believe you shall leave this hall alive? Lu Bai remarked, inching closer to the battered Lin Feng. If I wish to depart, what right have you to impede me? Remember my words, Lu Bai. This is far from over. Demonique désintégration technique, Lin Feng proclaimed, and as he uttered those words, his body began to dissolve. Lu Bai, unwilling to relent, thrust forth his sword. However, Lin Feng appeared unfazed, a mocking grin plastered on his face as he laughed maniacally, ridiculing Lu Bai's ignorance. As Lin Feng's final organ dissolved, only a pool of blood remained upon the hall's floor. The assembly was left in bewilderment, uncertain whether Lin Feng had indeed perished. Lu Bai sensed that Lin Feng had not truly died. He resolved to inquire with the system for clarification. An unsettling feeling gnawed at him. Thus, the assembly concluded with Lin Feng's demise, and under Lu Bai's guidance, they commenced their tasks. After the ordeal with Lin Feng, none dared to provoke the forces of the demonic path lightly, extinguishing any thoughts of purging them. Consequently, the vast war machine of the Tiangong sect began to hum to life. Chapter 37. The Cleansing of the Heavenly Sword. The confrontation of justice and evil in Qingxian Prefecture under the meticulous planning and careful deployment of Lu Bai. A grand cleansing war against the corrupted righteous forces in Qingxian Prefecture was set into motion amidst the shifting winds and clouds. The master of Heavy Sword Peak, embodying the spirit of an indomitable war god, led a troop of elite disciples on a formidable march towards the southern regions. Traitors, today marks your end. With a thunderous roar, the master swung his heavy sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that cleaved several enemies in two with a single strike. The disciples behind him were equally resolute, each demonstrating their years of honed sword techniques, as the earth gradually soaked in blood, narrating the brutality and ferocity of the battle. Meanwhile, at Sword Control Peak, the Peak Master, standing atop his flying sword, descended from the heavens like a celestial swordsman. He guided his disciples through the air like shooting stars, delivering lethal strikes that left the enemies in disarray. Embrace your demise, shouted a disciple from Sword Control Peak, his voice booming as his flying sword pierced through the chest of an adversary with relentless momentum. The team from Spirit Sword Peak exhibited an elegant and agile fighting stance. With the righteousness of the sword, we shall eradicate evil. With a commanding shout from Peak Master Su, sword energy rampaged through the enemy ranks, toppling foes who stood no chance against such overwhelming force. The sect leaders who had rushed in from the White Cloud Mountain range unleashed their unique abilities, coordinating seamlessly with the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, functioning as a well-oiled combat machine, advancing the cleansing process. In a secluded valley, the Heavenly Sword sect's forces encountered staunch resistance. The enemy, fortified by advantageous terrain, had cunningly laid traps and intricate formations to impede the advance of the Heavenly Sword sect. Be cautious, do not charge recklessly, warned the master of Heavy Sword Peak, his voice laced with vigilance. Yet, a young disciple, eager to earn merit in the battle, rushed forward, only to be struck down by a powerful force erupting from the ground, as if a fierce beast had been unleashed. At a critical juncture in the skirmish, some high-ranking individuals who had been corrupted sought aid from the cloak figures. Great demon god, save us. However, the silence that enveloped them provided no solace. How could this happen? Are we truly forsaken? Lamented a disgraced elder, his face twisted in despair. Nevertheless, the onslaught from the Heavenly Sword sect showed no signs of waning. crashing against the enemy's defenses like a relentless tide. Ultimately, the corrupted high-ranking officials met their demise in despair, concluding their treacherous lives. Simultaneously, fierce battles raged on in other directions. The morale of the Heavenly Sword sect's disciples soared under the leadership of Jian Yuanzai. "Commander, what is the situation with Linfeng?" Liu Bai expressed no concern regarding the fierce battle occurring outside. "Exchange news for 10,000 points. Shall the host proceed with the exchange?" "Great, this is truly outrageous. A few words cost a golden core level." Liu Bai complained. "Exchange successful. Points deducted, 10,000. Remaining points, 65,070. Observing his points dwindle from over 3 million to merely 60,000 in a matter of days, Liu Bai sighed, lamenting the fleeting nature of his points. "Now speak. What is the situation?" he inquired impatiently. The heavenly demon disintegration technique employed by Linfeng is unique to a creature known as the heavenly demon. They escape various life-threatening dangers by sacrificing their corporeal form as a medium to invoke secret arts. The system explained in detail. They can evade all dangers? Does that mean they are essentially immortal? Liu Bai asked, astonished, disbelief etched on his face. Not quite. This technique carries considerable aftereffects, such as a decline in cultivation level. However, the heavenly demon race is somewhat different. They can grow by absorbing the essence, qi, and spirit of others. Compared to the spiritual energy of Qingxian Prefecture, the demonic energy of the heavenly demon is slightly superior. Thus, against all odds, as long as the demonic energy is not entirely dissipated, it is exceedingly difficult to completely eliminate a member of the heavenly demon race, the system clarified. So, the heavenly demons slain 1,000 years ago have revived after a millennium of recovery? No wonder there are so many powerful beings within Qingxian Prefecture. Liu Bai finally grasped the origin of the formidable figures within the region. However, it said that not that many powerful beings perished 1,000 years ago. For instance, the young masters of the two halls. This is clearly a new emergence. What is going on? Liu Bai suddenly recalled and questioned perplexly. The purified blood of the heavenly demon can be ingested to alter an individual's bloodline, bestowing them with a portion of the heavenly demon's innate abilities. For example, by absorbing the essence, qi, and spirit from humans or beasts, one can rapidly evolve. Those young masters are products of this phenomenon. A critical expansion strategy for the heavenly demon race, as true members of the race are quite few, the system elucidated. I see. It seems the demonic side still harbors numerous experts, Liu Bai mused, feeling a headache coming on. Although the righteous side was close to being cleansed, the entire demonic faction appeared to be gathering strength, and the ruins were likely nearing their limit, considering the finite materials available. Can the heavenly demon race be killed? Even if we manage to slay them this time, they will surely return after a millennium. What's the point? Liu Bai expressed his frustration regarding the characteristics of the heavenly demon race. Others may not be able to, but you can host. The chaotic energy is far superior to the demonic energy. You merely need to envelop the demonic energy with chaotic energy and refine it directly. The system's words illuminated Liu Bai's thoughts. However, soon after, Liu Bai's excitement faded into concern. But with so many heavenly demons, how long will it take me to kill them all? Moreover, those young masters, what if they die? How can I gather their demonic energy for refinement? Do not worry, host. The transformed heavenly demons lack the ability to resurrect with demonic energy. Their deaths are final. The system reassured Liu Bai, providing him with a slight sense of relief. Just as Liu Bai was about to inquire further, he suddenly froze, then excitedly retrieved a piece of talisman paper from his storage ring. Immediately, a familiar voice filled the air. "Boss, we have unified the illusory forest. When will you come to assign us tasks?" "Wait for me. I'll be there shortly." "System, initiate the teleportation," Liu Bai exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Teleportation successful. Points deducted, 1,000. Remaining points, 64,070. In the Western Sea ruins, 4 spirit-severing experts were originally filled with anticipation as they sought treasures and secrets hidden within. Little did they know, The ruins concealed a tremendous peril, akin to a beast lurking in the shadows, waiting for them to fall into its trap. Damn, what is going on? One of the experts roared, his voice rife with fury and disbelief. He attempted to unleash a powerful spell to counter the force, yet all his efforts seemed futile. We must break through this predicament with all our might. Another expert gritted his teeth, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy in a desperate charge. A radiant glow enveloped him as he burned his own spiritual energy, striving for one last stand. Amidst the onslaught of this terrifying force, the four spirit-severing experts found themselves in utter disarray. Boom! After a grueling struggle, the four managed to shatter the constraints of the ruins and burst forth. With a deafening explosion, the ruins laid by Lu Bai crumbled into oblivion. For disheveled figures emerged, trailing behind them a cloud of dust and remnants of shattered debris. Who has set this treacherous trap? At this moment, a black-robed figure from the Shadow Demon sect gasped. Eldest brother, second brother, third brother, you have emerged. This is a trap laid by the Heavenly Sword sect. Upon discovering it, I hasten to assist you in breaking the formation. The Heavenly Sword sect? How dare they? The black-robed figure continued. Recently, a great upheaval has occurred in Qingshan Prefecture. The Heavenly Sword sect has launched an assault against the opposing forces of the righteous path, achieving considerable victories. It is said they are purging the seduced factions of the Righteous Alliance. That despicable Heavenly Sword sect, taking advantage of our absence to instigate so much chaos. One of the cloaked figure's eyes glinted with murderous intent. After a moment of contemplation, the eldest brother declared, "Let us return to the Yin-Yang Demon Palace. We initially intended to use Qingshan Prefecture as our training ground. Since they seek their own demise, we shall oblige them." Filled with wrath, the five figures vanished into the horizon, leaving behind the tumultuous sea that continued to surge violently. Chapter 38. The final confrontation of Qingshan. The fateful duel between Lu Bai and Lin Feng boss. You've arrived. Look, we are all prepared and ready for battle. Upon Lu Bai's appearance, the Howling Moon Divine Wolf approached, wagging its tail excitedly. Lu Bai surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "It has been quite some time. It is time for us to make our presence known. Currently, external malevolent forces are ravaging the entire Qingshan state. I understand that you and the humans of Qingshan have historically had a contentious relationship, but this is the perfect opportunity to extend a helping hand to humanity and resolve the discord between our two races." However, aside from the enthusiastic responses from the 10 divine beasts and the Howling Moon Divine Wolf, the reactions from the other beasts were tepid. It seems they are not easily swayed, he muttered to himself, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Well, after we succeed, there will be fine wine and delicacies for the humans. Before Lu Bai could finish his sentence, a weasel spirit, drooling, interjected, "Can we have roast chicken every day? Is it possible to visit the brothels to listen to songs?" A fox spirit flirtatiously batted its eyelashes. "What about some beautiful human maidens?" A black bear spirit rubbed its claws eagerly. "Silence!" Lu Bai snapped, nearly losing his composure. The 10 divine beasts quickly intervened, proclaiming, "Our master is visionary. Our master is wise and mighty." Lu Bai pulled the Howling Moon Divine Wolf close and declared, "Convey my orders. Each participating leader shall receive a harmless advancement pill. Those who perform well will be rewarded. Long live the boss." The lethargic beasts instantly perked up. "Remember, we will act separately at first, clearing out the minor factions one by one, then consolidating our strength to attack the larger demonic forces. Let us move swiftly." After giving his instructions, Lu Bai had no desire to linger and immediately teleported back to the Sword Pavilion. As soon as Lu Bai departed, the 10 divine beasts gathered around the Howling Moon Divine Wolf, chattering animatedly. "Wolf brother, why didn't the master just state the rewards directly? If he had mentioned it from the start, those fellows would have exerted themselves to the utmost," inquired a perplexed divine beast. The Howling Moon Divine Wolf, also pondering, replied earnestly, "How would I know? The boss didn't tell me. But this is an opportunity for us to establish our authority, so let us not disappoint him." Upon hearing this, the other divine beasts nodded in agreement. lauding the howling moon divine wolf's brilliance until it felt a bit smug. Then they each led their respective beasts out of the enchanted forest in a grand procession. Wang Fatty, go relay a message to the sect master, saying everything is ready. Have them gather all the righteous cultivators and prepare for a counterattack. Remember, do not engage the Yin Demon Palace just yet. We can divert people towards its direction. And the final battle will take place at the Yin Demon Palace in these two sections. Lu Bai issued his commands methodically. Understood, my lord. I shall go at once. Wang Fatty replied, but Lu Bai interrupted, wait, I am not finished. The Sword Pavilion's people have trained sufficiently. The miscellaneous disciples can remain at the Sword Pavilion, while the others will join us. The 24 Celestial Sword Array should also make its appearance. Wang Fatty once again bowed respectfully before hastily departing. Commander, teleport to the West Sea region. Ding, teleportation successful. Points minus 1,000, remaining points 62070. They have indeed emerged. Commander, reclaim the ruins and leave behind the out-of-body level treasures. They are the aspirations of our seniors. Ding, ruins reclaimed successfully. Points 500,000, remaining points 562070. Upon receiving this notification, Lu Bai contemplated. This back and forth has cost us 500,000 points, but we have trapped 4 God Transformation Stage beings for nearly 10 days. It's not a total loss. Deep within the Yin Demon Palace, a hexagram array emitted an eerie black light. In the center, a dark figure sat, surrounded by dense demonic energy. For mysterious figures in black robes occupied the 4 cardinal points, exuding a powerful and sinister aura. At this moment, a figure clad in black robes and a mask hurriedly entered, bowing respectfully to the shadow in the center. Elder brother, how is the Holy Sun? The Holy Sun is no longer in critical condition. Have you arranged your affairs? Everything has been set in order. The Great Array is operating autonomously, gathering all blood energy here, but the black-clad man hesitated. But what? Since when have you become so fussy? The tone of the elder brother was filled with impatience. Elder brother, the beasts from the enchanted forest have emerged and are leading the charge against our forces. Among them are several beasts bearing divine bloodlines, whose strength rivals ours. The black-clad man expressed his concerns. What are you worried about? Isn't this splendid? The more that die, the more blood essence we will have to utilize. The shadow in the center let out a sinister laugh. However, I am concerned that the casualties will be too rapid. Will you be able to absorb so many? The black-clad man asked cautiously. Do not worry. Several elders are here to assist me. Originally, I intended to turn Qing Xian State into a breeding ground. Since these locals refuse to cooperate, they shall serve as nourishment for us, thus putting waste to use. You need not interfere, just create more discord for them. The more that die, the better. The shadow responded coldly. Understood, Holy Sun. I shall attend to it immediately. The black-clad man bowed again before swiftly departing. Lu Bai, soon, when we meet again, I will ensure that you wish you were dead. The chamber then fell into an oppressive silence. In the Star Palace, report. A disciple stumbled into the hall. The hall master, Xin Xingzi, frowned. What is the commotion? The Ghost Flame Demon sect has allied with the Evil Man Valley for a surprise attack. The front line. The front line has already. The disciple's voice trembled. Xian Xingzi's teacup shattered in his hand. What does Tianjin sect have to say? Tianjin sect has issued orders for a counterattack, stating that all is ready. Nonsense. Xian Xingzi slammed the table. They are hiding behind, playing chess while we serve as cannon fodder. Before he could finish, the entire hall shook violently. Outside the hall, black demonic flames crashed against the protective mountain array like monstrous waves, causing cracks to spread across the array as light curtain like spiderwebs. Master, the array is about to collapse. The young disciples turned pale. Just as the light curtain shattered, a thunderous roar echoed through the heavens. From the east, tortoise serpents bore mountains on their backs, turning the demonic cultivators into mere pulp. From the west, firebirds swept across the sky, vaporizing the poisonous traps of the Evil Man Valley in an instant. From the south, the white tiger's claws tore through the demonic array, allowing the disciples of the Star Palace to break free. From the north, The azure dragon's tail swept through, sending demonic cultivators plummeting like dumplings. From the northeast, Chelan descended from the clouds, causing the demonic cultivators to embrace each other and weep. From the northwest, howling moon divine wolf darted like lightning, targeting the enemy's weak points. From the southeast, nine-tailed fox, with captivating eyes, caused the demonic coalition to collectively break into a striptease. What? Xingzi gaped, his mouth wide enough to fit a duck egg. Meanwhile, within the sword pavilion, General, the wine sword immortal, moved his pieces with great satisfaction. Lu Bai suddenly sneezed. Achoo! Who is cursing me? Junior brother, the situation is looking exceptionally bright. Wu Shuang brother has arrived. Come, sit and accompany master for a game. Lu Bai, spotting Jian Wu Shuang, immediately pulled him to face the wine sword immortal. Junior brother, I have come seeking your assistance. No worries, brother, just speak your mind. As Lu Bai arranged the pieces, he continued, the forces of the demonic path and the powerful beings cultivated by the celestial demon clan have been largely eradicated. Strangely, the two demonic leaders of the Yin-Yang Demon Palace have not made a move, nor have the several god transformation stage experts intervened. Moreover, our scouts report that the Xianyang Demon Palace is now deserted. Currently, only the Xian-Yin Demon Palace remains. It is the final battle. Let us engage in it. Master, do not play anymore. Let's go take a look. Lu Bai turned to the wine sword immortal. What good will it do for me to go? If you all cannot handle it, shall I go to my demise? Little Shuangzi, you need not go either. Stay and play chess with me. The wine sword immortal scoffed, nonchalantly responding. Lu Bai let out a bitter smile, acknowledging the validity of the wine sword immortal's words, and ceased his attempts to persuade further. Outside the Xian-Yin Demon Palace, as soon as Lu Bai arrived, the keen-eyed howling moon divine wolf rushed to his side, wagging its tail with excitement. The 10 divine beasts swiftly gathered behind Lu Bai, forming a neat line. Observing this, the righteous cultivators bowed in respect to Lu Bai. What is the situation? Lu Bai inquired after returning the gesture. We await your command, boss. Then what are we waiting for? Attack! At that moment, the great door of the demon palace began to tremble, emitting a grating sound that made one's teeth ache. As a chilling wind howled forth, 5 mysterious figures cloaked in black materialized out of thin air. Ha! Do you truly believe you can annihilate us? The leader of the black-clad figures cackled. Such delusions. Just as the villainous laughter echoed, a swift kick from the Chelan sent him crashing into the mountain wall, unable to extricate himself. Wait, we are. The second black figure hastily erected a barrier of demonic energy. The white tiger and the tortoise serpent exchanged glances. Rock, paper, scissors. I'll use my claws. I'll use my shell. The barrier, along with the figure's arm, was torn asunder. The third black figure was about to cast a spell when the azure dragon's tail swept in. Home run. The figure was sent hurtling through the air, landing as a mere heap of flesh. The fourth black figure suddenly embraced the 9-tailed fox passionately. You are truly beautiful. The fox's paw gently caressed his crown. Remember to purchase fox insurance in your next life. The final figure turned to flee, only to be intercepted by the tongue snake and the firebird. Silence enveloped the scene. Lu Bai stood frozen with his sword in hand. I haven't even made a move yet. The 10 divine beasts collectively turned to him. Boss, it is unethical to steal kills. Nonetheless, Lu Bai stepped forward, unleashing the chaotic energy to obliterate the remaining black figures. In an instant, 4 out of the 5 demonic cultivators lay vanquished. Lu Bai advanced with his sword, his gaze icy. The demon palace must be eradicated. The last black figure laughed maniacally. Do you think you can achieve victory so easily? The holy son of the celestial demon clan has descended. This is your doom. Even at death's door, you dare to be arrogant. The tongue snake opened its massive maw, ready to devour him whole. Bang! With a resounding crash, the tongue snake and firebird were sent flying 3 zhang, their energy dwindling. The crowd gazed upward in astonishment, where a mass of black demonic energy loomed ominously, exuding a chilling aura. Lu Bai gripped his sword tightly, a profound sense of crisis swelling within him. Lu Bai, we meet again. Are you prepared for a fate worse than death? Lin Feng, I knew you wouldn't die so easily. Lu Bai recognized the figure as the one who had previously fled. But since I managed to kill you once, I can do so again. Let's see about that, Lin Feng declared, conjuring a sphere of black, demonic flame that shot toward Liu Bai like a dark meteor. Bang! The collision of Liu Bai and the demonic flame sent him hurtling backward, skidding several zhang before coming to a halt. Liu Bai, you are no match for me. Lin Feng cackled with an ear-piercing laugh. Fusion stage. Liu Bai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gritting his teeth as he uttered those 3 words. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the surrounding crowd of cultivators and beasts. The power of the fusion stage could not simply be compensated for by numbers alone. Indeed. Liu Bai, do you regret it? If you kneel now and swear to be my obedient hound, perhaps I might consider sparing your life, Lin Feng boasted arrogantly. You think you can recruit me? I'm merely curious how you reach the fusion stage. The highest cultivation capacity in Qingxian Prefecture is only at the spirit-severing stage. What of your thunder tribulation? Does my celestial demon clan require a thunder tribulation to break through to a mere fusion stage? This realm has merely been sealed. It is not limited to the spirit-severing stage. Those who sealed Qingxian Prefecture have already been slain by me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have amassed enough energy to break through. Oh, by the way, those individuals were your master's uncles. Lin Feng laughed without restraint. Damn it, I should have killed you back then instead of leaving you alive. Liu Bai fumed, unable to contain his anger. What? You did all that? Lin Feng's expression darkened, his fury surpassing Liu Bai's. Lin Feng thrust his palms forward, unleashing dozens of spheres of pitch-black demonic flame that surged forth like a meteor shower. As the flames tore through the air, the atmosphere warped and exploded, gouging the ground with deep trenches. Liu Bai's figure blurred suddenly, employing the illusory step to weave and dodge in a confined space. 3 afterimages were pierced and dissipated by the demonic flames, while his true self advanced 3 zhang forward. The 13 style of the Qing Xian sword technique flowed in a continuous motion, the chaotic energy slicing the fabric of space, leaving intricate black scars. A mere trick, Lin Feng shouted, his demonic energy coalescing into 9 layers of arcane armor. The clash of sword light against demonic armor reverberated with piercing, shattering sounds. By the 7th strike, the outermost layer of armor crumbled, exposing the churning, celestial demon essence within. The 2 figures continued to intertwine at a height of 100 zhang. Each collision of demonic flames and sword energy unleashed circular shockwaves, forcing the onlookers to raise their protective barriers. Those of weaker cultivation were struck by the residual force, immediately spitting blood. After 300 exchanges, the flesh of Liu Bai's palm had split. Despite the strength of the chaotic energy, the widening gap in spiritual power across 2 major realms became increasingly apparent. Another sweeping tail from the demonic dragon came at him, and he hastily raised his sword to block it, only to be sent retreating several zhang. System, restore. Liu Bai roared in his sea of consciousness. A surge of spiritual power flooded through his meridians, revitalizing the dim sword light. Lin Feng's pupils constricted as he witnessed his opponent's sword intent suddenly shift. 13 beams of sword light intertwined in the air. Qingxian is flawless. The instant the sword array coalesced, blood erupted from Lin Feng's chest. Before he could steady himself, a heavy fist imbued with chaotic energy struck his dantian. The sound of his demonic essence collapsing was unmistakable as this fusion stage demon cultivator fell like a rag doll. Liu Bai descended from the air, the chaotic energy transforming into chains that coiled around Lin Feng. In his struggles, Lin Feng discovered that the so-called indestructible celestial demon essence was now melting away like spring snow. This is impossible. Lin Feng's face contorted in disbelief, a mere out-of-body stage. Realm is merely a number. Liu Bai pressed the tip of his sword against Lin Feng's throat, his voice chilling to the bone. Moreover, you are not a true fusion stage cultivator. As the chaotic chains began to erode his soul, Lin Feng finally emitted a heart-wrenching scream. Crack! Ancestors, save me! In the next moment, blood-colored runes illuminated the shattered area of his dantian. Instantly, a vortex of time and space appeared beneath Lin Feng. Lu Bai was taken aback and swiftly swung his sword toward Lin Feng, cleaving the vortex in two along with the figure beneath it. However, the vortex remained intact, and Lin Feng vanished without a trace. Suddenly, Lu Bai felt a powerful pulling force, as the other split vortex had inexplicably appeared beneath him. Master Uncle! A cry of alarm erupted as Lu Bai was on the verge of disappearing like Lin Feng. Xiang Xiang soared from the crowd, attempting to pull Lu Bai back. Yet, she did not anticipate the overwhelming force, and in the blink of an eye, she was drawn into the vortex alongside Lu Bai. Subsequently, the vortex vanished, leaving behind a group of stunned onlookers who gazed at the empty sky. Suddenly, a storage ring fell before Jian Yuanzi. Chapter 39. Linhai Village, are you awake? A gentle voice whispered in Lu Bai's ear. Slowly, he opened his eyes, feeling a foggy heaviness in his head and a blurred vision. As he surveyed his surroundings, the unfamiliar sights filled him with confusion. Where is this place? Half a month ago, my grandfather and I went fishing at sea and found you floating on the water. So we brought you back. The healer said you were beyond saving, yet here you are alive. I shall fetch my grandfather. The speaker was a young fisherman, radiating simplicity and kindness. Leaning against the headboard, Lu Bai examined the humble abode. The walls were crudely assembled from rough wooden planks, with a cool breeze seeping through the crevices. Old fishing nets hung from the ceiling, their lingering scent of the sea narrating the family's livelihood. System, where am I? Lu Bai anxiously called out in his mind. Host, would you like to exchange information? Your points are insufficient. Please recharge. The mechanical voice of the system echoed in Lu Bai's head. I still have hundreds of thousands of points. How can it be insufficient? This is absurd. Shocked, Lu Bai hastily opened the system interface, only to find the remaining points displayed as 0. System, where are my points gone? Lu Bai could not contain his agitation and shouted, though his voice was weak, barely a whisper. What happened to my points? Host, do not be alarmed. A portion of your points was used during battle, and another part was expended during the spatial transfer to prevent your demise, the system explained. What danger is associated with spatial transfer? Every time you sent me, I was perfectly fine, Lu Bai questioned, puzzled. Your previous transfers were maintained by this system's stabilization. This time, however, it is different. The system paused before continuing. That Lin Feng was also taken away. If it were so perilous, why bother rescuing him? Host, that individual has powerful beings ensuring the stability of the spatial channel. Your channel is a fragment of theirs. They would prefer you perish rather than assist you in maintaining the stability of your passage. The system's words struck Lu Bai like a bolt of lightning. Just as Lu Bai was about to inquire further about Xiang Xiang, a hunchbacked elder lifted the curtain and entered with a child. Grandfather, look, the big brother is truly awake. The child exclaimed excitedly, pointing at Lu Bai. The elder approached with a slightly unsteady gait. His eyes filled with surprise and curiosity as he scrutinized Lu Bai from head to toe. Young man, you have finally awakened. How do you feel? The elder inquired with concern. Lu Bai forced a faint smile and replied, Thank you, elder, for saving me. I'm still quite weak, but my mind is clearer now. The child leaned closer to the bedside, his big eyes sparkling with curiosity. Big brother, where did you come from? How did you end up floating in the sea? Lu Bai opened his mouth, struggling to articulate the complexities of his experience. After a brief silence, he finally said, I encountered some unforeseen events and cannot recall many details. The elder gently patted the child's head. Do not pester the big brother with questions. Let him rest properly. Filled with gratitude, Lu Bai recalled his concerns for Xiang Xiang and couldn't help but ask, Elder, I have a companion. Have you seen her? The elder furrowed his brow and shook his head. We only found you floating in the sea. We did not see anyone else. A wave of despair washed over Lu Bai, and his expression turned anxious. The elder seemed to sense his distress and reassured him. Perhaps your companion was rescued by someone else. Do not fret too much. Once you regain your strength, you can search for her. Lu Bai nodded, yet his heart felt as heavy as a stone, refusing to lighten. In the following days, under the attentive care of the elder and the child, Lu Bai gradually regained some strength. Although his cultivation had yet to restore, the self-operating chaos divine art promised that recovery was merely a matter of time. Uncle Jean, may I ask where this place is? On a fishing boat, Lu Bai skillfully gathered nets while inquiring about his surroundings. "This is Linhai village," Uncle Jean replied, "comprising a little over 10 households, all of whom are unfortunate souls who have fled from various places to form this small village. Even the name was chosen by us. Was there a war in your original home? Do you know of any larger places?" Lu Bai asked, intrigued. "There was no war, but the taxes were burdensome. Most here left due to their inability to afford them." Uncle Jean sighed, his face etched with helplessness. "As for larger places, I'm not entirely sure. But according to our ancestors, this land is called the Tianxian continent, and we are situated at its western edge." Tianxian continent. Lu Bai recalled hearing about it from Jian Yuanzai before. He had not anticipated being transported to such a distant location. It seemed unrealistic to rely on restoring his cultivation to return. However, staying here to gradually enhance his abilities might be a wiser choice. Once his cultivation improved, he could return through another transfer. Noticing Lu Bai lost in thought, Uncle Jean refrained from further conversation, assuming Lu Bai had recalled something significant, and continued to sort the fish in the nets. Today had been bountiful. Previously, catching just 1 or 2 fish was considered fortunate, but today, the nets were full, and Uncle Jin's smile was unceasing. Everyone in Linhai village relied on this body of water for their livelihood, and years of fishing had made the fish scarce. Lu Bai had only managed to catch a few due to his faint sense. Uncle Jean, regarding the taxes, who collects them? Lu Bai, having pieced things together, sought to understand the specifics of this place. "I know about that. This area falls under the jurisdiction of the Tianma dynasty, and all citizens must pay taxes to the dynasty for protection," Uncle Jean replied earnestly. "Tianma dynasty?" Lu Bai's heart raced. "Ah, young friend, you remember now?" Uncle Jean observed him curiously. "No, just a sense of familiarity," Lu Bai lied subtly. He was acutely aware of the name Tianma, as Lin Feng was the scion of the Tianma sect, and it was because of Lin Feng that he had been transported here. How could he not be familiar? "Uncle Jean, have you heard of the Tianma sect?" Lu Bai pressed. "Not really, but I have heard that there are some immortals above the dynasty. Though I cannot comprehend the specifics." Uncle Jean shook his head. "Is it only the Tianma dynasty here?" Lu Bai realized that asking a common person about cultivators was indeed a challenge. He intended to inquire about general knowledge to glean any potential clues. "Not at all. There are also the Yinyu dynasty, the Shueli dynasty, the Gui Yuan dynasty, and others, but they all regard the Tianma dynasty as superior. It is said that further away, there is the Zheng Yi dynasty, which is on par with the Tianma dynasty. However, I cannot provide more details," Uncle Jean patiently elucidated. "It appears that the Tianxian continent is significantly larger than Qingxian Prefecture. I must find a way to acquire some points. Otherwise, how will I locate Xiang? He contemplated. Just as Lu Bai prepared to cast the net again, Uncle Jean called out, "Xiao Lu, you have already caught enough fish for today. Everyone relies on this body of water for their livelihood, and overfishing will affect future sustenance. Grandfather, big brother, you are back quite early today." Upon arriving at the village entrance, Lu Bai and Old Jean encountered Xiao Jean, who was joyfully playing with a group of children. Upon noticing her grandfather's return, Xiao Jean dutifully ran over, took the items from Old Jin's hands, and accompanied Lu Bai back home. Lu Bai gazed at the modest village, enveloped in a tranquil and harmonious scene. It had been a long time since he had experienced such serenity, evoking memories of the days spent hunting with his grandfather. Thus, Lu Bai temporarily settled in this coastal village. As his cultivation gradually resumed, the villagers only knew of Lu Bai's immense strength. Whenever assistance was needed, he was always eager to help. Consequently, Lu Bai became particularly beloved in Linghai village, with many enthusiastic villagers attempting to introduce him to prospective brides, all of which he politely declined. "Xiao Lu, you must avoid venturing into the deep sea in the future. It is fraught with danger. Many young people have entered and never returned," Old Jean solemnly advised one day. "All right, Uncle Jean, I will remain in the near sea," Lu Bai promptly promised. The truth was, he had ventured into the deep sea today while fishing, as the near shore had been nearly depleted of fish. Upon returning home, Old Jean, noticing Lu Bai carrying a fish as tall as himself, inquired about the situation and then launched into a lecture. "Xiao Jean, come here for a moment." "What is it, Grandpa?" Xiao Jean cheerfully ran in. Wow, what a big fish. Did you catch it, big brother? She asked, gazing at the enormous fish with admiration. It was just good fortune. I found it, Lu Bai replied with a smile, wary of revealing that he had fished in the deep sea, concerned that Xiao Jin might secretly venture there as well. Old Jin had only this one grandson, and he could not bear the thought of any misfortune befalling him. All right, Xiao Jin, go fetch your aunt to help prepare the fish. We shall treat everyone today, Old Jin said with a smile. Sure thing, Grandpa, I'll go right away. In Linghai village, families with surplus provisions would look after one another, although they referred to themselves as a village. It was more fitting to describe it as one large family. Here, Lu Bai felt a long-lost warmth and the essence of human connection. Grandpa, something is wrong. In the yard, as Lu Bai and Old Jin were preparing to cook the large fish, Xiao Jin rushed in, visibly panicked and sweating profusely. Old Jin immediately set down the knife and asked with concern, Xiao Jin, don't panic. Speak slowly, what happened? Xiao Jin gasped, speaking rapidly, Grandpa, Aunt Li is seriously ill. The village doctor said there's nothing more he can do. Old Jin, puzzled, replied, she was fine yesterday. How could she suddenly fall ill today? Xiao Jin swallowed hard and continued, I heard that Aunt Li went out to sea today and accidentally fell overboard, hitting the edge of the boat and catching a chill. Uncle Li is frantic like an ant on a hot pan. Hearing this, Lu Bai's heart tightened as he said, Uncle Jin, I will accompany you to take a look. He understood that the village doctor only possessed a superficial knowledge of medicine, and it would be difficult for a child to fully convey the severity of the situation. Old Jin wiped his hands, nodded, and said, let us hurry. With that, Lu Bai, Old Jin, and Xiao Jin rushed out. Lu Bai recalled how Aunt Li had taken care of him when he was injured, and he had always remembered her kindness. This urgency quickened his pace. Upon entering the house, Lu Bai saw Uncle Li, looking haggard and seated beside the bed, his eyes red from tears, clearly having just wept, lost in despair. In this region, women take their husband's surname after marriage. Hence Uncle Li's wife is referred to as Aunt Li. Old Jin then entered with Xiao Jin, and upon seeing Aunt Li lying weakly on the bed, his heart ached with compassion. He stepped forward, gently patting Uncle Li's shoulder, and reassured him, Brother, don't be too anxious. Let us think of a solution. Uncle Li could no longer contain his sorrow, tears streaming down his face, his throat choked with grief, only able to emit sobs. Observing this, Lu Bai felt compelled to speak. Uncle Li, let me give it a try. Perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope. Old Jin turned to him, astonished. Uncle Li, however, seemed to seize onto a lifeline in the dark, his eyes brightening as he dropped to his knees before Lu Bai. Lu Bai quickly helped him up, saying, Uncle Li, please don't do that. Then, Lu Bai sat at the bedside, feigning the act of taking Aunt Li's pulse. In reality, he was using his spiritual sense to assess her condition. Moments later, he discerned the cause of her ailment. Aunt Li had suffered a fractured rib that had punctured her lung, causing difficulty in breathing. Fortunately, the major blood vessels near her heart remained intact. However, without prompt treatment, her life was in jeopardy. To avoid alarming Old Jin and Uncle Li, Lu Bai called them outside, saying, Rest assured, I have a method to save Aunt Li, but the process is somewhat unconventional. I kindly ask you to wait outside for a moment. Once they exited, Lu Bai closed the door and concentrated, carefully realigning Aunt Li's fractured bone with his spiritual sense, then channeling his chaotic energy to mend the damaged tissue. Before long, Aunt Li returned to her former self, her complexion gradually regaining its color. Considering the extraordinary nature of the event, which could lead to unnecessary trouble, Lu Bai pressed a point on her sleeping acupoint, allowing her to continue resting peacefully. As Lu Bai emerged, drenched in sweat, Uncle Li rushed forward, his voice trembling with anticipation. Brother Lu, how is she? Old Jin watched him with eager expectation, his eyes betraying a hint of anxiety. Lu Bai smiled reassuringly. Uncle Li, Uncle Jin, Aunt Li's going to be fine. Once she wakes up, all will be well. He then gave Old Jin an affirming nod. Really? Uncle Li's voice quivered with excitement, and without waiting for a response from Lu Bai, he dashed back into the room. Upon seeing his wife breathing steadily and her complexion restored, Uncle Li was overwhelmed with emotion, his tears flowing anew as he held her hand tightly, fearing she might slip away again. Lu Bai called out from outside. Uncle Li, when Aunt Li wakes up, remember to join us for fish. Chapter 40. The Qingmu Technique. Xiao Jin, what troubles you? You appear rather dejected. Lu Bai inquired gently upon noticing Xiao Jin sitting alone at the door, his gaze lost in the distance after dinner. Big brother, could you teach me the art of healing? Xiao Jin lifted his head, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. Lu Bai was momentarily taken aback, his curiosity piqued. What has prompted this sudden interest in medicine? I have never seen you express such a desire before. Xiao Jin's eyes instantly glistened with unshed tears, his voice trembling with emotion. My parents passed away due to illness. I wish to learn your healing skills so that the uncles and aunts in our village won't suffer the same fate as my father and mother. As he spoke, tears streamed down his cheeks uncontrollably. Xiao Jin, you must not speak recklessly. At that moment, old Jin hurried over, hastily intervening to prevent Xiao Jin from continuing. Casting an apologetic glance towards Lu Bai. Understanding old Jin's concern, Lu Bai remarked, in this world, everyone guards their unique skills as treasures, wary of others learning them and encroaching upon their livelihoods, even when it comes to their students. However, if Xiao Jin wishes to learn, I shall teach him. Yet, not everyone possesses the aptitude for medicine. It depends on innate talent. If Xiao Jin lacks such ability, there is little I can do. Furthermore, what I share with him must remain undisclosed to outsiders, lest it invites significant trouble. I promise I won't tell anyone or show off, Xiao Jin exclaimed, overjoyed at Lu Bai's willingness to teach him. Why are you still grinning, Xiao Jin? Hurry and bow to your master, old Jin chimed in, equally delighted. Having witnessed Lu Bai's medical prowess, he had been concerned about Xiao Jin's future. If Xiao Jin could master Lu Bai's skills, it would secure his well-being. Uncle Jin, there is no rush regarding the apprenticeship. I have no immediate plans to take on a disciple, Lu Bai said, waving his hand dismissively. Then, my young friend Lu, regarding your earlier statement, old Jin's expression turned puzzled. If Xiao Jin truly possesses the talent for medicine, I shall formally accept him as my disciple. Rest assured, there will be no issues in imparting medical knowledge, Lu Bai assured him, alleviating old Jin's worries. Old Jin then earnestly urged Xiao Jin to study diligently and expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Lu Bai. Being a man of action, Lu Bai promptly invited Xiao Jin into the room. Xiao Jin, the knowledge I impart to you must be utilized with utmost caution. Any misstep could not only endanger your life, but also jeopardize the entire Linghai village. You must consider this carefully, he stated with grave seriousness. Lu Bai was not exaggerating. The medical techniques he possessed diverged significantly from those prevalent in the Demon Emperor's dynasty. If discovered by malevolent practitioners, the consequences would be dire. Big brother, I have made up my mind. I will remember your instructions, Xiao Jin replied resolutely. Very well, since you are determined, sit cross-legged on the bed. I will assist in aligning your body, Lu Bai instructed. Xiao Jin obediently settled cross-legged opposite Lu Bai, his eyes filled with anticipation. Lu Bai took a deep breath, slowly circulating the chaotic energy within him, cautiously helping to realign Xiao Jin's body. Being but a mortal, Xiao Jin's physique was exceedingly fragile. Lu Bai dared not be complacent, resulting in each movement being executed with great care. Xiao Jin cooperated remarkably, enduring immense discomfort without uttering a word. Observing Xiao Jin's tenacity, Lu Bai couldn't help but nod in admiration of the child's resilience. It was not until deep into the night that Lu Bai finally completed the initial alignment of Xiao Jin's body. At that moment, Xiao Jin's complexion was as pale as paper, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his body trembling slightly. How do you feel, Xiao Jin? Lu Bai inquired with concern. Big brother, I am fine, just a bit tired, Xiao Jin replied, forcing a weak smile. Lu Bai gently patted Xiao Jin's shoulder, offering encouragement. You are very strong. This is merely the first step. The road ahead will be long and arduous. However, as long as you persevere, you will surely achieve greatness. Xiao Jin nodded vigorously. Big brother, I am not afraid of hardship. I will study diligently. Now go wash up. Your grandfather is likely waiting anxiously outside, Lu Bai suggested. Only then did Xiao Jin realize that his skin was covered with a thick layer of black scabs, exuding a foul odor that was nearly unbearable. He quickly sprang to his feet and dashed outside like a gust of wind. Watching Xiao Jin's departing figure, Lu Bai smiled, and then sat down alone to recuperate. Although the exertion of helping Xiao Jin was not overly taxing, his own injuries and cultivation had not yet fully healed. Coupled with the mental fatigue from earlier, he too required restoration. In the vastness of the cosmos, the chaotic energy was scarce. Nonetheless, after circulating through a complete cycle, some would still accumulate within him. Lu Bai discovered that actively cultivating was somewhat faster than allowing the chaotic divine technique to operate on its own. Thus he had grown accustomed to replacing sleep with nightly cultivation. "Where are you headed, Xiao Jin?" Old Jin asked, having witnessed Xiao Jin rush out. "Grandpa, I'm going to wash up in the woodshed. I feel terrible," Xiao Jin shouted back as he ran. When old Jin arrived at the woodshed, Xiao Jin had already plunged into the bathing tub with a splash. "Xiao Jin, have you fallen into the latrine? Why do you smell so foul?" Old Jin exclaimed upon entering, a noxious stench assaulting his senses, compelling him to pinch his nose. The odor emanated directly from Xiao Jin's bathing tub. "Grandpa," Big Brother said, "this is the impurities being expelled from my body. Not that I fell into the latrine," Xiao Jin explained while vigorously scrubbing off the grime. "Oh, let me take a look," Old Jin said, cautiously approaching the tub while still pinching his nose. "Wow, Xiao Jin, your skin has turned quite fair," Old Jin observed closely, surprised to find that Xiao Jin's skin had noticeably lightened. Previously, Xiao Jin had accompanied him to sea, becoming darkened by the sun, his complexion scarcely better than coal. "Grandpa, Big Brother will officially teach me medicine starting tomorrow," Xiao Jin exclaimed excitedly, his face radiating with anticipation. "Then you must study hard and not disappoint your big brother," Old Jin replied, lifting Xiao Jin and emptying the dirty water from the tub before refilling it with clean water for Xiao Jin to sit in. As the grandfather and grandson chatted and laughed, a warm atmosphere enveloped the entire woodshed. Anyone witnessing this moment would undoubtedly be envious of their happiness. The next morning, Xiao Jin brought a steaming bowl of tea to Lu Bai's room. This was a lesson imparted by his grandfather. Though Lu Bai had yet to formally accept him as a disciple, it was proper to show gratitude for the knowledge he would impart. "Where's your grandfather?" Lu Bai asked, graciously accepting the tea and taking a sip. "Grandpa has gone to sea. He may not return until the afternoon," Xiao Jin replied. "Very well. Today I will teach you a fundamental cultivation technique for healing, known as the Qingmu technique. If you can comprehend its intricacies, it will indicate your aptitude for medicine. And I will then proceed to teach you formal medical practices," Lu Bai stated. "Thank you, Big Brother." This time, Xiao Jin wasted no time in climbing onto the bed and sitting cross-legged opposite Lu Bai, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. Although the content of the Qingmu technique had been retrieved by the system, it was indelibly etched in Lu Bai's memory. He extended a finger, gently placing it between Xiao Jin's brows, and then activated his consciousness to gradually transmit the teachings of the Qingmu technique into Xiao Jin's mind. There was simply no way around it. Little Jin was illiterate. If taught in a conventional manner, he would be utterly incapable of learning, and the only method to inscribe the teachings into his mind was through divine consciousness. Although Little Jin's mental strength was limited with several transmissions, he could nearly grasp the entirety of the Azure Wood technique. "Big Brother, I remember it," Lu Bai said, patting Little Jin's shoulder with satisfaction. "From now on, you must practice the Azure Wood technique daily. It may seem challenging at first, but if you persist, you will surely reap the rewards." In the days that followed, Little Jin rose before dawn to practice, undeterred by scorching sun or relentless rain. Lu Bai observed his dedication, and old Jin couldn't help but beam with joy. One day, Little Jin approached Lu Bai, his face alight with excitement. "Big Brother, I feel a warm current flowing within my body. Is this the result of my cultivation?" Lu Bai was both astonished and delighted. He had not anticipated Little Jin's aptitude to be so remarkable. It had only been half a month, and accounting for the 3 transmissions of divine consciousness, Little Jin had truly practiced for merely about 10 days. It seemed this child might possess a wood-type spiritual root, otherwise he would not progress so swiftly. Lu Bai mused in astonishment. "Indeed, Little Jin, you must continue to strive," Lu Bai encouraged with a smile. Big brother, does that mean I have talent? Little Jean asked, his eyes filled with hope. Absolutely. Once you can control and gather the energy within your body to your dantian, I shall formally teach you the art of medicine, Lu Bai replied. Okay, big brother, I will surely keep working hard. Upon hearing Lu Bai's promise, little Jean felt invigorated. By the way, little Jean, has your grandfather returned? Lu Bai inquired, noticing the sky darkening. Old Jean typically returned by this hour. Not yet. I finished my practice and came to tell big brother. I was just about to go fetch grandpa, little Jean answered. Then you continue your practice. I will go get your grandfather. Little Jean's response made Lu Bai's eyelids twitch slightly, a sense of unease swelling within him. All right, big brother. Please return soon, little Jean said obediently. As Lu Bai stepped outside, he lightly tapped his feet and employed the shadow step technique, racing towards the seaside. The distance between old Jin's house and the shore was not far, and soon Lu Bai arrived at the spot where old Jean usually fished. However, the dark sea lay silent, devoid of old Jin's presence. Lu Bai furrowed his brow, extending his divine consciousness to meticulously scan the nearby waters. Yet he found no trace of old Jean. Strange, I refuse to believe he could vanish in a thin air, Lu Bai murmured, his unease intensifying. He stubbornly expanded his search radius, scrutinizing the coastal waters once more, but still found nothing. If there were no signs of old Jean, the boat should still be there. And indeed, Lu Bai spotted the vessels of other villagers, yet old Jin's boat was conspicuously absent. Could it be that old Jean had ventured into deeper waters? Lu Bai pondered. However, there was no time to contemplate why old Jean would go to the deep sea. He hastily set off in search of him. Before long, Lu Bai noticed a fishing boat floating on the surface. His heart leaped with joy, and he sped over, landing on the vessel. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed it was old Jin's boat, but it was utterly deserted. Panic seized Lu Bai, fearing old Jean had fallen overboard. He quickly extended his divine consciousness beneath the waves, searching the depths, but found no trace of old Jin's body. This is peculiar. How could a living person simply disappear? Lu Bai mused, filled with confusion. He centered his search around the fishing boat, gradually expanding his scope. To his surprise, he discovered something unusual. About 100 miles to the left of the boat, Lu Bai felt a dissonance in his divine consciousness as he scanned the area. Although the surface appeared ordinary, it felt strangely off, as if an invisible barrier obstructed him. Intrigued, Lu Bai approached. While his eyes revealed no visible anomaly, upon reaching out to touch it, he distinctly felt a layer of resistance. This place harbors a formation, Lu Bai exclaimed in astonishment. The presence of a formation indicated the existence of cultivators in the vicinity, and Lu Bai's instinct was to retreat. This was not Qingxian Prefecture. The Demon Emperor's dynasty was teeming with formidable figures, and attracting trouble here could be perilous. Yet, recalling the life-saving grace old Jean had bestowed upon him, Lu Bai resolved against retreating. If not for old Jean, he might have perished in the vast ocean long ago. Gritting his teeth, he determined, regardless, I am now a small expert in my own right. With a surge of spiritual energy, he delivered a powerful blow to the formation. To his astonishment, a soft sound resonated as the seemingly robust formation shattered. How weak! Lu Bai furrowed his brow, filled with doubt. Peering beyond the formation, he beheld old Jean reclining upon a rock, his chest rhythmically rising and falling, clearly still alive. Beside old Jean lay a peculiar little lobster, roughly his size, its enormous pincers glinting with a cold light under the moon's glow. Chapter 41. Farewell in an instant. A surge of joy coursed through Lu Bai's heart. With a swift tap of his toes, he propelled himself forward like a streak of light, arriving beside old Jin's head in a heartbeat. Upon discovering that old Jean was merely unconscious and not in imminent danger, he exhaled a sigh of relief, allowing the tension in his body to ease slightly. At that moment, the oddly shaped crayfish suddenly sprang to life, its enormous pincers waving menacingly in the air, as if to challenge Lu Bai. His expression hardened, and he took a cautious step back, scrutinizing the peculiar creature intently. Lu Bai contemplated silently, realizing that this creature was likely malevolent, and old Jean had probably been ensnared by it. With this thought in mind, Lu Bai discreetly summoned his spiritual energy, a faint golden aura rising around him like a delicate mist, indicating that he was prepared for battle. You would do well to vacate the premises, little creature. Do not compel me to take action, Lu Bai admonished sternly. The crayfish seemed to comprehend his words, emitting a deep, rumbling roar filled with fury. Before the echoes of its growl had faded, it lunged at Lu Bai with astonishing speed. Lu Bai, quick as a shadow, evaded its assault effortlessly. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed a powerful palm strike, the gust of energy slicing through the air like a razor-sharp blade, crashing down upon the crayfish's shell. With a resounding thud, the crayfish was forcefully slammed against the rocks, momentarily dazed and unable to rise. Though you possess the cultivation of a foundational beast, I acknowledge your arduous journey. Answer a few of my questions, and I shall set you free. What say you? Lu Bai proposed, his tone contemplative. The crayfish, swaying unsteadily as it regained its footing, shook its head in confusion, clearly oblivious to the meaning of Lu Bai's words. It assumed Lu Bai was hurling insults and, in a fit of rage, brandished its pincers in a fierce display, attempting to intimidate him. In exasperation, Lu Bai extended his consciousness, conveying the essence of his request to the crayfish. Observing that the creature had ceased its aggressive posturing, Lu Bai felt a sense of relief wash over him. Until now, he had been entirely ignorant of the circumstances surrounding the practitioners in this area, and he harbored hopes of gaining some insight today. Why did you capture him? Lu Bai inquired, gesturing toward old Jean. However, the crayfish lacked consciousness. It was known that only those at the golden core stage could manifest such awareness. Watching the creature flail about aimlessly, Lu Bai felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Just then, the crayfish dragged a fishing net from behind the rocks. Remnants of fish and shrimp still clinging to it, exuding a faint odor. You mean to say he has caught your kin or family? And that's why you brought him here? Lu Bai ventured, testing the waters. The crayfish nodded, seemingly conveying its grievances. Lu Bai found himself in a quandary. From the crayfish's perspective, it had committed no wrongdoing. As the crayfish was incapable of transmitting sound or speech, extracting useful information became exceedingly challenging. For a moment, the two stared at each other, the atmosphere growing tense and peculiar. Crayfish, would you consider following me? While I yearned to depart with old Jean immediately, the villagers of Linhai remain, and you pose an uncertain factor for them. Lu Bai left his statement unfinished. Knowing that creatures capable of reaching the foundational level were far from foolish, and the crayfish would undoubtedly grasp the implication of his words. Seeing the crayfish take a wary step back, its pincers clutched protectively before it, as if bracing for a confrontation, Lu Bai reassured, there is no need for alarm. I will not impose any unreasonable demands upon you. As long as you do not harm the villagers of Linhai, I shall not interfere in your affairs. However, should you refuse, I will have no choice but to eliminate you for the villagers' sake. As he spoke, Lu Bai conjured a mysterious hexagram in the air with his spiritual energy, the patterns shimmering with a mesmerizing light. Should you agree, merely drop a drop of your blood upon this symbol. If you refuse, do not blame me for taking action. Despite the reluctance in its heart, the foundational beast understood it had little choice and begrudgingly dripped a drop of blood upon the sigil. A contract has been established. A mysterious voice echoed in both Lu Bai's and the crayfish's minds. Following that, a youthful, innocent voice chimed in Lu Bai's consciousness. Master, a little crayfish, do not feel wronged. One day, you will regard the decision you made today as a stroke of great fortune, Lu Bai declared with a playful glint in his eye. Master, could you please refrain from calling me little crayfish? That name is utterly unappealing. Call me General Dragonclaw. How majestic and imposing that sounds, the crayfish exclaimed, emphasizing its point by dramatically waving its pincers. Lu Bai's lips twitched as he suppressed a chuckle. Very well, little crayfish. By the way, who set up that formation? Lu Bai inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice. In such a remote location, could there be other practitioners? Master, that was my doing, the crayfish replied, and with that, it expelled a translucent bubble from its mouth, which expanded to envelop the rocky area. Lu Bai curiously prodded it, finding it as solid and elastic as before. The difference now was that one could clearly see the outside world from within the bubble. while those outside could not perceive the interior, as if separated by an invisible barrier. Since you can see outside, why didn't you flee earlier? Lu Bai pressed. Master, to exit, I would first need to break the bubble. Otherwise, how could I leave? The crayfish explained with a hint of innocence. And why did you capture him? Did you intend to consume him? Lu Bai inquired further. I would never. I've resided here for centuries. If I wished to eat humans, I would have devoured them all by now. He caught my kin, and I merely sought to intimidate him so he would refrain from fishing here again. Then why bring him here? Lu Bai persisted. Today, the sea breeze was rather strong, and I feared he might be blown overboard and drown, so I brought him here. I was just about to return him when you arrived, the crayfish replied, spreading its pincers in a gesture of exasperation. When will he awaken? Lu Bai glanced at old Jean. Logically, he should have already come to, the crayfish responded. Lu Bai observed old Jean closely and noticed his eyelids fluttering slightly. Understanding dawned on him, yet he chose not to reveal this, knowing that their communication through consciousness meant old Jean could not hear their exchange. Do you know if there are any practitioners nearby? Lu Bai continued his inquiries. I have been here since birth, and am unaware of any human practitioners in the vicinity. The crayfish replied, truthfully. Then how did you cultivate to the foundational stage? Lu Bai asked, his curiosity piqued. I discovered a cave beneath this rock, wherein lay a technique suitable for my cultivation. I practiced diligently and became what I am today, the crayfish explained nonchalantly. Lu Bai couldn't help but marvel at the sheer luck of the creature. It seemed that the ocean harbored not only profound dangers, but also unexpected fortunes. Throughout history, countless sea beasts had proven more formidable than humans. Thus, it was only natural for opportunities to arise. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Bai pressed on, little crayfish. Do you know of any other locations in these waters, aside from your cave, that might conceal opportunities for cultivation? General Long Qian pondered for a moment before slowly responding. Master, the vastness of the ocean is boundless, and my knowledge of the deep sea is quite limited. However, I have ventured to the southeast, where a mysterious island resides. It is said that strange lights often flicker there, remnants left by immortals, yet no one has ever dared to approach. Oh, Lu Bai was taken aback. He had not expected that his casual inquiry would yield such intriguing clues from the little crayfish. Please wait for me here. Once I finish my tasks, I will return, and you shall guide me there. Very well, master. Yet, I have heard from my kindred that it is quite perilous there. The little crayfish cautioned with a hint of concern. Lu Bai chuckled. Fear not. Simply lead the way. Once we arrive, you may return, for I shall ascend alone. Upon hearing Lu Bai's assurance, the little crayfish readily agreed. After all, it had cautiously survived for several centuries, gradually enhancing its cultivation, and did not wish to lose its life prematurely. Lu Bai conversed with General Long Qian for a while longer before awakening the dazed old Jean. As old Jean slowly regained consciousness, he groggily beheld Lu Bai and the watchful little crayfish beside him, which sent his countenance paling, nearly causing him to faint again. Lu Bai hastened to comfort him, succinctly explaining the origins and circumstances regarding General Long Qian. Gradually, old Jin's anxiety subsided. Young Master Lu, I am eternally grateful for your rescue. Otherwise, my old bones would have met their end today, old Jin expressed, tears of gratitude glistening in his eyes. Lu Bai waved his hand gently, replying, Old sir, this was merely a misunderstanding. With that, Lu Bai utilized his spiritual power to levitate old Jin gracefully onto his fishing boat. Now fully alert, old Jin realized Lu Bai's extraordinary capabilities and was astonished to find that the immortal he had only heard of in legends was now standing before him. Observing old Jin's respectful demeanor, Lu Bai felt a twinge of nostalgia and sighed inwardly. His injuries and cultivation had nearly fully recovered. It seemed time to depart. Though he felt a sense of reluctance towards this tranquil life, he had yet to find Xiang. Should he locate her? Bringing her here to share a reclusive existence would indeed be a splendid choice. Big brother, Grandpa, have you returned? As they approached the coastal area, Xiao Jin anxiously called out. Lu Bai, upon noticing, summoned his powers, propelling the fishing boat swiftly to the shore. Xiao Jin, what brings you here? Old Jin swiftly disembarked and embraced Xiao Jin, his eyes filled with affection. I was worried when Big Brother went to find Grandpa and didn't return for so long. So I came here to wait for you, Xiao Jin explained. Seeing the innocent expression on Xiao Jin's face, old Jin discreetly turned away to wipe a tear, then smiled, saying, "Young Master Lu, forgive me for the display." "Uncle Jin, do not say such things. The joys of family life are envied by many, and there is no shame in such happiness," Lu Bai replied with a warm smile. Seeing Lu Bai maintain his usual kindness and friendliness, old Jin felt a wave of relief. Previously, he had heard that immortals were often eccentric and prone to violence. However, it seemed that not all were so. As old Jin's demeanor grew increasingly formal, Lu Bai felt an uncomfortable sense of distance. Yet he understood that this unease could not be resolved in a short time and had to accept it. Upon returning home, Lu Bai merely greeted old Jin and urged him to keep the events of the day a secret before retreating into his room. Over the following days, Lu Bai remained secluded at home, while the coastal village continued its tranquil existence, albeit lacking the vitality that Lu Bai's presence had once provided. One day, Xiao Jin excitedly approached Lu Bai. "Big Brother, I have successfully consolidated all the energy circulating throughout my body into my dantian." This progress surpassed Lu Bai's expectations. Upon inspecting Xiao Jin's cultivation, he confirmed that she had indeed reached the initial stage of qi cultivation, filling him with immense satisfaction. Lu Bai remained true to his word, diligently teaching Xiao Jin about medicinal herbs according to the notes of the medicine sage. Whenever they encountered a herb that was not available, he would use chaotic energy to create realistic representations of the spiritual herbs for her to recognize, explaining every detail meticulously. Xiao Jin, exhibiting exceptional talent and diligence, learned rapidly, mastering nearly all the material in a short time, though she still lacked practical opportunities. Lu Bai acknowledged that he could not assist her further in this regard, as he too was not an expert in the field, and she would have to explore and accumulate experience independently in the future. Regarding alchemy, due to her insufficient cultivation, Xiao Jin was unable to refine pills for the time being, but she could create ointments and prepare medicinal baths, showcasing her potential in the field of medicine. Observing Xiao Jin's continuous growth and progress, Lu Bai realized that he had imparted all he could teach her regarding medicine. Thus, he summoned Xiao Jin to the main hall. "Xiao Jin, kneel," Lu Bai commanded solemnly as he sat in the center of the hall, with old Jin quietly standing beside him. Without hesitation, Xiao Jin knelt before Lu Bai. "Remember, your master is called Yao Chun. He is a beloved figure among the people. Today, I take you as my disciple on his behalf, and I hope you shall never tarnish the reputation of the medicine sage. Disciple pays respects to master, and I shall diligently follow your teachings," Xiao Jin replied, her voice trembling with excitement as she performed the bowing ceremony. Subsequently, Lu Bai utilized chaotic power to meticulously sketch the portrait of the medicine sage, alongside the alchemy insights and pharmaceutical compendium, solemnly presenting them to Xiao Jin. In doing so, he fulfilled the medicine sage's wishes, and a heavy weight was lifted from his heart. "Well then, Xiao Jin, Uncle Jin, I must take my leave now. I have to seek out my companions. Take good care of yourselves." Old Jin hurried forward, eager to say something, but before he could speak, Lu Bai's figure began to fade gradually, ultimately vanishing, leaving behind only a faint ripple of spiritual energy in the air, as if whispering of his presence. Xiao Jin reverently bowed several times toward the spot where Lu Bai had disappeared, then slowly rose, her face filled with sorrow and reluctance. Chapter 42. Breaking the formation. How much longer until we arrive, the lobster? Lu Bai reclined against the back of the creature, the sea breeze tousling his hair, imparting a sense of blissful languor. "Master, we have approximately half a day's journey left," the little lobster replied. "There's no rush. Take your time. It's a bit bumpy," Lu Bai said with a slight smile, his voice gentle. "Understood, master," the little lobster acknowledged, adjusting its pace amidst the rolling waves. Lu Bai slowly closed his eyes, savoring the caress of the sea breeze, allowing the little lobster to carry him serenely across the water surface. In this moment, his consciousness submerged into the exclusive system interface nestled within his mind. "System, have you forgotten something?" Lu Bai, eyes still shut, queried the interface playfully. Host, please express your thoughts directly, came the reply. System, do you not think my task is complete? Are there materials in Qingxin Prefecture that could assist my advancement? Why have I not received a notification of task completion? Ding, system detection in progress. After a brief silence, the system's notification chimed anew. Detection complete. Host has fulfilled the task. Points increased by 1,000,000. Remaining points, 1,000,000. System, are you planning to keep this to yourself? Can you be a tad more reliable? Lu Bai's lips curled into a smirk. Detection indicates a change in the host location. System is undergoing automatic upgrade. Lu Bai watched as the system interface abruptly plunged into darkness, his lips twitching in disbelief. He suspected the system was deliberately concocting an excuse to ignore him, fabricating an upgrade as a pretext. With no recourse, he continued to rest, relishing the momentary tranquility. Master, look ahead. The little lobster's voice shattered the silence after half a day. Lu Bai opened his eyes slowly, revealing a mist-enshrouded island ahead, where fleeting, peculiar flashes of colorful light pierced through the fog, glimmering momentarily. Lu Bai, no novice to the world, immediately discerned that a formidable formation guarded the island. The strange lights were likely reflections caused by the energy leakage of the formation. Little lobster, swim closer. I wish to inspect it more closely, he commanded, eyes fixed intently on the island. Master, it is perilous. Many of my kind have met their demise upon approaching. The little lobster trembled in place, refusing to advance. Seeing the little lobster's cowardly demeanor, Lu Bai shook his head in resignation and summoned a stone with a flick of his hand, hurling it forcefully toward the formation. Z. The moment the stone made contact with the formation, it dissolved silently into ashes, like snow meeting the scorching sun, leaving not a trace behind. It appears I must devise a strategy, Lu Bai mused, stroking his chin as he fell into contemplation. Subsequently, he directed the little lobster to circle the island, discovering that the formation surrounded it impenetrably. Undeterred, he submerged to explore beneath the surface, only to find the formation equally unyielding. He even attempted to unleash a full-force chaotic fist strike, but to his dismay, not only did he fail to breach the formation, but it also absorbed his energy, fortifying itself further, leaving him too frightened to attempt such recklessness again. Not far from the formation's edge, Lu Bai, atop the little lobster, furrowed his brow. To abandon this endeavor without further exploration was simply unacceptable. Ding! Upgrade successful. Lu Bai's eyes brightened. This was indeed a fortuitous turn of events. System, what new functions have you acquired post-upgrade? Lu Bai opened the system interface, but could discern no apparent differences, prompting him to inquire aloud. Host, this upgrade has optimized the points function. Firstly, the compression unit for points has been reduced by a factor of 10. Secondly, the system now detects the production of spirit stones at the host location, allowing for conversion of spirit stones into points. 1 low-grade spirit stone equals 1 point. Medium grade equals 10 points. High grade equals 100 points, and supreme grade equals 1,000 points. Does this mean I only need 1,000,000 points to reach the spirit transformation stage? Then what are we waiting for? Upgrade me now, Lu Bai exclaimed, filled with excitement. Ding! Host points are insufficient. Please recharge. Lu Bai was momentarily taken aback. Confusion etched on his face. Hadn't he just completed a task and received 1,000,000 points? He hastily checked the system, only to find that the 1,000,000 points had inexplicably dwindled to 100,000. Curse this system, it leaves no loophole unexploited. Yet, this update bore its own advantages. Previously, he could only exchange points for materials of equivalent strength, but now spirit stones could also be utilized. This meant he could sell his surplus items and trade spirit stones for points, intertwining his cultivation with wealth. System, convert the spirit stones in my system space into points. Lu Bai recalled the many treasures he had amassed in Qingxin Prefecture. Although he had left the majority for Jian Yuanzai, he still retained spirit stones and various miscellaneous items. Ding! Detection reveals excessive impurities in the host system space spirit stones, Even low-grade spirit stones do not meet the threshold for exchange. Liu Bai's expression darkened, unable to suppress his frustration. Are all the spirit stones in Qingxian Prefecture of such inferior quality? How impoverished. System, do you possess any means to breach this formation? Since the spirit stones from Qingxian Prefecture were unusable, he shifted his focus to the island itself. The host may exchange for a one-time use formation-breaking shuttle. Please refer to the system marketplace for specific effects. Liu Bai accessed the system marketplace and soon located the formation-breaking shuttle. The shuttle was available in two varieties. One was permanent, usable indefinitely unless destroyed, yet priced exorbitantly. The other was a one-time use for 10,000 points. After a brief deliberation, he chose the latter without hesitation. Liu Bai gazed at the shuttle, emanating a faint glow in his hands. Just as he was about to launch it toward the formation, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the little lobster beneath him. After a moment of thought, he used 100 points to exchange for a pill capable of elevating a beast from the Foundation Establishment stage to the Gold Core stage without side effects, which he then handed to the little lobster. Take care of the villagers in Linhai Village. Upon hearing that the pill could facilitate such a significant advancement without repercussions, the little lobster was overwhelmed with emotion, tears of gratitude welling in its eyes as it vowed to diligently watch over the villagers before joyfully swimming away. Observing the little lobster's retreating figure, Liu Bai took a deep breath, soaring to the edge of the formation and casting the formation-breaking shuttle into the depths of the barrier. As the shuttle made contact, it rapidly emitted a series of mysterious patterns, engaging the formation in a silent contest. Before long, a large opening, tall enough for a person to pass through, was cleaved into the formation. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Bai darted through the gap, like a specter slipping into the unknown. The moment he crossed the threshold, the formation began to heal itself gradually. Liu Bai marveled at the spectacle, intrigued by the extraordinary phenomenon. However, the island's appearance was far from what Liu Bai had envisioned. Aside from a significantly denser spiritual energy, there was nothing remarkable. The landscape was littered with barren, jagged rocks, resembling any ordinary coral reef. Liu Bai's heart brimmed with confusion. He could not fathom that such a formidable formation would guard an island so unremarkable. Thus, he resumed his meticulous search, inch by inch, employing his spiritual awareness. Sure enough, he discovered peculiarities. At the island's center lay a slight depression, as if something heavy had pressed down upon it for an extended period. Liu Bai's heart raced as he hastened toward it. The closer he drew, the more he sensed an enigmatic force encumbering his perception, causing his heartbeat to quicken involuntarily. When he finally stood at the edge of the depression, the system emitted an urgent alert. Ding! Unknown energy fluctuations detected, suspected remnants of an ancient artifact. Liu Bai's heart jolted. This was the first time the system had issued a proactive alarm. He crouched down, scrutinizing the ground, where he discovered the stones of the depression were inscribed with peculiar symbols. These symbols emitted a faint glow, interweaving with one another. System, decipher these runes, he commanded. The complexity of the analysis was overwhelming, necessitating a substantial expenditure of points. Regardless of the cost, I implore you to proceed with the analysis. As the points were continuously deducted like flowing water, the system's progress bar gradually advanced. Just as his points were nearly depleted, the analysis was finally complete. System, what predicament are you in? You nearly got stuck, Liu Bai remarked humorously, observing his points reset to 0, a mix of amusement and exasperation in his tone. Host, it is merely a reflection of your insufficient level. If you were to cultivate more swiftly and allow me to upgrade, I would not have to exert myself so arduously, the system retorted with unwavering confidence. Liu Bai, shaking his head in resignation at the system's blame, chose to disregard it. Turning towards the circular passageway that the system had opened, he gazed into the abyss below, which was shrouded in darkness, unfathomable and unreachable by his senses. With a determined bite of his lip, he thought, having come this far and expended so many points, it would be a grave pity not to venture inside. After all, merely opening the door had cost nearly 90,000 points, a sum that would have equated to 900,000 points in the past. Upon entering, A damp and decayed atmosphere assaulted him, causing him to wrinkle his nose and instinctively cover his mouth and nose. The cave walls twinkled with a ghostly green luminescence. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it to be a type of moss that emitted a faint glow. As he progressed deeper, Lubai heard an eerie sound, akin to a howling wind intertwined with a low, mournful wail, reverberating throughout the cavern, sending chills down his spine. He clenched his fists, gathering chaotic energy in his palms. After traversing several dozen meters into the cave, the ground became uneven, with massive fissures appearing intermittently. The depths of these crevices were pitch black and bottomless. Lubai cautiously leaped forward. Suddenly, a colossal bat swooped down from the cavern ceiling, akin to a bolt of black lightning, targeting Lubai. "I've been waiting for you," he exclaimed. Quick to react, he swiftly sidestepped and delivered a powerful punch, the force of which sent the bat flying several meters back. Before he could catch his breath, several more bats converged from all directions, circling above in search of an opportunity to strike. Lubai dared not be complacent, employing the phantom step technique. He navigated gracefully through the swarm of bats. Each strike he delivered was infused with potent spiritual energy, causing the bats to retreat, emitting cries of anguish. Just as he contemplated taking a moment to breathe, a rustling noise erupted from the walls of the cave. Countless vines erupted from the crevices, growing at an alarming rate, swiftly sealing off the entire passageway. These vines were a deep shade of green, their surfaces lined with sharp barbs that glimmered coldly in the dim light. Lubai scarcely had time to react before the vines, akin to agile serpents, lunged at him with great speed. He deftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the first wave of attacking vines. "Chaos Fist," he declared, the force of his punch shattering the approaching vines. However, the vines appeared inexhaustible. The severed portions immediately sprouted anew, continuing their assault. Lubai furrowed his brow, realizing that a brute force approach would not suffice. His gaze swept the surroundings, and he discerned that the vines thrived in proximity to the moss. A spark of inspiration ignited within him as he summoned the chaotic energy within, coalescing it into a fierce blade of sword chi, which he directed towards the moss on the cave wall. Where the blade passed, the moss dissipated, and the connected vines wilted instantaneously. Lubai's confidence surged as he unleashed more sword chi, systematically clearing the walls. With large swathes of moss eradicated, the onslaught of the vines began to wane, ultimately falling feebly to the ground. With a sigh of relief, Lubai pressed onward, and before him lay a magnificent hall, its imposing stone door adorned with intricate, mysterious runes. Surely, within lies the secret of this island, he mused quietly to himself, contemplating the stone door before him. Chapter 43. The Divine Artifact, the heaven-turning seal. Lubai, filled with a sense of trepidation, gradually extended his hand to push open the grand stone door of the hall, engraved with enigmatic runes. The creaking sound reverberated softly in the stillness, as the door slowly parted, unleashing a wave of ancient, musty air that sent a shiver down his spine, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Inside the hall, the light was dim to the point of darkness, with only the faint phosphorescence on the walls barely outlining the surroundings. His gaze was immediately captured by a sight in the center of the hall. A colossal golden seal hovered in the air, suppressing a creature resembling a bat beneath it. The creature was unimaginably large, measuring over 10 meters in length, its outstretched wings adorned with intricate and bizarre patterns. Even in its subdued state, its ghastly visage and the malevolent aura it exuded were enough to send chills down one's spine. Cautiously, Lubai approached, the gravel beneath his feet crunching audibly. As he drew within mere steps of the creature, a gentle breeze unexpectedly swept through the hall, and the creature disintegrated into ashes like dust. Simultaneously, the golden seal that had been hovering above the creature lost its support and began to plummet. Lubai, quick-witted, reached out and firmly caught the seal in his hands. What in the world is happening? Lubai's mind momentarily faltered. Before he could further examine the seal, his attention was drawn to a corpse not far away. Clad in ancient battle armor, though decayed beyond recognition, The imposing silhouette still hinted at the grandeur the figure once possessed in life. Lubai stepped closer. As his fingers brushed against the corpse, it crumbled to dust like sand. A fragment of jade slipped from the chest of the corpse. It seems a considerable amount of time has passed here. Even these formidable beings could not withstand the ravages of time, Lubai mused. A sense of melancholy washing over him. He picked up the jade fragment, inhaling deeply as he cautiously probed his consciousness into its depths. In an instant, a vision unfolded in his mind. Above the firmament, the once cloud-wreathed 33 heavens were now stained with blood. The glazed tiles of the celestial palace crumbled in succession, and the steps of white jade shattered inch by inch. The demon general, with 6 wings unfurled and spanning 100 feet, stirred up black gales with each flap of its wings, causing golden immortals to retreat in fear and divine beasts to wail in despair. Zangi, you cannot stop me. The voice of the demon general echoed like the wails of 1,000 specters, and as its bone knife descended, the stars beyond the 33 heavens dimmed in response. In a flash of golden light, a dragon-patterned spear arched across the sky, intercepting the cataclysmic blow. The golden-armored god, general, stood firm in the void, 12 divine halos shimmering behind him, repelling the demonic energy by 3,000 miles. Demon, today shall be your reckoning. Zheng Yi's eyes blazed with fury, and the spear's tip suddenly erupted in a radiant display akin to 9 suns shining together. Amidst the blinding light, 3,000 illusory soldiers arrayed themselves, embodying the highest secret technique of the divine realm, the heavenly soldier combat technique. The demon general laughed maniacally as a demonic eye on his chest opened wide, spewing forth a river of foul blood. The blood ignited upon contact with light, transforming into a sky of purple-black flames. A mere handful of soldiers? Watch me scorch the heavens and boil the seas. At the moment of collision between the two forces, the 33 heavens trembled violently. Countless spatial fissures spread like a spider's web. Upon witnessing this, Zheng Yi's pupils constricted, and he altered the trajectory of his spear, drawing the demon general toward the rift. Want to perish together? In your dreams. The demon general's bone knife suddenly softened, morphing into countless black serpents that ensnared Zheng Yi's limbs. Yet, the runes on the god general's golden armor glimmered, revealing the command word, imperative. With a thunderous roar, the very fabric of space shattered, and the two figures plummeted like meteors into the void. When they shattered the emptiness once more, both were grievously injured, descending from the heights. The 72 spiritual peaks along their descent crumbled one after another, and the waters of the South Sea surged back 3,000 miles. Ultimately, in an unnamed valley, the world fell silent for a moment. As the dust settled, the area spanning 1,000 miles had been turned to charred earth. Zheng Yi knelt upon the ground, his golden armor shattered, his right arm lost to oblivion. Opposite him, the demon general lay with 5 of its wings broken, a demonic eye on its chest oozing black blood. Cough, cough. I did not expect this realm to impose such severe restrictions. The demon general knelt on one knee, its bone knife driven into the ground for support, but your divine essence must be running low as well. No? Zheng Yi offered no reply, his left hand suddenly forming a seal. The heaven-turning seal, suspended in mid-air, erupted with azure light, the characters at its base coalescing into a solid form. In the name of Zheng Yi, I offer my divine essence as a guide. Let the heavens witness. With each incantation, golden flames ignited upon the god general's form. As the final phrase, "Forever seal this demon," escaped his lips, the heaven-turning seal expanded explosively, transforming into a towering mountain that bore down upon the demon general. The roar of the demon general was abruptly silenced, its dark form forcibly pressed 3,000 feet into the earth. As the dust settled, a magnificent mountain stood tall, its surface adorned with an intricate tapestry of sealing runes. Zheng Yi staggered to the mountain's base, using his remaining left hand to draw in his blood, inscribing 9 layers of restrictions at the foot of the mountain. If a fated one arrives here in the future, he gasped as he withdrew the jade fragment, infusing it with his final consciousness. Remember, when the heaven-turning seal stirs, the demon shall awaken. Before he could finish, the god general was seized by a violent fit of coughs, golden blood staining his tattered armor. He managed to move to a nearby stone, collapsing against it, gazing at the suppressed demon with weary eyes, and gradually closed them. Lu Bai slowly opened his eyes, the vision of the formidable confrontation between man and demon igniting a yearning within him. This also illuminated the true nature of the golden seal he held, the heaven-turning seal, artifact level. Fortune has smiled upon me. This is indeed an artifact. If exchanged for points, it can not only elevate my cultivation, but propel me towards divinity. System, exchange the heaven-turning seal. Lu Bai's voice trembled with excitement. Beep. The heaven-turning seal does not belong to the host and cannot be exchanged. System, this is excessive. It is right here in my possession. How can you claim it does not belong to me? Lu Bai protested vehemently. Host, the heaven-turning seal has not acknowledged its master. Sentient artifacts must first recognize their master before they can be exchanged. Then, system, how many points could I gain if I were to exchange the heaven-turning seal? 1 billion. Is that all? It is an artifact. The heaven-turning seal has suffered significant degradation. That is already a friendly price, host. 1 billion is still considerable. System, how can I make the heaven-turning seal acknowledge me as its master? It is inadvisable to simply refine a sentient artifact with spiritual energy. You must either use your blood essence or your divine consciousness for the refinement. The specific methods are for the host to explore independently. Cut the nonsense. Gritting his teeth, he forced out a drop of blood directly onto the heaven-turning seal. Why is there no reaction? After half an hour, Lu Bai felt as if his blood was nearly drained, yet the heaven-turning seal remained unresponsive. Ceasing the bloodletting, he instead directed his consciousness toward the heaven-turning seal. The moment he made contact, his consciousness was uncontrollably drawn into the seal. In an instant, Lu Bai's mind was flooded with images of the heaven-turning seal's basic applications, along with the life story of the god, General Zheng Yi. Suddenly, darkness enveloped Lu Bai, and he fainted, the images abruptly ceasing. His body crumpled to the ground, limp and unresponsive. When Lu Bai regained consciousness, a dull ache throbbed at his temples, and instinctively, he glanced at his hands. System, did you steal my heaven-turning seal? To his dismay, his hands were empty, and in this secluded place, he strongly suspected the system had pilfered it. Host, perhaps you should check yourself before making accusations? After you lost consciousness, the heaven-turning seal flew into your upper dantian. What are you rambling about? Lu Bai hastily turned his attention inward, and indeed, he discovered the heaven-turning seal nestled within his upper dantian. Little one, I shall borrow your consciousness for a while. Who is speaking? The voice was unmistakably not that of the system. Fear not, little one, for I am the spirit of the celestial seal. I shall not linger idly. A fair exchange is in order. Lu Bai gazed at the ancient bronze seal within his consciousness. Elder, can you speak? Naturally, responded the spirit, its tone imbued with a hint of pride. I have slumbered for millennia, and it was only upon sensing the unique, chaotic energy within you that I awakened. The transaction you speak of is? Lu Bai inquired. Simple, the spirit replied unambiguously. You provide chaotic energy to aid my restoration, and in return, I shall grant you access to a portion of the celestial seal's power. Lu Bai furrowed his brow, pondering the implications. Elder, if you say you can lend me some power, which specific abilities would that entail? My current strength is rather meager. I must know what tangible benefits I might receive. The spirit fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Finally it sighed. Very well, considering your chaotic constitution, I shall divulge some details. As the celestial seal shimmered with a blue light, Lu Bai suddenly felt the world spin around him. When he regained his bearings, he found himself in a vast, gray expanse, surrounded by countless shimmering points of light, like stars in the night sky. This is the internal space of the celestial seal. A vague figure of an elderly man materialized before Lu Bai, shifting in size at will. It can store items, sustain living beings, and more wondrously. With a flick of his hand, a mundane low-grade spirit stone appeared in the air, enveloped in azure light. Moments latte. The spirit stone swelled and transformed into a mid-grade spirit stone. Lu Bai's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? Within the celestial seal, time flows differently. Items can be upgraded by 1 grade. However, each item may only be upgraded once and cannot exceed its inherent material limitations, the elder proclaimed with pride. Liu Bai's heart raced at the thought of such an extraordinary ability. Lower grade stones becoming mid-grade stones elevating to high grade, if applied to elixirs or magical artifacts. He snapped back to reality, looking at the elder. Elder, what conditions must be met to utilize this function? An astute inquiry, the elder nodded in approval. 10 strands of chaotic energy each day. Liu Bai quickly calculated the feasibility in his mind. He could generate chaotic energy daily, but not in such abundance. However, if such a remarkable power were within reach. Elder, I can only cultivate 2 strands of chaotic energy each day. 10 is simply unattainable. I could offer you 1 strand, but I still need to cultivate. You young lad, is it customary to bargain so? 10 strands, and you propose to reduce it by 1? Elder, I could part with 2 strands at most. Agreed. He felt he had conceded too much, but had no intention of reneging, as his cultivation relied on the system. However, Elder, you must promise to lend me the celestial seal's other functionalities when I require them. The elder's ethereal form smiled. Certainly, but with your current strength, you cannot possibly wield the seal's offensive or defensive capabilities. That's all right, I shall take my time. Liu Bai grinned, suddenly recalling something. By the way, Elder, how should I address you? I cannot simply keep calling you Spirit. The elder pondered for a moment. You may call me Old Seal. Upon exiting the celestial seal's space, Liu Bai discarded all his trivial spirit stones into it. By the way, the jade slip mentioned that when the celestial seal stirs, the celestial demon awakens. What does that mean? Can the fated celestial demon truly come back to life? Liu Bai pondered, glancing towards the dissipating remnants of the celestial demon. To his surprise, he discovered something, a small, red bead, no larger than a pinky finger. The bead emanated a faint glow, its surface cloaked in a nebulous mist, exuding an aura of mystery. System, what is this object? Can it be exchanged for points? Liu Bai thought to himself, holding on to the hope that it might possess significant value, as it was left behind by a demon general. Why not inquire with the celestial seal? Why ask me? The system retorted sharply. Liu Bai found himself at a loss for words, then fervently praised the system in his mind. Oh, dear system, you are more precious than life itself. There was no choice. For when one is under the eaves, one must bow low. An hour passed, and Liu Bai felt his vocabulary exhausted before a system notification finally chimed. Beep. Detection in progress. System, you aren't stuck, are you? Liu Bai fretted as half a stick of incense burned without any results. Another half stick of incense passed, and at last, the system notification chimed again, allowing Liu Bai to breathe a sigh of relief. Detection successful. This item is a drop of the celestial demon lord's blood. This demon general was likely nurtured by the celestial demon lord. Although he has perished, the blood of the celestial demon is not so easily dissipated and may accompany it in its revival. System, can this be exchanged for points? Yes, it can be redeemed. Liu Bai felt reassured. Let us see how you can revive. Yet a thought crossed his mind. Since the celestial seal could upgrade items, could he not place this blood within the seal and retrieve it the next day for greater points? This notion took root, growing wildly within his mind. Without hesitation, Liu Bai summoned the celestial seal. The spirit, having spoken its piece, fell back into slumber, but it granted Liu Bai some degree of permission for use. Host, I advise against recklessness, the system warned suddenly. Liu Bai froze. What's wrong, system? Is there an issue? This drop of blood is of significant consumption. The celestial demon lord has not sensed it. If you allow this drop to restore, do you think the celestial demon lord might notice? Liu Bai, alarmed, quickly retracted the celestial seal. He certainly did not wish to court danger. System, redeem. Liu Bai opted to exchange it directly with the system. Redemption successful. Points increased by 1,000,000. Remaining points, 1,000,000. System, is that all? Host, this drop of blood is of considerable consumption. Scarcely more than a strand of hair. This is already a friendly price. Very well, 1,000,000 it is. Lu Bai felt a tinge of disappointment, but resigned himself to acceptance. System, can I upgrade now? Beep. Detection successful. Host has sufficient points. Upgrade is possible. Would you like to redeem? Redeem. Redemption successful. Points reduced by 1,000,000. Remaining points, 0. Before Lu Bai could reflect, a warm current surged through him, and insights into the fractured stage of cultivation arose in his mind. System, is that it? Lu Bai felt that this breakthrough was less grand than his previous experiences. Yet, a lingering sense of unease gnawed at him, as if something ominous loomed on the horizon. The system remained silent, merely mocking him with a quip about being a novice before lapsing into silence. Lu Bai, puzzled, chose not to delve deeper and slowly retraced his steps. Oddly enough, the return journey, which had been fraught with peril, was now eerily quiet, devoid of any obstacles, with only the sound of his own footsteps echoing in the empty corridor. Chapter 44. The thunder tribulation. As Lu Bai stepped out of the mysterious cave, he felt as if he had been rebounded like a ball, instantly retreating back inside. System, what is happening? Is the apocalypse upon us? Lu Bai's eyes widened as he gazed at the ominous clouds that obscured the sky. Host, this is the heavenly tribulation. Are you truly unaware of this? Lu Bai was taken aback, pondering, when have I ever witnessed such a heavenly tribulation? Back in Qingxian Prefecture, when Lin Feng broke through to the integration stage, there was hardly a stir. Why is it that when I attempt to ascend to the spirit separation stage, it results in such a grand spectacle? He pouted, a look of frustration etched on his face as he muttered, in all my years, I have never seen what a heavenly tribulation looks like. Why is it that others break through with ease? Yet I am so unfortunate as to receive a thunder strike package upon my breakthrough. Host, each of your breakthroughs is to an extreme realm. The heavenly Tao imposes additional tests on geniuses. Only by passing these trials can one smoothly advance to the next extreme realm. Then why did I not experience this treatment before? Lu Bai pressed on, still unconvinced. Previously, you were too weak. The heavens could not be bothered with you. Upon hearing this, Lu Bai felt as if his heart had been pierced by a needle. He rolled his eyes dramatically, cautiously peeking out. I want to see just what this heavenly tribulation can do to me. At that moment, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky, followed by a tremendous roar as the bolt struck the protective array. It was as if a battle cry had been sounded. A torrent of tribulation lightning began to rain down upon the array with reckless abandon. The array must hold. If it falters, I shall be struck by lightning. Fortunately, although the array shimmered and flickered under the onslaught, it withstood the initial wave of attacks. Lu Bai breathed a sigh of relief. Plopping down on the high platform in the center of the small island, his eyes fixated on the lightning. One wave, two waves. I shall see how many waves this tribulation has. Before long, the sky fell silent for a moment, yet the tribulation clouds thickened, turning darker. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning, twice the size of the previous ones, descended, accompanied by rolling black smoke, tearing through the air with a hissing sound. Following closely was another barrage of tribulation lightning, causing the array to tremble violently. Lu Bai anxiously watched as wave after wave of lightning struck down. By the ninth wave, the lightning shifted from white to black. Although it was but a single bolt, its power eclipsed all preceding strikes combined. This black bolt of lightning descended like a mighty hammer, crashing down upon the array, nearly toppling it. It's over. The array won't be able to withstand this. Fortunately, the ninth bolt was the final one. As he watched the tribulation clouds gradually dissipate, Lu Bai let out a long breath, feeling as though a heavy stone had finally lifted from his heart. Simultaneously, the cultivation energy exchange from the system surged through his body like a tidal wave, causing his meridians to creak and expand. In that moment, Lu Bai realized he had successfully entered the extreme realm of the spirit separation stage. It seemed he could no longer exchange all his energy recklessly. He would need to acquire some treasures capable of withstanding the heavenly tribulation. He approached the edge of the array, preparing to leave this dreadful place, when suddenly he smacked his forehead. Oh no, I forgot to exchange for a way to break the array. With a resigned sigh, He returned to the center of the cave, sitting cross-legged to cultivate the chaotic divine art, hoping that the next day, as heavenly seal would bring him some surprises. In a distant time and space, an old man began to curse profusely. That scoundrel thief has stolen my chaotic energy again, even from this far away. He still does not leave me alone. What sin have I committed? After venting for a while, he flew away in a huff, clutching a fist-sized portion of chaotic energy. System, exchange for points. The next day, Lu Bai extracted 10,000 spirit stones from the heavenly seal and nervously addressed the system. Exchange successful. Points 10,000. Remaining points 10,000. System. Do these spirit stones meet the requirements? Essentially, they meet the standard for low-grade spirit stones. Haha, it appears this item is indeed a treasure. Lu Bai exchanged for another 20,000 spirit stones, raising his points to 30,000. System. Can you help me locate Xiang Xiang? Host. Points insufficient. Please recharge. System. Are you not being a bit too unreasonable? It takes 30,000 points just to locate someone? This is robbery. Xiang Xiang is likely under the watch of a powerful individual. My scanning consumes energy, and your current points are far from sufficient to find her. Can you at least sense whether she is in danger? Lu Bai asked, his face a mask of anxiety. This is possible. It will cost 5,000 points. Is the host certain about the exchange? Exchange. Lu Bai agreed without a second thought. Exchange successful. According to Xiang Xiang's fate, she should be safe. System. Are you doing fortune-telling now? Lu Bai felt exasperated by the system's response. Believe it or not, with no other option, Lu Bai chose to trust it, for the system had yet to lead him astray. System, teleport me to the nearest city. Beep. Positioning successful. Does the host require a fixed-point teleportation or a random teleportation nearby? Fixed-point teleportation costs 15,000 points. Random teleportation costs 12,500 points. System, why is it so expensive? Wasn't it just 1,000 points for a fixed-point teleportation before? Host, that was in the past. Do you know how vast the Tianxian continent is? If you only wish to teleport to a mortal town, it would indeed be cheaper, but they are filled with low-level cultivators and mortals. What can you accomplish there? Moreover, breaking this array does require point expenditure. Lu Bai was left speechless, helplessly waving his hand. All right, fine. It seems I can get a bargain. I will opt for random teleportation to save some points. Teleportation successful. Points minus 12,500. Remaining points 7,500. System, I swear I will not let this matter rest. Lu Bai clambered up from the water pit, cursing at the system with all his might. The system, unfazed, ignored him completely. Get out of the way, you filthy beggar. A scar-faced man from a merchant convoy shouted loudly. Are you calling me a beggar? Isn't it obvious? Just look at your disheveled appearance. He shot Lu Bai a menacing glare. Lu Bai glanced down at himself. Indeed, he appeared rather unkempt. Although displeased, he could not deny the truth in the stranger's words. He was as muddy as a beggar. Uncle Scar, look, that beggar has been following us. A young maid from the merchant cart leaned out, her eyes curiously fixed on Lu Bai. Upon hearing this, the scar-faced man immediately turned his horse around and yelled at Lu Bai, Hey kid, what do you want? Stop following us, if you do. Don't blame me for being rude. He had already scanned the group with his spiritual sense and determined that aside from himself, who was at the golden core stage, the others were merely at the chi refinement stage, and the two women in the cart were entirely devoid of cultivation. This road isn't yours. If you can walk it, why can't I? The scar-faced man looked at Lu Bai with confusion, then scanned him again with his spiritual sense, confirming Lu Bai was a mundane person without any spiritual energy. He cursed, You filthy beggar. You think you can just follow us without consequence? With that, he rolled up his sleeves, ready to take action. Uncle Scar, let him follow us. At that moment, a beautiful young woman alighted from the cart, confidently approaching them. Miss, this person's origins are unclear. It is inappropriate to let him follow, the scar-faced man quickly advised. But uncle, didn't you just say he was an ordinary beggar? If he can keep up, let him be. What trouble could an ordinary person possibly cause? Indeed, with his small frame, I could easily take him down with a single finger. Kid, you can follow, but don't try anything funny, or you'll regret it. Lu Bai chuckled innocently and clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, my lady. You are truly a benevolent soul. I assure you, I shall not cause any trouble." The lady returned his gesture before turning to board the carriage. "Young man, do you think your slight frame can keep up? Would you like me to lend you the horse? You are rather kind, but I have grown up in the mountains, so this journey is nothing to me. Rest assured, I can certainly keep pace." Do not flatter yourself. The lady's kindness allows you to accompany us, but our company does not accommodate idlers. At the next resting place, you shall gather firewood, otherwise you shall go hungry. After the scarred-faced man spoke, he ignored Lu Bai and turned his horse to lead the group at the front. The procession moved at a leisurely pace, and Lu Bai, unhurried, listened to their conversations, eager to glean information. "My lady, why did you allow that fellow to follow us? He does not appear to be a good person," a young girl complained from within the carriage. "Xiao Zhu, perhaps he is facing difficulties. When one is away from home, lending a hand is a virtue, and he does not seem malevolent," the lady replied. "My lady, you are too kind-hearted. How can a good person become a beggar? A wicked person would not display evil upon their countenance." The lady merely smiled at Xiao Zhu without further comment, and silence enveloped the carriage once more. Lu Bai, overhearing their exchange, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, mentally attributing this debt of disdain to the system. Thus, they traveled intermittently, and Lu Bai learned that their destination was Xiangyang County, a domain under the rule of the Heavenly Demon Dynasty. The lady in the carriage was surnamed Yuan, the daughter of the county lord of Zhongliang County, sent to pay taxes in Xiangyang. Originally, it was the responsibility of the county lord's clerk to make the journey. But the county lord wished to curry favor with the county princess of Xiangyang. Having heard that the princess had taken numerous concubines, he sought to send his daughter in hopes of gaining her favor. While it would have been advantageous to send a daughter with cultivation, the family had many sons, and this daughter was their only one, born of a drunken liaison and thus unappreciated at home. Otherwise, considering the bandits and demonic beasts along the way, it would not have been prudent to send only a single golden core cultivator for protection. Chapter 45. The Tangled Paths of Tianxian Continent in the ensuing lengthy journey. Lu Bai seamlessly integrated into the merchant caravan. Each day, upon the sounding of the rest horn, he would gather a bundle of dry firewood. However, the scar-faced man seemed to harbor an innate animosity towards Lu Bai, frequently picking at minor faults and hurling caustic remarks. Lu Bai paid him no mind, merely utilizing the caravan to find his bearings, and deemed it unnecessary to expend energy on such trivialities. After half a month, they finally arrived at Xiangyang County. The shops along the street were closely lined, their massive signs gleaming under the sunlight, while the goods on display dazzled the eye. The caravan came to a steady halt in a spacious courtyard within the city. Although the tax collection day was still a few days away, the scar-faced man had already dispatched several Qi refinement stage associates to queue up. It was said that the tax lines were notoriously long and time-consuming. If they did not seize the opportunity promptly, they would likely waste several days. As Miss Yuan entered the city, she quickly bid farewell to Xiao Zhu and the scar-faced man, disappearing into the throngs of people in the blink of an eye, leaving Lu Bai to assist in properly arranging the goods before parting ways with the caravan. He wandered aimlessly through the city. The vibrancy of Xiangyang County was a stark contrast to Qingxian Prefecture. Not only were the various facilities complete, but even the cultivation levels of the passers-by left Lu Bai in awe. Along his path, he had already encountered several nascent soul experts. Strangely, most of these individuals bore somber expressions, as if the world owed them a substantial fortune, which left Lu Bai perplexed. As Lu Bai continued his aimless stroll, he inadvertently found himself at the West City Gate. The gate stood wide open, welcoming the ebb and flow of people. However, those entering were mostly clad in simple garments, occasionally with a patch or two. Through the gate, Lu Bai caught sight of vast farmlands, the farmers laboring there presenting a stark contrast to the elegantly dressed townsfolk. This scene stirred ripples in Lu Bai's heart, as he vividly recalled that upon entering through the east gate, he had encountered only a broad, smooth, official road, devoid of such a spectacle. Upon exiting the city gate, Lu Bai suddenly realized that entering from this side required a fee. He inwardly mused. Why is there no fee for entering from the east? Arriving at the edge of the fields, Liu Bai noticed an elderly farmer bent over, weeding. Pardon me, elder. Liu Bai greeted him with a slight bow. Young man, what brings you here? The old man replied. I have just arrived from the city and noticed the stark differences between the people here and those outside. What is the reason for this disparity? The old farmer straightened up and slowly explained. Young master, you must be from out of town. Your eyes are sharp. Elder, indeed, I come from afar. The people living in the city are mostly officials and nobility, so naturally, they differ from us. Then why is there a fee to enter the city? The east side has none. That is a rule set by the county. Those entering from the west are primarily the impoverished and small vendors, while those entering from the east are prominent figures, officials, and wealthy merchants who, of course, do not pay such unjust fees. It seems that the Tianma dynasty exhibits significant class division. Just as he pondered this, a sudden commotion erupted nearby. Liu Bai turned to see several officials in uniforms loudly berating a vegetable vendor on the roadside. Is this where you set up your stall? If you continue to make a mess, we will confiscate your goods. Sir, this is my last means of survival. Please do not take it from me, the vendor pleaded, gripping his basket tightly. One of the officials then kicked over the vendor's stall, scattering fresh vegetables across the ground. Another drew a blade. The vendor, filled with terror, knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing and begging, Officials, I implore you, spare me. My family relies on this livelihood. Seeing this, Liu Bai could no longer contain himself. What are you doing? Bullying an unarmed commoner is hardly an act of valor. Who do you think you are, meddling in our affairs? Mind your own business, or you might find yourself in trouble. Before they could finish their threats, Liu Bai dealt them both a resounding slap. Realizing they were outmatched, they exchanged glances and decided to retreat, muttering curses. Stop. You think you could just leave? What do you want? We are from the county magistrate's office. I care not where you hail from. If necessary, I will deal with you first and then hide. Xiangyang County is vast. I hardly believe the magistrate will mobilize forces to search for me. Seeing Liu Bai's determination, one of the officials mustered courage and asked, What do you intend to do? Pick up the vegetables, apologize, or I shall deal with you myself. The two officials exchanged glances, ultimately begrudgingly righting the basket and gathering the fallen produce. Apologize. I'm sorry. No, not to me. The officials hastily directed their apologies to the vendor, offering him a spirit stone as compensation. Now go, and do not let me catch you bullying others again, or I shall not hesitate to intervene. With that, the officials left in disgrace. As they departed, a young man in the crowd discreetly tugged at Liu Bai's sleeve. Turning, Liu Bai found himself facing a young lad who signaled him to follow. They ventured to a secluded corner. The young man cautiously surveyed their surroundings and said, Brother, you are an outsider, unfamiliar with the local situation. You should flee quickly. They have powerful backing, and we cannot contend with them. Thank you for the warning. My name is Liu Bai. I have just arrived in Xiangyang County and am indeed unaware of the local matters. I am Lier, residing nearby. I noticed you are a righteous person, so I felt compelled to warn you. In this place, one must not offend those in power. Lier, you seem to possess cultivation at the later stages of qi refinement. Surely, you do not live in such dire straits? Yet, what does being at the later stage of qi refinement matter? Look at that expanse of farmland. All of it is spirit rice that requires spiritual energy to nurture. Even with my utmost efforts, I can only tend to this meager plot. After paying the government 60% in taxes, plus the head tax, there is scarcely anything left. A lifetime of spirit rice, and I have yet to savor its true flavor. Liu Bai gazed at the rice in the fields, sensing the spiritual energy within, his curiosity deepening. Lier, can you elaborate? Logically speaking, even without spirit rice, one could still cultivate using spiritual energy. How can you not make ends meet? Brother, it seems you have fled from hardship. Liu Bai remained silent, awaiting Lier's further explanation. Actually, it is the same everywhere. We are under the jurisdiction of the Tianma dynasty, which spans vast territories comprising 5 continents, 32 prefectures, and 152 counties, and governs thousands of counties. Wherever the Tianma dynasty reigns, the taxation remains uniform. Such a dynasty, is there no resistance? Of course there is. Inu continent, Shueli continent, Gui Yuan continent, and Mo continent. They were once dynasties themselves, but they could not endure the Tiamat dynasty's expansion and were ultimately unified under its banner. Lier. To which realm do we specifically belong? We belong to Tiamat continent, Mo Long prefecture, Xianyang county. Lier then shared further insights into cultivation. Since the Tiamat dynasty's establishment, aside from its internal members, others could cultivate only up to the nascent soul stage. Moreover, the regulation of cultivation techniques was exceedingly stringent. Even the dynasty's members could not access advanced techniques without demonstrating merit. Ordinary folk like them will likely never have the opportunity to elevate their cultivation in this lifetime. Do the sects here not intervene? Liu Bai found it hard to fathom that the esteemed Tianxin continent could be in such a state. The sects have long since vanished. Li Er's expression dimmed. It is said that they once existed, but were eradicated by the Tiamat dynasty, with only a small fraction managing to escape. However, they have been relentlessly suppressed, and anyone who dares to shelter them would face the dire consequences of collective punishment for their entire clan. With the Tiamat dynasty treating the common people in such a manner, have you never contemplated escape? Where could we possibly flee? Lier sighed helplessly. The conditions were uniform across the Tiamat dynasty, and beyond its borders, there were troops stationed everywhere, making escape impossible. What lies beyond the Tiamat dynasty? Liu Bai's curiosity intensified. To the east is the Zhengyi dynasty, which is quite similar to our own, though it is said to be in a perpetual state of weakness. Perhaps one day destined to be unified under our dynasty. To the west stretches an endless ocean, the extent of which remains a mystery, and is the territory of the sea tribes, inhabited by numerous formidable sea creatures. Fortunately, they have little interest in land, allowing for an uneasy coexistence. To the south is the Dui kingdom, a place devoid of any order. It is believed that when the Tiamat dynasty was established, a powerful evil cultivator emerged and unified the southern region. The land is rife with malevolent spirits and zombies, and some wicked individuals take refuge there. It is rumored that the sects that manage to escape are also hidden in that area, possessing great strength and frequently launching surprise attacks against our Tiamat dynasty. To the north lies the domain of the demon race, teeming with all manner of beasts and spirits, and it is said that divine beasts also roam there, fierce and untamed. Although our Tiamat dynasty is the most powerful, situated at the center of the Tianxin continent, we must contend with so many formidable forces, causing a perpetual shortage of spiritual resources like spirit rice. Lier, my brother, you seem to possess a wealth of knowledge. These are the tales they tell when collecting taxes, claiming that the dynasty must levy taxes to protect us. Yet, with these taxes, we are barely able to survive. They exploit us to the bone while masquerading their actions as protection. Lier, do you know the cultivation level of the esteemed county princess? Lier cautiously glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before lowering his voice to respond. The county princess is incredibly formidable. I'm not precisely aware of her level of cultivation. However, I heard that last year, when Zhongliang County was invaded by evil spirits at the integration stage from the Dui Kingdom. The county princess resolved the situation with a single move. Her power is simply unfathomable. Resolving an integration stage threat with a single move? Liu Bai was taken aback. It seems the county princess is at least at the late integration stage, perhaps even having reached the void returning stage. Lier, does this mean we cannot change our situation? We can. A glimmer of hope flashed in Lier's eyes. The dynasty requires fresh blood. We can take the imperial examinations, both literary and martial, and if we succeed in becoming a scholar, we would only need to pay 2/10 of the taxes. However, for individuals like us, passing the county examinations is a distant dream, let alone becoming a scholar. Those examinations, though seemingly fair, are riddled with corruption. With your cultivation at the late Qi refining stage, passing the county examination should not pose a problem, should it? Recommendations are necessary. If those officials do not receive any benefits, they certainly won't issue us recommendation letters. They value money above all else. All right, Liu Bai, I must return to my work. If you have nowhere to go, you are welcome to stay at my place tonight. I am profoundly grateful, Lier. I will explore a bit longer and find you later this evening. However, Do not enter the city today. You have offended those two officials, and they will surely seek revenge. Understood. Lier, I shall heed your warning. Watching Lier depart, Lu Bai couldn't help but reflect. The environment here is far more oppressive than that of Qingxin Prefecture. Chapter 46. Leasing in Xiangyang County. Lu Bai once again traversed the Western Gate, paying 10 low-grade spirit stones before stepping into Xiangyang County. Nowadays, acquiring materials of the same grade proved to be a daunting challenge, leaving him at a loss as to where to begin. It appeared that his only recourse was to locate a shop, earn some spirit stones, and exchange them for points. With this resolution firmly in mind, Lu Bai began weaving through the bustling streets. From a western gate to the eastern gate, he failed to spot a single available shop for rent. In desperation, he entered a store, intending to inquire with the attendant. Upon his arrival, the attendant greeted him with a beaming smile. But the moment he mentioned his desire to rent a shop, the attendant's expression soured, and without uttering another word, he was swiftly ejected. Stop! Just as Lu Bai was about to depart, he halted upon catching sight of the two constables he had previously taught a lesson, now approaching with a squad of patrolling soldiers. The captain, adorned with a bronze badge, glared at him with piercing eyes. My lord, it is this rascal. One of the constables seethed. A wave of unease washed over Lu Bai. He bore no fear of these constables, yet engaging them here would surely attract the attention of the officials' cultivators. It was unwise to escalate the situation. This esteemed lord, Lu Bai clasped his hands respectfully, his tone courteous yet assertive. The incident the other day was merely a result of these two constables oppressing the innocent. I acted impulsively upon witnessing injustice. The captain narrowed his eyes, hand resting on his sword's hilt. Assaulting an official is punishable by 30 strikes and imprisonment. My lord, please consider, Lu Bai replied calmly. I am willing to compensate for the medical expenses and donate 100 spirit stones as restitution for my previous actions. The captain's demeanor softened slightly, but before he could respond, the constable interjected with a harsh voice, Do not trust him, my lord. This fellow is quite sinister and a formidable opponent. Lu Bai sighed inwardly, realizing that reconciliation was unlikely. In that case, the captain coldly declared, Take him back to the yamen for further discussion. Commander, find a way. Redemption method, 100 points. Would you like to proceed? You charge 100 points for a few foundation establishment cultivators? Then perhaps you should just eliminate them. Damn it, if I could escalate this matter, I wouldn't need your assistance. Fine, let us proceed with the exchange. Ding. Exchange successful. Points minus 100. Remaining points, 7,400. Wait. Lu Bai suddenly lifted his gaze. That bronze talisman at your waist, did you not acquire it 3 years ago from a wandering Taoist? The captain hesitated, instinctively reaching for the talisman at his waist. How do you know? This talisman was originally a pair, Lu Bai whispered. The other is with your son, is it not? The captain's pupils constricted. This was a matter known only to a select few. Without allowing him a moment to react, Lu Bai continued. The talisman bears the inscription Jinsha, yet the strokes are incomplete, rendering it largely ineffective. If confronted by malevolent energies, it may even harm the bearer. The captain's expression shifted dramatically. Indeed, his son had recently been inexplicably lethargic, and medicinal stones had proven futile. I possess some knowledge of talismanic arts. Lu Bai smiled slightly, and I am willing to restore this talisman to demonstrate my sincerity. The captain stared at him intently for a long time before finally waving his hand. Everyone stepped back. Reluctantly, the constables dispersed. Lu Bai used his finger to inscribe upon the talisman, infusing it with chaotic energy, and the missing runes were instantaneously restored, emanating a faint azure glow. My lord, Lu Bai withdrew his hand. Your son shall recover within 3 days. Shall we consider today as incident resolved? The captain grasped the talisman tightly, studying Lu Bai for a moment before he said, Depart. Do not let me see your name on any county records again. Lu Bai bowed respectfully and turned to leave. Unable to find a shop for rent, Lu Bai had no choice but to return outside the city to seek out Lier and assist him in maintaining the spirit fields. On their way home, many greeted Lier warmly, indicating his commendable reputation. Lier, is this your home? Lu Bai asked, surveying the dilapidated dwelling before him. Indeed, it is humble, Li Er replied with a hint of embarrassment. Please do not take offense, Lu Bai. Lu Bai examined the surroundings, noting the utter simplicity of the furnishings, even more so than the humble abode of the medicine sage. Li Er, is this the standard of living for your villagers? He could not help but inquire. Li Er poured a cup of tea and remarked, this place is still relatively decent. At least it can shelter us from the wind and rain. Logically speaking, with your cultivation, repairing or reconstructing a home should not pose much difficulty, correct? What you may not understand, Lu Bai, is that most of us here are at the early to mid stages of qi refinement. Some have taken on additional land to improve their family lot. Aside from eating and restoring spiritual energy, they spend nearly all their time maintaining the spirit fields, leaving little opportunity for other pursuits, Li Er explained with resignation. Year after year, have you never considered alternative methods? In Qingxian Prefecture, everyone cultivates independently, with some even reaching the nascent soul stage. And the sword immortal has attained the out-of-body stage. Even if the cultivation methods are regulated and progress is slower, it is still preferable to a life devoid of hope. It is not entirely so, considering the 150-year lifespan of a qi refinement cultivator. As long as one pays a total of 350 stones, they are exempt from taxes and will receive a foundation establishment pill. If successful in foundation establishment, they will be registered with the dynasty and will receive foundation establishment techniques, along with the ability to manage 10 qi refinement cultivators. For foundation establishment cultivators, the threshold is 300 years and a total of 3,500 stones, leading to tax exemption and the issuance of a gold core pill. This pattern continues onward. Of course, qi refinement cultivators remain the majority. Even foundation establishment cultivators, who manage 10 qi refinement individuals, often find themselves overwhelmed, which is why at times even gold core cultivators participate in management, increasing the number of overseen individuals to 100. Lu Bai finally grasped the general operational model of this dynasty. Those who succeeded in the county examinations were exempt from labor, yet held the responsibility of managing the normal operations of the village. After all, they were considered officials. The disparity between foundation establishment cultivators and those beyond was stark. Whenever corruption or calamity struck, it was invariably the lower-tier cultivators who bore the brunt of the suffering. Some foundation establishment individuals, in their pursuit of quotas, would unlawfully increase taxes, leaving the lower class in dire straits. Is this model the same for those beyond the nascent soul stage? Lu Bai probed, eager to comprehend the entirety of the situation. Not quite. Those at the nascent soul and out-of-body stages are recruited into the cultivator army. Li Er paused before continuing. The dynasty is in constant conflict and urgently requires fresh blood. It is said that the conditions in the barracks are quite favorable, with daily provisions of spirit beast meat, spirit rice, and spirit wine. As long as one achieves military merit, they can exchange for anything, including techniques, pills, and magical artifacts. Lu Bai reflected that while others risk their lives on the battlefield, such benefits would naturally be prioritized for them. Li Er sipped his tea and, sensing Lu Bai was processing the information, resumed. As for those at the dividing spirit integration and returning void stages, they will be forcibly recruited by the dynasty and sent to designated locations, either serving in the military or in various offices throughout the prefectures, counties, and cities. Must one serve? Is there no option to decline? Lu Bai was particularly concerned about this, as he had no desire to be bound by the dynasty. Refusal is possible, but one must register, and regardless of their occupation, they are required to pay taxes. After registration, annual reports must be submitted, and a designated individual will keep records. Failure to report or register will result in being treated as an evil cultivator and hunted down. However, it is said that upon reaching the returning void stage, one must hold a position within the dynasty, even if it is a nominal one, and the dynasty will provide a monthly salary. Lu Bai mused that this was not merely an appointment. It was akin to being conscripted. Should danger arise, those collecting salaries would undoubtedly be the first to be sent into the fray. Having gained a substantial understanding of the Tiangong dynasty structure, he casually inquired about his earlier intention to rent a shop. Li Er chuckled. Lu Bai, to rent a shop in Xianyang City, one must register with the county magistrate. If there are no available shops, one must wait. Additionally, To prevent evil cultivators from purchasing items, one must possess their own identification. Otherwise, even with money, one cannot buy anything within the city. Liu Bai was genuinely taken aback, realizing that the prospect of opening a shop here was fraught with complications. The following morning, Liu Bai and Li Er set out together. Liu Bai intended to seek out the county magistrate, as Li Er had advised. Before parting ways, Li Er discreetly hinted at some key points to keep in mind when dealing with the city lord, after which they each went their separate ways. After bidding farewell to Li Er, Liu Bai walked toward the city lord's residence, his emotions a tangled mix. At last, a magnificent estate loomed before him. Taking a deep breath, Liu Bai straightened his attire and approached with measured steps. "Halt! Who goes there?" a guard barked. Liu Bai, maintaining his composure, clasped his hands and replied, "I am Liu Bai, a traveler from afar, wishing to rent a shop in Xiangyang County to conduct business. I have come to report and register with the esteemed city lord." The guard barely lifted his eyelids, expressing his impatience. "The city lord is currently occupied. Return in a few days." Understanding the underlying dynamics, Liu Bai discreetly produced a pouch of spirit stones and stepped closer, saying, "Two brothers, I implore your assistance. Once my affairs are settled, I shall treat you both to a drink." The guards, now more accommodating, accepted the substantial pouch of spirit stones with little fanfare. "You seem quite astute. The county magistrate no longer needs to handle such matters personally. Follow me, and I shall take you to the magistrate's residence." After a brief while, Liu Bai arrived at a slightly smaller dwelling than the city lord's. The guard handed Liu Bai over to the sentinels at the magistrate's residence. Liu Bai then parted with another pouch containing nearly 100 spirit stones before being led through several corridors to a meeting hall. Within, a middle-aged man clad in resplendent robes, exuding a restrained presence, occupied the main seat. "Commoner Liu Bai, I pay my respects to the magistrate," Liu Bai said with deep reverence, bowing low. "I hear you wish to rent a shop?" the magistrate inquired, barely lifting his gaze. "Yes, esteemed sir. I hope to engage in small business within this county and seek your assistance in locating a suitable shop," Liu Bai replied courteously. "Currently, all shops in this county are occupied. Please register and await further news," the magistrate stated, handing Liu Bai a registration form. With a smile, Liu Bai accepted the form, glanced at it, and returned it, placing a storage pouch underneath. Unsure of the customary gifts in this region, he had learned little from Li Er. However, using his spiritual sense, he discerned that the magistrate was a cultivator at the spirit division stage, so he deposited 1,000 low-grade spirit stones in the pouch. The magistrate, noticing Liu Bai's empty registration form, felt a twinge of displeasure. He had spotted the storage pouch, but, judging by Liu Bai's attire, dismissed it. However, curiosity compelled him to examine the pouch with his spiritual sense. Upon doing so, his eyes widened in surprise. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones were nearly equivalent to his annual salary. "How fortuitous for you to arrive. I just recalled that a shop became available yesterday. Why don't you take a look and see if it suits your needs?" The magistrate's demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation, leaving Liu Bai momentarily stunned, exclaiming, "Goodness!" The shop's location was less than ideal, somewhat remote, yet Liu Bai remained unconcerned. He believed that the quality of goods would ultimately determine success, regardless of location. After all, fine wine needs not fear the depth of the alley. "If you have no objections, please provide your identification so I may register you. And you can take over the shop directly," the magistrate instructed. "Esteemed sir, I seem to have misplaced my identification," Liu Bai stammered, feeling a swell of anxiety. "This poses a problem. Without identification, I cannot issue you a rental certificate for the shop," the magistrate replied, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table. Liu Bai understood this was yet another request for money. Gritting his teeth, he presented an additional 500 spirit stones. Only then did the magistrate allow him to seek out the county clerk. Liu Bai silently lamented the rapidity with which his funds were depleting. 500 spirit stones for a mere request felt exorbitant, prompting thoughts of becoming an official himself. He eventually paid 1,000 low-grade spirit stones to procure his identification. Adopting the name Liu Qingxian, he feared that if the imperial system discovered his true identity, his current strength would be insufficient to contend with the heavenly demon dynasty. Thus he chose to proceed with caution. When Liu Bai returned to the magistrate's residence later that afternoon, he waited a considerable time before the magistrate finally arrived. "Is your identification ready?" "Let me see," the magistrate inquired. Liu Bai hastily presented the completed document. "Lu Qingxian, a fine name. What type of shop do you intend to open?" the magistrate asked, examining the identification. Having long contemplated this, Liu Bai replied, "Esteemed sir, I wish to open a general store, though I have yet to finalize the specifics of the merchandise. I must clarify some matters. Your business scope is limited to goods suitable for the qi refinement stage. Should you wish to sell resources for cultivation above this level, you must maintain a proper source of goods, and they must come from official channels, as we will conduct inspections periodically." "Understood, esteemed sir. I have always been an honest trader and shall abide by the rules," Liu Bai assured him earnestly. Additionally, the rental fee is 2,000 low-grade spirit stones per annum, with taxes assessed according to the size of your shop. For further inquiries, you may consult the tax officer, the magistrate added. Thus, Liu Bai secured a 5-year lease, parting with 10,000 spirit stones for the shop. He subsequently visited the tax officer, paying the taxes for 5 years in one go, inclusive of a necessary gratuity. As he departed, the tax officer patted his chest, assuring him that there would be no additional tax burden for the year. Unbeknownst to Liu Bai, after his exit, a minor official approached the magistrate, whispering, "Brother-in-law, this man is quite wealthy and lacks identification. Should we?" He gestured with a hand across his throat, his eyes gleaming with malice. "No need. This man is merely a nascent soul cultivator. His funds will soon dwindle, since he has rented for 5 years. It indicates he will remain here for some time. Why not wait until he is more prosperous before we act?" The magistrate scoffed with a cold smile. "Truly wise, brother-in-law." The official flattered. Had Liu Bai known that others were eyeing his gifts while plotting his demise, he would surely have felt a deep sense of foreboding. Upon opening the shop door, Liu Bai immediately recognized he had been deceived. The interior was coated in a thick layer of dust, with cobwebs sprawled across every corner, betraying the notion that it had only just been vacated. It appeared that the heavenly demon dynasty was utterly corrupt, taking his money without delivering on their promises. Liu Bai could only manage a bitter smile. However, a small consolation lay in the shop's generous size, with 2 rooms both inside and out, providing him with a place to stay. This was the sole silver lining amidst a series of vexing tribulations. Chapter 47. The Azure Pavilion. Liu Bai stood alone in the yet-to-be-opened shop, gently closing his eyes. The chaotic energy within him surged like an invisible torrent, sweeping through every corner of the establishment, rejuvenating it entirely. "System, please exchange for some shelves," he commanded. Beep. Exchange successful. Points -100. Remaining points 7,300. The following morning, as dawn broke, Liu Bai arrived early at the city lord's manor. To manage cultivation resources above the qi refinement stage, one must adhere strictly to the regulations established here. The city lord's manor is the enforcer of these rules. Upon reaching the entrance, he unhesitatingly retrieved a large bag of spirit stones from his storage pouch and handed it to one of the guards. After a smooth passage to the reception room, Liu Bai soon heard the steady and powerful sound of footsteps approaching from afar. A middle-aged man entered the room with a composed stride, exuding a formidable aura. Liu Bai could distinctly sense that this county governor possessed terrifying strength. If he chose to act against Liu Bai, resistance would be futile. "You are Lu Qingxian? I've heard that you wish to manage resources above the qi refinement stage. How much stock do you intend to procure?" The governor's tone bore a hint of impatience. Clearly, had he not been informed of Liu Bai's generous disposition by the guard, he would not have wasted time meeting him. Liu Bai maintained a smile. "Might I inquire how much resources you can provide, and what is the highest grade available?" The governor narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing Liu Bai before responding. "Your ambitions are quite considerable. However, to manage resources beyond the qi refinement stage, a corresponding deposit is required. The level of resources I can offer will depend on the amount of the deposit you provide. Of course, should you cease operations in the future, the deposit can be refunded." Liu Bai understood that the promise of a refund was merely a ploy. "Pray tell, what are the deposit amounts for the various stages?" 500 low-grade spirit stones for the foundation establishment stage, 5,000 for the golden core stage, 50,000 for the nascent soul stage, 500,000 for the out-of-body and separation stage, and 500,000 for the integration and returning void stages. Consider your options wisely. After contemplating, Lu Bai found the prices somewhat steep, yet not entirely unacceptable. Governor, may I pay a portion of the deposit first and receive some goods from the out-of-body stage? I will send a message home immediately and ensure the remaining deposit is delivered by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. Naturally, I will pay in full for the goods acquired today. This does not conform to the regulations. A full deposit must be paid before you can commence operations. He was indifferent to which family Lu Bai hailed from, for none could contend with the imperial power. Lu Bai, feeling helpless, proposed, "Then, esteemed governor, may I return tomorrow to settle the deposit? Would that be acceptable?" Observing the governor's resolute expression, Lu Bai realized that achieving his goal today was unlikely. The governor's demeanor darkened, revealing a trace of displeasure. Seizing the moment, Lu Bai quickly offered an additional 1,000 spirit stones. Upon receiving the stones, the governor's expression softened slightly. "Very well. I shall grant you a maximum of 1 day. Should you fail to resolve this matter by tomorrow, do not entertain thoughts of opening your shop." Lu Bai nodded eagerly in agreement and promptly departed the city lord's manor. Initially, he had intended to acquire resources directly from the manor, fully aware that all high-end resources in town originated there. Now, that opportunity had slipped away, and his plans lay in temporary disarray. Reluctantly, he headed to the largest shop in the city, Treasured Goods Pavilion. Upon entering, a cheerful attendant rushed to greet him, brimming with enthusiasm. "Esteemed guest, what can I assist you with today?" Lu Bai replied. "Could you please introduce the goods available here?" The attendant, full of confidence, responded, "You have indeed come to the right place. Our Treasured Goods Pavilion is owned by the county governor, offering a comprehensive array of cultivation resources, all at prices significantly more favorable than those found in other shops in the city." Rest assured, Lu Bai was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this establishment was also under the governor's purview. "Show me the materials for the out-of-body stage." The attendant hesitated momentarily, but a flicker of excitement crossed his eyes. It seemed he had underestimated this guest, who appeared to be a substantial client. He quickly invited Lu Bai to the 3rd floor, explaining, "The 1st floor contains materials for the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages, the 2nd floor for the golden core and nascent soul stages, and the 3rd floor is dedicated to the out-of-body and separation stages." Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Lu Bai's eyes brightened. The attendant pointed to the shelves, saying, "The items on the left are for the out-of-body stage, while those on the right are for the separation stage." After a cursory glance, Lu Bai noted that the prices for the out-of-body materials range from 500 to 50,000 spirit stones, whereas the separation stage materials were priced between 50,000 and 500,000 spirit stones. Compared to other shops, the prices here were indeed more reasonable. As Lu Bai surveyed the last item, the attendant approached him softly. "Valued guest, have you found anything to your liking? If you have other requirements, do let me know, and I shall do my utmost to accommodate you." Lu Bai nodded. "It appears that the selection of materials is somewhat limited, is it not?" He observed that there were only about 30 options for the out-of-body stage and merely 10 for the separation stage, which perplexed him. After all, this was supposed to be the governor's shop, and it should offer a more extensive inventory. The attendant, still smiling, explained, "Esteemed guest, our shop is fortunate to possess this many materials. In other shops throughout the city, having even 2 or 3 options for the out-of-body or separation stages would be considered exceptional. The current resource controls are exceedingly strict. Without a certain background or strength, acquiring these precious resources is virtually impossible. Please bring me all the materials priced around 5,000 spirit stones," Lu Bai instructed. Armed with the heaven-turning seal, opting for the cheapest out-of-body materials would yield greater profits. The attendant, delighted at the prospect, promptly agreed and hurried away to prepare the items for Lu Bai. For him, this was a significant opportunity, and if successful, he would earn a considerable commission. Before long, the attendant returned with the materials, respectfully stating, "Esteemed guest, here are the 18 items you requested." Lu Bai accepted the storage bag and meticulously scanned its contents with his spiritual sense, confirming the quantity was correct. He then handed the attendant another storage bag, saying, "The spirit stones are within. Please count them." The attendant graciously accepted the bag. "Rest assured, esteemed guest. The spirit stones are accounted for. Kindly provide your identification to facilitate the issuance of a material source certificate. You may use this batch of materials freely. However, should you wish to resell them, a corresponding certificate will also be required." Lu Bai nodded in understanding and handed over his identification. While awaiting the attendant's return, he discreetly placed the newly acquired materials into the heaven-turning seal. After leaving the treasured goods pavilion, Lu Bai returned to his shop. He removed the original shop sign and, utilizing 2,000 points, exchanged for a plaque bearing the name Azure Pavilion from the system space. Previously, he had glimpsed a particularly rare plaque in the system, reputed to greatly enhance the shop's fortune. Regrettably, its exorbitant price was beyond his means. Although the current sign serves merely a fraction of its intended purpose, it is certainly better than nothing. Once the sign was properly hung, Lu Bai clapped his hands in satisfaction, gazing at the rejuvenated shop with a sense of contentment. He meticulously arranged the supplies he had acquired in Qingxian Prefecture on the shelves, then seated himself at the counter, patiently awaiting customers. As for the materials beyond the qi refining stage, due to the stringent control over resources in this area, he had yet to fully grasp the intricacies involved. Thus, he decided to defer any actions until the following day when he would obtain the operating rights. However, as time ticked away, the entire afternoon passed without a single customer gracing his shop. The next day, as soon as the clock struck, Lu Bai eagerly retrieved the supplies he had stored in the turning sky seal from the previous day. As he had anticipated, the quality of these materials had indeed improved by a level. What had barely reached the out-of-body stage yesterday now achieved the spirit division stage today. Filled with excitement, Lu Bai exclaimed, "Exchange!" The exchange proved successful. 17 low-quality spirit division materials netted him a total of 850,000 points, while a single mid-level spirit division material added another 55,000 points, leaving him with a remaining total of 917,500 points. Overjoyed, Lu Bai realized that, combined with his previous leftover points, he had earned approximately 810,000 points in just one day, stirring a wave of exhilaration within him. Subsequently, Lu Bai returned to the prefectural governor's residence, where he deposited a security bond of 500,000. Upon entering the governor's warehouse to procure supplies, he was astonished to discover that the same items were available for merely 4,000 spirit stones here, which was an eye-opening revelation. However, the governor proved to be extremely parsimonious. No matter how Lu Bai pleaded, the governor stubbornly permitted him to select only 10 items at the out-of-body stage. And that was after he had presented a gift. Left with no other choice, Lu Bai settled for 20 items from the nascent soul stage. As a maximum he could procure from this category was also limited to 20. Noticing that the cheapest materials from the nascent soul stage were merely 500 spirit stones, Lu Bai felt a twinge of temptation. He reluctantly selected a few items from the golden core stage until he had exhausted all his spirit stones before leaving the governor's warehouse with a heavy heart. Upon returning to his shop, Lu Bai placed the materials of golden core stage and above into the turning sky seal, then arranged the foundation establishment and qi refining materials neatly on the shelves. Seated at the counter, his mind lingered on the abundant treasures within the governor's warehouse, and he couldn't help but reflect on the governor's extreme stinginess, allowing deliveries only once a month. He pondered that the 10 items he procured at the out-of-body stage could be transformed into 10 items at the spirit division stage. He did not intend to sell these materials, as he himself was at the spirit division stage and could directly convert them into points. The 10 spirit division items could potentially yield around 500,000 points. At this rate, he merely needed to accumulate 10 million points to ascend to the integration stage, and it appeared that such a feat would not take long. The other materials he sold could serve as capital to purchase additional supplies, or if he had surplus spirit stones, he could also convert them into points. However, he found himself troubled by the discrepancy in quantity when upgrading nascent soul materials to the out-of-body stage. Nevertheless, He soon resolved to simply retain these materials for now, essentially considering them as profit, and would devise a solution to this dilemma in due course. At that moment, the shop finally welcomed its first customer. This patron appeared to be a somewhat undernourished farmer, who upon entering the shop, inquired, "Do you have qi gathering pills? How much do they cost?" Lu Bai had already researched the market. The qi gathering pills at the Jinping building were the most affordable, with other shops pricing them at approximately 5 spirit stones for 2 pills, while Jinping offered them at 2 spirit stones each. Lu Bai knew he could not undercut the Jinping building without incurring the governor's wrath. Moreover, since the cost price of the qi gathering pills was merely 1 spirit stone, selling them at 2 stones already constituted a doubling of profit, which was quite respectable. Thus, Lu Bai responded with a smile. "Indeed, there are 2 spirit stones each. The same price as at the Jinping building. How many would you like?" The farmer, upon hearing the price, displayed a glimmer of surprise and asked, "Is it truly just 2 spirit stones each?" Lu Bai nodded affirmatively, stating, "We uphold integrity, and our prices align with those of the Jinping building." Fortunately, after a moment's hesitation, the farmer placed 4 dark spirit stones on the counter, which appeared to have been cherished for some time, their surfaces already acquiring a patina. Lu Bai paid no mind to this as he accepted the stones, retrieved 2 qi gathering pills from the shelf, and handed them to the farmer. The farmer took the pills, cautiously concealed them with his clothing, and hurriedly departed the shop. Chapter 48. The County Magistrate's True Dilemma. This is the place. Qingxian Tower. Boomed the lead figure, a burly man with a deep voice, Wang Taizhu, the farmer who had purchased the gathering qi pill yesterday. Behind him trailed a dozen similarly clad men, their eyes glistening as they gazed at the shelves. "Good morning, everyone," Lu Bai greeted with a smile, clasping his hands together. Wang Taizhu, excitedly thumping the counter, exclaimed, "Our village has heard that your medicinal pills are reasonably priced, so we all came." Lu Bai's gaze swept over their frayed garments and cracked hands. He turned and retrieved a jade-green bottle from the Duobao pavilion. "We have just received new Peiyuan pills, 2 spirit stones for 1. Is it true?" An elderly hunchback trembled, extending 3 fingers. "The treasure pavilion charges 3 spirit stones and always claims our hands are filthy." Lu Bai directly poured a pill into the old man's palm. The pill was smooth and gleamed like jade, with cloud-like patterns faintly visible on its surface. "Jimbo, right? Your spiritual energy stagnates in the lung meridian. This pill is just what you need." As he spoke, he wrapped 3 pills in oil paper and stated, "I will charge you 9 spirit stones." Suddenly, the old man's eyes reddened. After 20 years as a spiritual farmer in Xianyang County, no one had remembered his surname. The shelves quickly became crowded, with some discovering the tin box containing the hemostatic powder inscribed with drainage techniques for spiritual fields during heavy rain. Others, after purchasing pills, received a stack of talisman papers from Lu Bai, simple insect-repelling charms from the comprehensive guide to basic talisman techniques, yet invaluable to spiritual farmers. As a traverser, he knows precisely how to profit. "Lu Bai," Wang Taizhu suddenly lowered his voice, "with your sales tactics, are you not incurring losses?" "Ha! It's just the grand opening. We are running promotions. We won't lose money, merely not profit. I hope you all will frequent my little shop." "Lu Bai, you're magnanimous." This declaration further ignited the store's business. Some even rushed home to fetch spirit stones. "Lu Bai, how do you sell these spiritual plants?" Most of these spiritual plants were gathered from the mountains. They are nearly mature, 2 plants for 1 spirit stone. You can plant them. Once mature, you might even exchange them for some spirit stones. After all, you all need to cultivate spirit grains. Nurturing an additional medicinal plant is hardly burdensome. Spiritual plants are delicate and require specialized fields for cultivation. However, all sizes of spiritual fields are controlled by specific departments. Still, if tended with spiritual energy daily, they can thrive. The value of spiritual plants is significantly high. Even the most ordinary mature plant can exchange for several spirit stones. Thus, Lu Bai was astonished that items he previously undervalued were now selling the fastest. "Lu Bai, is it you?" "Lier, what brings you here? What do you need? I can offer you a discount. I heard there is a grocery store in town where some items are cheaper than the treasure pavilion. I didn't expect it was yours." Lu Bai set aside his tasks, and before they could exchange pleasantries, he had to get busy again. Lier joined him, lightening Liu Bai's load considerably. As the bustling day came to an end, Lier couldn't help but exclaim, "Liu Bai, your business is thriving." An idea sparked in Liu Bai's mind. "Lier, since I'm so busy here, why not come help me as an assistant? I'll give you 10 spirit stones a month. How does that sound?" "Sure. I've been worried about not having a good livelihood." Liu Bai promptly registered Lier as his official assistant that very night. With Lier's assistance, Liu Bai found his work much easier. A natural farmer, Lier was warm-hearted and quickly bonded with the customers, leading to even more flourishing business. As days turned into weeks, the stock in Liu Bai's shop dwindled while his reserves of spirit stones grew ever richer. Watching his accumulating wealth, Liu Bai felt elated. However, his booming business left other merchants in despair. In the heart of the city, at Baibao Tower, the owner Zhao Tianda sat in a sandalwood chair, playing with a high-grade spirit stone, his brow furrowed. "Have you investigated?" he inquired, his tone grave. A servant bowed and replied, "We have found out that the owner of Qingxian Tower is Lu Qingxian. The shop is small and located off the beaten path, yet inexplicably low-level cultivators, spiritual farmers, and rogue cultivators flock to him, even affecting the business of the Treasure Pavilion." Zhao Tianda chuckled coldly. "Those arrogant folks at the Treasure Pavilion, who disdain low-level cultivators, are now suffering from lost business. They deserve it." "Indeed, master," the servant quickly concurred. "Lu Qingshuan's pricing is the same as the Treasure Pavilion's, so the profit must be slim. We only need to observe. He cannot sustain this for long." Zhao Tianda narrowed his eyes, slowly shaking his head. "No, you're mistaken." The servant was taken aback. "Master, what do you mean? If he can capture business with the same prices, it means his goods are superior to ours." Zhao Tianda tapped his fingers on the table, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. "Go, send someone to investigate his supply sources." The servant bowed and retreated, while Zhao Tianda stood, gazing out the window, murmuring to himself, "Lu Qingxian. Intriguing." At the top floor of the Jubiozai, a middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe wore a sullen expression, shattering his teacup with a sharp crack. "Master, please calm your anger," the steward urged nearby. "Qingxian Tower is merely a small shop. It cannot pose a threat." "A small shop?" Chun Xianfeng, the owner of Jubiozai, scoffed. "Do you understand that yesterday we sold only 30% of the gathering chi pills we usually do?" The steward's forehead beaded with sweat as he murmured, "Should we send someone to teach him a lesson?" Chun Xuanfeng's eyes glinted coldly. "Not yet. Let us first ascertain his background. If he is merely a brash fool, he won't last long. If he is backing," he left the thought unfinished, but the steward understood his implication. In Xianyang County, anyone daring to encroach on Jubiozai's business was either mad or truly had support. Liu Bai sensed the dissatisfaction from other merchants, yet remained indifferent. At least in plain sight, no one could act against him. A month slipped by swiftly, and during this time, Liu Bai amassed nearly 200,000 spirit stones. He returned to the city lord's mansion with his spirit stones. "Boss Liu has arrived. I've heard your business has flourished this month. Congratulations." Seeing that the county magistrate seemed unconcerned about the identical pricing with the Treasure Pavilion, Liu Bai felt a wave of relief. "Thanks to the county magistrate's grace, my supplies are nearly sold out, and I wish to procure more." "Of course. Boss Liu, you clearly are a person of great enterprise. What kind of goods do you require this time?" "Just the same as last time will suffice," Liu Bai replied, smiling as he handed over a pouch of spirit stones. "Very well. Please provide the deposit, and I will take you to select your supplies." The magistrate smiled at Liu Bai. Liu Bai was taken aback, finally grasping why no one had troubled him and why the magistrate greeted him so cheerfully, calling him Boss Liu. It turned out this deposit was not a one-time fee, but something to be paid each time. Internally, Liu Bai grumbled, but maintained a pleasant facade as he exchanged 500,000 spirit stones, observing the remaining 400,000 points. He felt a pang of regret. The magistrate was also surprised by Liu Bai's prompt payment of the deposit. Those before him often wore troubled expressions, which he found distasteful. In contrast, he held a favorable impression of Liu Bai. "Ha ha, let us go, Boss Liu. I will take you to select materials from the storeroom. The magistrate appeared to be in good spirits as he led Lu Bai towards the storeroom. They arrived at the same warehouse Lu Bai had visited previously. The magistrate watched as Lu Bai made his selections. Lu Bai had not chosen materials for the spirit separation stage last time due to insufficient spirit stones. But this time he intended to select some to maximize his resources. Sir, may I inquire how many items can be selected for the spirit separation stage? 2 items. If you provide the deposits for the harmonization and return to void stages, you may select 5. How is it that Boss Lu has taken an interest in the materials for the spirit severing stage this time? My lord, my family has certain needs. Could you possibly select 1 more item? There's no choice. The county magistrate is quite calculating. Lu Bai can only strive to acquire 1 more item. After much persuasion, Lu Bai eventually offered 10,000 spirit stones, and the county magistrate reluctantly consented to allow him to select an additional item. Thus, Lu Bai chose 3 items for the spirit severing stage, 10 items for the out-of-body stage, and 20 items for the nascent soul stage. While he exceeded the quota for the golden core and foundation establishment materials significantly, even filling an entire ring with chi refinement stage items. Naturally, he selected only the least expensive items. In total, Lu Bai spent over 200,000 spirit stones, and since last month's earnings were insufficient, he had to redeem over 10,000 spirit stones using points to cover the deficit. Lu Bai now found himself without a single spirit stone, although he still had 400,000 points and a considerable amount of materials. Upon returning to Qingxian Tower, Li Er eagerly approached to receive the materials. Lu Bai handed him the chi refinement materials and a portion of the foundation establishment materials, while the rest were stored within the transcendent seal. Li Er was puzzled as to why there were no materials above the golden core stage this time. But upon realizing that the materials above the nascent soul stage had not been sold, he refrained from questioning Lu Bai further, as he would follow Lu Bai's arrangements without hesitation. The following day, Lu Bai took out the materials from the transcendent seal, and, as expected, he acquired 3 items for the integration stage, 10 items for the spirit severing stage, 20 items for the out-of-body stage, and other assorted items. Exchange for materials, he commanded. A chime echoed, indicating a successful exchange. 3 integration stage materials earned him 1.5 million points. 10 spirit severing stage materials yielded 500,000 points, leaving him with 2,400,000 points remaining. Satisfied with his earnings for the month, Lu Bai felt optimistic that he could achieve another breakthrough within a year. However, he believed he could expedite the process, so he entrusted the shop to Li Er, announcing that there would be no business that day as he decided to explore the city. In Xiangyang County, the number of shops was neither scarce nor abundant, yet there were few large establishments. After a half-day's wandering, Lu Bai managed to purchase only 3 items for the out-of-body stage from Bai Bao Building, failing to acquire even a single item for the spirit severing stage. Lu Bai understood that the shops in the city were inherently tied to various factions, who among them did not have a spirit severing expert in their ranks. Given the scarcity of such materials, they would undoubtedly prioritize supplying their own. Even if there was a single item left, it would likely be treated as a prized possession, not for sale. It seemed that he would have to visit the Treasures Pavilion, a place where the county magistrate held dominion. It appeared to be his only chance to unearth some valuable items. As Lu Bai approached the Treasures Pavilion, he could hear a commotion from a distance. Upon drawing closer, he discovered a spiritual herb cultivator anxiously pleading with a shop assistant. "Please, I beg you, I'm just looking to buy a few basic materials." The cultivator rubbed his hands together, his face etched with desperation. The shop assistant, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively. "Go away. Once the tokens are gone, they're gone. If you keep pestering us, don't blame us for being rude." The cultivator, being pushed back, flashed a hint of indignation and muttered under his breath, "How can they be so arrogant, just relying on the magistrate's power?" This remark instantly ignited the shop assistant's fury. "What did you say?" "Someone, apprehend this scoundrel for insulting the Treasures Pavilion and take him to the county guard." 2 guards promptly stepped forward to seize the cultivator, whose face turned ashen. Standing nearby, Lu Bai knew that if the cultivator truly ended up at the county guard's office, he would face severe consequences. Adjusting his robe, he approached calmly and inquired, "Shopkeeper, Is business still open today? I wish to purchase some materials. The shop assistant was about to unleash his wrath, but turned and recognized Lu Bai, instantly donning a sycophantic smile. Ah, is young master Lu gracing us with his presence? Please, allow me to escort you upstairs. He then shot a glare at the guards, barking, Why are you still here? Today is your lucky day, as we have a distinguished guest. If you dare to insult the treasure's pavilion again, you'll regret it. The spiritual herb cultivator hastily fell to his knees, bowing his head. Thank you, my lord. Thank you for your mercy. Upon lifting his head, he locked eyes with Lu Bai and immediately recognized him. Lu Bai gave a subtle blink, and the cultivator understood, quickly scrambling to disappear into the crowd. The shop assistant turned back, beaming with a smile as he led the way. This way. Young Master Lu, we just received a shipment of high-quality spiritual materials to ensure your satisfaction. Do you have a time limit for restocking? Lu Bai inquired, puzzled. Isn't the inventory of the magistrate S. Enterprises always sufficient? Of course, we must adhere to regulations, the shop assistant explained. We restock once a month, though we receive a slightly larger quota than other places. Naturally, if you require anything specific, you can inform me, and with a deposit, I can prioritize your request for the next shipment, an advantage not offered by other shops. Lu Bai couldn't help but marvel at the strict governance of the Tianma dynasty, which even deterred the magistrate from blatantly flouting the rules. He examined the 3 tiers of goods, still comprising 30 items. This time, Lu Bai was indeed affluent and directly stated to the shop assistant, I will take everything on this level. The shop assistant's heart leaped at the prospect of a substantial influx of revenue. As for the quota, these items might linger here for a month without selling, so he certainly wouldn't turn down the money. Before long, the shop assistant returned with all 30 items, 20 for the out-of-body stage and 10 for the spirit-severing stage. Lu Bai spent 800,000 spirit stones, primarily due to a few pricier items from the out-of-body stage. However, he did not mind, as he expected to double his investment by the next day. The spirit stones were acquired using his points, leaving him with 1,600,000 points remaining. Originally, Lu Bai had intended to purchase materials from the system and then upgrade them with the Transcendent Seal to sell back to the system. But the system informed him that he could not exploit infinite recursion, or else the author would be unable to write further, leaving Lu Bai with no choice but to abandon that idea. Chapter 49. The Black Market Inside the Qingshan Pavilion. Lu Bai retrieved 10 pieces of materials at the integration stage and 23 pieces at the spirit separation stage from the Celestial Seal. Assistant, please exchange these materials, he instructed. The notification chimed. Exchange successful, points 815. Remaining points, 965. Nowadays, I can reliably earn over 9 million points each month. Should I consider enhancing my cultivation level? Lu Bai pondered, feeling conflicted. Elevating his realm would limit the system to exchanging only integration stage materials, while the materials for the void return stage were not only exorbitantly priced but also scarce, accompanied by a hefty monthly deposit. Weighing these factors, Lu Bai temporarily shelved the idea of improving his cultivation. After all, he had ample points, and even ascending multiple realms in one go would not pose a challenge. There was no need to rush. Assistant, I now have sufficient points. Please help me locate Xiangxiang. A flicker of concern and worry crossed Lu Bai's eyes at the mention of her name. His previous inquiry had yielded no results due to insufficient points. But with nearly 10 million points on hand, he was eager to try again. Beep, detection successful, points minus 5 million, remaining points, 65 million. The system's notification rang out once more. Lu Bai's heart swelled with joy. The cost was less than he had anticipated. He quickly inquired, Assistant, where is Xiangxiang now? Is she in any danger? Host, Xiangxiang is currently located in the Heavenly Demon Empire, within the Lin family. Due to the integration of Heavenly Demon Yin Qi within her, she is temporarily safe from mortal peril. Indeed, she is in the Heavenly Demon Empire. Now that he knew her location and that she was safe for the time being, rescuing Xiangxiang was merely a matter of time. However, before that, he needed to ascertain the Lin family's background. He intended to ask the system directly, but was taken aback to find that the inquiry fee was over 100 million points. Since then, Lu Bai had been shuttling between the governor's mansion and the treasure pavilion every month. Each negotiation yielded him at least 9 million points in profit. One day, as Liu Bai sat behind the counter, he contemplated how to handle the out-of-body stage materials in his possession. The official purchase quantity was limited to 10 pieces. Yet all his materials have been upgraded from the nascent soul stage using the celestial seal. Now, at the spirit separation stage, he found himself in a predicament. These out-of-body stage materials could neither be exchanged with the system nor sold recklessly without breaching regulations, which left him quite distressed. He rummaged through his storage bag, discovering a diverse array of over 50 types of out-of-body stage materials. However, he was lacking in breakthrough and technique-related items. While he had a few martial arts manuals, none caught his interest. Just as Liu Bai was lost in thought, a cacophony of noise surged from outside the shop. Upon opening the door, Liu Bai's expression darkened instantly. A group of men clad in black surrounded the establishment, aggressively forcing customers out. This spectacle drew the attention of passers-by, sparking a flurry of whispers and discussions. "Are you the owner of this shop?" A gruff voice boomed. Liu Bai raised his eyes to see a rotund man emerging from the crowd of black-clad figures. The man's visage was obscured by layers of flesh, resembling a mountain of meat. Liu Bai's gaze quickly swept through the crowd, soon landing on the heir, who stood in a corner with a conspicuous red handprint on his face. "Who are you? Why are you driving away my customers?" Liu Bai suppressed his rising anger, striving to maintain a calm tone. "Bold, you dare not kneel before my master? It seems you no longer wish to operate this Qingshan pavilion." A sharp-faced man beside the rotund figure barked at Liu Bai. "Pray tell, which authority do you represent? Why are you unjustly expelling my patrons?" The Qingshan Pavilion has always adhered to the law and conducted itself with integrity. I fail to understand what offense we have committed. Do you still have the audacity to ask? This esteemed individual is Lord Wang, the Vice Minister of Market Regulation, who oversees market pricing. We have received reports of your malicious price suppression. You must accompany us for an investigation. When did I disrupt market pricing? My prices are on par with the Treasure Pavilion. Why not confront them instead? Liu Bai was filled with confusion. However, at that moment, he caught sight of the server from the Baibao Pavilion among the crowd. The server's eyes darted nervously, and upon noticing Liu Bai's gaze, he hastily averted his eyes. Suddenly, Liu Bai understood the situation. Still daring to retort? "What are you waiting for? Seize him and take him away." The rotund man, incensed by Liu Bai's defiance, became furious. Liu Bai contemplated that, with his prowess, dealing with these men would be a mere flick of his finger. Yet, under the watchful eyes of the public, acting rashly could lead to the destruction of the Qingshan Pavilion, which he had painstakingly established. Wait, the prices here are sanctioned by the governor himself. Do you not fear repercussions from the governor for your recklessness? What evidence do you have to prove this was authorized by the governor? The rotund man hesitated, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. If Lord Wang does not believe me, perhaps he would like to follow me. The evidence is in the back room. Liu Bai's demeanor remained composed as he gestured invitingly. Lord Wang accompanied Liu Bai into the back room, where Liu Bai swiftly closed the door. "What do you mean by this?" Lord Wang asked, his irritation evident at the door being shut. "Please take a look, Lord Wang." "The authorization from the governor is within this storage bag," Liu Bai said, handing over the bag. The rotund man, still skeptical, took the bag and peered inside. His expression shifted to one of delight, and he hastily tucked the bag away, having never seen anyone offer such lavish gifts. "Indeed, this is the governor's authorization. It appears someone has maliciously slandered you. I will ensure a thorough investigation upon my return, and you shall be vindicated. Your Excellency is wise." Liu Bai raised his voice deliberately, ensuring his words reached those outside. The onlookers heard clearly. Liu Bai understood that the promise of vindication was merely a formality, likely aimed at securing his own interests. After bidding farewell to the rotund man, Liu Bai approached the heir and softly said, "What, do you find this world dark?" "Truthfully, such occurrences are all too common in this realm. You should not be overly surprised." "Boss, I cannot swallow this grievance. These people are utterly lawless. It is outrageous." In recent months, Lier had been deeply influenced by Liu Bai. The concept of equality Liu Bai often espoused had planted a seed in Lier's heart. However, today's events had made him acutely aware that in this world, with a strong prey upon the weak, only Liu Bai was treated as a person among those like them. If one cannot bear to see or endure the injustices of this world, they must strive to grow stronger, correcting these inequities one by one. But before that, one must learn to endure, possessing the fortitude to withstand what others cannot. Otherwise, one is merely a reckless fool devoid of strategy. I understand, boss, Lier nodded thoughtfully. That's good. Now, resume business as usual. After closing tonight, come find me in the back room, Liu Bai said, patting Lier's shoulder before departing. Understood, boss. After reassuring Lier, Liu Bai made his way toward the governor's mansion. Today, he had invoked the governor's name to defuse the crisis, and failing to explain the situation to the governor could lead to further complications down the line. Liu Bai waited outside the governor's mansion for quite some time until the governor finally arrived, albeit looking weary and unsteady. Liu Bai's intuition told him that the governor might have sustained injuries. Liu, it's not yet time for purchasing materials. What brings you here? Liu Bai recounted the entire incident to the governor in detail. Ha, but it's merely a trivial matter. If Manager Liu finds my name useful, feel free to use it, the county magistrate said, playing with the storage bag in his hand, his tone refreshingly candid. Thank you, Your Excellency. I shall take my leave now, Liu Bai replied. Take care, Manager Liu. Do visit often. Upon returning to the Qing Xian Tower, Liu Bai was greeted by the sight of a stranger engaged in an intense dispute with Lier. What is happening? How can one argue with a customer? Have I not always reminded you that the customer is king? Liu Bai hastened forward, his brow furrowed in concern. Boss, this customer wishes to purchase materials for the out-of-body stage, but he deems the price too high. Liu Bai exchanged a meaningful glance with Lier, who promptly stepped aside, falling silent. At that moment, the stranger spoke up. I did not expect the owner of Qing Xian Tower to be so young. Might I inquire if you could lower the price for the out-of-body materials? How much do you propose? Liu Bai inquired with a smile, moving to the counter and regarding the stranger with a calm gaze. How about 100 spirit stones? The materials you possess are merely at the threshold of the out-of-body stage, and as far as I know, your purchasing price is only 4,000 spirit stones. This transaction is not unprofitable. I can buy everything, the stranger replied confidently. Liu Bai was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. You are aware of my purchasing price, which is not surprising since most shops in the city operate similarly. However, among these 10 items, 2 are techniques with varying attributes. What use do you have for them? That is not for you to question. Simply answer whether you will sell or not. If you do not clarify the reason, this business may prove difficult. Liu Bai replied unhurriedly. Seeing Liu Bai's firm stance, the stranger pondered for a moment before saying, I have no qualms about telling you, but you must promise to sell me 10 out-of-body materials next month as well. You wish to purchase everything without even knowing what I will have next month. Liu Bai's expression was filled with skepticism. Regardless of what it is, as long as it pertains to the out-of-body stage materials, I want it. Liu Bai contemplated briefly before saying, Very well, I agree to sell you next month's out-of-body materials. Now, may I hear your explanation? The stranger glanced at Lier, prompting Liu Bai to signal, Lier, please step out and fetch some food and drink for me. Understood, boss. Lier set aside his work and hurriedly exited. Once the man saw Lier leave, he swiftly closed the door and lowered his voice. In Zhongliang County, located 40 li from Xiangyang County, there is an underground black market where trade occurs with minimal rules. Currently, materials for the out-of-body stage are in high demand, and I intend to procure them at a low price and then sell them in the black market. Liu Bai realized that this person was a trader of materials. However, it was the first time he had heard of this black market. Have you previously sourced goods from other shops? How do they provide you with identification? How can you, the owner of such a grand establishment as Qing Xian Tower, not comprehend this? As long as the price is right, identification is plentiful, the stranger replied disdainfully. Then why have you not come to procure goods from me before? Liu Bai remained unfazed by the stranger's attitude. We naturally had other channels before. However, Zhongliang County is currently under fierce attack from the Dui Kingdom, with chaos reigning and the county in peril. Thus, we have come to Xiangyang County in search of supplies. Isn't the Dui Kingdom composed of rogue cultivators? How dare they attack the Heavenly Demon Dynasty? The Heavenly Demon Dynasty is struggling to protect itself. The islands to the west have been reclaimed by the sea tribes. To the east, the Jingyi dynasty is launching continuous assaults, only to the north. Due to sending some chi refining cultivators as provisions for the demon race, peace is barely maintained. Can the heavenly demon dynasty withstand such a precarious situation? It is almost at odds with the entire Tianxin continent. The heavenly demon dynasty is deeply rooted and not easily toppled. The demon army is its true trump card. However, at present, they are restrained by both the Jingyi dynasty and the sea tribes, leaving them unable to deal with the Dui kingdom, thus allowing the latter to advance unimpeded. You seem to be quite knowledgeable about these matters, Liu Bai thought to himself, secretly admiring the man. Despite only being at the out-of-body stage, his access to information was indeed impressive. This is no challenge. In the black market, as long as you possess enough spirit stones, any information can be procured, even what the heavenly demon emperor had for lunch. One last question, and I shall agree to sell you the items. What question? How does one gain entry to the black market? This is no issue. First, you must. It appeared that a visit to the black market was inevitable. The information from the Lin family, as well as the materials in the ring, needed a discreet location for handling. Liu Bai rubbed the 41,000 spirit stones in his hand, murmuring to himself, "Why hasn't the air returned yet?" The sky is nearly dark. As Liu Bai observed the encroaching twilight and the continued absence of the air, a sense of urgency began to swell within him. After searching around, he finally spotted Li Air in a corner by the street, engrossed in watching a group of children play games, completely oblivious to the passage of time. Liu Bai felt both amused and exasperated as he promptly admonished Li Air on their way back. Upon returning to the Qing Xian Tower, Liu Bai solemnly handed a porcelain vial to Li Air. "Boss, what is contained within this vial?" This vial holds a pill capable of directly elevating one's cultivation to the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. However, you must remember, this matter must remain a secret. This was a carefully considered decision by Liu Bai. Elevating Li Air's cultivation would benefit him more than it would harm him, given his honest and loyal nature. "Thank you, boss." Upon hearing about the miraculous effects of the pill, Li Air fell to his knees with a thud, bowing several times in gratitude. Liu Bai chuckled, assisting Li Air to his feet, and jested, "If you keep bowing, the floor will suffer." Chapter 50. The Rebellion of Xiangyang County. Mr. Liu, back for more goods? The county governor greeted Liu Bai warmly, having spotted his figure. "Indeed, esteemed governor, might I select 3 items from the materials for the spirit division period, as I have done in previous visits?" Liu Bai remarked, subtly passing over a deposit and a bribe. Gladly. Others do not enjoy such privileges, but for you, Mr. Liu, it is absolutely acceptable. "Thank you, esteemed governor. Your kindness shall not be forgotten," Liu Bai replied, a man of straightforward disposition. "I, Lin, will not be petty either. In the future, whenever you come, the distribution will be as agreed. You can rest assured," the governor continued. "I shall not accompany you today." After the governor spoke, he summoned a trusted aide. "Take Mr. Liu to select the materials and ensure everything is done meticulously." "Esteemed governor, I have another matter to discuss." "If it is appropriate," Liu Bai hesitated, a frown crossing his face. "Speak freely, Mr. Liu, as long as it does not contravene the rules. I shall do my utmost to assist." The governor maintained his smile. "Damn it," Liu Bai thought to himself, feeling resentment. After providing so many benefits, he still uses rules to pressure me. Yet outwardly, he remained respectful. "Governor, I have a shop assistant, originally at the chi refinement stage, but he possesses remarkable talent and has advanced to the foundation establishment stage in my establishment. I believe he may even break through to the golden core stage in the future, so I wish to request your assistance in registering him." Upon hearing this, the governor's expression turned to one of feigned ignorance. "Mr. Liu, shouldn't you approach the county clerk for such matters? Why come to me?" Liu Bai understood the governor was pretending not to understand. "You jest, governor. I find him quite useful, and if I were to register him with the county clerk, he might be reassigned one day due to personnel shortages. Thus, I have come to trouble you." As he spoke, Liu Bai discreetly handed over a heavy bag of spirit stones, exuding sincerity. "Isn't it just a shop assistant? Since you do not wish for me to approach the county clerk, Might I offer you a position as a leader of my personal guards instead? Governor, what duties would this position entail? Lu Bai inquired, puzzled. The personal guards are private soldiers authorized by the Demon Emperor, numbering 2000, with the potential to reach the integration stage. As the leader, you may recruit 20 individuals under your unified command. Except for me, no one could transfer you. What would be the cost? Lu Bai was aware that such an opportunity would not come without a price. You are indeed a wise man, Mr. Lu. I prefer dealing with intelligent individuals. I will grant you the quota for 20 individuals and provide you with a blank official document for you to fill in the names as you see fit. I will not interfere with your arrangements. However, each quota represents a loss to the dynasty, and you must compensate for this loss. While the governor spoke grandly, Lu Bai realized the money would likely end up in the governor's private pocket. How much would each quota cost the dynasty? 20 integration stage individuals would incur a significant loss. However, considering your honorable character, I shall offer you a discount. 1 million low-grade spirit stones per quota. If that is insufficient, I can think of other solutions. Many thanks, esteemed governor. I shall first collect this month's materials and then prepare the spirit stones. Of course, Mr. Lu, given the sum involved, you may discuss it with your family before making a decision. There is no rush. The governor displayed remarkable generosity, unfazed by Lu Bai's lack of immediate agreement. Then I shall take my leave, Lu Bai said, and as he departed, a shadow flitted from the darkness, standing respectfully behind the governor. Sir, you have granted him the quota. Will there be any trouble when the emperor inquires? The governor's expression darkened, and he sighed lightly. Alas, the war is pressing. I have no choice. Zhongliang County is on the brink of collapse, and our soldiers consume vast amounts of food daily. The grain taxes from Xianyang County were just collected, and they have all been sent to the front lines. Yesterday, I received news from the county commander that we have run out of supplies again. Sir, the last time you provided support, the supplies were intercepted, indicating that the Dewey Kingdom has deployed significant high-level forces this time. Perhaps we should consider retreating to the Demon Dragon Manor? The shadow cautiously suggested. Do you think I wish to retreat? How can we? The county commander was sent by the emperor. Although he is only responsible for military matters, he is not retreated. If we were to retreat, how would we fare? Then we just simply let these materials go to waste? The shadow still seemed reluctant. My materials are not so easily taken. The county magistrate is from my Lin family. It is merely a transfer from one hand to the other. If we do not supply materials, how shall we explain ourselves to the emperor? A cunning glint flickered in the governor's eyes. Your wisdom is unmatched, sir. The shadow promptly flattered, his tone skilled. The county commander, believing himself backed by the emperor, has consistently looked down on me. If the situation worsens, and the emperor lays blame, it will also be the county commander's responsibility. However, send a memorial to the emperor stating that I was severely injured while supporting Zhongliang County, with my personal guards suffering substantial losses, and request additional supplies. Also, while the flames of war have not yet reached Xianyang County, expedite the collection of taxes from our county. Understood, sir. I shall attend to this immediately. The shadow bowed and swiftly vanished into the darkness. Upon returning to Qingxian Tower, Lu Bai had scarcely stored the materials in the heaven-turning seal when a mysterious figure appeared on cue. Mr. Lu, I have returned. Are the goods ready? Lu Bai handed over the materials and could not help but inquire, how fares the war in Zhongliang County? Not well at all. The grain has been completely plundered, and the rats of the entire county are nearly devoured by those spirit planters. Mr. Lu, I advise you to make preparations sooner rather than later. With that, he attempted to hastily depart. Lu Bai urgently detained him. Wait, my friend. Do we not, as cultivators, require no food? Where's all the grain gone? The mysterious figure glanced at Lu Bai, his expression laced with surprise, as if he were observing a rustic from the deep mountains. Mr. Lu, it is evident you have never experienced battle. We cultivators do not require food under normal circumstances, but war is different. In times of conflict, we can usually take time to meditate and absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth or spirit stones to replenish our strength. Yet on the battlefield, the spiritual energy is chaotic and one could be ambushed at any moment. There is simply no time to recover spiritual power, and we must rely on food for sustenance. Lu Bai felt a bit embarrassed, and chuckled. "Forgive my ignorance. But what do you mean by making preparations sooner? Could the flames of war truly reach Xiangyang County?" The mysterious figure glanced around cautiously and lowered his voice. "That is uncertain. It is said that the county commander is currently at a disadvantage. Had it not been for the governor's intervention, injuring that high-level expert from the Dui Kingdom last time, Zhongliang County would have fallen long ago. If Zhongliang County falls, it will lead directly to Xiangyang County." Only then did Liu Bai realize the severity of the situation. By the time he collected his thoughts, the mysterious figure had already hurried away. Noticing it was still early, Liu Bai decided to visit the treasure pavilion again. By the time he returned, the sky was dark. He once again provided Li Er with a pill that would elevate him directly to the Golden Core stage, which made Li Er so ecstatic that he damaged a few more floorboards before departing in satisfaction. The next day, System, exchange materials. Beep, exchange successful. Integration materials 6, 500, 000. Spirit division materials 150, 000. Remaining points 24, 600, 000. Looking at the system points, Liu Bai felt quite satisfied. He then extracted 1 million spirit stones from the heaven-turning seal, all accumulated from selling materials over the past few months, now converted into middle-grade spirit stones. System, please exchange the spirit stones for me. Ding. The exchange was successful. Points increased by 10 million, leaving a remaining total of 34 million. A single piece of mid-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 10 points. Liu Bai silently rejoiced. This transaction effectively multiplied his gains tenfold. The governor of Go County was indeed a cunning individual. Each slot cost 1 million low-grade spirit stones, and with 20 slots, that amounted to 20 million low-grade spirit stones. While it was true that 1 million low-grade spirit stones for a cultivator at the integration stage was not exorbitant, where could he possibly find such skilled practitioners to join him? Liu Bai could not help but curse vehemently. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth in exchange for 20 million low-grade spirit stones, leaving him with only 14 million points. He was not foolish. He possessed a system that allowed him to infinitely create experts as long as he had points, which would be the foundation of his future endeavors. Having completed the exchange for the spirit stones, Liu Bai hurried to the governor's mansion. The governor did not make things difficult for him and readily provided a blank document, stamped with an exclusive seal. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Bai lamented that his family believed he was running the Qing Xian building at a loss and intended to replace him. After some back and forth, the governor finally agreed to sell him a resource suitable for a practitioner at the integration stage for 400,000 spirit stones. Upon returning, Liu Bai immediately placed this resource into the Tian seal to upgrade it into a resource for the returning void stage, which he then exchanged with the system, earning a swift profit of 460,000 points, bringing his points close to 20 million once again. After that, Liu Bai refrained from visiting the black market. It wasn't that he lacked the desire. Rather, the external conflict surrounding Xiangyang County created a tumultuous atmosphere within. Although there were no immediate battles in Xiangyang County, the tax burden was increasingly oppressive. Previously, many spirit farmers could afford to secretly keep some spiritual rice, but now, as taxes escalated, they were unable to retain even a single grain of spiritual millet. Furthermore, due to insufficient spiritual power, vast swathes of cultivated spiritual rice perished. Even Liu Bai's Qing Xian building faced relentless tax demands every few days. Though the surface of Xiangyang County appeared tranquil, it was, in truth, fraught with unrest. Months later, some spirit farmers, unable to bear the weight of their burdens, finally rose in rebellion. This uprising ignited a fuse, prompting spirit farmers from various regions to swiftly unite in an attempt to storm Xiangyang County. Unfortunately, they were merely minor figures at the Qi refinement stage, and the city's soldiers quelled their insurrection within a day, leaving them scattered and bloodied. Some astute spirit farmers fled early, while others took to banditry, making it impossible for those still tending to their fields to find peace. Overnight, Xiangyang County transformed into a haven for bandits and so-called ruffians. The governor issued orders for widespread searches, but while the citizenry lacked the means to defend themselves, they still possessed the instinct for survival. Coupled with the limited number of troops within the city, the search efforts yielded negligible results. With business at his establishment dwindling and the incessant tax demands mounting, Liu Bai reluctantly hung a sign declaring temporary closure at the Qing Xian building. "Lier, come here for a moment." "Master, what do you require?" With the Qing Xian building closed, Lier had little to occupy his time and quickly approached Liu Bai upon hearing his call. "Here are 2 elixirs. Take them and hasten your cultivation. The situation is becoming increasingly chaotic, and your current level is too low." Liu Bai handed 2 porcelain vials to Lier. Lier had long been awestruck by Liu Bai's capabilities, perceiving them as nothing short of miraculous. He had never encountered or even heard of such methods before. Resolute in his decision to follow Liu Bai, he would not stray from his path. 2 days later, Lier officially advanced to the out-of-body stage. Gaining a measure of self-protection, Liu Bai had no immediate plans to elevate him to the dividing spirit stage, primarily due to uncertainties surrounding potential heavenly tribulations. "Lier, accompany me to Zhongliang County." "Of course, master. However, I've heard that fighting has erupted in Zhongliang County, and the situation is dire. Should we prepare further?" Lier queried with concern. "Not to worry. We shall go discreetly, attend to our business, and return." Liu Bai had initially intended to teleport alone, but learning of the severe conflict there encouraged him to bring Lier along, as he might be of assistance. Thus, Lier drove the carriage, carrying Liu Bai out of Xianyang County. Their carriage was specially modified, pulled by a unicorn known for its endurance and speed, favored by several influential figures. "My lord, they have exited the city." In the city magistrate's office, the assistant magistrate reported respectfully to the magistrate. "They have finally made a move. Take a few men and find a secluded spot to act. They've been well fed during this period." "What about the governor?" the assistant magistrate inquired with some trepidation. "Do not concern yourself with the governor. That old fox has collected ample taxes and is likely not inclined to defend Xianyang County to the last. We must prepare for our own future." "Understood, my lord." With that, the assistant magistrate withdrew slowly. Chapter 51. News from the black market. Liu Bai and Lier rode in their modified carriage, racing towards Zhongliang County. Shortly after leaving the city, the akin zengzit zo meeting Amidst. "Master, I have an unsettling feeling that someone is watching us. We may be followed." Liu Bai furrowed his brow. In truth, he had felt this sense of being surveilled since departing for Xianyang Prefecture. "Do not panic. Continue on our path, and let us observe their intentions," he replied, a glimmer of coldness flickering in his eyes. Seeing Liu Bai's composed demeanor, Lier's anxiety eased somewhat. The carriage continued its journey, yet the sensation of being pursued intensified. Suddenly, several shadowy figures emerged ahead, ghost-like, blocking their way. Lier yanked the reins sharply, causing the unicorn to rear and neigh. "Who are you? Why do you obstruct our path?" he demanded. "Why the haste to leave the city, Liu Boss? Where are you headed?" One of the dark-clad figures spoke, exuding a powerful aura. "Core formation stage." Liu Bai's heart sank. It was hard to believe that a cultivator of such caliber would act as a mere highwayman. He quickly racked his brain for anyone he might have offended recently, but nothing came to mind. "Friends, is there a misunderstanding? I am merely a businessman and unaware of having wronged you," he said, attempting to defuse the situation. However, the cloaked figure scoffed. "Business? With the chaos in Xianyang Prefecture, what business can be conducted? Liu Boss, perhaps you should surrender your valuable possessions. It might spare your life. Today's events are unlikely to end well." He subtly signaled to Lier to prepare for confrontation. "Since my friends refuse to show leniency, do not blame me for being impolite," Liu Bai declared as he leapt from the carriage to engage the lead figure in combat. Though the dark-clad man was of core formation stage, Liu Bai was now at the peak of the spirit division stage and felt no pressure in the confrontation. "What are you all waiting for? Charge!" The leader shouted in frustration, his anger palpable as he struggled to gain the upper hand. The others finally snapped back to reality and lunged at Liu Bai and Lier like ravenous wolves. Lier, undeterred, fought back with enhanced strength, thanks to Liu Bai's elixirs, wielding his sword with newfound vigor. Despite his lack of combat experience, he found himself easily managing the situation against opponents of the same realm. This group of dark figures consisted of only one core formation stage cultivator, one spirit division stage, and 3 at the out-of-body stage. Lu Bai held his own against the core formation and spirit division cultivators, while also guiding Li Er through the fray. Their battle appeared fierce, but it served merely as a sharpening stone for Li Er. As the fight progressed, Li Er transitioned from a state of frantic defense to one of calm composure, a transformation Lu Bai observed with satisfaction. However, the dark figures had the advantage in numbers, and Lu Bai intentionally allowed the spirit division cultivator to attack Li Er. Whenever Li Er began to falter, Lu Bai was always there to intervene. Retreat. The leader finally realized that Lu Qingxian was merely toying with them. The others exhaled in relief. They were growing increasingly alarmed at their predicament. Seeing their intent to flee, Lu Bai's eyes glinted coldly, a smirk forming on his lips. You think you can come and go as you please? Li Er watched closely. Before he could finish, Lu Bai transformed into a streak of azure. Striking the spirit division cultivator before he could react, a line of blood appearing at his throat. First move, Azure Blade Shadow. Lu Bai's voice echoed through the air. The remaining 3 out-of-body stage figures, terrified, turned to flee. Lu Bai's sword pointed, and 3 azure blades sliced through the air. Second move, threefold return to origin. The blade energy pierced through their dantians, their spiritual power dissipating instantly. They fell to the ground like kites with severed strings, faces ashen. Li Er stood in stunned silence, his sword clattering to the ground. He had never witnessed his master unleash his full prowess before. Today he understood what it meant to be a master of the sword. Lu Bai sheathed his sword and turned to Li Er with a smile. Remember, when facing an enemy, be ruthless and eradicate them completely. Those who dare to provoke must be ready to face death. With that, he approached the fallen core formation stage cultivator and tore away the black cloth concealing his face. So it is you, Lu Bai sneered, channeling his spiritual energy into his palm, reducing the cloth to dust. Master, Li Er swallowed hard. These individuals are merely insignificant fish. Lu Bai patted Li Er's shoulder, instructing him to gather their storage bags and dispose of the bodies. Tonight, I shall teach you a new sword technique. Li Er nodded eagerly, his heart racing with a mix of shock and excitement. He understood that today marked the true beginning of his journey into cultivation. Lu Bai stood with his hands behind his back, gazing towards the direction of the city lord's office, a flicker of coldness in his eyes. Since you have disrupted the rules first, do not blame me for lacking compassion. This minor interruption did not deter Lu Bai from his course. His anger simmered, not only due to the city lord, but also from the desolate scenes they had encountered along the way. Once thriving villages now lay in ruins, with remnants of walls scattered about. The main road was littered with corpses and injured spiritual farmers, their cries of despair mingling in the air, evoking profound sorrow. Suppressing his grief and rage, Lu Bai urged the carriage onward through the ravaged landscape until they finally arrived at Zhongliang County. The sight within the county was even more tragic than what they had witnessed en route. The city walls were battered, and more than half of the buildings lay in ruins, the populace clothed in rags, their eyes filled with despair and terror. As Lu Bai and Li Er stepped into the county, they were immediately surrounded by a group of soldiers. The leading officer regarded them warily, scrutinizing their presence. Who are you? What brings you to Zhongliang County at this time? We are personal guards of the county magistrate, here to attend to certain matters, Lu Bai replied, presenting the official document issued by the magistrate. Upon seeing the insignia of the magistrate's personal guard, the soldiers respectfully parted to grant Lu Bai and Li Er passage. Lu Bai instructed the soldiers to assist Li Er in parking their carriage and to gather information within the county, while he made his way towards the location of the black market. Most of the houses in the city had collapsed, yet the entrance to the black market remained largely unaffected. Boss, I have a river demon. Do you have any treasures that could assist me? Is a river demon male or female? Neither. What shape of treasure do you require? Tower-shaped. How many levels? 7 levels. Follow me. The shopkeeper led Lu Bai to the back room, skillfully manipulating the wall to reveal a hidden door. Enter. After providing the secret phrase, Lu Bai successfully entered the black market. The atmosphere was filled with hurried individuals, many concealing their identities. Lu Bai approached a supply stall. Shopkeeper, do you have any out-of-body stage supplies for sale? What supplies do you need? Pills or magical artifacts? You can register and in 3 days, you may return to collect them, the shopkeeper replied, reaching for the registration book, a routine action clearly repeated countless times. Understanding the market's scarcity of goods, Liu Bai shook his head. I only require immediate stock. He exited the supply store and entered another. Shopkeeper, do you accept supplies? Yes, I will accept any quantity you have. Before Liu Bai could finish, the shopkeeper's eyes lit up as he hurried to his side. Seeing Liu Bai scanning the surroundings, the shopkeeper quickly urged, please this way. Liu Bai and the shopkeeper entered a small room. Without unnecessary chatter, he extracted the materials of the out-of-body stage and the nascent soul stage from the turning heaven seal, employing a sleight of hand to give the impression that they were retrieved from storage ring. In no time, the room was filled with a mountain of materials. Gazing at the impressive pile, the shopkeeper gaped in astonishment. Are all these for sale? Indeed. Please check their worth in spirit stones. Liu Bai replied with an air of calmness. The shopkeeper nodded and began to meticulously count each item, muttering the quantities under his breath. Dear customer, you have a total of 160 items from the out-of-body stage, 360 from the nascent soul stage, and 342 from the golden core stage. However, these materials are just at the price threshold. I can offer you 200 spirit stones for each golden core item, 700 for each nascent soul item, and 7,000 for each out-of-body item, totaling 324,000. Would that be acceptable? Liu Bai nodded in agreement, satisfied with the return. Shopkeeper, could we settle this in mid-grade spirit stones? A sudden thought struck Liu Bai, and he felt a flicker of hope that this might work. If successful, it could yield a substantial amount of points. Although the exchange rate for spirit stones is 110, it's generally uncommon to trade mid-grade spirit stones for low-grade ones. The shopkeeper replied hesitantly. Then, how about you provide me with 630,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and I'll offer you 24,000 low-grade spirit stones as a handling fee. What do you think? Very well, dear customer. Please wait a moment while I fetch the spirit stones. This transaction promised to be a significant income, enough to keep him excited for quite some time. Before long, Liu Bai emerged from the shop, directly placing the acquired mid-grade spirit stones into the turning heaven seal. After managing the materials, Liu Bai wandered through the black market, not having forgotten his ultimate purpose for being there, to gather information on the Lin family of the Celestial Demon Dynasty. Standing before the Tianji Pavilion, he noticed the plaque bore some resemblance to that of his own Qingxian building, yet he could not discern its significance at the moment. Upon entering the Tianji Pavilion, the cacophony outside was instantly muted, revealing a series of small compartments within, each resembling a distinct, enigmatic space. Following the guidance, Liu Bai arrived at a small compartment containing only a basketball-sized crystal ball that radiated a soft glow. Seated before the crystal ball, he requested, I wish to know the origins of the Celestial Demon Dynasty and information regarding the Lin family. As the colors of the crystal ball shifted, it finally settled on orange. Liu Bai placed 100,000 low-grade spirit stones into the ball, for which a wisp of information emerged, which he allowed to enter his consciousness. The information formed vivid images within Liu Bai's mind, depicting events from hundreds of thousands of years ago when the Celestial Demon Dynasty swept through the Vientianshuan Prefecture, now known as the Celestial Demon Continent, like a tempest. The cultivation sects of Tianxian Prefecture were powerless to resist. Within a century, the Celestial Demon Dynasty unified the entire region. Had it not been for the low-profile Zhengyi Dao, which managed to restrain the Celestial Demon Dynasty, the entire Tianxian continent would likely have fallen under its dominion. However, Zhengyi Dao paid a heavy price, with its leadership nearly annihilated alongside that of the Celestial Demon Dynasty. Subsequently, the Celestial Demon Dynasty gradually contracted its sphere of influence. The forces of Tianxian Prefecture revived, establishing the Yinyu Dynasty, the Shueli Dynasty, the Gui Yuan Dynasty, and the Anemo Dynasty. Yet, the Celestial Demon Dynasty regained strength rapidly, soon sweeping across Tianxian Prefecture once more, incorporating all major dynasties under its banner. Only then did the Tianxian continent unite to launch a counteroffensive against the Celestial Demon Dynasty, successfully curbing its expansion, leading to the establishment of the Zhengyi Dynasty. The celestial demon dynasty harbored a particular animosity towards the Zhengyi dynasty, attacking with ferocity, placing the Zhengyi dynasty in a relatively weak position among the various powers. As for the Lin family of the celestial demon dynasty, the first generation was among those high-ranking individuals who perished alongside the leaders of Zhengyi Dao. Currently, they serve as trusted forces of the celestial demon emperor, with the patriarch of the Lin family appointed as the general of the eastern garrison, overseeing the eastern front against the Zhengyi dynasty. The Lin family boasts one ascendant expert, 10 in the tribulation stage, at least 30 in the returning void stage, over 100 in the integration stage, and an indeterminate number of scattered immortals, speculated to be no fewer than 5. After absorbing this information, Lu Bai inhaled sharply, secretly grateful that he had not acted impulsively against the celestial demon dynasty. It appeared that all matters would require careful deliberation. Chapter 52 Farewell. Miss Yuan, I wish to ascertain whether there are still individuals wielding control over the celestial demon dynasty. Having come this far, Lu Bai decided to delve deeper into the situation, especially since Lin Feng's mention of the celestial demon sect left him utterly perplexed. According to the crystal, the celestial demon dynasty was established directly, and there was no mention of the celestial demon sect, nor the celestial demon clan. The color of the crystal fluctuated rapidly once more, showing no signs of ceasing even after half a day. Lu Bai waited patiently, and eventually it stabilized, but the color remained locked on white. This situation suggested that either the crystal could not retrieve relevant information, or the celestial mechanism pavilion dared not openly disclose the background of the celestial demon dynasty. Lu Bai leaned towards the latter hypothesis. Clearly, matters were far more intricate than he had initially surmised, and he could only take one step at a time. Lu Bai proceeded to search for information on Lin Feng. The cost was quite reasonable, a mere 1,000 spirit stones, yet the results yielded numerous individuals named Lin Feng. Lu Bai lost interest in further inquiries and departed from the celestial mechanism pavilion. Since he had arrived at the black market, it would be remiss not to seize an opportunity for profit. As Lu Bai muttered to himself, a glimmer of excitement began to spark in his eyes. However, as the experiment was not yet complete, he did not rush. Upon exiting the black market, he found Li Er, who was currently feeding a unicorn. Li Er, how fares the situation in the city? Master, the situation is dire. The county lieutenant's forces are retreating steadily, and rumors suggest they may not be able to hold out much longer, Li Er replied solemnly. Is the Dui kingdom truly that formidable? The celestial demon dynasty, far from launching an attack, cannot even maintain its defenses? This news starkly contrasted with what Lu Bai had previously heard, which painted the celestial demon dynasty as exceedingly valiant. It is said they have run out of supplies. None of the soldiers can fill their bellies. With no food, the surplus grain from the townspeople has been forcibly requisitioned, and the citizens have nearly consumed all they had. It is rumored some have resorted to exchanging their children for food. Li Er's voice was laden with sympathy. Lu Bai felt a deep sense of compassion for these tribulations, yet he was also acutely aware of his limitations, especially with individuals still keeping an eye on him. Lu Bai and Li Er made their way towards the county office. Initially, he intended to find a random place to rest for the night, but he suddenly recalled the scarred face who had previously brought him to Xiangyang County. It seemed he was associated with the county office of Zhongliang. Though the scarred face had a rather irritable demeanor, Miss Yuan had treated him reasonably well, offering him food when he was in need. Is that you, little beggar? What brings you here? Are you still pestering the young lady? A sharp voice suddenly pierced the air. Lu Bai was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling somewhat helpless. I am not pestering your young lady. I merely passed by and wanted to express my gratitude for your previous assistance, Lu Bai patiently explained. Who knows what your true intentions are? The maid eyed him suspiciously, her tone rife with distrust. Very well then, I shall take my leave. Please deliver this to your young lady as a token of my appreciation for her guidance, Lu Bai said, offering a storage bag. The maid, however, did not take it. Sizing Lu Bai up before responding, you should hand it to the young lady yourself. I will escort you there. Perhaps sensing Lu Bai's sincerity, the maid chattered incessantly along the way, revealing her surname was Zhu. Miss Zhu, where are you off to? Lu Bai inquired curiously, noticing she was carrying a basket. Given the current situation in Zhongliang County, it would be quite difficult to procure supplies elsewhere aside from the black market. I am going outside the city to see if I can find some wild vegetables. As you can see, many townspeople are going hungry, Miss Zhu sighed. Is it possible that your young lady, as the daughter of a county lord, lacks for food? Lu Bai found it hard to believe that a county lord would be so unyielding in their integrity. My lady has given all the grains to the townspeople. Our master has not provided her with any surplus. Miss Zhu explained, then pointed out, look, my lady is over there distributing porridge. Indeed, following the direction of her finger, Lu Bai spotted a porridge stall with the scarred face managing the crowd. Miss, someone is looking for you, Miss Zhu called out as she ran toward her mistress. Lu Bai approached the porridge stall. Miss Yuan, it is a pleasure to see you again. I have come specifically to express my gratitude during my visit to Zhongliang County. At that moment, the scarred face recognized Lu Bai and approached him. Little beggar, have you come all the way to Zhongliang County to solicit? You have taken a wrong turn. There is nothing to eat here. You ought to head towards the Demon Dragon Mansion instead. Nonetheless, it seems you're quite fortunate to have arrived safely in Zhongliang County. Lu Bai felt exasperated, his lips twitching slightly. What are you saying? This gentleman hardly resembles a beggar. Miss Yuan quickly interjected, then turned to Lu Bai, apologizing. Forgive my uncle. He speaks without thinking. Lu Bai smiled and replied, it is of no consequence. Meanwhile, the scarred face, feeling somewhat embarrassed, accepted the spoon from Miss Yuan's hand and continued to serve porridge to the disaster victims. Pray tell, what brings you to seek my assistance? If there is anything I can do, I shall not refuse, Miss Yuan said earnestly. It appeared that Miss Yuan did not believe Lu Bai's claim of coming to express gratitude. After all, in these times, who would travel solely to show gratitude? Lu Bai chose not to clarify and simply handed the storage bag to Miss Yuan. Miss Yuan seemed taken aback, perhaps not expecting Lu Bai to genuinely present it. Perhaps you should take a look first, Lu Bai suggested with a smile. Miss Yuan, lacking any cultivation, had the scarred face take the bag, and upon scanning its contents, his expression immediately shifted. He leaned closer to Miss Yuan and whispered, Miss, there are 10,000 spirit stones inside. Miss Yuan's countenance changed instantly. One spirit stone could purchase approximately 50 kilograms of grain. Thus, 10,000 spirit stones could buy around 5,000 stones. In peaceful times, that would suffice to feed 10,000 people for a month. Even amidst conflict, it would sustain them for over half a month. Miss Yuan accepted the storage bag, but promptly returned it to Lu Bai, saying, Thank you for your kind intentions. But my previous assistance was but a trifling matter and does not warrant such a generous gift. Lu Bai replied with a smile, Miss Yuan, it would be best if you kept it. If you do not require it, do the townspeople not need it as well? I have heard that you have even provided your own food in times of crisis. I deeply admire your actions, and this can be considered my small contribution to the townsfolk. This indeed reflected Lu Bai's sentiment, yet he lacked the time to distribute porridge to the victims. But sir, even with these spirit stones, food is currently impossible to procure in the city. Only by exchanging them for grain can one maximize their benefit. Miss Yuan expressed her hesitation. Fear not, for do you not see the grain delivery arriving? Lu Bai pointed towards a large contingent of soldiers approaching in the distance. The scarred face also noticed the soldiers and handed the soup ladle to Miss Zhu before positioning himself behind Miss Yuan. Why have you returned? Miss Yuan questioned with a frown as the soldiers approached, her displeasure evident. Miss, our master has summoned you back. The grain at the county office is limited. He insists that these resources must not be squandered on these unruly commoners. A soldier replied respectfully, yet his tone bore an air of indifference. Mind your own business. This is my grain. Step aside immediately, Miss Yuan retorted defiantly. Miss, our master has given a strict order that we must escort you back. Please do not make this difficult for us. The soldiers maintained their calm demeanor, merely executing a cold command. I will not. This is my grain, and you have no authority over it. Miss Yuan's cheeks flushed with anger. You will regret this. The soldier's hand had already moved to the hilt of his sword. How dare you? Miss Yuan shouted, and the scarred face tensed, readying himself for a confrontation. Act swiftly, should anyone resist. Treat them as traitors and execute them on the spot. At the command of the leading officer, the soldiers behind him prepared to disperse the crowd. The scar-faced man quickly positioned himself in front of the civilians. "Are you plotting rebellion?" the leading officer demanded directly. "Dear officer, might we allow the young lady to finish distributing the porridge before we accompany you back? Otherwise, it would be a pity for it to spoil here." The scar-faced man attempted to ease the tension, but the soldiers remained unmoved. "No, you must return with us immediately. Step aside at once. Or do not blame us for showing no consideration for the young lady." The soldiers maintained their rigid stance. With a bloodshed imminent, Liu Bai, somewhat exasperated, shouted, "Stop!" He truly wished to avoid involvement in this matter, yet he recognized that the scar-faced man, despite his abrasive demeanor, had merit, and Liu Bai did not desire to witness him meet a grim fate. Miss Yuan might have presumed that these soldiers were under her father's command and would hesitate to act against her. But Liu Bai discerned that if the scar-faced man did not comply, they would surely resort to violence. "And who might you be, obstructing the government in its duties? With your fine attire, could you be a spy from the kingdom of Duyue?" The leader accused Liu Bai, placing a heavy charge upon him. "Open your eyes and see clearly. To slander a court official is to invite peril upon yourself," Liu Bai retorted, presenting the official document issued by the magistrate. Although merely the captain of the magistrate's personal guards, it was sanctioned by the imperial court, rendering him untouchable by local soldiers. After reviewing the document, the leading officer respectfully returned it to Liu Bai. While the matter was not as severe as Liu Bai had implied, the fact that it was the magistrate's trusted guard left no room for error. He would have to report this to the county lord. Observing the soldiers hastily regrouping, Miss Yuan gazed in astonishment at Liu Bai. She was acutely aware of the difficulty in handling these men. Had she not resorted to tears and theatrics, the porridge would likely have been abandoned long ago. "Is there something on my face, Miss Yuan?" Liu Bai jested with a smile. Miss Yuan blushed deeply and replied, "I simply did not expect that, after months apart, you would achieve such distinction, which truly astonishes me." Thus, Liu Bai and Miss Yuan engaged in casual conversation, during which she revealed to him some information that Li Er had not uncovered. Before long, the porridge distribution concluded, and just as they began to pack up to return, the same group of soldiers reappeared, this time accompanied by a middle-aged man. Miss Yuan set down her belongings and bowed respectfully to the man, saying, "Father, what brings you here?" The middle-aged man ignored her and approached Liu Bai directly, stating, "Young Master Liu, has the magistrate given you any instructions?" Though Liu Bai held no official title from the court, typically, the magistrate's guards represented him. Thus the man adopted a humble demeanor. "You must be Master Yuan, the county lord of Zhongliang County." The magistrate did not provide specific orders. He merely asked me to come and take a look, Liu Bai replied with a smile. Previously, this Yuan county lord had relied on Miss Yuan's flattery to gain favor with the magistrate, yet since she had left without seeing the magistrate, he found himself a loss and had to resort to fawning over the county lieutenant instead. He initially feared Liu Bai was there to cause trouble. Upon hearing Liu Bai was merely passing through, he felt relieved. After all, he could not afford to offend either the magistrate or the county lieutenant. His knowledge of Liu Bai's name stemmed from the official documents that listed him as Liu Qingxian. "May I invite you to the county office for a warm welcome, young Master Liu?" The county lord inquired with a beaming smile. "You are too kind, sir. Although the magistrate has not assigned me any particular task, I am here at his behest, so I shall forego the visit to the county office," Liu Bai remarked, realizing the advantages of holding the magistrate's endorsement. Hearing that Liu Bai had come with a purpose, the county lord's anxiety returned, and he cautiously asked, "Might I inquire what the magistrate's instructions were? Is there anything I can assist with? It would be most beneficial if you could assist, though it is not a grand matter." The magistrate simply requested that I observe the living conditions of the citizens of Zhongliang County, Liu Bai said with a subtle smile. "How might I be of service?" the county lord asked, beads of sweat forming on his brow, his voice trembling involuntarily. "I see the suffering of the people in Zhongliang County, and the magistrate has instructed me to offer assistance where possible. From my observations, the plight of the citizens is indeed dire." Liu Bai's tone was laced with concern. Noticing the county lord's downcast gaze, Liu Bai continued, "However, I perceive that Miss Yuan possesses a compassionate heart, so I shall entrust the magistrate's request to her. Alas, even the most skilled cook cannot make a meal without ingredients. Thus, I am uncertain if it will be possible to procure some grain from the county lord." At that moment, the county lord wished to slap himself for his earlier promise to help. However, having already committed, he reluctantly agreed. Miss Yuan cast a grateful glance at Lu Bai, who assured her he would return for further inspections before leading Li Er back to the inn. Thanks to Lu Bai's intervention, the townsfolk finally breathed a sigh of relief, praising Miss Yuan and even referring to her as Bodhisattva Yuan. Naturally, this was an afterthought. The following day, Lu Bai retrieved the spirit stone for the Tianfan seal, and to his delight, they had all upgraded to high-quality spirit stones. Exchange for points. Success. Points 63 million. Remaining points 122, 950, 000. Lu Bai felt a surge of excitement. The items upgraded through the Tianfan seal could be sold for spirit stones, which could then be upgraded further. He realized that as long as the items were not produced by the system, they could be exchanged regardless of how many times they changed hands. Having tasted the sweetness of success, Lu Bai resolved to raid the black market that very day, envisioning the points flowing back to him in abundance, which exhilarated him at the mere thought. Chapter 53. Windfall in the black market with over 100 million points. Even upgrading to the void return stage is within reach. This trip to the black market has proven worthwhile. It seems that honest business pales in comparison to the quick profits of the underworld. He had long since formulated a plan. He intended to plunder all the spirit stones from the black market. 9 months of honest labor could hardly rival the gains of a single day in the black market. However, preparations were necessary before embarking on this heist. He mused to himself, "System, do you have any recommendations for me? Host, you should maintain a low profile. They have already taken notice of you after your recent inquiry at the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. Oh, I barely asked anything. Those big shots are just so stingy. What should I do now? The black market is where all my points are. Fear not. With my system, they cannot deduce your whereabouts. However, they are aware of your appearance, so I advise you to alter your visage. System, recommend me one, would you? The system store is overflowing with options, and it would take ages to sift through them. Host, laziness is a disease, but since you asked, I shall provide a suggestion, lest you embarrass me in public." Lu Bai found it tiresome to argue with the system. It seemed to have developed a more human-like demeanor. Firstly, there are many methods for changing one's appearance. The more basic options include disguise techniques and body transformation spells, while the advanced choice is the illusory mind technique. Which one do you think I should choose? After listening to the system's lengthy explanation, he felt overwhelmed and decided to consult the system directly. Why ponder when he could be lazy? Since you are cultivating the chaos divine technique, I suggest you forego the basic methods and aim for something more distinguished. Why did you mention all those options then? Lu Bai was quite exasperated. It felt like a waste of breath. Did you not ask for my recommendations? You did not specify that I should select one for you. System, you recommended the entire store to me. How was that different from me looking myself? Enough with the stubbornness. Just tell me what I should learn. Otherwise, the readers will accuse me of padding the text. Very well. In consideration of the reader's sentiments, I shall refrain from further banter. I recommend you learn the chaos concealment technique. The name sounds intriguing. What are its effects? You can manipulate the essence of chaos to alter your physical form, allowing you to transform into any living being. Keep in mind, it must be a creature with flesh and blood. Is that all? The body transformation technique could achieve a similar effect by using chaos essence. Couldn't it? What do you know? The chaos concealment technique is on a whole different level. Those of a higher realm can see through basic transformation techniques, not to mention those who have practiced ocular techniques. The chaos concealment technique not only allows for a genuine transformation into another being, but it also conceals you from those who would deduce your identity, unless you expose a flaw yourself. Even an immortal emperor standing before you would be unable to see through your disguise. Is it really that impressive? You should have mentioned that sooner. System, let's exchange for it. He was now flush with wealth. After all, it was just points. Transfers could be completed in a heartbeat. Ding. Exchange successful. Points minus 20 million. Remaining points, 102 million. Would the host like to directly upgrade to perfection? Yes. He was well aware of his own talents. Relying solely on his own learning could take an indefinite amount of time, especially to reach perfection. Ding. Infiltration successful. Points minus 10 million. Remaining points, 92 million. As the system imparted the knowledge, Liu Bai felt that the chaos concealment technique had become an intrinsic part of him. He transformed into the likeness of Lier, then into that of Miss Yuan, relishing the experience. However, he thought the system's claim that even an immortal emperor could not see through his disguise might be an exaggeration. While the concealment function was indeed effective, a discerning mind could easily sense something amiss. Nevertheless, crafting a fabricated backstory could resolve this issue, though he lacked the capability at present. System, do you think I have become a versatile contender? Liu Bai boasted a bit. Host, at your current level, you would be crushed by any equal in the divine realm. What is there to feel proud about? Impossible. I can easily handle those in the merging stage. Even against those in the void return stage, I could give it a try. You're exaggerating. Liu Bai was evidently unconvinced by the system's assertions. Host, do not be so obstinate. Let me enlighten you. Your divine sense was cultivated earlier than most. Have you ever practiced? When faced with a single strike of divine sense from others, you would be rendered incapacitated. Before Liu Bai could respond, the system continued its critique. Your chaos fist is indeed powerful, but are you unaware of how inadequate your movement techniques are? Can you even land a hit on anyone? Moreover, you claim that after a single strike of the chaos fist, you are spent. Do you not find that rather limiting? Arrays, talismans, poisons, puppets. Any one of those could exhaust you. Listening to the system's incessant chatter, Liu Bai initially suspected it was trying to trick him out of points. However, the more he listened, the more sense it made. This could not be entirely blamed on Liu Bai. After all, he had only been training for a short time, with a significant portion spent in a starvation state. Nevertheless, he resolved that after finishing with the black market, he would seriously consider the system's advice. System, please help me devise a systematic learning plan. Once I'm done with the black market, I will study. With that, Liu Bai disregarded whether the system agreed or not and made his way to the black market. Upon arrival, he encountered Lier. It was inconvenient to bring Lier along, so he sent him to assist Miss Yuan with distributing porridge and to check if County Lord Yuan had released any grain. At the corner before exiting, Liu Bai changed his appearance to that of the city magistrate, donning a mask and a veil for good measure. One must commit to the role. He returned to the same shop, used the same secret code, and successfully arrived at the black market. This time, Liu Bai had no intention of overlooking any store. This apothecary is first on my list. I shall begin with you, Liu Bai muttered to himself. Shopkeeper, do you have any high-grade elixirs? Preferably those suitable for the out-of-body stage and above. Rest assured, money is no object. Liu Bai asked boldly. Dear guest, elixirs have been in high demand lately. You may register, and within 3 days, you may return to collect. Receiving the same response as before, Liu Bai was not surprised. He approached with a mindset of trial and error. Do you accept elixirs for trade? Liu Bai inquired with a smile. The shopkeeper was momentarily taken aback by Liu Bai's question, but quickly regained composure. What elixirs do you possess? He presumed Liu Bai was attempting to sell low-grade elixirs and did not take it too seriously. Which elixir do you sell the most of? I will only purchase with medium and high-grade spirit stones. Currently, the most sought-after elixirs are the soul nourishing pill and the spirit recovery pill, along with the chi suppression pill. However, the chi suppression pill can only be purchased with low-grade spirit stones, as we do not have any high-grade ones available. This aligned closely with Liu Bai's expectations. Indeed, elixirs that replenish divine sense and spiritual energy are the most valuable in battle. The soul-nourishing pill is suitable for the merging stage and can also be used in the void return stage, with a system price of approximately 700,000 low-grade spirit stones. The spirit recovery pill is significantly superior to the gathering spirit pill and can also be used in the merging stage, priced around 70,000 low-grade spirit stones. Not the highest, but certainly not the lowest for their respective tiers. Shopkeeper, how many medium-grade spirit stones do you have? What price are you willing to offer? Our shop can utilize approximately 200,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Only that much? Liu Bai felt somewhat disheartened. However, since he was there to reap rewards, he saw no reason to miss out on an opportunity. He promptly produced 2 soul-nourishing pills and 3 spirit recovery pills for the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper examined the items closely, and a look of delight crossed his face as he paid Lu by 200,000 medium-grade spirit stones along with 40,000 low-grade spirit stones, even escorting Lu Bai to the door, urging him to prioritize their shop for any similar elixirs in the future. Thus, Lu Bai continued his sweep through the black market, not overlooking any shop, regardless of size, but limiting his transactions to medium and high-grade spirit stones, using low-grade stones only when absolutely necessary to cover any price differences. There was no way around it. The items he brought forth were precisely what every merchant desperately needed, and their supply was woefully inadequate. Each shop required anywhere from 20,000 to 600,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and those merchants were eager to part with even their ancestral spirit stones for the acquisition. As Lu Bai continued his purchases from store to store, he soon found himself once again standing before the gates of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. The black market shops lined both sides of the road, with the Heavenly Machine Pavilion situated deep within. After a moment's contemplation, he stepped into the pavilion, emboldened by his mastery of the chaotic concealment technique. Furthermore, given the pavilion's immense wealth, he felt it a disservice not to take advantage of the opportunity. Upon entering, a waiter promptly approached him, saying, "Esteemed guest, please follow me." "I am not here to seek information," Lu Bai interjected, noticing the waiter attempting to guide him into a small room. "To come to the Heavenly Machine Pavilion without seeking information, are you here merely for drinks?" "We do not offer any other services," the waiter replied, his tone brusque, as the pavilion typically dealt solely in intelligence. "I wish to speak with your proprietor regarding a significant business matter." "Please inform him," Lu Bai responded, unperturbed, and handed the waiter a pouch of spirit stones as a token for his trouble. The waiter, somewhat skeptical, accepted the spirit stones, but, swayed by their value, proceeded to relay the message. "Ah, it is the esteemed city magistrate who graces us with his presence. Our humble establishment is honored. Pray tell, what grand business do you wish to discuss?" Lu Bai felt a surge of surprise, although the man did not discern his true identity. The facade of the mask and veil was merely a ruse. While the man feigned humility, it was evident he was fully aware of Lu Bai's essence. Unfazed, Lu Bai calmly responded, "I wonder if the proprietor has any interest in acquiring spirit stones. Isn't our establishment established to profit from spirit stones? Please, esteemed city magistrate, let us converse in detail," the proprietor invited as he led Lu Bai into an opulent chamber, presumably his office. "Your Excellency possesses a wealth of resources and a diverse inventory. I am curious to know which items you wish to sell to our establishment," the proprietor inquired. "It seems nothing escapes the notice of your Heavenly Machine Pavilion. I stepped out of their shop, and you're already aware." "I am truly impressed," Lu Bai remarked. "Our business revolves around intelligence. Such trivial matters are of no consequence," the proprietor replied, though his expression betrayed a sense of pride. "May I inquire what specific items you require?" "I might indeed possess them," Lu Bai ventured, withholding the fact that all items were to be settled with mid-grade or superior spirit stones, knowing that the pavilion was well aware of such matters. "You are indeed confident, Excellency. However, we do require certain items. If you can procure them, the spirit stones are negotiable," the proprietor said. "Pray tell, do you possess the shell of the 10,000-year black tortoise, star-patterned spirit sand, or flame heart stone?" Lu Bai asked. "Do you have them?" He silently questioned the system. "Indeed, but your points are insufficient. These are materials suitable for the Great Ascension phase," the system replied. "Proprietor, that is rather unfair. Where am I to find such materials?" Lu Bai lamented, knowing that even if his points were adequate, he could not present them openly. He had no faith that the Heavenly Machine Pavilion lacked formidable experts, and if he dared to reveal them, he would likely not escape the pavilion's doors. "My apologies, however, our interest lies solely in divination. I wonder if you possess any?" Having previously divined Lu Bai's circumstances, the proprietor realized that the city magistrate appeared to be in dire need of spirit stones and possessed a peculiar assortment of goods. However, when attempting to ascertain the specifics of those goods and their origins, the inquiry had yielded no fruitful results. Fortunately, he had halted his probing in time, or else he would have suffered a backlash akin to the previous day. The proprietor found it curious that in the black market, Either no divination occurred for centuries, or when it did, it was in pairs. This perplexity left him wary of further inquiries. While I do not have the 10,000-year black tortoise shell, I do possess a 1,000-year dragon turtle shell and several hundred herb coins. I wonder if the proprietor would be interested? Liu Bai assessed the system, noting that the materials were indeed of the returning void phase, albeit not low tier. Typically, such materials range from 5 million to 50 million lower-grade spirit stones. Combined, the two items would amount to approximately 50 million lower-grade spirit stones, with the 1,000-year turtle shell valued at 20 million points and the 100 herb coins priced at 5 million each, totaling 30 million points for a set of 6. Liu Bai had carefully considered these offerings as his best bet. Should materials from the tribulation phase arise, he feared he would be unable to contend with them. Even if he had sufficient points to enhance his cultivation, he had yet to devise a strategy to face the impending thunder tribulations. He noticed a flicker of delight in the proprietor's eye, yet the man maintained a calm demeanor as he asked, "What price do you intend to sell these items for?" "Excellency?" Feigning indifference. Cunning fox, Liu Bai mused inwardly. Without hesitation, he quoted a price of 7 million mid-grade spirit stones. "Excellency, that is a substantial sum of mid-grade spirit stones," the proprietor exclaimed, taken aback by the figure. "One must set a high asking price before negotiating down." "Feel free to counter," Liu Bai replied with a smile. The proprietor, realizing the city magistrate was not easily swayed, pondered. "Excellency, would 600,000 mid-grade spirit stones suffice?" "Agreed, a deal," Liu Bai responded with alacrity. "Blast it, I overreached," the proprietor thought, wishing he could slap himself. "Excellency, our establishment cannot produce such a large sum of mid-grade spirit stones at once. Would you consider a portion of superior spirit stones along with some lower-grade spirit stones?" "Certainly," Liu Bai replied, his eyes gleaming at the mention of superior spirit stones, leaving him oblivious to anything else. Shortly thereafter, the proprietor presented Liu Bai with 400,000 mid-grade spirit stones, 100,000 superior spirit stones, and 10 million lower-grade spirit stones. "Excellency, are you still in the market for spirit stones?" the proprietor inquired as Liu Bai prepared to depart. "What is it, proprietor?" Liu Bai asked, noticing the man's hesitance. "Excellency, you have been sweeping through the black market collecting spirit stones, and word is spread among the merchants. With such abundant resources, many interested parties have inquired about your identity during our conversation. And your implication is? Rest assured, we have not disclosed your information prior to your departure from the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. However, we are in the business of intelligence, and I hope you understand," the proprietor explained. "Thank you, proprietor. I appreciate your discretion," Liu Bai replied, stepping out of the pavilion. He quickly transformed into a burly man, initially dismissing the proprietor's warning. However, upon entering the next shop, he sensed at least dozens of divine senses scanning him intently. Alarmed, he quickly exited the black market after a brief perusal, acutely aware that more than half of those scanning him were at the returning void stage, with even more hidden from his perception. Once outside the black market, Liu Bai sought a secluded spot to alter his appearance again, repeating this process several times until he finally returned to his true form and headed toward Miss Yuan's location to distribute porridge. "It seems I must wait a while longer before I can continue reaping the benefits of the black market," Liu Bai muttered as he walked, reflecting on the stinginess of those high-ranking individuals. Nevertheless, he had managed to acquire a substantial fortune during this endeavor, leaving him remarkably content, and his steps felt considerably lighter. Chapter 54. Comprehensive enhancement. It appears that this county Lord Yuan is quite reliable, as he has not openly defied his intentions. Liu Bai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance, where a winding line of people, ragged and weary, snaked like a dragon. The eyes of the impoverished populace were filled with a desperate yearning for survival. Though they received only thin gruel, it was better than nothing. After all, in such chaotic times, merely living was the greatest luxury. Liu Bai surveyed the bustling crowd, observing the heir methodically distributing porridge to the needy, while the scar-faced man maintained order nearby. Liu Bai nodded inwardly, reflecting that he had accomplished his purpose for coming and decided to return to tally the gains of this endeavor, deeming it unnecessary to linger any longer. Upon returning to the inn where he was staying, the scene before him caused him to halt abruptly. The once tidy and orderly establishment was now in disarray, with tables and chairs strewn haphazardly across the floor. The innkeeper sat curled up in a corner, a look of despair etched on his face, his eyes vacant. Liu Bai approached the innkeeper and gently inquired, "What has happened here?" The innkeeper slowly turned his head to glance at him, but his gaze seemed unfocused. As he muttered mechanically, "It's over, all is lost. The family business built over generations has vanished." A pang of sorrow struck Liu Bai. In this time of overwhelming hardship, it was miraculous that the inn had managed to endure until now. He quietly produced a low-grade spirit stone and placed it gently before the innkeeper, patting his shoulder in a gesture of comfort. He knew that words of consolation were too feeble in the face of such calamity. Yet, despite the plundering, the inn still had rooms available, providing a semblance of refuge. Once back in his room, Liu Bai secured the doors and windows and opened his storage ring. He hastily emptied the remaining materials from the out-of-body stage into the heavenly seal. As he meticulously counted the assets within, the dazzling brilliance of 100,000 high-grade spirit stones caught his eye, alongside 18 million mid-grade and 60 million low-grade spirit stones, piled together like a small mountain. Liu Bai quickly calculated in his mind, arriving at a total of 19.6 billion points, plus a collection of scattered materials, bringing his earnings close to 20 billion. After deducting the system's consumption of points, he roughly netted around 19.8 billion. That evening, Li Air did not return, and the throng of hungry people before the porridge station showed no sign of diminishing. As dawn broke the following day, Liu Bai exchanged all his spirit stones and resources for points. "Stop grinning. Is this meager amount of points truly worthy of such excitement? Look at your lack of ambition," the familiar voice of the system mocked him. "You don't understand. This is a fortune for me," Liu Bai retorted, feeling an unexpected fondness for the system's jests. "System, please open the interface again." As he gazed at the striking figure of 19,892,950,000, he calculated that these points were sufficient for him to strive for the transcendent stage. However, the pressing concern remained to address the matter previously mentioned by the system and to acquire treasures that could withstand the tribulations of lightning. For the might of such tribulations was not to be underestimated. "System, I find your earlier suggestions quite reasonable. Have you selected what I need to learn? If so, please proceed with the enhancements. I can spare the points." Ding! Exchange successful. Distribution complete. Points 3 billion. Remaining points 16,892,950,000. What? System, you've swindled me again. What skill could possibly cost 3 billion points? Liu Bai widened his eyes in disbelief. Yet, before he could continue his complaints, a torrent of fresh techniques flooded his mind. Instantly captivated, he immersed himself in the comprehension of these arts, neglecting to voice any further grievances. After a while, having absorbed all the techniques, a satisfied smile graced Liu Bai's face as he exclaimed that the expenditure of points was truly worthwhile. The 3 techniques he had exchanged for were nothing short of extraordinary. The first, refined spirit soul, was an unparalleled manual for honing the spirit soul. At each realm, it allowed for the refinement of the spirit, with a maximum limit of 100 times. Each refinement doubled the power of the spirit. Thus, at the same realm, his spirit perception would be 100-fold stronger than others, an advantage that would accumulate as he progressed through realms, truly extraordinary. It was regrettable that he had not acquired this technique prior to the separation stage, resulting in a lack of spirit enhancement during his earlier cultivation. Refined spirit soul also encompassed a wealth of techniques for utilizing spirit perception, such as the piercing spirit strike, capable of instantly assaulting an enemy's mind, the vast spirit net, useful for searching and ensnaring foes, and the wondrous spirit transformation technique. However, with his current level of spirit strength, executing the spirit strike was quite strenuous, and the other techniques would require further advancement to unleash their true potential. The second technique, Void Leap, was divided into 3 tiers. The first tier, which he could utilize immediately, enabled instantaneous movement in any direction, with a tested range of approximately 100 meters and the ability to ignore certain common obstacles. This made it invaluable for surprise attacks in battle or urgent escapes. The second tier allowed entry into a void he opened himself, permitting movement within the void, ideal for dodging skills or concealing oneself. The third tier was the most formidable, allowing for fluid movement in the void as if in the external world. One could teleport freely and even perform spatial leaps, an extraordinary ability for long-distance travel, unexpected attacks during combat, or escapes from dire situations, making it an essential skill for both home and battle. The third technique, secret arts of spatial manipulation, revolved entirely around the path of killing. Among its powers, the spatial blade boasted unparalleled might, not merely condensing a blade of space to attack foes, but directly tearing open spatial rifts in the bodies of enemies, even multiple rifts, capable of dismembering them in an instant, an utterly unforeseen assault that instilled dread. The spatial storm could unleash powerful chaotic currents, ensnaring enemies and shredding them to pieces. The time-space black hole could devour all, leaving no chance of survival once drawn in, and spatial banishment could cast enemies into unknown realms, leaving them eternally lost. However, due to his current limitations, he could only wield the spatial blade for now. But even that was sufficiently powerful to secure a significant advantage against opponents of the same rank. Liu Bei brimmed with confidence in his current self. Compared to just a short while ago, he felt that he could easily triumph over his past self. System, do you have any other exquisite items to recommend? Liu Bei, now fully trusting the system's judgment, awaited more surprises. Host, what else do you desire? The system responded. You mentioned formations and talismans before. Are you not considering assisting me with those? Liu Bei pressed. I really don't know how I ended up with such a lazy host. This system is quite unfortunate, the system retorted. As for talismans, as long as there are sufficient points, we can slowly outlast others and see who prevails. Liu Bei continued, what about poisons and formations? He inquired eagerly. Regarding poisons, as long as the points are ample, this system can generally resolve ordinary toxins. However, should one encounter instant death lethal poisons, I would be powerless, the system explained. The best solutions are to possess the 10,000 poison body or the chaos body. Either of these physiques would grant immunity to all poisons. What distinguishes the 10,000 poison body from the chaos body? The latter sounds rather more impressive, Liu Bei inquired curiously. The system began to elaborate. The chaos body is a miraculous and unique physique. Chaos represents the primordial state before the world was formed, encompassing boundless mysteries and immense power. Those who possess the chaos body seem to be favored by the power of chaos, inherently endowed with extraordinary traits. Should you possess